At the beginning of the story, we see two elderly men drinking indoors. One of them is GWI Ryangja, a well-known interlocutor of the other. GWI Ryangja tells the other man that he is incredibly cold-blooded and cannot believe that after seeing him for the first time in decades, the man wants only one cup of drink. Ryangja pours him some alcohol. As soon as he poured the drink, Ryangja remembered that they first met when they were very young. 40 years ago, a younger version of that man entered Ryangja's house and asked him to apply the Great Regression technique to send him back to the past. At first, the younger Ryangja was impressed when he heard this. The Great Regression technique is one of the main achievements of the GWI family. It is a technique that has been studied for centuries and passed down in the family from generation to generation. It was a technique that was incredibly difficult to use. Ryangja also tried to complete this technique to bring it to an end, but he had to stop. Seeing the 5 materials needed to complete the technique, he realized he would never be able to obtain them. When the man came to Ryangja's house, he saw it as an opportunity to try to gather the necessary materials. He told the mysterious man that he would help him if he provided the materials needed for the technique. The first necessary item is the Thunderbell. It is a sacred artifact of the Heavenly Wind cult. Next is the Divine Plate Tripod of Rainbreakers. It is a sacred artifact of the Divine Dragon family. Next, the core, the bony essence of a 10,000-year-old carp. The fourth item, the secret demonic soul of a demonic cult. And for the fifth material, 5 million yang are needed. Ryangja did not ask for this because he could easily obtain it. To his surprise, the mysterious man managed to acquire the first 3 items within a few decades. But to obtain the secret demonic soul of the demonic cult, the man had to disappear from this world for a long time. The scene shifts and we return to the present time. Ryangja told the man that he believes he has already died somewhere in an unknown valley, and he asked, let him tell how he managed to gather all these materials. The man, who seemed to lack a left arm, drank his liqueur and told Ryangja that he cursed the Great Regression technique as it required 2 rare materials. He admitted that while collecting them, he already thought about killing Ryangja. What the man said did not confuse Ryangja, he simply stared at him. Meeting this man, Ryangja realized he was really very young then, and now the man had already aged, gray hair had settled on his head. Ryangja noticed that the air around the man seemed to have completely changed, and wondered whether the man had to change so much to gather the materials needed for the technique. Ryangja swallowed from his liqueur and asked the man to explain why he was trying so hard to return to the past. A sinister look froze on the man's face and he revealed to Ryangja he wants to return to the past for revenge. The man froze in shock upon hearing this. He asked the mysterious man whether it was impossible to take revenge with his current skills, and whether it was really necessary to return to the past for the goal. The man explained to Ryangja that his current abilities were insufficient. Then Ryangja asked, name the person you hate so much. The man's gaze was deadly cold. He told Ryangja that he wants to kill Vammuti. Ryangja was stunned upon hearing this. Vammuti is a martial arts master responsible for the deaths of the leaders of the 3 strongest factions in Murim. He killed the leader of the Murim Alliance, the leader of the Wrong Alliance, and the Heavenly Demon. He is known as the strongest fighter in history, the strongest among those living in their era. Ryangja told that man that he would not be able to defeat Vammuti even if he returned to the past. The man told Ryangja that he must kill him at any cost and also confessed to Ryangja. The Heavenly Demon who was killed by Muguk at that time was his own father. Ryangja froze in shock upon hearing this. Further explaining, the man told Ryangja that he did not need revenge, neither for the death of his father nor because his vile bastard brother died. And he did not consider it a great tragedy for those who gave their lives to demons to die at their hands. Ryangja asked the man to share his reason. According to the man, on the day of the attack, while Muguk was killing servants, cooks, and even small children who did not know martial arts, he also killed all the cats and dogs that were bred. Ryangja was stunned to hear this. He assured the man that Von Muguk was never capable of such a thing and said he did not believe him. Then the man explained to Ryangja that he did not care whether he believed it or not. He had only realized that he could not kill Von Muguk in this era, so he had to return to the past to take revenge. The man told Ryangja that he would ask Von Muguk to tell him why such a strong person as he must kill children, and he would pose this question before killing him. Ryangja was again stunned by what he heard. He repeated again that he could not kill Von Muguk in this era, so he must return to the past for revenge. Hearing this, Ryangja felt pity for the man and said, if he really can return to the past, let him do him a favor. He begged the man to find him in the past. The man asked Ryangja to tell him the reason for this favor. With a grim expression on his face, Ryangja begged the man to stop him from getting married. The room became completely silent as soon as Ryangja said this. The man immediately burst out laughing. Raiyangja did not understand why he was laughing, so he assured him that he was speaking sincerely and again begged him to tell him to live alone for the rest of his life. The man smiled and promised Raiyangja that he would fulfill his request. As soon as Raiyangja heard these words, he asked the man to follow him to the room where he would perform the technique. When the man stood up, he was barely able to stay in place. Raiyangja quickly ran to help him and asked if he was okay. The man replied to Raiyangja that he was fine and admitted that during the attempt to obtain the secret demonic soul, he lost one arm and one eye. He considered that price quite acceptable for such an artifact. The scene changes abruptly. Now we see Darian laying out 4 items in front of him. He opened the box containing the demonic soul and placed it next to the other materials. As soon as he did this, he immediately began humming something. As soon as he started humming, the demonic soul began releasing a large amount of dark energy. When Raiyangja was humming, each of the items began emitting its own portion of energy. The energy merged together, and a bright light flared up. As soon as this light flared, a large rift in space appeared in the room. Raiyangja was stunned. He could not believe that he had really managed to perform the technique. He turned to the man and said that he was the one who did it. When Raiyangja returned back, he saw the man sitting on the floor. It seemed that he was struggling, breathing heavily and doing everything possible not to lose consciousness. Raiyangja looked at him in surprise. He turned around and looked at the portal. He turned back to the man and apologized to him. While walking to the portal, he promised the man that he would find him in the past and warn him about the inevitable catastrophe. He explained to the man that for the GVI family, the most fervent dream was always to return to the past. Before Raiyangja could step into the portal, his body suddenly froze. He immediately realized his acupoint was sealed. The man appeared behind him and in a terrifying tone asked why he dared to do such a thing. Raiyangja was frightened hearing the man's voice and immediately began to tremble. The man stepped up close and grabbed him by the neck, asking Raiyangja to tell him why he tried to betray him. He squeezed his neck tighter and began to strangle him. With tears in his eyes, Raiyangja explained to the man that he lost his mind for a moment, begged for forgiveness, and said that he should never have tried to do such a foolish thing because the man himself suffered while obtaining the materials. The man glared fiercely at Raiyangja as soon as he heard those words. He let the old man go. He told him that he was just as selfish and revealed to Raiyangja he was able to gather all the materials only because he ignored others. The man gritted his teeth and declared to Raiyangja that he would kill him if someone else were in his place. While Raiyangja tried to catch his breath, the man put his hand on his shoulder and thanked him for waiting for him all his life. Raiyangja was stunned by what he heard. He was surprised to see that the man was smiling at him. Tears flowed from his eyes, and Raiyangja began to apologize to the man. While he was apologizing, he suddenly stopped moving. The man was embarrassed to see this. When he looked around, he realized everything was frozen as if the very breath had stopped moving. The man could not understand what was happening. While he was looking at Raiyangja, someone told him that he had passed the test. The man shuddered upon hearing this, just as he turned around. Before him shone a very old man, and in him there was something more, resembling a deity. The man asked the deity who he was. He explained, he himself is capable of returning him to the past. What he heard struck the man to the depths of his soul. The old man turned to our protagonist and asked if he really believed that an ordinary artifact and a few things could help him travel to the past. The man used his strength to lift the debris and show our protagonist that these are not real materials. The true materials are the efforts he put in when gathering these things. Deity explained to him that the test was passed because he lived life with a single purpose and sacrificed everything for it. Deity said that his last trial was to forgive Raiyangja, and this trial turned out to be the hardest of all. He was even surprised when he saw that the man handled it easily. Then the man asked the deity to send him back to the past, saying that since he had passed the test, it was time to return. The old man asked our protagonist to tell what he would do in the past. With a deadly serious face, the man revealed to deity that he would kill those who deserved it, and save those who were not destined to die. Deity asked him if that was all he wanted. The man replied that he would try to live a meaningful life and that his desperate desire to return to the past was born from regret for how he had lived and from deep hatred for Vamaji. Then deity asked him to say exactly what he regretted. The man shouted that he regretted everything. He explained to him that from birth none of his actions were of his own free will, something else controlled everything. He said that he was pushed and pulled by forces from all sides, and that even before he had a chance to live for himself, his life had already come to an end. The deity smiled upon hearing these words. He assured the man that he eagerly awaited how he would live his new life. As soon as he said this, the man's body began to fade, as if dissolving into darkness. After the deity left, time moved forward again. Reangja continued to beg the man, and he was surprised to hear Reangja's voice with his own ears. Reangja urged the man not to forget his promise, to stop him from getting married. Hearing this, the man smiled. He headed to the portal, and before entering, the man asked Reangja to live well. The old man did not pay attention to what the man said. He begged him to stop him from getting married. The scene abruptly changes, and we see a man opening his eyes. He found himself on stage, surrounded by hundreds of martial arts masters wildly cheering. A statue of a demon towered over the man. The man looked around and saw the faces of the fighters who surrounded him and shouted joyfully. The man smiled as soon as he saw their faces and immediately realized he had truly returned. Looking around, he felt a strange, dense energy. As soon as his gaze rose upward, he saw a man sitting on a gigantic chair on the very roof of the building. Around him were other people seated in a circle, like witnesses to a solemn spectacle. This man is a celestial demon, the father of our protagonist. The heavenly demon noticed that his son was looking at him. Our guy smiled and met eyes with his father. While he was looking at his father, some huge man on the stage also stood up and struck his sword on the ground, addressing our boy as a young master. He ordered, "It's time to start the fight." Only upon hearing this did our boy understand. He had returned to the day when the new demon's skirmish was to begin. The celestial demon solemnly declared that he does not intend to limit the next cult leader to only his own bloodline. This statement caused a real commotion in the cult because it turned out anyone can become a heavenly demon if he is the strongest. To prove that the words were not empty, the heavenly demon organized a fighting competition among the future generational leaders of the cult. The competition is known as the New Demonic Clash. The winner of the New Demonic Clash will get a chance to challenge one of the two sons of the Heavenly Demon. Whoever wins the fight will receive one wish that the Heavenly Demon must fulfill. And this big idiot is now standing in front of our guy and decided to challenge him specifically to get a wish for himself. The man asked our guy to simply surrender. Staring intently at the fool, our guy remembered how insanely angry he was back then. The man once chose him specifically. He felt insulted, as if the man thought he was weaker than his older brother. But the truth was different. The man set him up not because of that. Once he bribed the cook in our guy's kitchen. He deliberately forced the cook to mix poison that disperses energy into his rice so that our younger master could temporarily not use his power. Because of this dirty trick, our guy lost the fight. He wanted to explain everything to his father, but the heavenly demon did not respond to him. Instead, he looked at his son with eyes that seemed to carry an accusation, as if saying he was to blame for resorting to such a petty trap. The guy compensated for the defeat with several actions at the limit of his strength. Due to mistakes and failures that followed one after another, he gradually lost his place in the war for the succession. He realized his trouble began precisely with this particular defeat. Since the young master did not say a word, the giant inquired whether something was distracting him, even though he was currently in a fight. The boy did not know how to respond to this. He asked the idiot his name. The bulky man got irritated upon hearing this. He told the younger master that his name was Gu Pyongo and asked our boy if he was deliberately ignoring him. As soon as he said his name, the man immediately remembered him. He recalled that Gu Pyongo was one of the 7 disciples of the 8 supreme demons. His mentor's name was Gu Kyampa, who was called the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Gu Pyongo was Kyampa's 5th disciple. Gu Pyongo warned the younger master that he must be confident in his own strength if he intended to engage with him. The man did not respond to the idiot. He turned to look at his father, not taking his eyes off the heavenly demon, and our boy noticed something. Looking intently into his father's eyes, he immediately understood. His father already knew that he had been poisoned with a toxin that disperses energy. The heavenly demon was simply observing how our boy would handle this problematic situation. Since the man still retained everything he had learned in his past life, he was confident that he could defeat Pyongo with a single move without expending any internal energy. But the man did not want to demonstrate his true skills. He believed they should be concealed for now. Our boy raised his hand and said he had an announcement. He declared to the martial arts master that he was ready to fight Pyongo without any internal energy. The martial arts masters in Pyongo were impressed to see this. The martial arts masters shouted and cheered, supporting our boy. They called him the Invincible Swordsman. Pyongo was stunned when he saw this. Yes, the big idiot got scared and abruptly raised his hand. He declared to everyone that he also would not use any internal energy. When they heard this, the martial masters immediately fell silent and stopped greeting. They did not understand why Pyongo did not fight with his internal energy. They thought the duel would be boring if two fought without it. Pyongo even got irritated seeing how everyone completely dismissed his announcement. He drew his sword and said to the boy, even if he does not use any internal energy, his sword is without eyes, and it can cut through anything it touches. The man did not listen to the idiot. He was more troubled by something else. The young body seemed foreign, not his own. He wondered if he could control it as he wished. Pyongo took a stance and ordered our boy to draw his sword. The man threw his sword to the ground and told the idiot that he was not needed against him. Hearing this, several martial arts masters burst out laughing. They called out to Pyongo that our boy was looking down on him. The idiot was embarrassed by such words and declared he would not kill our boy because he was the son of the cult leader. He assured him that as soon as he said this, he would immediately tear off one of his arms, and as soon as the phrase left his lips, he launched an attack. When Panjo began his first attack, that man effortlessly dodged the strike. He was even more surprised. It turned out that the body moved faster than he himself had thought. Pyongo rushed aside and tried to cut off our guy's head. Our guy jumped up before the sword could touch him. As soon as he landed on the ground, he immediately placed his palm on his chest to check how wildly his heart was beating. He felt happy that his heart was beating so strongly. Pyongo was irritated that the man ignored him. He rushed forward to attack. This time our guy closed the distance between himself and the idiot. He hit the man in the chest with his elbow. Pyongo screamed in pain. Before he could fall to the ground, the man swung his hand and hit him on the head. The attack was quite harsh. Pyongo even gasped and spat out some blood. Before Pyongo could fall to the ground, our guy grabbed his clothes and pulled him towards himself. He took a stance and rushed at that idiot, hitting him with several series of punches. Pyongo could do nothing but take the blows. He fell to his knees, blood gushed from his mouth and nose. As soon as he knelt down, the man grabbed his right hand, lifted his leg, and asked Pyongo if it was with this hand that he gave the poison to the cook. Pyongo was stunned, seeing that our guy knew about the poison. To the misfortune of the poor wretch, our guy struck him with his knee and broke his arm. Pyongo screamed in pain and tears burst from his eyes. Of course, the martial artists were also extremely impressed, seeing what the young master had done. Trembling with pain, Pyongo fell to the ground. Looking at the idiot, our guy mentally swore he would no longer allow people like Pyongo to influence how he lives. While he was looking at Pyongo, someone raised their hand. Seeing the one who raised their hand, the martial master involuntarily fell silent. The heavenly demon raised his hand and told his son that he would fulfill his wish, and asked our guy to say exactly what he wanted. In such situations, people usually ask for a blacksmith sword or a secret martial arts manuscript. Our guy decided to trust his instinct. He told his father that he wanted to go hunting with him. The heavenly demon did not expect such a request. Pyonho and other martial arts masters were also stunned upon hearing this demand. The heavenly demon asked his son if he was sure about his own desire. Smiling, the son told his father that he had heard, once he loved hunting, and now he wants to learn to hunt specifically from him. The heavenly demons only gave the son a stern look. He could not understand what he was thinking. He rose from the chair and announced that they would depart tomorrow at dawn. As soon as he said this, he immediately turned around and left. While the heavenly demon walked forward, the 8 supreme ones stood up and bowed their heads low. After the heavenly demon left, several men came onto the stage to help Pyongo. Pyongo told our boy that he had made an extremely unfortunate request. Smiling, our boy asked the idiot to tell him his name again. Upon hearing this, Pyongo became angry, his face twisted with rage, and he begged someone to kill this man. Watching Pyongo leave, the man thought to himself that he was no longer interested in the reckless lives that everyone around lived. The scene switches and we see this man in his home. He looked into the mirror to check if he had really become young again. The man was surprised when he saw that he was no longer the same as before. Looking into the mirror, he could not get rid of the thought of what Wamaji was doing now. He understood perfectly. He could easily solve his problems, find Wamaji and kill him before he became strong, but the master was very hard to find. Once Muguk suddenly appeared in Jianhu as if he had fallen from the sky. After he crushed the Murim Alliance, the non-canonical alliance, and the demonic cult, he hid from the whole world, so there was almost no information left about him. The man realized if he tried to find Vamugi by announcing her name to the whole world, it would be a deadly dangerous provocation. The man understood that his main priority was to become stronger than Vamuga. While he was lost in thought, someone told him that he fought remarkably skillfully on stage. Our guy froze when he heard that voice. He turned around and saw a plump girl. Smiling, he called her Leon, and she also smiling greeted the young master. She was known as Bloodguard Leon. With sadness in his eyes, the man suddenly remembered. Throughout all this, Leon was beside him. Earlier, he had not even suspected that her body could grow. She already had this ability. the girl mastered this technique for his sake. Martial arts are known as the technique of petrifying the body. It allows its user to make the body extraordinarily strong for some time, like stone. This is a secret technique known only to the chosen in the cult. Its biggest drawback is that after use, the body becomes truly enormous. Once Leon rushed to the line of attack and blocked the man's path, shielding him from the sword aura that Vamyugi released toward him. It was thanks to her self-sacrifice that the man was able to survive the cult's attack. Seeing how her master looked at her, Leon asked if everything was all right. When the man heard the girl's voice, he was shaken. For the first time, he truly heard how beautiful he was. Before, he had never paid attention to her voice. Our guy could not believe that he thought of such an amazing girl, the one who was ready to give her life for him, as just an ordinary guard. He suddenly realized that he treated her as if she would not go anywhere anyway. Leon approached the girl and smiled at her. He noticed that she had become bigger than he remembered. Leon did not understand what was happening. The girl also did not know why her master was behaving so strangely. Once when Leon was still young, people believed, as soon as she grew older, she would become the most beautiful woman in the whole world. But one day, the girl who had previously been so beautiful suddenly gained weight. Leon promised her master that she would protect him. In the past, our boy, whose name was Muguk, never noticed how bitterly Leon cried after she gained weight. He did not know that her eyes were swollen from tears. Muguk had no idea how that girl felt. She could have become the most beautiful woman in the world and yet refused this in order to protect him. After she gained weight, Muguk behaved coldly towards that girl. Smiling at Leon, Muguk promised himself that he would definitely find a way to help her get rid of the side effects of the body petrification technique. Leon did not understand why her master was smiling. She asked if everything was all right. Our boy told the girl that he felt great. Leon informed her master that he was acting a little strange. Muguk smiled upon hearing this. He realized Leon noticed the difference in his behavior because she protects him every morning. Our boy turned around and asked Leon to follow him. He told her that he wanted to show something much stranger. The girl asked her master where they were heading. Our boy explained to her that they were going to turn the kitchen upside down. Leon did not understand what exactly Mevgok was talking about. The scene changes and we see our guy and Lion already in the kitchen. The cooks came out one by one to greet their young master. With a focused, serious look, Mevgok asked the cooks to tell him why they poisoned him. The head chef could not understand what this man was talking about. Our guy turned to one of the cooks and asked, "Tell him why you sprinkled energy-dissipating poisonous powder into his food." The cook recoiled in surprise upon hearing these words and immediately resolutely denied all these accusations. Muguk asked the guy if he lost 3,000 Nyong in cards, which he received as payment. In his past life, our guy learned that the cook, due to his passion for gambling, had incurred a large debt. He spent all his parents' money and even borrowed money from friends. When the money ran out, the guy was ready for anything, even if it meant poisoning the son of the heavenly demon. The cook fell to his knees and begged for his life, asking Muguk to spare him. He claimed that money had blinded him. Our guy asked the cook if Punjio personally gave him the money, and the cook answered yes, just as the guy asked the question. At that moment when the guy answered, Muguk drew the sword and used it to behead him. The cooks and Leon were stunned to see this with their own eyes. With a cold look, our guy told the cook that he should be ashamed for poisoning a person. The head chef fell to his knees and began to beg his young master, assuring him he would take full responsibility for what had happened. Muguk asked the chef to explain why he wanted to take responsibility for this situation. He replied that another chef was to blame. The head chef explained to Muguk that everything that happens in the kitchen is his responsibility. Our guy asked the chef, whom he called Chef Lim, whether every unjust thing happening in the cult was the responsibility of his father. Hearing this, the man gasped in shock. He told our guy that the heavenly demon was not responsible for such things. Hearing his answer, Muguk asked Chef Lim to explain why he wanted to take responsibility for something that did not concern him. Our guy turned around, sheathed his sword, and asked the chef to stand up and prepare him noodles with minced chicken for dinner. He said that it had been a long time since he last ate this dish. Chef Lim was surprised to hear this. After they left the kitchen, Leon reminded her master that a few days ago he had turned the noodles into shredded chicken. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He did not know how to tell his guard that several decades had passed since he last tasted that dish. The next day, we see the heavenly demon standing in front of the heavenly demon pavilion. The heavenly demon took off his usual mantle and dressed in hunting attire. When the man saw his son, he asked him to explain why he was carrying so many unnecessary things. Book explained to his father that he was carrying everything needed for hunting for several days. Hearing this, the heavenly demon reacted with surprise and told his son that he had planned to hunt for only one day. Mugak told his father that he might change his mind and spend a few more days hunting. Heavenly demon passed by his son and threw him a remark that he has an ambitious dream. The scene switches and we are immediately transported to the mountains. We see Mugak walking beside his father, and as they walk, the heavenly demon tells our boy that he is actually more skilled than he thinks. Our boy was surprised to hear this, and he realized that his father was able to see how he was hiding his skills when fighting Pyongo. Mugak dared to tell his father the truth. He confessed to the heavenly demon that he was pretending and hiding his skills, and that man told his son that he already knew. Mugak explained to his father, he is not a cat that hisses, instead he is a beast that hides its claws. The heavenly demon sharply turned around and asked his son to explain why a beast would hide its claws. Mugak was surprised to hear this question. He told his father that he had never thought about such a thing. The father replied to his son that he simply was not at that point yet because he was still a cat. Then the heavenly demon asked Mugak to tell how far he had advanced in mastering the art of the flying sword. The exalted sword art, a sword art passed down only in the bloody line of the heavenly demon. It is considered an extremely advanced combat skill, the same as the martial arts mastered by the supreme demon. With a confident smile on his face, Mugak told his father that he had fully mastered this skill. As soon as he said this, heavenly demon attacked him, releasing very little energy. Our boy barely managed to dodge by moving his head. The impact created a hole in his bag. Mugak exhaled with relief because he managed to dodge. He knew, if the attack had hit him, his face would no longer be in place. The heavenly demon was amazed that his son really managed to fully master the blazing sword arts. He could hardly believe it. Mugak was also surprised because his father still doubted whether he had truly mastered the martial arts. He asked the heavenly demon to say what he would do if Mugak had not managed to dodge the attack. The heavenly demon replied to his son, if he really mastered the arts, he would definitely be able to dodge, and added, if he hadn't managed, Mugak would have paid for the lie. The boy told his father that it would be bad if he damaged his face. He explained to the heavenly demon that his face resembled his father's and asked not to leave a scar on his face. Hearing this, the heavenly demon glanced reproachfully at his son. Seeing his father's expression, Mugak wondered if he had gone too far with his speech. The heavenly demon turned to his son and said that at his age, it was truly impressive how he managed to master the blazing sword arts. Mugak froze at what he heard. He thanked his father for the praise. While the two went deeper into the forest, the heavenly demon placed his palm on the ground, checking animal tracks. Meanwhile, looking around, Mugak asked the man who taught him to hunt. Heavenly demon told his son he learned from his older brother. Mugak was stunned. He could not believe that he had an uncle. The heavenly demon revealed the truth to Mugak. When he was the same age as now, he killed his brother. Our guy told his father that he had done something great, and the heavenly demon shuddered upon hearing this. Then Mugak explained to his father that he would not have come into the world if he had not done what he did. The man only glanced at his son with a cold, heavy look. He turned around and walked forward. Watching his father walk away, our boy realized that even his father had to endure the disgust of having to fight his own family, and Mugak had seen many similar situations in the past. The stronger a man seems, the deeper his wounds. The celestial demon told his son that in his youth he could not find any way out. Mugak clenched his fist and told his father that he too could not do this. He assured his father that he was incapable of what even his own father could not do. The man turned around as soon as he heard these words, with a serious expression on the face. Mugak explained to his father that he cannot find a way because his brother is evil and cruel. The heavenly demon asked his son if he spoke ill of his brother because he was not nearby at the moment. The scene changes and we see our guy and his father climbing the mountain. While he ran down the mountain slope, Mugak pondered that in his past life he never got married. Because of this, he did not know what it meant to have children. Mugak was interested in how exactly his father saw him. When they reached the top of the mountain, a huge forest spread out before them. Mugak asked his father if there was someone or something inside. The forest, the man replied to his son, so your dinner is there in the forest. Mugak quickly drew his bow. He told his father that they needed to kill an animal. The heavenly demon asked the son to tell him how he planned to kill something he could not even see. He asked Mugak to close his eyes and feel what was happening around. The boy heard this with surprise and decided to follow his father's order. Close your eyes and release some energy, came the instructive tone. When martial masters try to find an opponent, they feel vibrations in the air. This is usually called the energy flow of a creature. When Mugak closed his eyes, he could feel only one energy flow in the space around, the same terrifying flow that belonged to his father. The heavenly demon asked our boy to release part of his energy in a single line. he asked Muguk to make it thinner but not break it, and let the boy imagine his body as a ball of yarn. Barn, he ordered him to slowly release energy as if pulling a thread. Muguk carefully listened to his father's instruction and cautiously guided his energy. During this smooth movement, the boy stumbled upon something, and the heavenly demon immediately asked if he had already reached the target. Our boy replied to his father that he saw a tree. Then the heavenly demon ordered his son to slowly survey the surroundings. When Muguk carefully diverted the energy from the tree, he pushed it further all the way into the forest. As soon as he passed the tree, Muguk's energy hit a boar hidden in the forest. Our boy froze upon seeing this. He told his father that it was a wild boar, its fur was coarse and its body was long. The heavenly demon asked in surprise, hearing these words. Then he already told his son that he was right. Looking intently at Muguk, the man told him that from the current distance they would not be able to quickly guess what kind of animal it was. With a smile on his face, Muguk told his father that he was blessed with a body gifted in martial arts, and that he would easily handle work of such a level. The heavenly demons only glared maliciously at his son as soon as they heard these words. At night, we see our boy roasting the boar. The heavenly demon asked his son to explain how he was able to cook the prey. Muguk told his father that he learned from a book. The heavenly demon exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this and declared that he was too skillful for someone who learned from a book. Our boy replied to his father that he was glad to appear skillful and that this was how it was with Muguk in a past life. He hunted many boars for food, so it was not something too difficult for him. The boy added that he had prepared a tiger skin on which he was now sitting to win favor. The heavenly demon asked his son if he wanted to hunt together with him to make an impression and become the successor. Muguk told his father that such nonsense would not work on him. He assured his father that he could become the successor even without his help. Hearing this, the man was surprised and still clarified to his son that he was very confident in himself. He asked Muguk to explain why he wanted to hunt together with him. Our boy revealed to his father that he has two reasons to hunt together with him. The first is to learn everything he can from the heavenly demon. Muguk informed his father that he has already achieved his first goal. The man asked his son to tell him what will happen next after strength. When Muguk explained to his father that he does not seek to become strong just because he wants to become a heavenly demon, he added, he does not intend to waste his youth chasing this, especially since his father is still strong and healthy. Looking at the stars, Muguk said, he is satisfied with how he is learning the heavenly demon's martial arts by becoming the successor. Looking at the stars, our boy reminded himself he must study and master the 9 arts of demonic afflictions. Muguk quickly drove this thought out of his head. He said he again told himself he needs to go beyond ordinary martial arts because even his father, who mastered the 9 arts of demonic afflictions, still lost to Wamugi. While he was lost in the starlight, the heavenly demon asked his son to name his second reason. Muguk told his father that he wants to spend some time alone with him. Hearing this, the heavenly demon smiled. He told his son that he has a futile emotion that sooner or later will kill him. Muguk asked his father to explain why it is futile. He explained to his father that now he has the opportunity to spend time with the strongest person in the whole world, and also addressed the heavenly demon and said, if he sings a song, it will become the best in the world, and if he drinks liquor, he will become the greatest in the world. Hearing this, the heavenly demon turned to his son and stared in surprise at what Muguk said. The man looked away and smiled gently. When Muguk tried to remember his father from a past life, no good memories came to mind. The only thing left was the memory of how he trembled before his father. In this life, our boy strives to gain more than just new memories. He believed that his father should not be too happy because everything is done not for someone else, but for his own goal. The next day, we see Muguk packing his bags to return to the cult. His father told him that they were not leaving yet and then ordered, Muguk must catch a tiger because he hunts together with the heavenly demon. The boy was quite surprised to hear this. The heavenly demon asked his son to stand up and follow him. To him, then the man led Muguk into a bamboo forest, again asked him to close his eyes and explained, their target was 100 yards to the right, farther than their last prey. The heavenly demon ordered his son to feel the wind and pour his energy into it. The wind, trying his best to follow his father's orders, our boy suddenly realized that he had never thought before about how to pour his energy into the wind. No one had taught him such a skill, and none of the martial arts he had seen taught anything like that. The heavenly demon asked Muguk to release his energy into the wind. He told our boy that the energy must reach the target as quickly as possible to learn to apply this skill in real fights. As soon as the man said this, Mugak immediately used his energy to feel the wind. But our boy did not understand exactly how to pour energy into the wind. Struggling to direct his energy into the wind, Mugak noticed that the wind carried his energy away completely. Our boy immediately realized he should not pour energy into the wind. Instead, he should allow it to travel together with it. He only had to weave the two of them into one. The wind carried the energy of our boy through the forest. He was able to sense an animal nearby. Mugak managed to spot a tiger, the very one his father had hinted at. Our boy turned to his father and told him that the tiger really exists. The heavenly demon froze in surprise upon hearing this. Then the boy asked if something was wrong with him. The heavenly demon composed himself, regaining control, and asked his son not to be lazy during training. He explained to Mugak that the chances of survival would increase if he could maintain more lines. Our boy thanked his father for the advice. At night, we see Mugak handing his father a bottle of liqueur. He says it is his trump card. The man drank the liqueur and told our boy that he was by no means bad. When Mugak drank it, he told his father that the drink was still too strong for him. Of course, this was a lie. The heavenly demon told our boy that no demonic person would complain about liqueur if it was strong. Mugak told his father that it was more important to have a wicked heart than to be skilled at drinking liqueur. The heavenly demon asked his son if he could kill him to save himself. Mugak told his father that no child can kill their own father to save themselves. Of course, this was untrue. Our boy knew that he could kill anyone, one just needs enough reasons. Mugak realized that this was his first case of a normal conversation with his father, and yet he valued his own life more than his father's life. Heavenly Demon told his son, he does not have an evil heart if he hesitates before killing him. Our boy replied to his father that he would first learn to drink strong alcohol. Then the Heavenly Demon, full of curiosity in his eyes, watched his son as he swallowed his alcohol. In the next scene, Mugak slowly drives his own internal energy through his body in the training room, focused on spinning it thread by thread. After working for some time, our boy sighed heavily, even gasped loudly, and stopped circulating the energy. As soon as the training stopped, Mugak realized, now he could freely weave his energy with the wind and hold 4 energy lines at once. Mugak never thought that his father would teach him to release energy directly into the wind. This technique is like gaining another life. The user can easily detect an enemy trying to attack him stealthily. Our boy knew if he continued training, he could release 10 energy lines at once. He was confident he could neutralize any hidden technique used by his enemies. In his thoughts, Mugak again recalled, even his father, much more skilled than him, still lost to Wamui because the Heavenly Demonic Pavilion turned out to be penetrated. Heavenly Demon Pavilion is a place tightly guarded by 3 barrier formations, 6 trap formations, and a squad of carefully selected elites. Nearby are the Supreme Demons, arranged in 8 directions, and their subordinates who protect the Heavenly Demon. In the north, demonic swordsmen of the Northern Sword Family Heaven, led by Wand/Sword Supreme. In the south, there are demonic blade fighters from the Southern Blade Family Heaven. They are led by the Demon Blood Heaven Sword. In the east, there is the Iron Fist faction of the Eastern Fist, led by the Invincible Fist Demon, no defeats, no concessions. In the west, demonic sorcerers from the Western Illusion Formation operate, led by the demon who steals souls. In the northeast, a faceless swordsman who strives to become an evil smiling demon. In the southeast, a drunken swordsman. They are always drunk, as if they have a demonic drunkard nearby. Poison Fang stands in the southwest. There they study all kinds of poisons together with the king of poisons. And in the northwest, mad monks, enchanted by the faith of the demon Buddha and the idea that the world can be deceived. In the past, Mugak was convinced that the enemy had infiltrated the cult from outside, but this turned out to be false. Later, our guy learned that the external guard was never broken. Mugak realized that at least one of the 8 demonic supremes allowed Wamuji to enter the Heavenly Demonic Pavilion. Our guy believes that there may be more than one traitor. In the past, the traitor was never found, but this did not matter to Mugak. He plans to treat each of the Supremes as if they were all traitors. After the Heavenly Demon was killed, none of the 8 Supremes went to seek revenge. Instead, they decided to close the cult as it was in its past life. Our guy learned exactly how the 8 demonic Supremes spend their days and even knew what their last moments were like. Mugak cheered himself up and assured himself he will definitely use each of the Supremes. When Mugak was walking to the entrance of the room, he heard someone calling Leon Fatty. He asked Leon if the young master was still at the training ground, and our guy was shocked by what he heard. Outside the training ground, we see a bald man with a huge sword and 2 more people behind him. The bald man told Leon that he could no longer wait and asked her to pull Mugak away from the training ground. It turned out the girl was stunned by this. She could not believe that the man had no respect for her master at all. Before she could say a word, our guy came out of the house and asked the girl to tell him what she was doing. Leon was surprised to see her master. Mugak approached the girl and reminded her that he had asked her to do her own thing while he was training. Our guy asked if she had been waiting for him the whole time he was training. The bald man approached Mugak closer. He asked why he suddenly decided to train for several days in a row. Our guy immediately recognized the man. He understood. It was Yang Paya. He was a student of Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. He noticed that the man spoke to him without fear. Mugak could not blame Yungpao because he allowed himself contempt only because of the heavenly demon. After the celestial demon declared that anyone from the cult could become his successor, the celestial demon's sons no longer seemed special. Moreover, this statement ignited ambitious dreams in many within the cult to defeat the celestial demon's sons to gain fame and renown. Mugak asked the man to tell what exactly he wants. Yungpa revealed to our guy that Pyongo can no longer train in martial arts because of him. Our guy asked the man if he wanted him to take care of Pyongo. Yungpa told Muguk that he was not joking. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He told Yungpu that their relationship was not one for serious conversations. The man replied to our guy that he must take responsibility for Pyongo's injury and asked Muguk to officially apologize to the idiot. Our guy immediately understood why Yungpei wanted those apologies. Because the best student Blood Heaven's Sword Demon was not chosen, his other students try to impress him. They do everything just to show themselves. Yongpu wanted Muguk to officially apologize so that he could take credit for not letting Blood Heaven's Sword Demon look bad. Our guy smiled and said to Yongpo that his master would not choose him as his best student just because of an apology. Yongpo was embarrassed and told Mevguk that he was talking nonsense. He told our guy that he came only for Pyongo. With a terrible expression on his face, Muguk told the idiot that he wanted an apology from him. Yongpi asked our guy to tell him exactly what he should apologize for. Our guy asked that man to apologize to Leon for speaking rudely to her. Leon was very surprised by this. This Yangpo was also surprised to hear that. Leon turned to her master and said that she was fine. Mevguk told the girl that he himself was not okay. Leon was surprised when she found out about this. Muguk stepped forward and asked Yongpyo to kneel and apologize to Leon for the rudeness in his words. Yungpa laughed and pointed at Leon with his finger. He asked Mevguk if he wanted Leon to kneel before him, before the fat man. Our guy could not believe it. This idiot continued to invent and talk nonsense. Yungpa laughed and told Mevguk that he would rather die than kneel before Leon. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He had long been waiting for these exact words to be spoken. He snatched his sword and told Yungpa that he would fulfill his wish. Yungpa and his guys were shocked to see this. Leon was also surprised to see this. Yongpa told our guy that he had lost his mind. Focusing a stern gaze, Muguk told the man that he could either kneel and apologize or fight him. Our guy reminded Yungpu that his master would not like it if he retreated. The man became worried upon hearing this. He asked Muguk to explain why he was going so far. Muguk replied that it was not very important to him whether Yungpuk came looking for him and that he would never allow him to humiliate his subordinates. Yes, Leon even shuddered when he heard this. Yanpo listened irritably and asked Muguk, was he really going to kill him just because of a fat picture? Our guy, hearing this, only smiled and said that Leon meant a lot to him. Hearing this, Yanpadru blazed with joy. His friends asked him not to fight the young lord. Leon was about to intervene as soon as he drew his sword, but Muguk stopped her with his hand. Yan Po took a fighting stance and declared to our guy that he would take only one hand, since he was the son of Jevon Demon. Young Po's and Leon's friends became worried as soon as they saw how that man took a fighting stance. Youngpi easily closed the distance between Muguk and himself and tried to cut off our guy's hand. Unfortunately for him, Muguk dodged the attack by diving lower. While he was on top of him, Muguk stabbed Yongpo through his mouth into his head. Friends and Leon were stunned when they saw this. Blood was streaming from the mouth. Our guy told the man that it was his mouth that caused his death. He also addressed Yang Prayer. He used his mouth to humiliate his subordinate and refused to use it to apologize to her. As soon as he said this, Muguk pulled his sword straight out of the man's mouth. He watched as Yongpo fell to the ground. Yongo's friends hurried to him to help. One of them asked our guy if he would withstand the consequences of his actions. Muguk told the man that his mouth strangely resembled Yongpo's own mouth. The man, hearing this, was seized with horror. With a terrifying expression on his face, Muguk ordered two men to deliver his message exactly as he said, word for word. He warned, if they did not do as he commanded, he would find them by evening. After our guy delivered his message to them, he allowed the two men to carry out Yongpu's dead body. While the men walked forward, Leon approached her master. She asked him why he killed that man, and also why do such a thing for someone like her. Mugak smiled as soon as he heard this. He could not believe that Leon really cared about him, even though she was already emotionally frightened. In the end, our guy assured the girl that he did not do it for her. He told her that he simply killed the one who deserved death. Leon reminded her master that Blood Heaven's Sword Demon would not allow his actions to go unpunished. Mugak understood what Leon was afraid of. The 8 supreme demons are people with enormous influence in the cult. They also possess superior martial arts skills and subordinates that even the heavenly demon cannot ignore. Our guy had already crippled one disciple and killed another disciple of the demon Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. Book assured the guards that Blood Heaven's Sword Demon would not take any action. He told her that this man had nothing to gain if he intervened. He also explained to her that in the worst case, he would only be criticized for teaching his disciples the wrong way. Leon told her master that the pride of that man might be hurt. Mugak calmed the girl. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon has no pride at all. The guy put his hand on Leon's shoulder and asked her not to worry about him. The girl was surprised to hear this. Yes, Mugak had no problem killing Yongpao because he knew he would benefit from it. After he smashed Pyongo in a fight and dealt with Yongpao, our guy was sure that in the cult he could attract everyone's attention. He did this to get one step closer to the position of successor. While Mugak walked forward, Leon thanked him for what he had done with a bright smile on her face. The guard thanked her young master for being on her side. Mugak turned and smiled as soon as he saw the expression on the girl's face. Yes, he asked Leon to always be grateful, and told her never to forget what he had done for her until the end of her life. Our guy smiled, walking forward. He hoped that Leon would not stop smiling in this life and wanted the girl to live a life full of happiness. Later at night, we see Mugak outside his room in nightwear. Our guy is sitting on a huge stone and Mugak is looking around. Mugak looks at the stars and remembers how he was overwhelmed by a sense of defeat when he fled after the cult was disbanded. This feeling was so heavy that Mugak would not have been able to continue living if he had not tried to pursue some goal in life. Our guy wondered what his life could have become if he had not learned about the Great Regression technique. In his thoughts, our guy suddenly felt something truly terrible. When he turned to his side, he saw a huge sword next to his own neck. The sword, like a mirror, showed him his own reflection. When Mugak looked around, he saw an old man who was emitting a terrifying energy next to him. Our guy quickly recognized him as Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. He had no idea that the old man would reach his house so quickly. Looking at the sword by his neck, Mugak wondered if he could dodge the sword with his current strength. Our guy instantly realized that dodging would not work. The thing was, he had critically little internal energy, and Mugak was already sweating, tense about what choice that man would make. The old man took the sword from his neck and sat down nearby. With a smile on his face, Blood Heaven's Sword Demon asked Mugak to explain why he behaved the way he did. Our guy told the man that his subordinate behaved like a fool. Our guy asked Sword Demon if he had come to fight him because he was the youngest son of Heavenly Demon. The old man raised his sword and pressed it to our boy's throat. He asked Mugak whether to cut off his head and show it to Heavenly Demon, and told our boy that he wanted to check if his father would care about it. With a smile on his face, Mugak assured the man that he would not cut off his head as soon as he remembered how terrible his father's eyes were. Hearing this, Sword Demon also smiled. He took back his sword and dragged it along the ground. Our boy watched in surprise what this man was doing. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon drew a long line and placed a small mark at its end. The man explained to Mugak that the small portion was a measure of how much his father cared for him, and told our boy the larger portion belongs to him. Our boy was surprised by what he heard. He sat down and stretched out his hand to make another mark. With a smile on his face, he reminded Blood Heaven's Sword Demon that he was the son of Heavenly Demon. He told the man that he would probably take most of the father's love. The old man smiled upon hearing this. He told Mugak that they could test his theory and that he wanted to find out if Heavenly Demon would allow him to live if he brought his own head to him. Our boy laughed upon hearing this. He asked Sword Demon not to diminish the love that the father feels for his son, the boy. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon raised his sword and began to release a huge stream of energy. He told Mugak that they could check everything. Our boy shuddered feeling the energy of this man and smiled nervously. Mugak told the old man that they did not need to test the theory. The Heavenly Demon has 2 sons and he has 1. so it turns out that Blood Heaven Sword Demon is more valuable than him. Hearing this, the old man withdrew his energy and, still smiling, told Muguk that he was not as stupid as his student. Our boy assured the old man if his student were even a little like him, he would have stayed alive. With a gloomy face, the sword demon Blood Heaven revealed to Muguk that misfortune had accompanied him all his life, and told our boy that he hoped they would not meet too often. Muguk assured the man that he would definitely remember his words. As soon as those words were spoken, the sword demon Blood Heaven jumped out of the dwelling. Muguk sighed with relief as soon as he saw the old man leave. After the demon left, Muguk noticed that his body suddenly ached with unbearable pain. Lifting his clothes, he saw marks on his body. He immediately realized the old man, when he sat down next to him, deliberately used the hilt of his sword to cause him pain. He was annoyed that this crazy old man was really capable of doing that. Our boy knew the sword demon Blood Heaven came to him not just like that. Although the old man looked like a person who acted as he pleased, in reality he was very prudent and planned everything down to the smallest detail. What the old man told our boy, he would carry his head to his father twice, meant only one thing: he was really serious about it. Muguk knew the sword demon came because during the fight with his student he left a deep mark. He also understood that the old man probably took into account his desire to hunt together with his father so that it would be special. Muguk also realized that the demon decided to check him especially thoroughly. After all, he had killed his students. He understood the man came not for a conversation, to check if he was worthy to become a successor. Our boy wondered if his first opponent would be the sword demon Blood Heaven. In the next scene, we see Muguk circulating energy in his training room. While he was trying to pump up his energy lines, our guys threw something over his head. He instantly rushed upwards all the way to the roof. To his surprise, at the very top of the roof, his father was already waiting. The heavenly demon asked his son if it was true that he really killed the disciple of the bloody heavenly sword demon. Muguk told his father that the disciple deserved to die. The heavenly demon replied to his son he did not care whether the disciple deserved to die. He explained to our boy that the bloody heavenly sword demon came to them with that matter, and that the old man wanted him to be punished. Punishment? Our boy was quite surprised by this message. He could not believe that the bloody heavenly sword demon met with his father over the death of one disciple, and he was even more shocked that the old man wanted to punish him specifically. The heavenly demon immediately understood why the son reacted that way. He said that the bloody heavenly sword demon was not the type to make such a request over a single disciple's death. Muguk instantly realized the bloody heavenly sword demon was trying to test the relationship between his father and him. The old man wanted to see if the heavenly demon would punish his son, and what kind of punishment he would assign to our boy, all to find out if the heavenly demon considered him one of the candidates for successor. Looking intently at his son, the heavenly demon said that he intended to punish him. Muguk was shocked by what he heard. He told his father that there was no justification to punish him, and the heavenly demon assured his son, a reason can be created. Muguk was also surprised. He did not understand what exactly his father was thinking about. The heavenly demon reminded his son, back when they were hunting, he asked which of the supreme demons he trusted the most. Shiguk asked this question, but the father did not give him an answer. Now the heavenly demon revealed to his son that he trusts no one in the cult. Hearing this, Muguk was petrified with shock. The man reminded our boy that he himself had previously told him they need to establish hierarchy and discipline within the cult. Then the heavenly demon asked his son to tell him exactly how he wanted this, and the son replied that he was not interested in stupid answers, after which the demon asked Muguk to share his true thoughts. Muguk realized that his father was genuinely asking for his opinion. The boy told his father that their cult had lost the demon's path. Hearing this, the heavenly demon was surprised. He asked his son to explain what the demon's path meant to him. Muguk explained to his father, the demon's path is the belief that their cult must defeat absolute evil. The heavenly demon was greatly surprised upon hearing his son's answer. Our boy told his father that the orthodox faction is not the direct opposite of their cult. The heavenly demon asked his son to clarify what their direct opposite was. Muguk replied, the opposite of their cult is absolute evil. This evil is so cowardly and terrible that no person can endure it. Even demons despise it and turn away. Our boy explained to his father, the justice and chivalry promoted by the orthodox faction are only suitable for fighting lesser evils. Their justice has no power to oppose absolute evil. Unfortunately, the orthodox faction strongly believes in forgiving others. As long as they value people, they will never be able to match the evil that has already renounced its humanity. Muguk openly told his father that throughout Murim they are the only force capable of putting an end to the evil that is so hideous and terrible. like a true nightmare. With a stern expression, our boy told his father that they would follow the path of the demon if the evil that the Orthodox faction could not restrain bowed before them. The heavenly demon froze upon hearing the deep thoughts of his own son. Mugak explained to his father, the cult will not go far if it cannot grasp the true path of the demon, and he added, they need to punish themselves to become better. To the heavenly demon, the boy's words seemed incredibly interesting. Mugak looked at his father's face, and no wonder the father clearly found his words incomprehensible. The boy was sure, probably he had never thought of anything like that before. Even Mugak himself did not understand this while staying in the cult. He came to this understanding when wandering the Central Plains. While our boy was thinking, the father asked if he had any other arrogant thoughts. Mugak told his father that he had nothing more to share. Hearing his son's answer, Heavenly Demon understood why Blood Heaven Sword Demon wanted him to punish Mugak. He told his son that the old man probably saw something in him, and he revealed to Mugak the truth. The old man is trying to use him to test. Our boy told his father that Blood Heaven Sword Demon had probably already noticed in him the potential to become a candidate successor. Heavenly Demon told our boy that the old man might have also seen in him someone who would ruin the cult's affairs. Mugak told his father that it could be anything and explained to him, Blood Heaven Sword Demon definitely saw something special because he has incredibly sharp eyes. As soon as our boy gave his answer, Heavenly Demon turned to him and asked him to follow him. Mugak was surprised to hear this. He asked his father to tell him where they were heading because it was already late. In the next scene, we see the Heavenly Demon and our boy standing in front of a cave known as the Small Heaven Cave. At its entrance was a huge iron gate. The Small Heaven Cave is a place where those who can become a Heavenly Demon come to be tested. An apprentice of the Heavenly Demon or even a child of the Heavenly Demon. It is easy to enter, but if a person cannot pass the trial inside, they will be trapped in this cave forever. The chance of success is 50-50. Half of those who were blood-related to the Heavenly Demon died inside the cave. This place is so deadly that even the overly ambitious elder brother Mevguk did not dare to attempt to enter. Although he did not like it very much, our boy knew that he would also have to go through this cave if he wanted to become a Heavenly Demon. Mugak asked his father if he wanted him to go into the cave right now. The Heavenly Demon replied to his son that he himself had once entered there at the same age as him. Our boy asked his father to tell him how long it took him to get out of the cave. The Heavenly Demon told his son that he managed to get out in 2 months. Miyaguk was stunned. Even among the Heavenly Demons, his father was considered the most talented and still 2 months to break out. The Heavenly Demon explained to his son he was the only one who managed to get out in 2 months. Most spent 3 years in the cave. Miyaguk asked his father if he really wanted to send him to such a dangerous place without any preparations. The Heavenly Demon reminded his son, this is the punishment he is giving him. Our boy could not believe that his father was ready to send him to a place where he could die, just because the Blood Heaven Sword Demon wanted to punish him. Mugak wondered if his father hoped that he would become stronger and come out alive. The thought of this brought a smile to the boy's face. With a smile on his face, Mugak told his father that he would do everything possible to get out earlier than him. When the Heavenly Demon heard this, he also smiled. He asked his son to do everything to stay alive. The scene switches and we see Mugak inside a cave. It was illuminated by greenish stones that flickered with light. As we walked, the boy looked around. He was gnawed by the thought of how terrible this cave must be if people are somehow driven inside. Mugak passed through the first entrance he saw and found himself inside a large room. Next to the entrance stood a sign with instructions. The boy was asked to defeat his enemies without resorting to Sword Aura and Enhanced Sword Aura. He was told, if he does not succeed within the allotted time, after 10 days he will get another try, and when ready, he must stand inside the Crimson Circle. Mugak was surprised to see that the trial would restart after 10 days if he failed, and at that moment our boy began looking around again. He saw mountains of rice balls in huge cauldrons. Our boy realized they expect him to eat these rice balls while the 10 days pass. Glancing around, Mugak decided to start the trial. He stood in the Crimson Circle. As soon as he stepped into the circle, several wooden dolls immediately rose from the ground. Each wooden doll had a red mark on its body. Our guy realized that he had to slash the dolls exactly where these red marks were. Wasting no time, Mugak immediately began cutting the dolls in front of him. He quickly gutted them one by one, slicing the dolls. Our guy noticed that the trial turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. When he looked back, he saw that some dolls he had not yet managed to cut were descending again. Mugak knew he had no right to let the dolls go down, otherwise he would fail the trial. our guy immediately rushed to the dolls. He approached a doll and bent his whole body to cut it. As soon as he made the first cut, our guys immediately stood up to check if there were any dolls left. To Mugak's surprise, there were still 3 left, those he had not yet cut. Our guy immediately moved to the dolls. He barely managed to cut them along the red marks. As soon as he finished, he fell to the ground, but that is exactly what happened. To his surprise, there was still one last doll left, which had not yet been cut. The mark was on its neck. The wooden doll was already almost completely sinking. Mugak clenched his teeth and rushed straight to the last doll. The doll's head could be lowered. Our guy approached and with a strike of a clean blade managed to cut off the doll's head. After taking care of the doll, Mugak looked around. He could not believe that he might have had to spend another 10 unnecessary days in this room. It was enough to loosen vigilance for just a second. And now the guy already understood. With the skills he had before regression, he would hardly be able to pass the first trial. No sooner had Mugak returned the sword to its sheath than the door to the next room opened. Before our guy left the room, he noticed another tablet near the exit. Former testers had left their notes there. One of them wrote that he succeeded after 9 attempts. Another that he managed only after 16. Someone else asked if he would die here because he could not complete the trial. And one more tester left a note. He tried to go back, but there is no exit. While Mugak was flipping through the tablet, he recognized the handwriting at the very end. The one who addressed others called the other testers idiots. Our guy smiled as soon as he realized it was his father's handwriting. Mugak laughed, walking to the next test room. He could not believe that his father was right here among the ancestors. Inside the second room, our guy saw a crimson circle on the floor and hundreds of weapons hanging on the walls. Because of the amount of weapons in the room, Mugak quickly understood. In the trial, he would have to use at least part of this arsenal. From the instructions on the tablet, Muguku was required to use the weapon hanging on the wall and split the bullet in half within 2 hours. Our guy was allowed to use the sword aura or the enhanced sword aura. He was informed that if he did not manage within the allotted time, he would have another chance in 20 days. When ready, Muguku was ordered to stand in the crimson circle. Without wasting time, our guy immediately stepped into the circle. As soon as he was inside, a huge stone suddenly emerged from the ground, and on it lay a small metal bullet. Muguku stared at the ball in surprise. He could not believe that he was given as much as 2 hours to cut one single bullet in half. He was sure he could cut the ball into 100 pieces if he used the enhanced sword aura. Yet our guy was certain there must be a reason behind the 2 hours for one single bullet. He grabbed one of the swords on the wall and tried to cut the ball, but unfortunately for him, it did not work. The sword cracked in half immediately upon striking. He did hit the ball, though. Our guy exhaled sharply. He was very surprised by what he saw. He took another sword and decided to use the enhanced sword aura to cut the ball in half. He wanted to move on to the next trial as quickly as possible. Muguku took a stance and gathered his aura into sword. He was already ready to cut the ball when suddenly he realized something strange. Our guy understood that if the trial ended simply with him using the refined aura, it would be way too easy. He became interested in how other contenders handled the trial. One of them said he tried to slice the ball 89 times without aura but failed, so eventually had to resort to the enhanced aura. Another, on the contrary, claimed he cut the ball without enhanced aura, and the rest after him started insisting that he was lying. They claimed that slicing the ball without enhanced aura was impossible, so Mugak, scrolling through the tablet, continued searching for his father's comment. When our guy found his father's comment, he was surprised by what he wrote. The heavenly demon warned, if there is heat, the person loses. Our guy could not comprehend his father's words. He was truly impressed. This time his father did not scold their ancestors as he always did, and he did not even proceed to the next trial. After reading his father's remark, Mugak went again to check the instructions. Our guy noticed that the instructions said he could apply sword aura or enhanced sword aura. Mugak realized that he was not taught to use aura, he was simply given a choice. He immediately understood that he would not be able to use the sword's aura if he really wanted to pass the trial. He realized that his father warned future candidates, do not activate the enhanced sword aura because heat arises during its use. The boy grabbed another sword and tried again to break the sphere. Unfortunately, the sword cracked again. Then he took a huge hammer and struck the metal sphere, and this attempt also failed. Wailing, gasping, and growing more furious, Mugak clenched his teeth in anger. He could not believe that he had not even managed to leave a scratch on the sphere. Our guy did not understand how he could possibly split it in half if he could not use the enhanced sword aura. What was more annoying was that his time was almost up. Staring wildly at the ball as if everything depended on it, Mugak wondered whether he should just skip the trial by using the enhanced sword aura. The youth exhaled with relief and pulled himself together. He recalled that his father had indeed managed to split the ball in half, without enhanced aura. As soon as he remembered this, Mugak realized something important. He closed his eyes and released his energy outward. He formed an energy line and used it to touch the ball. He did it immediately. Our guy noticed something strange. He could feel a barely noticeable line, one that cannot be seen with the eyes. Mugak stepped closer to the ball and took a stance. He closed his eyes to feel the line. Our guy noticed it forms a perfect circle around the ball. He aimed the sword at the faint line and swung sharply. The ball split exactly in half. Our guy was extremely happy to see what he had achieved. While he was wildly rejoicing, he suddenly noticed something inside the ball. Mugak was stunned when he saw it. Inside the ball was a demonic pill with a demonic essence. A demonic essence pill is a pill that gives any demon with a human body an incredible amount of energy as soon as he consumes it. Mugak realized if the enhanced spark of the sword is used, the pill will explode due to the heat it produces. This is the reward for the one who managed to cut the ball with his sword. Our guy remembered how his father warned him not to resort to aura, so he immediately thanked him. Mugak swallowed a pill. He sat on the floor and began to circulate his inner energy. When he was accelerating the energy, a bright light flashed from his body. Later, his energy began to slowly dissipate. Mugak opened his eyes and stood up. As soon as he stood up, our guy felt a strong power in his body. Mugak rejoiced. He managed to get exactly what was most lacking: energy. Checking his energy, the guy moved to the next room. According to the instructions, in this room Mugak had to distinguish life from death. He was told, if he failed, he would be given another chance in 5 days. He was asked to stand in the crimson circle if he was ready. Our guy did not understand what it meant for him to distinguish life from death. He was tormented by the thought of what this trial would be like. As soon as he stepped into the circle, a slab appeared before him, on which several plants were growing. Seeing the plants on the slab, Mugak immediately realized, the trial requires distinguishing herbs from poisonous plants. Our guy smiled as soon as he understood what was wanted from him. He remembered how he had to fight long and hard when he was looking for the ingredients that Ryanja asked him to bring. Mugak distinguished herbs from poisonous plants without any difficulty. He even knew what each of them affected, so this test was very easy for him. He stretched out his hand and took the plant. Mugak took it because it was the only one that was not poisonous. As soon as he took the plant, the slab went down. As soon as one slab went down, another went up. Our guy was quite surprised to see this. He understood the second tile was put to the test, whether the person would guess the first one. Those who know nothing about herbs would have to taste each one to get the correct answer. Mugak recognized the necessary herb among the rest without any difficulties. After this, the slab lowered down again. To our surprise, our guy, the second plate did not rise. He wondered if the test was already over. You turn back to the tablet to see what the other test participants wrote. One of them claimed that over time he would become a poisonous person because of the number of plants he ate. Another called the person who invented the test an idiot, saying he didn't understand why such a thing was created at all. Someone else wrote that they passed everything on their 96th attempt, and some complained. All their hair fell out from the poisonous plants. Mugak smiled when he saw the reviews left by each. And our boy's father said that no one should rely on luck. Glancing at his father's comment, Mugak realized he had known all the plans from the very beginning. After the comments, our guy went to the next room, the final trial. According to the instructions, Mugak had to survive in the illusory life-death trap. He was explained that he would only die when he actually died inside the trap structure. When ready, he had to stand in the circle. Seeing how serious this trial was, our boy decided to check the comments of those who had already undergone the trial before. One of the participants said that as soon as he became the heavenly demon, he would kill the creator of the illusory trap, life-death. Another assured he would never cross its threshold again in his life. Our boy's father addressed the future participants with a request not to stop and not to rest. Mugak was quite surprised when he heard this. After his father's advice, our boy stood up in the circle. As soon as he stepped into the circle, he immediately felt the space around began to warp. While he was looking around, Mugak found himself in a desert. The boy could not believe he was seeing this with his own eyes. He noticed that he could feel the wind on his skin and at the same time, the sand under his feet. Everything seemed real to him. Mugak could not believe that the trap formation was capable of creating such realistic things. While he was staring at the sand, our boy noticed that he was already surrounded. Several zombie warriors tied the ring around him. Although these were only illusions, Mugak still felt their presence and their intent to kill him. Our guy was happy about this situation. he believed that he was given an incredible chance. Our guy grabbed the sword and took a fighting stance. As soon as he drew the sword, the zombies rushed to attack him. One soldier managed to get closer and tried to strike his head. At that moment, Manga ducked, dodging the attack. While the zombie was above him, he stabbed the sword into its head. As soon as he wounded it, 3 more zombies lunged at him. Our guy jumped up and dodged the attack. Immediately, he landed on the ground. Muguk realized that now he could fight freely because he was dealing not with humans. Our guy directed his aura to tear apart the zombies that were nearby. Thanks to the demonic essence pill, our guy could now freely use his energy. As soon as he dealt with the zombies, even more attacked him, a whole wave of enemies. Muguk exhaled deeply through clenched teeth as zombies attacked from every side without any pause. But even before their swords could touch him, Muguk swung his sword filled with energy and cut each one into pieces. All the zombies fell to the ground one after another. When our guy looked around, he noticed that there were no more zombie soldiers in this area. Could it really be over? Muguk felt a pang of regret. The fight ended so quickly, while he was still staring into the space around him. Having confirmed this, our guy smiled. Ahead of him were even more zombie soldiers. These soldiers in armor were much more powerful than those encountered earlier. The zombies rushed forward to attack Muguk. Among the zombies were archers. The archers shot arrows directly at our guy. Muguk barely managed to dodge the attack. While he was breathing heavily, our guy began to smile. He was eager to fight these zombies. While he was breathing heavily, one of the zombies tried to attack him from behind. Muguk dodged by crouching low. Our guy noticed that his enemies were slowly but steadily becoming stronger. He stood up and stabbed a blade into the neck of a zombie. Then he dealt with the others nearby until they fell. During the clash, Muguk understood why his father asked him never to stop. Our guy realized this was the first battle that truly felt real after the regression. Fighting on the edge with life on the line, Muguk was able to digest the lessons he had taken from his past life. Our guy did not stop moving. He continued to slash and tear soldiers with his sword. And every time he did this, the insights once gained gradually merged with his body here and now. Our guy used the sword's aura to push away the zombies around him. As soon as he did this, a whole volley of small blades was released at him. Muguk managed to block those blades with his sword. Then he quickly closed in on the zombies shooting at him and struck them with his sword. Tearing the zombies to pieces, our guy moved faster, and his attack became increasingly stronger. After a bit of fighting, Mevguk finally managed to take down the last zombie. When the soldier fell to the ground, our guy used the sword to lean on and stay on his feet, then looked around to see if any zombies were lurking nearby. Muguk saw nothing but dust in the area. He was gnawed by the thought of whether the battle was already over, while his body was still dripping with sweat. Our guy returned to the real world. As soon as he approached the exit, he noticed a stone stele. Our guy was greeted for passing the trial. The stele indicated that our guy was expected to use his new power to advance and prosper the heavenly demon of the divine cult. Muguk smiled when he saw this. He couldn't believe he had passed the trial in one day while his father had needed 2 months. Our guy knew this information would cause a real uproar in the cult. He understood that people would doubt his achievements more than praise him, since he had succeeded so quickly. Looking around, Muguk decided to stay in the cave and continue training. He wanted to fully grasp all the insights left from his past life and promised himself that these insights would completely merge with his current body. In the next scene, we see our boy at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Muguk told his father that it took him 100 days to overcome the trial. He told his father that although he did everything he could, he failed to beat his record. The Heavenly Demon asked our boy if he had cut the metal ball correctly. Muguk revealed to his father that his hint helped a lot and added that he did not rest in the trap during the final trial. Hearing this, the Heavenly Demon smiled. Muguk was surprised to see this. It seemed to him as if his eyes were deceiving him. He was sure he saw his father smile for a moment. The Heavenly Demon praised his son for not being a fool. Muguk told his father that he could not be a fool since he was the son of the Heavenly Demon. While looking at his father, the boy remembered how he used to think that he was a real scoundrel. Before regression, Muguk was convinced that his father took pleasure in pushing children against each other in a fight to the death to raise a successor. After spending some time with his father, our boy understood the behavior of the Heavenly Demon. He realized that he was ready to endure the death of his own children if it was for the sake of the cult, and was sure his father was not the type who simply liked to watch his children fight. While he was still pondering, someone told him that he was incredible for escaping the cave of the lower heaven in just 100 days. Muguk was surprised to see who was speaking, the chief advisor named Sima Mayung. He was the second most important person in the cult and the one the Heavenly Demon trusted the most. Then Muguk clasped his hands together and greeted the advisor. The man told our guy that he was glad to see him and added, "Actually, he wants to discuss with him a problem related to the cult." Our guy was shocked by what he heard. Mugak could not believe that the advisor was going to talk about something related to the cults. It immediately became clear his father had probably asked Mayang to come and discuss it with him. Mayang told Muguku that they recently received an anonymous letter. The letter spoke about corrupt practices occurring in the demonic army. Our guy was shocked again upon hearing this. The demonic army is one of the combat units of the cult, and its leader is the blood brother sister of the sword demon Blood Heavens. The advisor told our guy that last year they also received the same message. He explained, they conducted a separate investigation, but it ended in failure. The special officer sent was killed. Mugak shuddered at these words and asked if it was done by the demonic army. Mayang replied yes and added, the one who killed the officer then committed suicide. Hearing this, Mugak was stunned. Mayang told our guy that he wants him to become a special investigation officer and take the case under personal control. Our guy immediately understood that the situation was dangerous. He knew that anyone found involved in corruption would already be executed for it. Whoever dared to engage in corrupt practices would do everything possible to hide their crimes. Mugak knew that the organization would not make it easier for him even when he was the son of the heavenly demon. Our guy turned to me with a young face and said that during the investigation one can die. The advisor confirmed to our guy that he is right. One will have to risk their life to complete the mission. Mugak immediately understood that this was one of his father's exams. The celestial demon reminded his son that he himself promised he would control and keep the cult members on their strap leashes. Our boy explained to his father that this is exactly how he plans to act when he becomes a heavenly demon. The father asked if he was too afraid to take on the mission. As soon as he heard what his father said, Mugak accepted the mission. Although he did not know exactly what his father had in mind, Mugak convinced himself he would show a worthy game. The boy explained to his father that this might be his last moment nearby, and he asked the heavenly demon to drink with him. As soon as he said this, the heavenly demon stood up and walked away. The place became uncomfortable for both Mugak and the advisor. Our boy told me since childhood, despite the fact that his father looks stern, in reality he cares about him and his brother. Mayang did not understand exactly what our boy meant, so he told him, the father does not at all resemble someone who truly cares. Mugak did not know what to answer the man. He felt uncomfortable. In the next scene, we see a man in Mugak's house. The man in yellow clothes told our boy that he was a special investigator. He introduced himself as CEO Darian and informed Mugak that he arrived from Nirvana Pavilion. Our boy was surprised to see this man. He did not understand why he came. Then he confessed to Darian that he asked the advisor to send the most beautiful woman from Nirvana Pavilion to him. Darian told our boy that he should look to me, young man, like the most beautiful woman. Mugak got irritated upon hearing this. He raised sword and walked past the man. He told Darian that they needed to get to work immediately. Darian was surprised to hear this and asked our guy if they were leaving right away. Mugak replied that they were. While they were walking, our guy asked the man to tell who the commander of the demonic army was. Darian revealed to Mugak that the leader of the demonic army was Gu Qingyang. He told him that Qingyang was the younger brother of Gu Qianpa, also known as the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Qingyang had led the demonic army for 8 years. After completing several dangerous missions, the demonic army grew to a level where everyone recognized them as an elite group. Mugak realized that the demonic army really seemed to know how to do their job. While walking, the guy suddenly froze in place, and Darian asked if everything was alright. Mugak asked the man if he had no intention at all to investigate corruption in the demonic army. Darian replied that he planned to conduct this investigation. Our guy told the man that he felt no enthusiasm in him, neither in how he walked nor in how he spoke. Darian explained to Mugak that he behaved this way because nothing would change even if they exposed the corrupt practices of the demonic army. Mugak was surprised by what he heard and wondered if the man was trying to hint that the cult would not change until the executors changed. Our guy turned around and asked the man if he was not afraid at all. Darian assured the guy that he had no fear whatsoever. Mugak revealed to the man that the last special investigative officer was killed during an investigation. Darian explained to our guy that the previous special investigative officer was his direct superior. Mevguk even shuddered upon hearing this. He turned sharply. The man told him that the chief is exactly the person who taught him. Our guy was surprised. But even more so, he saw that when the man spoke, there was not a single drop of pity in his eyes. In the next scene, we are transported to the demonic dragon court. We see 2 giant guards guarding the entrance. The guards ask Mugak and Darian to tell them where they came from. Darian introduced himself as a special investigator from Nirvana Pavilion. He asked the men to step back and explained that he was dealing directly with the commander of the demonic army. Our guy was amazed when he saw how brave Darian was. One of the men told Darian that he did not look special at all, even though he held the rank of special investigator. And the bald man added that he would not be allowed inside until he had permission from the elder. Darian opened his book and pulled out a document, saying that it was an order. The bald man asked Darian to wait outside and said he would report everything to his superiors. Darian replied that he was not going to waste time and explained that they came to meet his leader personally. Another man reminded Darian that without permission from the elder, he would not be allowed into the court. Hearing this, Darian became irritated and asked if they intended to stop a special investigator who brought an order document. The bald man told the inspector that he was talking complete nonsense. He explained that Darian would have to follow their rules even if he was a special inspector. Darian was shocked by what he heard. Another man told Darian that the only reason he was doing this for him was his title as a special investigation officer, and added that without this title he was powerless. As soon as the man said this, Mangak asked the two if they knew who he was. The men said that they were well acquainted with his person. Mangak could not believe that those two, knowing his identity, would allow themselves such rudeness. He stepped forward and at a stunning speed attacked their groin, sharply and without any hesitation. They clutched that place with their hands and fell to the ground. Darian watched in surprise how it all ended. Our guy asked him to stop standing. He replied that Darian should show the way. Hearing our guy's voice, the man flinched and immediately rushed forward. Inside the building, Mangak and Darian were stopped by members of the demonic army. Darian shuddered at what he saw and grabbed a document. He asked if they were blind by any chance. He directly stated that by standing there they were interfering with the official investigation, so he asked them to step aside if they did not want to rot in prison. None of the men reacted to Darian's threat. While they were standing, one of them glanced at a subordinate and asked him to say where those idiots who caused such a commotion came from. Darian approached the man and introduced himself, after which he demanded that he identify himself. The huge bald man introduced himself as Godang. He informed Darian that he was the first captain of the corps of the demonic army, called Darian a Bastard, and asked if his acquaintance was good enough for him. Darian used frequency transmission to tell our guy that Deng was the second in rank in the demonic army, and he also informed Mangak that Deng was notorious for bloody atrocities even compared to those who already lived in the demonic army. Deng approached Darian and asked him to say something. Upon hearing this, Darian clearly got irritated. He lowered his voice and explained to the giant man that he was a special inspector from Nirvana Pavilion on official duty, and then ordered Deng to carefully watch how exactly he spoke to him. Deng asked Darian to tell what he would do if he spoke to him rudely. Then the man firmly replied to Deng that he and his partners would be arrested for obstructing the investigation of Pavilion Jevon and for insulting the inspector. Hearing Darian promise to arrest them, Deng and his comrades burst out laughing. With a grim, focused expression on his face, the man told the inspector that he really wanted to see exactly how he would try to arrest them. As soon as he said this, Mangak greeted him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked the man if the last time they met was at the last banquet, and the man did not understand what our guy was talking about. Before the man could answer, Mangak grabbed his hand and pressed it firmly with force. The captain shuddered upon seeing this. In a stern tone, our guy told the captain that they had come to the commander, so he asked him to stop their hazing and let them pass. While conducting a frequency transmission, Mangak assured him that he would lose his hand forever if he tried to act insolently. Alongside the frequency transmission, Deng told our guy that some believe swords do not affect them because they are supposedly of noble lineage. Mangak asked the man if he himself thought he could hold his sword with his own hand. Deng replied to our guy this can be checked, and added that he wanted to see whether his hand would fail or if the guy would lose his intestines. Unfortunately, the captain had to let Mangak and Duriang pass through him as he walked past the people. Mangak told Deng to buy him a drink next time. The captain was completely twisted by this. While they were climbing the stairs, Dariang asked Arbe if he knew the captain from before. Arbe replied that he was seeing him for the first time. Darian asked Mangak to explain why Deng would give way to him. Our guy revealed to the investigator he deliberately broke Deng's arm when he shook it, and added that the captain would have to eat with only one hand for some time. Darian was stunned upon hearing this. Our guy asked the man not to react so violently and requested to show the way. He quickly moved forward and told Mangak the commander's office is on the 7th floor. When they reached the 7th floor, 3 men were waiting for them near the entrance. One of them stated that they could not enter the commander's office without an agreement. Our guy and Darian looked at each other in surprise. Mugak asked the guards if they were not tired of their antics yet. He stepped closer and ordered them to step back. The leader among them, the one who looked like the chief, replied that they could not move from their place. Our guy pulled out the order document and showed it to the man, explaining, they stopped the heavenly demon by stopping them. As soon as the man and his subordinates heard this, their confidence vanished. Everyone became nervous. Mugak told the man that he was allowed to look down on them but forbidden to treat the document itself the same way. After that, he mockingly asked if it would be okay for them to look down on the cult leader from above. The men did not know what to answer. All that remained was to tremble with fear. While they were shaking, their commander ordered to drop our guy. In the next scene, we see an elderly man sitting on a chair. He greeted Mevguk. With a smile on his face, Kyong-young asked our guy not to be angry about how his people behave rudely, and added that they are simply very uneducated. Mugak was surprised that the leader of the demonic army appeared before him. He felt in him an infinite, immeasurable level of power. The flow of energy emanating from the man made Darian tremble right before him. Mugak asked Kyong-young to tell his people, if they have time to start a fight with him, they better read a book. The man told our guy that ignoramuses are bold. Mugak explained to the man that this is an ancient saying. He added, in our time, those who have knowledge are braver because they not only know how to devise strategies but also clearly understand what exactly needs to be done. Kyong-young smiled upon hearing this and told our guy that he is already behind the times after he aged. Mugak was surprised to see that the old man remained calm even after he provoked him. Kyong-young asked our guy to tell him why he was assigned to the investigation this time. Mugak replied that he was given the job because his father is trying to punish him. Kyong-young was stunned upon hearing this. Our guy admitted that he made a minor mistake during the hunt. Jeon-young laughed as soon as he heard this. Mugak knew that Chaein-young and his subordinates were probably racking their brains trying to understand why exactly he was appointed as a special officer for the investigation. Kyong-young asked our guy to explain why Nirvana Pavilion had restarted the investigation, and inquired whether someone had sent another anonymous message like last time. Darian told the man that they could not disclose this information to him. As soon as he said this, Mugak immediately confirmed to the commander that he was right. Darian was shocked when he heard how our guy was sharing this information with the man. Chun-yang told our guy that he already knew something like this was bound to happen. Then he explained to Mugak that all sorts of slanders were falling on him because he leads a demonic army composed of dark and rough people, and he added that it was very exhausting. Mugak assured the old man that they would finish the investigation as soon as possible, and asked Chaein-young to be understanding if any inconveniences arose during the check. The hearing dried up when the old man heard this. He laughed and told our guy that he did not care because their bond was too strong. Mugak told the man that it was a long-known fact. Blood Heaven Sword Demon supports his brother. With a smile on his face, Chaein-young told our guy that his brother was a completely different person than him. He assured Mugak that he would support him. With a radiant smile on his face, our guy thanked the old man. He told him that his words made him feel relieved. Mugak informed the man that he would need his cooperation in the next few days. Kyong-young also told our guy that he was counting on him as well. He assured Mugak that after leaving his office, he would prepare a place for him to stay. As soon as he said this, our guy and Darian turned around and decided to leave. Before he could step over the office threshold, Kyong-young told him that he was worried about him. With a cold look in his eyes, Mugak asked the commander if it was about the case when the previous special investigation officer was killed. With a smile on his face, Kyong-young told our guy that he was not talking about that incident. He assured, the heavenly demon would never send his son to the demonic dragon court to die. He explained to Mugak that he was simply worried. Our guy thanked the commander for his concern and took a step forward. As he was leaving the office, Kyong-young did not take his eyes off Mugak, cold as ice. Darian noticed something wrong with our guy. He saw that Mugak was smiling. Our guy immediately understood why his father sent him here. He realized either he or Kyong-young must die. The scene switches and we see Mayang standing next to the heavenly demon while he checks the sword. The advisor told the heavenly demon that the matter was not trivial and that he himself should have taken on this case instead of Mugak. The heavenly demon revealed to his advisor that Mugak informed him, the cult has lost the demon's path. Mi-young froze at what he heard. He could not comprehend how the heavenly demon could send Mugak on such a dangerous mission for this reason alone. he turned to his master and asked him to explain why he gave the mission to our guy. Looking at his sword, the heavenly demon told his advisor that his son must be able to prove his words with actions. Mayang was stunned. It seemed the man already understood his master's plan. The scene switches, and in the corridor of the demonic dragon court hangs a dead bird, as if it was specially hung. The warriors of the demonic army froze upon seeing this. They did not understand why the researchers had hung a dead bird in their corridor. Some called Mugak and Darien disgusting soul runners. While they were bashing with words and shouting, Mugak noticed that those who met them at the entrance and stopped them were the ones complaining the most. As the men continued to shout, a huge guy with a scar on his face said to our guy that a dead crow is already too much. Mugak asked the man who he really was. The giant man introduced himself as the third corps captain of the demon army, and anger blazed in his eyes. He told our guy that his name was Jang Ho. When Daryang used frequency transmission, he informed Mu Guk. Jang Ho is considered the strongest among the corps captains in martial arts, but he is also known for a bad temper. Our guy asked the captain if he had any complaints. Jang Ho got angry upon hearing this. He pointed at the crow and ordered Muguk to explain why he was trying to put something so ominous right where people pass. With a smile on his face, Muguk told the man that someone had thrown the crow on his bed while he was sleeping. He explained to Jang Ho he hung the crow because he thought it was some kind of cultural thing. The captain told our guy that he could have simply punished the one who put the crow on his bed instead of resorting to such a quirky stunt. Muguk glared maliciously at the man as soon as he heard these words. Our guy smiled again and told the captain that he would start with him. Jang Ho did not understand what our guy was talking about. He asked Mugok to explain what he meant. Our guy told Jang Ho that he would start the investigation together with him. The man was surprised to hear this and asked our guy to explain why he chose him specifically. Mugok ordered Daryang to hand over all the records to Jang Ho. He commanded to gather everything related to his finances and all his movements. Hearing this, the man snorted irritably. He approached Mughuk and said that he had no authority to give such orders. Our guy glanced at the man and replied that he indeed had the authority, he could do it. As soon as he said this, Jang Ho angrily stomped his foot on the ground, splitting it with a blow of rage. Mugok told the captain if he wants, let him storm off, just don't forget that he could be charged with treason if he obstructs their investigation. As soon as this was said, the members of Jang Ho's team instantly rushed to stop him, begging, "Stop." While they were begging him, Mugok informed him that the investigation would start with him. With a face full of anger, Jang Ho told our guy that he would see it through to the end. The scene shifts and we see the investigators and Jang Ho inside the room. Dim, after watching the captain for some time, Mugok asked this man to say how much longer he would continue to test him. Jang Ho ordered our guy to explain what exactly he meant. Mugok exposed the man. He was the one behind the anonymous letter. Darien was stunned and could not believe that the letter was sent by the captain himself. He did not understand how our guy came to such a conclusion. Jang He asked Muguk to explain what exactly he was talking about. As soon as he said this, our guy glanced at him with undisguised anger. Seeing that Muguk was certain about everything, the man asked our guy to tell where he got this from. Our guy told the captain that he got involved in yesterday's incident, although he didn't have to. He admitted to the man that he did it so that he would not be suspected by his commander Jang Ho, and he immediately confirmed to our guy that he was right. Muguk explained to the man that he controls most of the fighters in his squad. Our guy was able to notice this because after Jang Ho hung a dead crow, none of the members of his squad laughed or cursed at him. Yan Ho froze when he saw that Muguk also noticed this. Our guy explained to the man his subordinates really care about him, so he should not do anything foolish. Muguk immediately understood. A person who leads a group very differently is unlikely to pass by any corruption in the organization where he himself is. Yan Ho could not utter a word as soon as he heard Muguk's conclusion. Although our guy noticed all this, his assumption had another hidden motive. As soon as Daryang introduced Yan Ho to him through the frequency system, Muguk recalled something from his past life. He remembered the incident where the strongest corps captain of the demonic army died. Our guy quickly realized Jang Ho was killed, so the anonymous letter he sent was meant to solve the problems of the demonic army. Jang Ho told Muguk that he did not know if the letter would work, so he could not confidently specify all the exact details. The captain had no idea that the second young master would be sent to investigate. Our guy asked the man to say what he thinks now that he is already here. The captain apologized to Muguk and admitted that, in his opinion, they were finished. Our guy returned to Daryang and smiled as soon as he heard this. He asked if it was fashionable among the youth to be so honest. Daryang did not understand exactly what Muguk was talking about. He immediately said that both he and Jang Ho were actually older than him. As soon as this was said, our guy involuntarily recalled he had become young again. Muguk turned to Jang Ho and asked him to explain what was happening in the demonic army. The captain explained to our guy that his commander was using the demonic army for his own profit. He told Muguk that Chun Young took money for assassination orders and forced his subordinate to carry out these tasks. Our guy and Daryong were stunned to hear this. Muguk assumed that Sun Yun was simply taking bribes from some martial arts groups. He could not even imagine that the commander would engage in such a crazy affair. Our guy knew. The fact that Sun Yun freely transfers such a number of martial arts masters is already a serious crime in itself, but it is something entirely different when the commander does it solely for financial gain. Darian asked Jang Ho to explain how Kai Anyan could have done such a thing at all. Our guy told this man that the commander is capable of this, regulating the number of fighters in the demonic army, and he assured Darian that most likely the First Corps are doing this. Jang Ho even shuddered seeing that Muguk was capable of knowing such things and asked our guy to tell where he had learned about it. Muguk informed the captain that he managed to understand everything from their reaction. According to our guy, members of the First Corps were the first to stop them and also the ones who cursed them the most after seeing the dead raven. Muguk asked Jang Ho how he figured out it was the First Corps. The man became worried and upset as soon as he heard this question. He confessed to our guy that the combat master who killed himself after killing the previous special investigator was his friend. Moreover, he was the first person to send the anonymous letter. Muguk asked Jang Ho to tell how close he was to this man. With a trembling voice, the captain revealed to our guy he and his friend joined the cult at the same time, and he said that for him this friend is almost like family. Muguk asked the man to name the one he considers responsible for the death of his friend. Jang Ho explained to our guy that his commander probably gave the order, and Captain Gyu Dang personally, with his own hands, killed his friend. The boy realized that if Jang Ho's words were true, he was facing a huge corruption case involving the commander of the demonic army and the entire First Corps. Since Kai Anyang was ready to kill the investigator, the boy wondered, did his father and Mayang really know nothing about this matter? Muguk understood that the heavenly demon and the advisor had already somewhat realized what was happening. The boy knew. His father sent him here for this very reason. Muguk could not believe that his father was trying to find out whether he could resolve the incident, even though he would have to stand against the commander of the demonic army. The boy told the captain that he had found himself a truly good friend. Jang Ho told the boy that he should do something when his friend dies if he is also a good friend. With sadness in his eyes, Muguk thanked Jang Ho for his courage. The captain was impressed upon hearing this, and he began to cry. While watching Jang Ho cry, Mevuk felt for the first time that he had some hope for their lost demonic path. Looking at the man, our boy reminded himself, the heavenly demon cult he wants to create must be a place where people like Jang Ho get important positions. And although Jang Ho died in his past life, Muguk assured himself that he would not let this happen again. Therefore, the main reason for his regression is to save people who should not die. In the next scene, we see Muguk and Darian leaving the demonic dragon court. The investigator told our boy that he was not at all like the rumors about him. Muguk was surprised to hear this. He asked Darian to tell him exactly what rumors he had heard about him. The investigator was nervous when he heard this. He did not know how to tell our boy about the rumors, so Muguk revealed that the rumors say he is not suitable to become a heavenly demon. As soon as he said these words, he immediately apologized to our boy. Hearing this, Muguk smiled. He told the man that the rumors were actually a compliment. Darian was stunned. He asked our boy to explain exactly what he meant. Muguk explained to the investigator he does not consider it praise to be fit to become a heavenly demon. He told the man that their cult does not need to be held under the power of any fear or terror. A light breeze slipped past him. Muguk told the man that it was already time for their cult to change. Darian was stunned to hear this. He never expected our boy to say such a thing. As he walked forward, Muguk silently promised himself he would change the cult. Our boy knew that he had to change the cult to stop the extermination, both of his family and of the cult itself. The next day, we see a chubby man in the same clothes as Darian. He was also an investigator. The investigator rushed towards Muguk, told the boy that some trouble had happened, and ordered him to follow immediately. The man led Muguk through the corridor of the Demon Dragon Judicial Chamber. As soon as they reached the corridor, the boy froze in shock, seeing what had happened here. Muguk saw members of the Nirvana Pavilion bleeding on the floor. Darian and another man were bleeding from the head, with the second looking unconscious. Two from the Nirvana Pavilion were tightly gripping swords and ready to defend themselves. Nearby in front of the investigators stood members of the demonic army, also with swords in hand, on alert. The boy ordered them not to move, approached Darian, and asked if he was seriously injured. Darian assured our boy that he was fine. He explained to him that his colleague had been seriously injured. When Mugak touched the man, he noticed that his ribs were broken. Our guy ordered the other men to take the unconscious man and carry him to the infirmary. One of the men holding a sword quickly laid the unconscious man on his back and carried him away. As soon as they left, Mugak turned to the members of the demonic army. He asked Deng if he was the one who wounded those people. With a defiant look, the captain told our guy that he was right. Mugak asked the captain to explain the reason why he caused harm to the investigator of the Nirvana Pavilion. Deng told our guy that the investigator bumped into his shoulder in the corridor and walked away without apologizing, and told Muguku that he put the man in his place for his behavior. Muguk easily saw through Deng's words. He told the man that he was sure he had deliberately encountered the investigator, and also promised Deng that he would never let the man go, even if he apologized. Instead of rejecting this accusation, Deng laughed and told our guy that he was right. As soon as he did, Muguk told him that they are poison. The captain was even surprised upon hearing this. He could not understand the words of our boy, so he asked Muguk to explain what exactly he meant. With a deadly cold look, Muguk told Deng that his subordinates were already poisoned for him. The captain was even surprised to hear this and asked our guy to explain why he was talking such nonsense. With a focused, overly serious look, Muguk asked the captain if he had killed several members of their cult last year in the same way. Our guy told Deng that he had killed 3 after a fight with him in a bar 2 years ago. Those Deng fought were only low-ranking martial arts masters. Until everything escalated into disaster, the demonic army covered up what had happened from the captain. With a confident smile on his face, Deng told our guy that there are too many fools in the cult who do not respect the demonic army. Looking serious, Muguk asked Deng if he understood that he had the authority to carry out an execution. Deng and the other members were surprised to hear this and immediately became nervous. The captain laughed and told Muguk that he did not care what power he had. Then he looked at our guy and asked if he was even capable of carrying out executions. Our guy was not surprised by Deng's answer. He had already anticipated it because it was about this very poison. Mevguk knew only fools behave like this when they are well aware of how those around them see them. Of course, such a situation should have made Deng nervous, but instead he held himself well in front of his subordinates. Muguk realized that the captain's head was too high with his own pride, and Deng did not even imagine on what stage he was standing. When our guy stepped forward, Deng's subordinates put their hands on their swords and took a combat stance. The men were ready to attack. With a confident smile on his face, Deng told our guy that if he messes with him, he messes with the entire demonic army, and asked Muguk if he had enough courage to do that. Our guy decided to tease this man. He told the captain that he was better than him because he did not hide behind his subordinates. The captain raised his right hand and told Muguk that he was wounded because of some coward, then asked our guy to consider himself lucky. Our guy raised his right hand. He told Deng that he would not use his right hand. He asked the man if he would fight him now. Hearing this, the captain was quite surprised. He told our guy that he would probably tell Heavenly Demon what exactly happened after the injury. And when Deng's comrades heard this, they laughed. Muguk swore to the captain that he would not hold him responsible for anything that happens. He assured him that nothing would happen to him even if he died here. Darian was surprised to hear this. He did not understand what exactly Muguk was trying to do. Deng smiled as soon as he heard this. He raised the sword with his left hand and ordered our guy to start the fight. As soon as he said this, Darian turned on the frequency transmission to let Muguk understand. The captain is ambidextrous. He explained that Deng is able to hold the sword with his left hand as skillfully as with his right. Our guy realized that this was why the captain was so confident. Muguk stuck the sword into his left hand and took a fighting stance. Daryong and the rest of the demon army fighters looked surprised at how steady and composed our guy was holding himself. As soon as Muguk took the stance, Deng slashed the air with his sword and rushed at him. Our guy easily dodged the blow. The captain's sword hit the floor and shattered the brick. Deng instantly turned to the side and tried to stab Muguk, who was right next to the wall. Our guy effortlessly parried the blows and landed on the floor. As soon as his foot touched the floor, Muguk immediately changed stance and with a sword strike cut off Deng's left hand. A proud man screamed wildly in pain. While he was screaming, Muguk struck him in the face with the hilt of his sword. The attack shattered the man's face. When blood flowed from his nose, the captain fell to the ground. Seeing this, the fighters from Deng's group irritably drew sword from its sheath and, rushing forward, began to defend their captain. Darian froze upon seeing this. He called out to our guy. Muguk turned and with a single swing of his sword laid 3 men before him. stabbing them in different places. The people didn't even have time to realize what had happened. All three fell to the ground. Daryong and the rest of the demon army fighters were also stunned by what they saw. Muguk ordered the other squad members, the guilt of those who just died is treason against the state. Hearing this, the rest of the men began to get nervous. While our guy was looking at the men, he heard someone begging, "Spare me." When our guy turned around, he saw Dang. He was trembling, lying on the ground. Muguk asked the idiot if he understood what had happened to the families of the people he killed in the bar fight. The captain did not know what to answer. Our guy was not surprised by this. He already knew that the man was indifferent. Muguk told the idiot that those families had lost a father, a son, and a husband. He asked Dang if those families would be able to continue living an ordinary life. Dang trembled as soon as he heard this and told our guy that he was wrong. Muguk asked him to be quiet. He raised his leg, and with all his might struck to crush Daegu's head. The entire demonic army and Daryong were stunned. They had no idea that our guy would kill the captain. With horror on his face, Mevguk addressed the dead body of Dang and asked who gave him the right to kill members of the cult. In the next scene, a flawlessly beautiful woman playing a musical instrument, and each note seemed to envelop the space. Several women danced to the music the performer was drawing out. The women were in the same room together with Muguk and the demonic commander. Qian Yang poured Arbai a drink, and he asked Muguk about the troubles he got into while he was downstairs. Arbai explained to the man that he got involved in the conflict unintentionally. The demonic commander gloomily noted that it was a bit sad. His first corps captain had died. He told our guy that there was no choice, they would have to release Dango because there was too much suspicion around him. Miyaguk shuddered upon hearing this. He suddenly realized Qianyang was complete trash. It was incomprehensible how the commander could slander someone who served him instead of avenging the captain. Qianyang, on the contrary, was trying to portray him as a criminal. Taking a sip, the demonic commander explained to Muguk, even if Deng died during the investigation, he still remains the captain of the demonic army. After that, he warned Arbai that it would be very difficult for him if their group decided to raise this issue. Kaiyan Yang placed the glass on the table and told Mevgok that it would be better to bring the whole matter to an end. The commander assured Argai the death of the captain and 3 of his subordinates is enough to close the case. Argai thanked the man for his prudence. Hiding anxiety in his gaze, Muguk replied that he himself wants to complete the matter with dignity. Then he revealed to Chihinyang he has only one problem. The man glanced at Muguk as soon as he heard this. He asked Argai to share the problem with him. Muguk explained to the man that he has no evidence. He addressed the commander and said he came for an official investigation but has nothing to back up his words for his superior. Chun Yang poured into his glass again, then asked Mu Guk if it was possible to just invent some evidence. Argai explained to the man that this is impossible. He conveyed the words of Chung Young that in the letters they receive they are informed. External requests are fulfilled for money. Mu Guk told the man that this problem will not be so easily closed. With a serious look, our guy told the man, to close the whole case, evidence is needed. Of course, Muguk actually wanted the commander to give him enough evidence to close the case. In the next scene, we see Darian surprised to see our guy. The man asked Muguk to tell him why he came to such a place. Our guy did not understand why Darian was so surprised, so he replied that he came to see the wounded. Darian explained to Muguk that the demonic doctor is currently treating his colleague. He thanked our guy for calling the demonic doctor so that he would come to his colleague. Muguk reminded the man that they are colleagues, even if he is a temporary researcher. Darian was even surprised upon hearing this. While they were talking, someone asked if our guy had already arrived. A gray-haired man came out from the patient's ward. This was the demonic doctor. He was considered the most skilled doctor in the cult, but he did not treat all subjects. He cared only for a few truly important people. Muguk asked him how the researcher was feeling. Then the doctor told our guy that the man's life was not in danger, and that the researcher would have to recover a bit before he could return to work. Our guy explained to the doctor that the man was injured while diligently performing his duties for the cult. Muguk asked the old man to apply the best medicine for investigators. The demonic doctor assured our guy that he would do everything in his power. While he was talking to the old man, Muguk noticed something strange. Our guy did not understand why the investigators were smiling at him so radiantly. He felt that something was wrong. Smiling warmly, the chubby investigator thanked our guy for the help. After hearing the man's words of gratitude, Muguk left the room. The scene changes, and we see our guy and Darian walking down the corridor. The Inquisitor asked our guy to relay what exactly the demonic commander said. Muguk explained to the man that Soing Young wants them to stop the investigation and return each to their place, and Darien was ordered to accuse Deng as the main culprit. What he heard shocked the Inquisitor. He could not believe that the commander would behave this way when his most important subordinate had just died. Mugak corrected him, explaining that Deng was not the most important subordinate, but only the one who was used the most. Our guy assured Darien that soon someone else would take Deng's place. Darien asked Mugak if he had a plan. Our guy admitted to the Inquisitor that he had already set a bait for Qiang Yang. Mugak told Darien that he wanted to see what Chun Yang would do. The Inquisitor looked at the bait in surprise. The very fact of the plan confused him. With a confident smile on his face, our guy said to the Inquisitor, "He will let us know as soon as the commander bites on his bait." Darien asked Mevguk to say exactly what he wanted him to do, all with a smile on his face. Mevguk, in turn, suggested to the investigator to have a drink with him. The man was surprised to hear this, and the smile on his face did not disappear. Darien told our guy that the drinks were on him. Our guy was glad that the man accepted his offer. The next day, we see a whole pile of books on Muguk's table. Duriang explained to our guy that the demonic army had given them these books. He revealed to Muguk that in Deng's house they found journals with murder requests and papers with banknotes worth thousands of nyangs. Muguk smiled when he heard this, and he was pleased to see that the commander had bitten his bait. Our guy asked Darien to find the smartest person in the First Corps, the one who is strangely clever and knowledgeable. Muguk explained to the investigator that this is exactly the one who did all that they are now seeing. Our guy got up from his chair. He explained to Darien that he would go to meet the demonic commander to buy him some time to find that smart one. The scene changes. We see Muguk in the commander's office. Our guy informed him that they had obtained evidence found in the house of the first captain. Quinyan laughed upon hearing this. He told Muguk that only one thing remained: to celebrate everything with drinks. The commander assured our guy that he had already reserved the place where they last drank together. Before the man could continue, Muguk interrupted him and said that they had a problem. Kaiyan Yan frowned upon hearing the words and asked our guy to explain exactly what problem they had already managed to leave behind. Our guy told the man that the demonic army had found evidence and added that Cyan Yan must independently find the evidence. The commander asked Muguk whether the origin of this evidence was really that important. Our guy assured the man that the chief advisor was not a fool, and Muguk explained to Kaihanian, if Mayan finds out that the evidence was provided by the demonic army, he will begin to suspect the investigation and its result. The commander suddenly realized the guy was not mistaken. He asked Muguk to explain what they were actually capable of. Our guy told the commander that they would have to pretend for some time that they were really conducting an investigation. He informed Kaiyang Yang that they would carry out a large-scale investigation for only one day. Muguk asked the commander to cooperate with him. Sayang Yang became wary upon hearing this. He stared at our guy, and a strange expression froze on his face. Seeing the expression on the commander's face, Muguk told him that he actually had no intention of conducting any investigation. He assured Changyan that the investigation was only a formality, and they only needed to obtain a few ordinary official documents. The commander decided not to interrogate our guy. He told him that he would ask his subordinates to cooperate with him. Hearing this, Muguk smiled. Our guy never needed any top-secret documents from the demonic army. He was searching for the first papers used to hire members of the demonic army, and at the same time looking for wills left behind by those who went on dangerous missions, all in order to examine the handwriting and find out exactly who made the entries in the request logs. The scene switches and we see a member of the First Corps tied to a chair. He looked weaker than the others in his unit. His name was Yungu, and his voice trembled when he spoke. Yanggu asked Muguk to explain why he had captured him. Our guy explained to the man that he was taken prisoner because he was the one who forged the assassination logs that were sent to them. With a nervous expression on his face, Young said to Muguk that he did not know what he was talking about. Our guy explained to the man that he never expected him to understand anything about it because he was just following orders. He asked Young to be honest and tell him who exactly gave him the orders, with a nervous expression on his face and noticeable tension. The man replied that he had never done anything like that and had never received any orders. Muguk explained to the man that he understood. He was afraid because the demonic commander could kill him. To Young's surprise, our guy told him that he could leave. Our guy told the man that he could not force him to wait because he had no intention of answering his questions. Muguk explained to Young that he did not like torturing someone who was just following orders. Yang Gu was surprised by this. Our guy told the man that he and the investigators would safely leave the demonic dragon court and added that Chung Young would eventually kill him anyway. Young shuddered as soon as he heard this. He asked our guy to tell him exactly what he was talking about. Our guy explained to the man that the commander had probably already heard that he was taken prisoner. Then he asked Young to tell him what would happen if he left the building unharmed. With a cold look in his eyes, Muguk told the man that the commander would most likely think that he had already told them everything. Our guy told the man that he should know how the commander would respond to such a situation. Young began to get scared when he heard this. In the next scene, we see Darian talking to our guy. The researcher informed Muguk. Jang Ho had previously informed them that Chin Young was the one who ordered the killing of the researcher from the Nirvana Pavilion and another of his like-minded associates. According to the researcher, the executor of the order was Go Deng. He was already dead, and the demonic commander had also committed many brutal acts. Darian told our guy that the commander has already killed many people. However, Tsung Yang would never allow himself to be arrested just like that. Muguk informed the investigator that he does not plan to arrest the commander. Darian shuddered upon hearing this. With a cold look in his eyes, our guy told the investigator that he will kill Kaiyan Yang. Darian was shocked to hear this. Our guy explained to this man that the sword demon from Blood Heaven will make a move as soon as the demonic commander is arrested. He will not watch his own brother be executed. The situation will become too complicated if the old man intervenes. Then Muguk explained to the investigator that there will be plenty of forged evidence to prove that no one ordered Deng to commit these crimes. All crimes will be pinned on Deng, and many slanders and intrigues will also be raised against our guy. Most importantly, if the commander is allowed to leave, there will be people killed to keep this crime quiet. Muguk warned the investigator that Jang Ho, who wrote the letter, will eventually die too. All members of the Third Corps will be destroyed as well for trying to protect their leader. Our guy assured Darian that he is also on this list. The man turned pale with fear upon hearing these words. With a grim, focused expression, Muguk explained to Darian that the situation will be different if the demonic commander dies during the arrest. The only thing left to do then is to prove his crimes. Darian got nervous when he heard this. He asked our guy if he would be safe, and told him that the sword demon from Blood Heaven will definitely seek revenge. Muguk stood up and told the man that not everyone seeks revenge when their family dies, especially someone like the Blood Heaven sword demon. The old man is not the type to waste his life on revenge. Darian saw our guy walking toward the door and asked, "Where is he going?" Smiling, Muguk replied to the man that he was going to kill the commander of the demonic army. Darian stiffened upon hearing this, so he asked our guy if he was going right now. In the next scene, we see Muguk drinking together with the commander in a room. Our guy told the man that thanks to his help, they managed to complete the investigation. Kaiyan Yang told our guy that he was glad because the investigation was finally over. He spoke to Muguk differently. He was sad because now that everything was finished, they would have to part ways. Muguk assured the commander that he would definitely repay his kindness in the future when he became the successor. Kaiyan Yang told our guy that he was the one indebted to Muguk. He added to Muguk that he would not forget his kindness as the investigation went smoothly without any problems. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He was sure that Chung Yang would never forget this case. He knew that such a greedy man would never forget the huge losses he suffered in that story. Muguk raised the bottle and told the man that they should drink to the investigation reaching its end. Kaiyan Yang smiled and also raised his glass. Meanwhile, he was pouring liqueur for the man. Muguk asked the man to explain why he did it. The commander ordered our guy to explain what exactly he meant. With a cold look, Muguk reminded the commander he should have had enough money long ago to use it until he died of old age. Our guy then asked the man why he was so greedy, to the point of unleashing the demonic army to accept requests for money. Kaiyan even shuddered upon hearing this. He placed the cup on the table and told our guy that he knew nothing about it, and also told Muguk that the question would have to be asked first to the late first captain of the corps. Our guy smiled when he heard this and told the commander that the doll could not know anything. With a very serious expression, Chaeyoung Yang asked our guy to tell him what he was even talking about. With a smile on his face, Muguk told the man that he was curious about what exactly he thought. Our guy explained to the man that he did not expect much from him, since inside him there was complete impenetrable darkness. He told Hyun Yang that his body must be filled with greed that would never be satisfied. Hearing this, Kaiyan Yang squeezed the cup so hard that it cracked. With a terrible smile on his face, the commander asked Muguk if he had gone mad. Our guy took a sip of his alcohol and told the commander that he himself was crazy for taking on so many assassination orders. As soon as he said this, Chun Yun released his energy. He ordered Mu-guk that enough of this nonsense and with his power smashed the table and everything around. Our guy was not even surprised, he just continued drinking and stared at the man. While Chunyun fiercely burned him with his gaze, our guy noticed something strange. When he looked down, he saw a sword sticking out of his own chest. Muguk used the fifth technique of the art of sword flying. This technique is known as the Heavenly Strike. Having finished drinking, he threw the cup aside and smashed it on the ground. He stood up and told Chunyun that he was arrested on charges of abusing the demonic army for his own private motives and for more than 20 murders, or for inciting these murders. Hearing this, the commander smiled and told Muguk that he never intended to take him into custody. Muguk smiled upon hearing this and told the man that he would be executed anyway. He asked Chio and Yang to leave this world for the sake of those who would live on. As soon as he said this, he drew his sword and snatched it from the commander's hand. The man spat out blood and lost all his strength. In the next scene, we see investigators and members of the Third Corps in a room, each shocked by what they saw before them. They were overwhelmed with horror when they saw the dead body of the commander on the chair. Muguk told the people before him that the commander of the demonic army died resisting arrest for the serious crimes he committed. The men did not know how to react to these words. Our guy asked Darien to arrest all members of the First Corps and imprison them, explaining that the case would be officially investigated. The investigator accepted Muguk's order. Our guy called out to Jang Ho and said, "Everyone under his command, except any members of the First Corps, must assist the Nirvana Pavilion investigators in arresting the First Corps." Muguk explained to the people that he had received authority to take full control of the case. He declared that his orders were equal to the orders of the heavenly demons. Muguk told the people to carry out his orders immediately. Jang Ho folded his hands and accepted the orders of our guys. Darien and Jang Ho both were nervous as soon as they received the orders of our guys. Muguk smiled as soon as he saw the expression on the men's faces. The scene changes, we see how Mevguk enters the pavilion of the heavenly demon. Inside, the heavenly demon, the chief advisor, and the sword demon Blood Heaven Sword. As Muguk moved towards the men, he noticed that the Blood Heaven Sword demon was staring intently at him. Our guy also stared boldly at that man. Muguk greeted the father and Mayang. He also greeted the Blood Heaven Sword demon. The old man asked our guy if he was alright. Muguk replied that he wanted to know exactly what had happened. Our guy told the old man that everything was already recorded in his reports, so all that remained was to simply read them. However, the old man insisted. He wanted to hear it directly from him. Hearing this, our guy was quite surprised. He turned to the father and the advisor. Since they were just observing, Muguk immediately understood. They really wanted to hear his answer. Our guy explained to Bloodhaven's sword demon that it turned out his brother committed serious crimes. He told this man that the commander tried to kill him during the arrest. He apologized to Bloodhaven's sword demon for his brother's death. The old man calmed our guy down, saying everything was fine. He said that the brother really deserved punishment if he committed a crime. After that, the man addressed Muguk and said that he did not understand something. With a stern expression, Bloodhaven's sword demon explained to our guy that although his brother was miserable, he was by no means stupid enough to attack him when all his crimes had already been exposed. Hearing this, Muguk realized the commander most likely, after being caught, asked his older brother for help. Our guy saw that Bloodhaven's sword demon probably already knows that the commander killed his brother and is trying to immediately nip the problem in the bud. Our guy told the old man that he himself did not understand how it all happened. His brother probably never accepted the idea that he was caught not by someone equal to him, but by someone younger than him. Bloodhaven's sword demon revealed to Muguk that even before he arrived there, he saw his brother's body. He told our guy that his brother was pierced in the chest with a single strike. Then he praised Muguk for exceptional combat skill. The old man could not believe that our guy was able to kill his brother with a single strike. Our guy told the man that it happened thanks to his father, and explained to Bloodhaven's sword demon that Tziang Young could not use all his strength because he was confused by rage and anxiety. The old man, smiling, thanked Muguk for telling the truth and admitted he finally feels relief. Our guy told the man that he actually feels guilty just talking. Muguk noticed that Kayampa does not even show any signs of anger. The guy was sure the old man's rage should have already reached its limit after he killed his disciple and even his own brother. The old man turned to the heavenly demon. Two men stared intently at each other. The heavenly demon addressed the blood sky sword demon. He needed to rest to prepare for the funeral. After that, he asked the old man to leave. Zoompa bowed his head and thanked his master for his care. The old man descended the stairs and passed by our boy. Muguk wondered if Kayampa wanted to tell his father that he had gone too far. He thought the old man wanted to ask the heavenly demon if they needed to solve this problem in exactly this way. When Kayampa left, Mayang praised our boy for completing the mission and told him that the evidence he gathered was strong and enough to close the case without any complications. The advisor asked Muguk if he was hurting anywhere or if he was affected somewhere. With a smile on his face, our boy thanked his father and the advisor for their care. When Young called out to Mevguk, it seemed like he was about to say something to him. Our boy asked the man if everything was all right, but the advisor asked the boy to forget about it. As soon as he said this, someone approached Muguk. He had a box in his hands. Mayang told Muguk that his father wanted to reward him for his hard work. When the man opened the box, a long katana in black sheaths appeared before us. Muguk stiffened as soon as he saw the sword. The advisor told our boy in front of his eyes that Heavenly Demon had gifted him the black demonic sword. The black demonic sword is one of the most valuable swords in the cult, and it resembles the white demonic sword. Our boy smiled as he took the sword. He turned to his father and told him it would be better if he gave him the white demon sword because it suits his detached nature. With a serious expression, Heavenly Demon informed his son that the black demonic sword suits him best. Muguk drew the sword from its sheath, and as soon as our boy touched the hilt, the sword released its energy. Muguk had no idea that the sword could release such cold energy, despite not having infused any power into it. The cult leader stared at his son as soon as he saw him draw the sword. Menchun was surprised to see this. Yes, he understood. When his son looked happy, the master felt pride. Our boy returned the sword to its sheath. He told his father that the reward seemed too great. The advisor assured Muguk that he truly deserved the sword. He revealed to him that the problem with the demonic commander was the cult's most troublesome issue, and finally told our guy that he did not expect such a clean resolution from him. He turned to the Heavenly Demon and asked if he had expected Muguk to handle the matter exactly like that. The Heavenly Demon replied to the man he believes his son will have the luck to survive. He also said he did not know that our guy was capable of solving this matter. Of course, Muguk easily saw through his father. He knew that the Heavenly Demon sent him there because they truly believed in him. The Heavenly Demon knew that our guy had mastered the techniques of the blazing sword. He also knew that Muguk had swallowed the pill of demonic essence. He was sure that his son would not die so easily. Our guy saw that his father never expected the commander's death. While thinking, Muguk understood why his father gave him the sword. The Heavenly Demon was at that moment making a statement to the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. He was letting the Elder understand. He acknowledges everything he has done for the cult, but the best thing is not to touch his son because of that incident. When Muguk realized his father's intentions, he clasped his hands together and thanked him for giving him the weapon. With a smile on his face, our guy thanked the Heavenly Demon for revealing the meaning of the sword to him. When the cultist mentor saw that his son understood the significance of the weapon, he was surprised and ordered him to leave. Our guy immediately stepped over the threshold of the building. Nearby, someone said that it was nice in the sun. This person asked him to take a short break with him before leaving. When Muguk turned aside, he saw the Blood Sky Sword Demons sitting on the floor next to a small garden. Our guy was not surprised at all to see the old man. He already knew Kayampa would not have left so easily. While Mevguk was walking towards him, Kayampa saw the black demonic sword on his belt. Our guy sat next to the man and said that this summer feels hotter than usual. As soon as our guy sat down, Kayampa released his power and a terrible look flashed on his face. Bloodhaven Sword Demon Muguk, you cursed coward, and demanded that he tell what gave him the courage to set an ambush and kill his brother. Our guy shuddered seeing what was happening. Kyanpa promised to tear him limb from limb and give him to his brother's grave. The flowers around them began to wither as soon as the old man's energy touched the petals. It was hard for Muguk to withstand the energy of this man. As soon as the Blood Sky Sword Demon struck back, he already began to smile. He asked Muguk if he should have told him this earlier. As soon as these words left his mouth, the old man tried to push the sword's hilt closer to our guy's body. Muguk immediately stopped the man with his hand. Our guy also released his energy, and a terrible expression froze on his face. He called Blood Heaven Sword Demon a useless old man who only aged without any maturity and asked Kayampa what gave him the right to disrupt the order in the cult for his own whims. Muguk told the old man if he does anything for his spoiled brother, he will chop his body and grind it to dust. Blood Heaven Sword Demon shuddered, feeling the energy of our guy. He never expected him to behave the same way as he did. As soon as our guy said this, he withdrew his energy and smiled. Manhwa informed the old man that he would have responded the same way if he had spoken exactly like that. Blood Heaven Sword Demon was quite shocked to see this. He began laughing like a madman. The power of his laughter was quite palpable, so Manhwa even had to cover his ears, and others in the cult could also feel that energy. When he stopped laughing, Manhwa turned to our guy and said that for his sake, he should be softer with his brother. Manhwa revealed to the man that he had done everything possible to settle matters properly. He explained to him that he wanted to finish everything so that Yang would step down from his position. Our guy replied to the old man, "The brother crossed the line too far, as if that line did not exist for him at all." Kayampa accepted Manhwa's explanation. Manhwa could understand that Blood Heaven Sword Demon knew how his brother had rotted inside the demonic army. He asked the old man to explain why he still had done nothing. The man explained to our guy that Yang would not listen to him. He told Manhwa that he himself was not so pure either. Then, with sadness in his eyes, Kayampa revealed the truth to our guy. When he heard that his brother was dead, he actually felt relieved, and he was glad that Yang would no longer stand in his way. Manhwa was shocked to hear this. He never expected that Blood Heaven Sword Demon would be honest about his relationship with his brother. Our guy told the old man that he understood exactly how he felt. Kayampa froze upon hearing this. Our guy explained to him that he would probably feel the same if he found out that his older brother had died. He said he would breathe a sigh of relief because he wouldn't have to kill his brother himself. Kayampa could not believe what he was hearing. He immediately understood Manhwa was serious. The cold expression on his face left no doubt. Our guy had no idea what exactly Blood Heaven Sword Demon saw in him when he looked. The old man seemed to notice something about Manhwa. He stood up and said that a hot year awaited them. As he walked away, Kayampa told our guy that he was lucky. He was not so weak to the heat. Manhwa glanced at the old man and watched him go, still unable to understand what Blood Heaven Sword Demon was thinking. Although he claimed to feel relief over his brother's death, it did not change the main fact. Our guy was still his brother's killer. Manhwa was sure the man was still plotting something to kill him. The boy looked up and could not guess whether the old man would allow everything to dissolve like clouds in the sky. Whatever happened, Manhwa did not regret his decision. A moment and the scene changes. We see our guy in the training room. Manhwa draws his sword, and those first seconds after receiving a new one are the most important. The sword seems to consult with its warrior. The highest sword, the black demonic sword, communicates on a level unreachable by other swords. And although the sword will not abandon its warrior if the victory does not go as planned, the full combat power of the sword will not be able to break out. Manhwa smiled as he pulled the sword closer to himself. He greeted it and declared that from now on he was its master. As soon as our guy said this, he immediately took a stance. Manhwa took a deep breath and decided to pour his energy into sword. As soon as he did this, the sword began to release his energy outward. Manhwa was shocked by what he saw. He felt that this was completely different from usual. Our guy liked this new feeling. He decided to train with this weapon, showing his new weapon the sword technique, carefully guiding the blade. Moving the sword, Manhwa told the black demonic sword that they would survive for some time thanks to this technique, and promised to later show his sword incredible martial arts. Our guy continued training until night. When the guard brought him food, she saw that her master was completely focused. She decided not to disturb him. Manhwa continued testing the sword without making any pause. The next day we see our guy leaving his own house. When Manhwa raised his head, he was struck by what he saw our guy. He noticed that many martial arts masters had gathered at his doorstep. These martial arts masters were sword demons. Manhwa did not know whether the sword demon Blood Heavens had ordered his people to come, or if they came on their own. When the men began releasing power, our guy immediately felt they were set against him, all of them, as one, directed demonic energy straight at him. He understood that if he accepted such a level of demonic power, he would suffer internal injuries. The sword demons pushed their energy into our guy. Manhwa clenched his teeth and stood his ground. He realized that the sword demons were trying to scare him and turn him into a coward who could not leave his home. While he was struggling in a close fight, our guy suddenly remembered something. He quickly activated the technique known as Meridian Enhancement. As soon as it happened, his body flared with a soft glow. This Meridian Enhancement technique is a secret technique. It strengthens the meridians when several martial arts masters release their energy and strike every corner of the target's body. The more such masters there are, the more effective the technique becomes. Manhwa believed that this was the best moment to use the technique and become stronger. Our guy clenched his teeth as the sword of Demanga pushed their energy into him. He wanted the men to give him even more. While they poured their energy into him, Mugak slowly descended the stairs. He was absorbing it. The demon swordsmen froze. They could not believe that our guy could really go on like that, despite everything. Energy spread through the veins of Mugaka. As he stepped forward, the meridian strengthening technique passed the second stage and moved to the third. Our guy did not flinch. He closed his eyes and continued absorbing the energy of the demon swordsmen, as if he craved more and more. Demon swordsmen became nervous when they saw how Mugak was moving. They could not comprehend what was happening. The men were already slowly losing strength. Mugak continued to drain their energy. The meridian strengthening technique had passed the fourth stage and was now heading to the fifth, final one. While he was waiting for the technique to reach the final stage, the boy noticed. He no longer felt any energy. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the sword demons no longer released their energy. All the men seemed to be afraid of our boy. The man standing in front of Mugak looked overly nervous. With a cold gaze, our boy stared at the man. The poor guy shuddered even more as soon as he saw the expression on his face. He, along with the other sword demons, cleared the way for you, Guk. Our boy passed by the martial arts masters. Walking forward, Mugak smiled. He was happy because he saw that the sword demons recognized his strength. The scene changes and we see our boy at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. He was intently looking at his father's chair. While he was looking at the chair, someone asked if he wanted to sit. Mevgok was surprised to hear the voice of this person. He was stunned when he saw the heavenly demon in front of him. Mugak did not know when the man appeared in the pavilion. He told his father that he did not want to be trapped in sword. The heavenly demon asked his son to stop trying to sound too sophisticated again. He went up the stairs and called his son to follow. When Muhak went up the stairs, the father ordered him to sit. No sooner had our boy sat down than the heavenly demon asked him to describe how it felt. Mevguk looked over the building from above. He turned to the side and glanced at the demon statue standing nearby. Our boy told his father what he thought. He should be happy, but in fact he felt nothing. The heavenly demon confessed to his son he felt the same way. Mugak recalled that his father had to kill numerous people, even his own brother, to reach this place. He asked what exactly his father felt if it was not excitement. While our boy was thinking, the father revealed to him that the sword demons want to search for him themselves, and added that Kayampa never asked them to do anything. Mugak exhaled in surprise. He never thought his father even knew about what had happened. Our boy explained to the heavenly demon he pretended to be strong when enduring the energy thrown at him. He did not let himself be crushed, but as soon as Mugak left, the boy began to tremble. The heavenly demon asked his son if the sword demons were really that terrifying. Our boy clenched his fist and told his father. He was afraid that his judgment was wrong and that he had decided everything in vain. According to Mughuk, if among the sword demons someone got angry and rushed into battle against him, he could die right there. Even if he survived after killing the sword demons, he still wouldn't be able to become the successor. Our guy confessed to his father. He is scared by the very thought that another moment might come when the decision depends on everything. Muguk told his father that he actually missed him precisely when these thoughts overwhelmed him. Our guy did not understand why he should be sad. It did not add up for him. The heavenly demon told his son, demonic people do not look back, they look forward and move on. Our guy was quite surprised to hear this. He could not believe that his father was trying to comfort him with words. Mughuk smiled as soon as he thought about it. Our guy turned back to the statue and told his father that he was thinking about something else the whole time. He advised his father to remake the demon statue into a statue of a beautiful woman. He said they could carve a statue of the famous central plain, so that flowers would be planted there. With a smile on his face, Mughuk wanted to suggest a few more ideas to his father. Seeing the expression on his father's face, he immediately fell silent. The heavenly demon looked at his son as if he was babbling nonsense. Mughuk immediately stood up and told his father that it would be better for him to leave before he continued to talk nonsense. Our boy went down the stairs. Before leaving the pavilion, Mughuk turned around with a cold look in his eyes. Our boy asked his father if he could kill Blood Heavenly Sword Demon. Hearing this, the expression on Heavenly Demon's face changed. The Heavenly Demon laughed as soon as he heard what his son said. With a smile on his face, he explained, against the blood-sharp sword, the demon has no chance. Mughuk smiled in response. He asked his father to name the reason why he sowed discord between him and the old man if he did not want them to fight. The boy told his father he must take responsibility for his actions. The heavenly demon revealed to Mughuk that he would appoint him leader of the Nirvana Pavilion. Our boy was stunned to hear this. He could not believe that his father wanted to make him head of the inspection bureau. The heavenly demon, without losing his smile, asked Mughuk if everything was all right. he reminded him it was he himself who said he wanted discipline and order in the cult. Our boy did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that his father wanted to use him to resolve matters he had postponed. He could not believe that his father was sending him to a place where he could die. Mugak looked intently at his father's face and decided to stop guessing his intentions. He realized that it was better for him to make decisions based on what he hears and sees. Heavenly Demon is the one who leaves information on the wall for his children, but he can also use the children for something dangerous if they are capable of handling it. Mugak clenched his fist and told his father that he wanted him to go out and kill a cow. He ordered that the father must leave sword. The Heavenly Demon asked our boy if he had any desires. Mugak asked his father to allow him to enter the Heavenly Demonic Archives. The Heavenly Demon was quite surprised when he heard such a request. The Heavenly Demonic Archives is a place where all kinds of rare secret Miram manuals are kept. Besides the Heavenly Demon, only a few chosen people can enter inside. The Heavenly Demon explained to his son, simply visiting the archives will not teach him any immortal-level supreme martial arts. The manuals there are too difficult for him. The boy understood well that his father was right. Even if Mugak was lucky and found one of the best martial arts manuals, he would be approximately at the same level as the flying sword techniques he had already mastered. With a confident expression on his face, Mugak told his father that he wanted to try his own luck. The Heavenly Demon could not comprehend his son's request. He replied to Mugak that he saw nothing good in his impure intentions. Hearing this, the boy only smiled. The Heavenly Demon granted Mugak the right to enter the Heavenly Demon Archive for 7 days. Our boy lowered his head and sincerely thanked his father. The scene changes abruptly and we are transported to the archives of the Heavenly Demons. We see Mevguk examining shelf after shelf, running his fingers along the shelves. In his former life, the boy returned to the cult for a secret demonic soul. The cult had already decided that our boy was dead. Decades had passed since he left. His face was disfigured, so no one recognized him. For a long time, Mugak proved himself from an ordinary warrior to a level where he could meet a new Heavenly Demon alone. During a conversation with the cult leader, our boy heard about a certain combat technique. Its name is 4 Steps of the Wind God. This combat technique is the best art of mobility and consists of only 4 moves. It was once said to be a supportive technique of the Heavenly Demon's martial arts, but unfortunately knowledge about it disappeared and was no longer passed on. In his past life, Mugak obtained a manual that Jev Bekto, the cult leader, got. While he was pouring himself a drink, Bekto revealed to Mugak that he was able to become a Heavenly Demon because he found the lost 4 Steps of the Wind God, and told our boy that he found them in the archives of the Heavenly Demons. Mugak was stunned by what he heard and asked the cult leader to explain why people thought the manual was lost if it was kept in the archives. That man told our boy that the manual was not kept on the shelves. While examining the archives, Mugak looked down. He went down to look at the book. It occurred to him how he asked Bekto to say where he found the manual, and that man explained. That valuable book was used to prop up the 19th shelf. Kneeling down, Mugak took the manual from the leg of the shelf. There was a large hole on the cover. That was the service. The boy opened the book to take a look. He smiled as soon as he realized 4 steps are enough and you can already go around the whole world. 4 turns of the Wind God have 4 main techniques. The first is the Shadow Step, the second is the Flickering Step, the third is the Death Step, and the last is the Swift Step. The Shadow Step is used when you need to sneak into a territory unnoticed. At first, it is applied only to avoid detection by a single guard, but with skill, the number of people you can bypass can be increased each time. They say once you master the Shadow Step, you can disappear even when dozens of people are looking right at you. The Flicker Step is used for defense. It is a technique that will definitely help you find a way to escape, even when an inevitable attack is flying towards you. The Death Step allows a person to fly straight into the ranks of enemies, after which you can break through or neutralize any of their defenses. They say the Swift Step is a technique so fast that the word swift does not even convey the scale. Mugak sat in the lotus position and began practicing these techniques. 7 days later, they bring us to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Mugak bowed his head and told his father that he had returned. The Heavenly Demon asked his son to tell him what he had learned in the archives of the Heavenly Demon. With a smile on his face, our guy told his father that he had mastered the mobile art. The Heavenly Demon asked his son to name which mobile technique he had learned, and he replied that he had grasped the 4 steps of the Wind God. Heavenly Demon was shocked upon hearing this. Yes, he asked his son not to play with him and asked if he had mastered the Shadow Step, which is said to be lost. Mugak explained to his father that he had no spirit to lie to him about such a thing. The Heavenly Demon asked our boy to show him what he had learned. Muguk asked his father to tell him what he would give if the boy showed him his technique. The heavenly demon told his son that he would spare his life. Our boy smiled as soon as he heard this. He closed his eyes and released some of his power. As soon as he opened his eyes, he activated the shadow step technique and disappeared right before his father. The heavenly demon shuddered upon seeing this. He quickly rose from the throne. He could not believe that other afterimages of his son were fluttering before him in his pavilion. The heavenly demon addressed Muguk. He asked to be told where he learned the 4 steps of the wind god. Our boy told his father that he learned this in the heavenly demon archives. As soon as he said this, his father appeared before him. With a terrifying expression on his face, the heavenly demon forced Muguk to promise that he was not lying. With a cold look in his eyes, the heavenly demon told his son, "The 4 steps of the wind god do not exist in the heavenly demon archives." Muguk assured his father that he learned them precisely there. The heavenly demon smiled upon hearing this. He could not believe that his son wanted to continue lying again. Our boy asked his father if he was absolutely sure that the book was not there only because he had previously read a large number of manuals in the archives. Muguk explained to him that the manual could have been on another shelf that did not belong to the mobility art section. The heavenly demon became even more suspicious of his son. He addressed Muguk with a question whether he knew that the 4 levels of the wind god were in the archives. Our boy explained to his father that he tried to learn a different martial art and accidentally came across the manual then. The heavenly demon did not seem to fully believe his son, but it was not so easy for him to read the expression on our boy's face. He asked Muguk to say exactly where the book was. Our boy admitted the manual was used to prop up the lower edge of the shelf. He added that he found the book when he tried to level the shelf. Hearing this, the heavenly demon asked his son if an important part of the manual had not been removed. Hearing this, Muguk asked his father in surprise where he knew that from. The heavenly demon turned around and revealed to his son, if it were him, he would have done the same. Before returning to his chair, the heavenly demon asked his son to name the steps. Our guy smiled as soon as he heard. He already knew it would be so. Muguk's goal is not to defeat his father and become a heavenly demon. Instead, he wants to kill Wamigi and save everyone in the pavilion of the heavenly demon. Our guy, to help his father travel the world and finally enjoy life, had actually decided everything already, even before the moment to relinquish the powers of the heavenly demon came. Muguk taught his father the 4 steps of the wind god without any problems. A smile never left his face, yet the guy immediately told the cult leader that he did not want to teach him the 4 steps of the wind god. The heavenly demon sharply turned around and glared fiercely at his son. Muguk reminded his father, "In this world, nothing is free." The heavenly demon reminded his son that once he taught him the technique at the hunting grounds without payment. Then Muguk clarified to his father that technique was payment for the drinks he had at the hunting grounds. The heavenly demon smiled upon hearing this. He asked his son to tell how he restrained himself for so long and said that he was too cheeky. With a smile on his face, Muguk explained to his father that he restrained himself until he grew to this level. The cult leader addressed his son, "Let him say exactly what he wants." Muguk, with a confident look, replied to his father that he wants the heavenly demon's defense technique. The heavenly demon's defense technique protects the body and is a unique martial skill that only the heavenly demon can master. It is equivalent to another life. The heavenly demon told his son that it was impossible for him to master the defensive art. He reminded Muguk, the defensive art of the heavenly demon can only be learned by the heavenly demon himself or his successor. Our guy replied to his father that he only needs to teach him secretly. The celestial demon was quite surprised upon hearing this. Muguk reminded his father the defensive art of the heavenly demon is something invisible from the outside. He assured that no one would find out if he taught secretly. Muguk bowed his head to his father and said it was possible. He asked the cult leader to contact him after consideration. As soon as he turned around, the heavenly demon said that first he needed to teach him the 4 steps of the god of wind. Muguk quickly turned around. He was completely shocked by what his father said. He could not believe that he really intended to teach him the art of defending against the heavenly demon. Our guy asked the heavenly demon if he could teach him right now. The cult leader smiled upon hearing this. He asked his son if he suspected anything. He asked Muguk if he was not afraid that after mastering the 4 steps of the wind god, his father would not teach him the art of defending the heavenly demon. Our guy told his father with a smile on his face that he was not worried about anything. He explained, He was not from fathers who would do such a humiliating thing in front of their own son. Heavenly Demon was surprised to hear this. He asked his son to name the steps. As soon as he heard this, our guy immediately began reciting the manual. The celestial demon closed his eyes, released only a fragment of his energy, and began to circulate it, precisely following the son's instructions. When he finished, he immediately opened his eyes. ManhwaCapped asked his father if he needed to say it again. The heavenly demon replied that there was no need. As soon as he said this, he disappeared right in front of ManhwaCapped. He began to fuss among the pavilion. The boy saw only his own afterimages. ManhwaCapped could not understand what was happening. The technique his father used was completely different from his own. He suddenly realized this was his father's manual explanation. As soon as he pondered this, the heavenly demon returned to the initial position. Smiling, he said that martial arts were exceedingly good. ManhwaCapped sharply looked around. He suddenly understood that this was the greatest change of all that he had made after the regression. Our boy had no idea whether Wamyugi could now defeat his father, having already mastered the 4 steps of the God of Wind. Raising his voice, the cult leader told his son that he would now pass on to him the heavenly art of defense against the heavenly demon. He asked ManhwaCapped to remember it, as he would say it only once. With a smile on his face, our boy replied to his father that he would do his best. The scene shifts and we see a red bump on ManhwaCapped's head. Leona was annoyed to see this. She asked her master to name the insolent bastard who did it. But before she could say anything else, ManhwaCapped confessed to her that he was hit by his own father. As soon as she heard this, the guard fell silent. Our guy remembered how the training went and spun golden energy around his own body. After some time of meditation, ManhwaCapped exhaled deeply and held a pause. He sighed with relief. He finally mastered the art of heavenly demon defense. Smiling, ManhwaCapped told his father that he was happier because now they shared a secret than because he had learned the art of heavenly demon defense. No sooner had he heard this than the heavenly demon immediately turned around and lightly clicked his son's head with his fingers. He asked ManhwaCapped not to be too cheeky with him. The scene jumps and we are thrown back to the present. Our guy asked Leona to explain why she was not yet on her way to the pavilion. The bodyguard told her master that she was here to protect him, not to attack. ManhwaCapped smiled when he heard this and remembered that Leona had never made such jokes before. He covered the bump with his hair and moved forward. Before going in, our guy told his bodyguard that he could not do it right now. The girl did not understand exactly what her master was talking about. ManhwaCapped turned around and assured Leona that he would definitely find a way to eliminate the side effects of her bodily petrification technique. Our guy asked her to wait a little longer until he manages. Leon was stunned upon hearing this. ManhwaCapped explained to Leon he had already told the Jevon demon that their cult needed to become a place where people no longer have to mutilate their own bodies to protect others. Our guy did not want the cult to become such a place where people like Leon do what they themselves do not want. ManhwaCapped smiled at his guard as he said this. Leon could not believe what she was hearing. ManhwaCapped stepped closer to her and ordered her to listen carefully. Hearing this, the girl bowed her head. Our guy relieved her from the position of warrior guard. Leon was stunned upon hearing this. She asked her master if he was serious and could not believe that he was actually dismissing her. ManhwaCapped informed her that she was chosen to become the captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps. The girl exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. She told her master that there was no group with such a name in the cult. Smiling, ManhwaCapped revealed to her that he himself was going to create this group, and that it would be directly subordinate to him. Leon asked her master to explain why he was making her the captain of a group that had not even been created yet. Frowning and looking her straight in the eyes, our guy asked if she would agree to become the captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps for his sake. Leon could not believe what she was hearing. She clasped her palms together and bowed her head low before ManhwaCapped, saying that she would accept this position. In the next scene, we are transported to a small town. We see ManhwaCapped in ordinary clothes. Our guy was thinking about what he told Leon. He would create a squad that would serve him directly. Although he said this, ManhwaCapped knew it was not a simple matter. To launch the organization, a huge capital was needed. Therefore, ManhwaCapped decided to use the incident that happened before his regression, the very one that could bring him the necessary funds. While our guy was standing next to several mercenaries, a man stood up and called out to them. He introduced himself as Yan Dang and explained that he was appointed mission leader. According to him, the pay was good there and the dangers were plenty. He warned anyone who does something foolish will die by his hand. No exceptions, only cold orders. Yan Deng approached ManhwaCapped. He asked if this was the very one who was taken on the mission on the recommendation of the warrior CEO. Our guy answered yes. Then the man clarified, could he rely on his skill? ManhwaCapped smiled and, raising his gaze, asked Yan Deng if he would admit he was right when he cut him to pieces. The man asked our guy not to behave arrogantly. He reminded that they live in a world where the heads of the arrogant fall as easily as morning dew. Mugak assured the man that he would follow orders. It was enough for him that he was being paid. Then Yan Den turned to our guy and said he would watch him closely. When the man left, Mugak looked around, and he saw his client and her daughter. Their task is to safely escort the pair to Namping. When the little girl raised her head, our boy waved to her. She smiled as soon as she saw it, looked back at her mother, and together with her got into the carriage. The scene changes. We see this company galloping through the forest on horseback. In the evening, they decided to stop and camp to rest. Yang Deng shared dried meat among the other mercenaries. The man said they did not know when they would be able to eat properly again, so he asked them to eat to their fill. But the mercenaries were not at all happy to receive dried meat rations. One of them explained to the others, "We need to eat something so as not to feel hungry." Mugak watched them while they chewed. He remembered that this detachment was once ambushed and attacked by vagabonds from outside. They didn't even find any corpses. No one knew exactly how the mercenaries were killed. Late at night, our guy heard mercenaries start coughing. When he looked back, he saw the men were coughing up blood. Mugak instantly realized that they had been poisoned. Looking at the mercenaries' bodies, our guy wondered why he was fine. Someone asked him why he wasn't poisoned and felt normal. It turned out to be Yang Deng. Mugak realized that the man had mixed poison into the food he was distributing. Our guy told the man that he hadn't eaten the food he gave him. Yang Deng drew his sword and took a stance. He told our guy that it would have been better if he had died from the poison. Mugak couldn't believe that the leader was the very one who poisoned the food. He told the man that he had lived a miserable life and demanded an answer, what he wanted to do with the money he earned by killing his squadmates. With a smile on his face, Yang Deng led our guy further, saying that with the money he could do a lot of things, drink wine and buy women. Mugak couldn't believe that he had killed his comrades for this. Yang Deng told our guy that he should worry about his own life. As soon as he said this, someone shouted that it was all over. Our guy and young Deng immediately turned aside. They saw a man with 3 others covering their faces, and Mugak could tell that these 3 were strong enough. Yang Deng greeted the men. The man without a mask asked the woman and her daughter to leave before he burned the carriage. Having felt this, the woman left together with the child. The man told her that she really knows how to hide and admitted he was scolded for not being able to find her. With tears in her eyes, the woman called the man Warrior Quan and asked him, let him spare her child's life. Seeing the expression on her face, Quan said he would spare her life because of their relationship. He contemptuously called the woman a crazy bitch and asked if that was exactly what she wanted to hear. He ordered her to kneel and beg him, and could not believe that she dared to behave as if she were his master. The little girl and her mother burst into tears as soon as they heard this. The woman promised Quan, if he spared her daughter's life, she would give him 10 times more than he should receive. Quan asked the woman to stop spouting nonsense. He told her that her father had already been captured. The woman froze in shock upon hearing this. While Quan looked at the woman, he noticed something strange. He saw Mugak waving to the little girl. The man asked Yan Den about the identity of our guy. Mugak stepped forward and introduced himself. He said he takes money to drive his clients to their destination. Quan could not believe that our guy was not a subordinate of Yang Deng. Yang Deng told the man that our guy was just a vagabond he had not dealt with yet, and assured him that he would take care of him now. Quan asked to do it immediately. As soon as the man heard this, he stepped forward. With a smile on his face, Mugak told Yang Deng that these people are street thugs who would betray their own master. He asked if he really believed he would get a reward. He warned that most likely they would kill him to cover all loose ends and take their share of the money. Yan Den got nervous as soon as he heard these words. Quan got irritated upon hearing Mugak call him a street hooligan. Our guy did not understand why the man got angry. He told him he was actually speaking politely because there was a child present. Quan could not believe that some crazy freak was calling him a street hooligan. Mugak asked the man if he was worried because he hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, Quan flared up with rage. He called Mugak a dirty vagabond and ordered his men to kill him first. Our guy told Yang Deng that they said, he is first. He assured the man that he would be next. Yang Deng instantly got nervous upon hearing this. The man had not yet recovered when he was struck in the neck. Yang Deng fell to the ground. It turned out that Quan had pierced his neck with a blade. Quan said that this idiot was too careless. He could not believe he had entrusted an important mission to a beggar. Our guy watched the man as he bled out completely. With a cold look in his eyes, Mugak said, this is how it ends for those who betray others for money. Quan ordered his subordinates to stop listening to Mugak and his tedious chatter and gave the command, attack. Our guy turned around and asked the woman to cover the child's eyes and ears. The woman closed her eyes and did exactly what Mugak asked. As soon as she did this, 3 men grabbed sword and struck him in the side. Our guy did not even flinch. He activated Blood Step, one of the 4 steps techniques of the Wind God. As soon as he used it, he appeared in front of Quan. The man was shocked to see him. He did not understand how the guy managed to get there so quickly. When the man looked back at our guy, he saw the heads of his subordinates in the air. Heads fell right before the woman. As soon as she heard that sound, she quickly opened her eyes. Quan got scared and asked Muguk to tell him who he was. Our guy told the man that he had the same question for him. The woman revealed to him Quan is one of the vassals who protects her family estate. She introduced herself as GM Saiyan and told Muguk that she was the daughter of the master of Golden Manor. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He already knew about that woman. That was why he concealed his identity and joined the group as a wandering warrior. Saiyan's father is named Jayamasu. He is one of the 10 greatest merchants of the Central Plains, the richest man in Fujian, and the Lord of Golden Manor. In a past life, an event happened to Muguk. The Lord of Golden Manor was betrayed by his most loyal vassal and he died. His daughter also died. But Quan noticed that our guy was looking at Saiyan. He decided that this was a revelation. He quickly drew his sword. But before the man could attack, Muguk drew his sword and swung it without even turning around. Quan did not know what was happening. All he knew was that he saw Muguk and everything around him turned upside down. He did not remember exactly when his head separated from his body. Saiyan froze at what he saw. Muguk put away the sword and said that such rot always tries to attack as soon as he gets distracted by something else. Holding the child in her arms, Saiyan told Muguk that she wanted to hire him and begged him to help them. Muguk explained to her now it would cost more because the circumstances had changed. Saiyan calmed the boy, assuring him that they would find the money at any cost, and begged him to save her father. Smiling, Muguk asked the woman to follow him. The scene shifts and we see a man laughing as he just noticed the carriage entering the yard. He was glad that they finally managed to capture Saiyan and her daughter. He said that the plan they had prepared, to which they had devoted 10 years, had finally worked. While the man was speaking, he noticed only Muguk and the whole family got out of the carriage. He asked our boy to tell him where Quan was. Muguk explained to him only he was left alive and all the others were dead. The man was shocked by what he heard. He turned again to our boy and asked, "Tell me who killed Quan." Muguk said that Quan killed a mysterious martial arts master, young and handsome. The man was quite surprised to hear this. He asked Muguk to explain why he praises the enemy. Our guy did not answer the man. Looking closely, the man realized Muguk is the one who killed Quan. Smiling, our guy told the man that he is excellent at reading people. The man's subordinates quickly surrounded Muguk. They held weapons to them. The man told our guy that he should have run far away if he wanted to save Saiyan and her child. He could not believe that Muguk returned to the tiger's lair. Our guy asked the man to tell where exactly the tiger was. He replied that he only saw foolish dogs who bit the master who raised them. The man became nervous as soon as he heard this. It seemed strange to him that Muguk, after killing Quan, entered the enemy's territory. A normal person in such a situation would have already fled. But the main thing, Muguk looked confident and calm although he was surrounded. The man was sure our guy is not an ordinary person. The man folded his hands and asked Muguk to follow him to have a drink. He assured that he would bring him a strong drink, even despite the circumstances of their meeting. Muguk asked the man to stop behaving politely. He said he would not spare him, even if he behaved nicely. Then he asked, let him curse and swear as he wants. The man realized that there was no way to get through to our guy. Muguk ordered his men to kill him. As soon as they heard this, they immediately rushed at Muguk. Our guy snatched a sword and vanished right before them. When he appeared again, he tore one of the men to pieces. One of them said that Muguk was too fast. As soon as he said this, Muguk cut off his head. Our guy walked through the crowd with a sword, cutting people down one by one. It didn't even look like a challenge to him. The man was so scared that he turned pale. He saw Muguk standing among the bodies of his subordinates. He ordered our guy to say who he is. Muguk waved the sword to clear the blood off it and told the man that he was just a hired swordsman who sensed an opportunity to make a lot of money. With a frightened expression, the man asked Muguk if money was the only thing he wanted and asked him to name the amount that would make him leave. Smiling softly, Mevguk told the man that he looked rich. Then the man told our boy that he had enough money to change someone's life and asked him to name the amount he desired. Muguk asked the man to explain why he betrayed his master when he was already too rich. He demanded an answer as to why, having money, he did not use it to change his life, and insisted that he say why he wanted to steal his master's money. The man did not know how to respond to Muguk. While he was intently watching our guy, someone ordered Muguk to put down the sword, and the man froze in surprise upon hearing these words. He sharply turned around and immediately saw His subordinate was holding a sword right by his master's neck. Zayn called out to her father. Seeing this, the man smiled. He was convinced that the situation had changed. He ordered Muguk to drop the sword if he did not want the golden man or the master to die. Our guy carefully raised his sword upward, and the man still did not understand why he was doing it. Before he could comprehend anything, a red streak flashed past him and passed through his subordinate in the same way. Energy swept like a whirlwind through everything in its path. The subordinate's sword cracked and broke. Before he could do anything, his body was torn to pieces and blood splattered everywhere. Muguk used the fourth form of the art of sword flying. This technique is called burning heavens. Seeing what happened to his subordinate, the man began to scream wildly. With disappointment in his eyes, Muguk asked the man to repeat what he had said. Muguk approached the man. He began to panic. He ordered our guy to wait. Muguk told the man that waiting was not interesting to him. If he did not want to die, he should go at him himself. The man was surprised when he saw that Muguk was giving him the opportunity to attack with his own hands. He decided that our guy had almost exhausted his internal energy. After all, he had just used a powerful attack. The man grabbed his sword and rushed forward. He believed this was the only chance he had left, so he intended to finish the fight in one burst, using all his strength. When Muguk intercepted the man's attack, he immediately felt the blow was heavy. He instantly pushed his sword aside. The man's sword bit into the ground and destroyed it. He quickly swung the blade and aimed again at our guy. Muguk tried to stop the attack, but his sword was pushed back and the man's sword destroyed the ground again. The man did not slow down. On the contrary, he began to attack our guy much more aggressively. His blows were heavy, but Muguk restrained them, not allowing a breakthrough. Seeing this, the man became nervous. He wondered if our guy had really spent all his energy. He thought that Muguk probably had trouble blocking his attacks, and then he decided to press a little more aggressively, to attack even harder. Before he could do anything, he saw a sword already in his chest. The man froze in shock upon seeing this. Our guy had no idea that the man would turn out to be so pathetic. He told him that he should have trained all his life, not indulged his greed. He explained to the man that the head of the bodyguards in this house must protect the estate, and added, it was not worth living life like this. Having said this, Muguk drew his sword. He offered the man to become a merchant if he wanted to get rich in the next life. Having dealt with him, the master of the estate thanked him. Asura assured him that he would never forget his help. He called him a benefactor who saved his family from complete ruin. He asked our guy to tell him his name. Muguk told this man that he was just a nameless traveler who was simply passing by. This made Asura laugh. He told our guy that even the king of all travelers could not easily handle all these people. Zayn confessed to her father that she promised to give Muguk money as a reward. Smiling, Asum praised his daughter for making a wise choice. He told her that this was a promise they could fulfill. Asum turned to Muguk and declared, if he only needed money, then he had come to the right place. Hearing this, Muguk only smiled. That was exactly why he approached Zayn, pretending to be a vagabond, to help them. The scene abruptly switches and we find ourselves in an underground treasury. Asum explained to the boy that they wanted to give him everything they had because he saved their lives, but such a thing could not be done easily. Muguk assured the old man that he would not ask for anything like that. Asum explained to him that he did not intend to set a specific amount, so he asked Muguk to take as much as he could carry. Our boy froze in shock when he heard this. The old man revealed to him that he had a condition. He told our boy that he could neither use carts nor call others for help. He had to rely only on his own inner energy. Muguk was surprised to hear this and informed Asura that he would still be able to carry quite a lot. Asura folded his hands and told our boy that they would have been dead long ago if not for his help. He added that he needed to do exactly that much. Muguk bowed his head and thanked this man. Asura pressed the button, and the colossal doors of his treasury slowly opened. As soon as the doors opened, our boy stepped over the threshold of the dark treasury. As soon as he entered, Zayn reminded her father that Muguk has a high level of martial arts. She warned that he could take much more than one can imagine, and asked her father if he was okay with that. Asura asked his daughter if there was anything inside more valuable than the protection they were receiving today. Hearing this, Zayn was shocked. The old man explained to her, everything is fine as long as she is alive and his granddaughter is alive. These words touched the woman's heart. Asura told his daughter that Muguk is not an ordinary person. Zayn agreed with him, though she tried to hide it. She still saw that our boy was extremely skilled, even despite looking so young. Asura added, he is not talking about the abilities they saw today. He only explained that there is something in Muguk that cannot be expressed in words. The lord of the estate had met many people in his life, but even he had never seen someone so young and confident and with such a unique aura in the air around. Asura reminded his daughter that they can always earn more money, but they will never be able to build a connection with someone like Mugak again. He assured her that it was not a problem if our boy takes too much. After all, the more Mugak takes, the deeper their connection becomes, Saiyan was. Hearing this, she had no idea that he would hold our boy in such high regard. The scene changes and we are taken to the cult. We see Mevguk in front of the pavilion of the heavenly demon. Our boy has already managed to sell the gold and all the treasures he took from the golden estate, each time in different places. Asura and his daughter were completely stunned when they saw how much Mugak had pulled out. He sold those treasures in different places because there were too many for one shop. Each time he arrived in a new city, he went to where he could profitably sell the valuables. Our guy earned 38 million yan. This money will become the cornerstone of the squad that will be directly under his command. When Mevguk stepped over the threshold of the building, he saw his father on the throne and Myung stood nearby. It is here that Heavenly Demon listens to reports from Myung several times a day and makes important decisions. From these decisions, some people live and others die. Mugak wondered, is the father really satisfied with such a life? He wondered if his father also wanted to give up the position of the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon told his son that he heard. He went outside. Our guy met his father with a smile and replied, he will not earn money. The Heavenly Demon asked him to explain exactly what he needed the money for. Mugak explained to his father that he could no longer continue spending money. He would need a lot of funding ahead. The father asked how he planned to spend this money. Mugak admitted that he wants to create his own private group. The Heavenly Demon and the chief advisor were shocked by what they heard. The Heavenly Demon asked our guy to explain himself. Mugak reminded him that each of the supreme demons takes subordinates for themselves, so he also needed his own group to deal with them. The Celestial Demon told him that he could not create a group and explained, if he creates one, his brother will also want to have his own. Because of this, their family and cultists will split. The father explicitly forbade the son from founding a group. Mugak already anticipated resistance on this issue. He knew that his father would not approve it immediately. He reached his hand into his clothes and took out the scroll. He told his father that it was for him. Heavenly Demon raised his hand and used his energy to lift the scroll. Having read the scroll, Heavenly Demon understood that it was about money. He asked his son to tell him what they were for. Mugak admitted to him that this money was his monthly allowance. The Heavenly Demon was stunned to hear this. He could not believe that his son was giving him any funds. Mi Young was also surprised to see this. It seemed the celestial demons were enraged. He told his son that he has boundless wealth. Mugak assured his father that he already knows himself. He is the richest man in the whole world. He explained to him that he simply gave him his first pocket money, as if to a son, to thank him for raising him. The Celestial Demon and Mi Yang could not discern Mugak's intentions. The boy told his father that he wanted to do it at least once, bowed his head, and asked his father to rest well. As soon as he said this, he turned and left the building. The Heavenly Demon watched the scroll intently until the son left. Myung became nervous as soon as he looked into the master's eyes. The scene changes abruptly. We are transported to Nirvana Pavilion. At the top of the building, we see Leon standing next to its master. While Mugak was looking outside from the building, someone entered the room and addressed him as Pavilion Master, saying, "The time has come." When Mugak turned around, he saw Darian. The man told him that everyone was already waiting. Our guy smiled as soon as he heard this. He was pleased to see this person. Darian explained to him that he himself had offered to take this job. Mugak asked if he ever expected that they would meet like this again. The man said that he was actually very shocked. They both smiled at each other. Mugak stepped forward and asked his guard to follow him. Leon smiled as soon as she heard this. Yes, 3 of them left the building together. All the pavilion investigators gathered in front of the building. There were many of them. Mugak stood before the researchers. The Pranics shouted at the top of their voices. The investigators bowed their heads and met their pavilion lord. Mugak was pleasantly surprised. The men turned out to be friendlier than he had imagined. He did not expect them to smile at him. He asked Dariang if he had told them that their salaries would be reduced if they did not accept him. The man was shocked by what he heard and replied, he had never said anything like that. Mevguk asked, "Tell me why the atmosphere here is so wonderful." Dariang explained to him, "They are smiling because of what you showed them." Our guy realized that the man meant the incident with the investigation against the commander of the demon army. Odang killed the investigator who conducted the first investigation, and during the second investigation wounded another investigator. In this situation, Mugak took care of the second one, ordering the demonic doctor to examine him. Crushing Deng's skull was a worthy revenge for the investigators. For them, Muguk was not like an ordinary person. Darian asked our guy to say something to the investigators. Our guy looked around, searching with his eyes for the people gathered right in front of him. He explained to them that he did not know whether he would become happier now or, on the contrary, unhappier, since he was already a master of the pavilion. Smiling, Muguk told them that the only thing he was sure of was that their hearts would beat faster than before. Hearing this, Darian was impressed. Other investigators, hearing this, could not hold back and started laughing. They shouted at Muguk. The scene switches and we see our guy reading a paper. Muguk told Darian that by giving this to him, he was personally destroying that good atmosphere. Darian explained to him that it was about an incident that was treated unfairly, and reminded him that he himself had asked to take this case. Our guy was not happy that it concerned Bloodhaven's sword demon again. Darian explained to him that he also did not want to interfere. The incident happened recently, and he was responding to what he was asked. Leon told her master that this time he needed to hold back. She reminded him that last time the old man was about to explode. Muguk handed her the paper and explained that the stories recorded there were too outrageously unfair. It would be impossible for them to cover this up just because of Bloodhaven's sword demon. He asked her to read them. He asked her to check if she could hide it. After she read the paper, Leon told his landlady that something needed to be done about it. The scene jumps to the entertainment pavilion. Near the entrance, we see a man who is drinking. Apparently, he was already very drunk. However, the owner of the establishment, unable to endure it, asked him to stop drinking. He said he understood his situation but emphasized the man was too drunk. The man replied to the owner that he could not stop. He openly said, the degenerates who put his child into a coma for 10 days were acquitted and found innocent. The owner was surprised to hear this. He reminded the man that Nirvana Pavilion is investigating this case. The man took another sip and told the owner that the investigator from Nirvana Pavilion said his child was sparring with a friend and got injured. He put down his glass and told the owner that the father of the child who attacked his child is Sword Demon Sta. The owner was shocked. Demon of the 100 Swords is a subordinate of Demon Sword Bloody Heaven, and he leads the demons of the 100 Swords. With an expression of anger on his face, the man said that Nirvana Pavilion is even worse than 100 Sword Demon. The owner asked him to speak more quietly and not let anyone hear what he was doing here, but the man didn't care. He stated that Nirvana Pavilion and Blood Sword Demon might come here to kill him. Then the owner said that in such moments one must pull oneself together and get a grip. With tears in his eyes, the man whispered, if his son does not wake up, his wife will not be able to live. And he added that he himself would personally kill this bastard if the son does not wake up. Someone asked if he thinks he is capable of killing the boy. He froze in shock as soon as he returned. 3 boys stood before him. He addressed the one with the mohawk and asked who he was. The boy Magok asked him to tell who he was so that he would stop walking around and insisting that he was going to kill someone else's precious son. Hearing this, the man became irritated. He recognized the boy in front of him, stood up, and called him a bastard. He asked for his son to be returned and said that he had not received any apology from him. The boy lowered his head and apologized to the man for what he had done, assuring him that he had committed a terrible crime and it would never happen again. The man was surprised upon hearing this. He did not manage to utter a word before the boy replied that he had had enough of him and asked not to say that he had never apologized. The man was stunned upon hearing this. When the boy's friends saw the expression on the man's face, they burst out laughing. The man clenched his teeth in rage, but before he could snatch the sword, he raised it. The boy appeared right in front of him, fist pressed near his face. He dealt the man a heavy blow to the face. From that blow, the man was thrown into the air. The boy told everyone that this man was the first to draw the sword. His 2 friends told him that they saw everything with their own eyes and that they were his witnesses. The boy climbed on top of the man and began to attack him aggressively. He was annoyed to see how some warehouse keeper dared to report him to the Nirvana Pavilion. While he was beating the man, he claimed that it was all his son's fault. He said that his son was asked to steal money from their own home. The boy assured that he would not do that because his father earned it with blood and sweat. The monster told the man that the son behaved kindly, but he was treated like some trash. He asked if he himself would not get angry and hit his son if that happened. As soon as he said this, the man told him that he had just confessed with his own mouth. The boy asked him to explain what he meant. The man told him that everyone just heard the reason why he beat his son and threw at that freak. as if he just admitted that he attacked his son. The boy did not look surprised. He raised his head and asked everyone if they had heard anything. Everyone there quickly averted their eyes. Even the host could not say anything. The boy, defiantly puffing out his lips and staring with a superior look, told the man that no one had heard anything. The man started crying as soon as he heard that bastard laughing. The bastard threw a self-satisfied smile and declared that the man was sobbing like a down, and added, his son cried just like him. The bastard's friends laughed upon hearing this. While everyone was laughing, someone said that he actually heard what that guy was saying. The fools turned around as soon as they heard this. It turned out to be Muguk, and our boy was then with Leon and Darian. The widow bully raised his head and shouted at Mevguk. He asked him to tell him who he was. It seemed he did not even recognize our boy. Muguk could not believe that this bastard allowed himself to speak so brazenly, and still, not even knowing exactly who was speaking. He immediately saw he grew up in greenhouse conditions, spoiled and self-confident. The boy was surprised to hear what Mevguk had said. He bowed his head and apologized to him for getting too upset. He begged Muguk not to be angry. As soon as he said that, he immediately called our guy a retard, asked if he thought he would apologize to someone like him, said he didn't know who you were, Gook, and that our guy probably wants to die since he is interfering. Our guy smiled as soon as he heard these words. He couldn't believe that this bastard behaved tyrannically and even in broad daylight just because he was the son of 100th Sword Demon, and he asked if his father's reputation was really that powerful. The freak was surprised to see that Muguk called him the brother of the demon of the 100 Swords. He did not expect him to speak to him rudely. Before he could say anything, the man lying on the floor called Muguk the second junior master. The street fighters were stunned to hear this. The people in the pavilion froze when they saw the second junior master. They had no idea they would meet him here. Nervously grimacing, the scoundrel asked our guy if he was really the same second junior master. Muguk asked him to calm down, and he replied that he came as the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. Leon whispered to his master, the scoundrel should actually be much more nervous. The scoundrel shook his head and apologized to Mugukum for not recognizing him, admitting he showed great disrespect only because he is still young, and begs our boy to forgive him. Muguk told him that he does not behave like a young man, but the bastard replied that he is still too naive. Our guy realized that this bully is quite clever. He knows exactly when to bend people. The freak told Muguku that he was leaving. Our guy asked him to wait. He explained to him that he came here because he has some business with him. The bastard was even confused by this answer. With a terrible expression on his face, Muguk revealed the truth to him. He was here to investigate the attack incidents that he had committed. The bastard explained to our guy that the Nirvana Pavilion had already made a decision. He was innocent. Muguk revealed to him that they would reinvestigate the whole case, and everyone was shocked to hear this. Muguk informed the bastard that he would be charged with habitual extortion. He demanded money daily. He was also accused of inciting theft because he forced his victim to steal. The bastard would also be charged with murder as he beat the victim to the brink of death. The worst part was that he found the victim's father and attacked him. Muguk told the guy he already had too many serious crimes on him, so he needed to be sentenced to at least 20 years in prison. The troublemaker was so struck by what he heard. He told our guy that he did not attack that man. He said it was a sparring. Muguk asked if he had forgotten. He reminded him that he had just confessed to this in front of the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. He confirmed that he heard his confession. The troublemaker suddenly realized he was in deep trouble. For some reason, this piece of shit still held on with some courage. He addressed Muguk. His father would not sit idly by and would not allow him to be slandered. Our guy smiled as soon as he heard it and asked that bastard not to worry. His father would be so busy that he wouldn't have to take care of him. Grinning so fiercely it was scary, Muguk told him that he intended to arrest the 100th Sword Demon for conspiring with Inspector Pavilion Nirvana. The bastard snorted irritably and asked Muguk if he really thought that his father would allow him to do as he pleased, then added that after getting out of prison, his father would seek revenge. He, equally unrestrained, threw back. He might even kill our guy while he was behind bars. Barely hearing this, Muguk dealt him a heavy blow that sent him flying into the air. The pain the guy felt was unbearably strong. As soon as he fell to the floor and hit his body, he immediately started coughing. Our guy informed him that his sentence was increased to 30 years because he threatened the master of Pavilion Nirvana. While he was coughing, tears streamed down his eyes like rain, and he begged Muguk to forgive him. The guy glanced at him with a look full of rage. He asked him, name just one reason why you should forgive him. The guy did not know what to answer. Muguk asked if he had ever spared or helped anyone and then asked him to say something good he had already done. He assured that he would listen to him until the end, even if it was a fabrication, too unconvincing and far-fetched. The freak could not utter a single word. Mugak explained to him that he could not invent anything because he had never done anything good before, and he asked that bastard to say why he should be forgiven for such trash as himself at all. Crying like a little girl, the boy promised Mugak that from now on he would behave politely. Our guy gave him a hard slap right in the face. The boy spat some blood. The blow knocked him out of his body. Everyone was shocked to see this. Mugak asked the freak to live from now on as a normal, good person as soon as he gets out of prison. As soon as he said this, he turned back to the textbooks of this degenerate. The boys froze in horror seeing how he looked at them. The fat man explained, "We only did what we were ordered." The thin man begged Mugak, "Please let us go." Our guy explained to them, "If you don't tell them everything, you will be made scapegoats." The guys replied, "We will share everything with you." Mugak ordered Darian to take the boys to the pavilion. The man bowed, lowering his head, and accepted the order. He assigned 2 detectives to escort the hooligans to the pavilion. The man and the owner could not believe what they saw. Mugak looked around and ordered everyone to gather in the Nirvana pavilion if something unfair happened again. He assured them that no external influence could shake the Nirvana pavilion as long as he was the master of the Nirvana pavilion. People were surprised to hear this, with FFFFFF. With a smile on his face, Mugak said he would call his father if anyone dared to call their father to scare them. As soon as they heard this, the owner and everyone in the restaurant started laughing. Leon approached the wounded man. She confessed to him that the demonic doctor had already examined his son before they came to the restaurant, and she said that it was Mugak who gave the order for the doctor to conduct the examination. The man froze in surprise. He asked our guy if it was true that the important doctor had already examined his son. With a gentle smile, Mugak told the man that his son was the most important. He said he saw him wake up even before he arrived there and advised him to go to his son immediately. The man began to cry as soon as he heard these words. He tried to lower his head, but our guy did not let him. The man thanked him for what he had done. He assured him that he would never forget the kindness he had shown him. Mugak smiled and reminded the man that he had already given his whole life to their cult. He said that it was natural for them to protect someone like him. The man was stunned to hear this. He could not believe that anyone recognized his hard work. About work, and he took our boy by the hand, thanking him for what he had done. Darian and Leon smiled when they saw the man expressing words of gratitude to their mentor. Everyone around was on the edge of emotions. Each felt as if their chest was tight with excitement. Mugak told the man that the one truly grateful was not him, but the cult itself for hearing and coming. The scene changes, and we are transported to the Nirvana Pavilion. We see the researchers of the Nirvana Pavilion standing in front of our guy. Mugak thought the first to resist would be Blood, Gavin's sword demon and sword demons, but he never expected it to start from there, from inside the Nirvana Pavilion. Gok Mayang was walking ahead. Mayang was the tallest special investigator. He folded his hands and apologized to Mugak for not being able to see him alone in the office. There were too many people gathered. Our guy asked them why they came to see him. Mayang explained to him that he heard he was going to reopen the investigation that had already been declared innocent. Mugak told them that he plans to do it. Mayang explained to him that they are worried that this step would shatter the fighting spirit and authority of the investigators. Mugak asked if they all agreed with that man. The investigators answered yes. Our guy told them he disagreed with that and added, he is convinced that the incident with Yang Ho is exactly what severely undermines the authority of their pavilion. The investigators were surprised by this. Mayang asked him to explain what he meant. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Mugak asked the man if he had heard about how Yang Ho confessed to his crimes in front of everyone right during his arrest. Mayang told him he had heard about it. Then our guy asked if he really heard everything, then why did he come? The man said they are talking about reopening the investigation that was previously closed. Mugak asked him if this was a matter of principles. Mayang replied yes and added that a reinvestigation has never been conducted before. Our guy reminded the man an innocent child was beaten almost to death and they extracted a confession directly from the culprit himself. He asked, doesn't that give grounds for a reinvestigation? And also, does he understand how it looks now when he tries to stick to principles? The man believed the situation should not be changed. He explained to Mugak that it is important in the organization to uphold principles. Our guy snorted at the quiet sigh. He told the investigators he wants to hear how they see it and asked, whoever thinks a reinvestigation is right, let them move to the left. The investigators looked around. None of them dared to step forward. While they were intently looking at each other, one of them stepped aside and it became clear that it was Darian. the man stated that he believed a re-examination was necessary. Our guy asked him why he made such a choice. Daryong explained that the investigation conducted was not sufficiently convincing. He added that they could not deny the possibility that external interference might have influenced the case. ManHwa asked the others if there was anyone else who agreed with Daryong's opinion. The giant and the burly man told him that they also agreed with Daryong. ManHwa was shocked to hear this. The great investigator bowed his head and introduced himself as Ko. He told Mangak that he had not been able to thank him before. He thanked our guy for saving him. Mangak asked the investigator about his injuries. It was the same one whom our guy had called to save his demonic doctor, and Ko assured him that he was feeling better now. Our guy turned to the investigators and loudly called the investigator named ManhWa. The man was surprisingly stopped when he saw that the pavilion master was calling him specifically. ManhWa was also surprised. Mangak reminded Hwa that he was the investigator who had led this case and asked him to say what he thought about the situation. Hwa calmly assured his pavilion master that he had thoroughly investigated the incident. Our guy asked him if he had received bribes. Feeling this, the man was shocked. Yes, ManhWa asked Mangak not to say such things. Our guy released his energy. With a gloomy, terrifying expression on his face, he ordered the old man not to speak without his permission. ManhWa got nervous as soon as he heard this. Mangak turned to Hwa and asked if he had received money from the demon of 100 swords. The man put his hand on his chest and assured the pavilion owner that he had not accepted a single coin. He swore with all his life that he had received nothing. He told Mangak that he could investigate him if he did not believe him. Our guy smiled upon hearing this and told him that he had already conducted an investigation against him. The investigators were stunned. When he mentioned this, they were shocked. Mangak declared that he knew he had not taken any money. Myung asked him if he had conducted an internal investigation regarding the investigators themselves. He replied to our guy that this was not allowed unless it was a special investigation. Mangak assured the man that this was exactly a special investigation and revealed to him that he had received a direct order from the heavenly demon. ManhWa was stunned upon hearing this. Our guy asked what he should answer. Why did he hide the investigation if he didn't take any money? With a frightened look, the man said that he did not hide any investigation. He wanted to say something else, but Mangak cut him off. He asked why if he was threatened because of his sister's safety. Hearing this, the man shuddered. Mangak informed him that based on the investigation results, he found out that the man was indeed incorruptible. Our guy considered it rare to find someone so incorruptible. He even did not believe the investigation's conclusions and visited Wabi himself because he did not believe there was a person who hated money. Mangak told the man that he was surprised to learn that he was truly incorruptible, as reported. He asked what he should say. Why would a person like him conduct a follow-up investigation and cover up traces? He told him that he had a great weakness. His younger sister is the only family member he has left. While I was stunned by this, ManhWa asked the man if he was really threatened by the demon of the 100 sword, and he could not answer anything. ManhWa shouted at him and asked him to answer the question. Mangak already understood why ManhWa took the initiative and gathered everyone specifically for this matter. Why does ManhWa hold on so tightly to this junior? The old man went out to help make sure that his junior, who was the lead investigator, would have no stains on the case or his service record. Our guy asked the man not to worry about his sister, and he was completely confused upon hearing this. Mangak explained to him that he had already sent warriors to his home to protect her, and assured the sister will be safe until the incident is over. Impressed by what he heard, he asked our guy if he was serious. Mangak replied, yes. Our guy immediately burst into tears as soon as he heard this. He fell to his knees and told the pavilion leader that he had committed a serious offense. Meng was shocked by what he saw and asked his junior if he was really threatened. Mangak told the man that he should not have delayed and hidden the matter. Tears trembled in his eyes, and knowing everything now, he admitted he would willingly accept any punishment. Other investigators looked on in surprise at what was happening. Our guy asked him to stand up. He explained to him that he would not forgive if it had happened after he became pavilion master. He told Hwa that he would make an exception because the incident happened before he joined. Hearing this, the man was surprised. He asked Mangak if he would really forgive him. Our guy replied that he would forgive. He revealed the reason he forgives because of the life he led as a flawless investigator, and added that the flawless life he lived before no longer exists. Because of the incident, he asked him to start rebuilding his flawless life again. Va thanked our guy for the chance he gave him. Mangak asked the other investigators to listen to him and explained to them that now, since he had become the master of the pavilion, he treats their families as if they were his own. The officer assured them that he would crush anyone who dared to touch his family, and the investigators were quite surprised by what they heard. Mangak told them that from now on they would no longer allow themselves to be controlled by any external influence. He stated that he would not allow anyone to interfere with them through their influence, and he also assured, if they receive a threat, they must pass it on to him and he will protect their families. Our guy asked them to trust their coolest leader if they do not trust him. He realized he was ready to beg his father if he had to beg. He asked to be informed if anyone tried to pressure them from outside and assured the investigators he would do everything so that they could do their work with their heads held high. The investigators were stunned upon hearing this. Mangak told them that the Nirvana Pavilion would operate as it should as soon as they were sure their families were safe. He stated that everyone deserves punishment if they commit a crime. Status here does not matter at all. He added that he would even punish someone from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion if that person committed a crime. With a serious expression, our guy said, he will even hold the cult leader accountable if he commits a crime. Researchers were struck by a wave of shock as soon as they heard these words. Mangak revealed to them that he fears neither the Heavenly Demon nor the 8 Supreme Demons. He said, the only thing that frightens him is that the Nirvana Pavilion might become useless. And then they will not be able to protect those they are obliged to protect. Hearing this, the researchers looked at each other. Mangak explained those who should be punished get away scot-free and even smile. They claim that the pavilion cannot do anything to them. The researchers knew he was telling the truth. One of them declared that she wanted to carry out the will of the pavilion master. The researchers turned around upon hearing this. They saw their fellow researcher, a beautiful woman. Daryong seemed to be captivated by her beauty. He addressed her as Jo Ying. The woman approached Mangak closely and stood behind him. Other researchers began to doubt when they saw this. They looked at each other and nodded. Everyone moved to Mangak's side. Only one remained, Gok Mayang. The old man was stunned when he saw that the investigators had left, leaving him behind. Our guy explained to him, if he wants to turn his intention into reality, he will need experience and help. He extended his hand to me, a young man, and asked for help. The man was shocked to see this. He glanced at Mevguk's face and noticed that he was smiling at him specifically. Mayang tightly grasped the hand of the pavilion manager and thanked him for the opportunity given. As he said this, his fingers trembled. Mangak noticed this and gently patted the man on the hand with his other hand. He called out to Darian and asked him to go with the punitive warriors to arrest young Tae, who is also known as the Demon of the 100th Sword. Mayang explained to our guy that Yongt would not allow himself to be arrested. He said that under his control were 100 sword demons. With a serious, focused expression, Mevguk asked Darian to tell Yongt to do as he wished. He said he would accuse him of rebellion if he did not come. Hearing this, everyone was amazed. The scene flows further. We see Young T sitting opposite Muguk, a man who calls him the second younger master. Our guy asked him to address him as Master Nirvana of the pavilion. The demon of the 100 swords immediately corrected himself and called him Master of the Muguk Pavilion. He said that his address mentioned an accusation of treason and asked Muguk to explain what it meant. Our guy replied, this is the only way he could arrange a meeting with him. Yang Tae apologized for not immediately carrying out the arrest order and explained that when you are in an organization, you have to consider many things. He added that he needs to demonstrate his pride in front of his subordinates. Mhuguk smiled and said that he understood everything. Yongt shook his head as if to say the matter shouldn't have been blown out of proportion from the start. The incident happened while the boys were playing among themselves. MV Gok just shrugged. It happens. Yanti smiled upon hearing this and believed that our guy understood him. He explained to him that over time external help would be needed to continue managing the work of the Nirvana Pavilion. And he added that he would also greatly need fun. Mhuguk immediately saw that bastard walks around and avoids the essence with prey. He knew for sure that Yongt wanted to bribe him. Yan Ta said if he wants to become the official heir in the future, he will also need their support. He turned to our guy. Right now everyone is taking the side of his older brother. Mevguk, with a smile on his face, told him that he would truly appreciate it if he helped. Yongt clasped his palms and said that he was truly magnanimous. He promised from now on to serve our boy well. He added that soon he would also arrange a wonderful feast for him. After these words, he stood up. So Muguk asked where he was going. When Yan the heard this, he was surprised. He inquired if the conversation was already over. Mevguk, with an expression of surprise on his face, asked Yuejin the Demon Sword 100 whether he intended to help him after getting out of prison. Yang the froze when he heard this. He asked him to stop throwing around such jokes. With a serious face, Muguk asked that man if he was pretending that it was a joke. he reminded him he had threatened to kill a relative of the Nirvana Pavilion investigator. Yang reminded our guy that he had already said there were no such threats. Mugak said he didn't care what he said there. He revealed that he had already received testimony from the threatened investigator. He explained to Yanj that the rules of their cult stipulated the testimony of all Nirvana Pavilion warriors carries more weight than the rest. It was a disclaimer formulated to support the authority of the Nirvana Pavilion investigators. Yanj trembled with nerves as soon as he heard this. With a piercing cold look in his eyes, Mugak said to the man, he probably didn't know about this, otherwise why is he finding out now himself? He explained that this condition appeared because of people like him, and Demon Sword Gundred admitted that there are many who think you can just talk and get out of it like him. He reported if he confesses right now, the sentence will be reduced by 10 years, and if not, he will get 20 years. Mugak emphasized he has no intention to bargain further. Yang Ti asked our guy if he had lost his mind. Mugak answered without hesitation. If necessary, he would gladly go insane. He said that it is hard to deal with people of such a mindset, staying on the same level. After that, he added, he would give him a few minutes to think. Yang Ti asked him what the reason was for doing this. Mugak explained to him his son almost beat his own friend to death, and it was not because of a single fight. He bullied the victim daily for years. He told Demon 100 Swords that he threatened to kill a relative of the investigator to cover up his son's crime. Mugak could not believe that this bastard still had the audacity to ask him why he was doing this. Yan noted the warehouse guard is not the same as them. He stated that they should be considered seniors and said that the Nirvana Pavilion always turned a blind eye to matters of this level. With a cold look, Mugak told the man that his words were confusing and frightening. Yan was surprised to hear this. Our guy told him that Nirvana Pavilion would no longer behave like that. Yu told him Blood Heaven's Sword Demon will not allow him to come near him. Our guy calmed the man, saying that his boss would do nothing. The old man did nothing when he cut down the demonic commander. He asked to explain why Kayampa would do anything for him. Hey, Yang smashed the table in anger. He wanted to shout at our guy. Before he could even open his mouth, Mugak asked if he wanted to threaten his family with murder. As soon as he heard this, the demon of the 100 Swords fell silent. Our guy stood up and approached the door. He told the man that he had a few minutes to confess his crimes. Having said this, he left the room. As soon as our guy stepped over the threshold, Young Tae screamed. As soon as he stepped outside the building, Mugak realized that even if Mugi was not guilty of the fall of the demonic cult, he could not believe that some Centurion sword demon dared to threaten the researcher from Nirvana Pavilion. Inside the cult, things had gone so far that Young Tae dared to extend the threat even to the second junior. Mugak began to wonder if Wamugi was the only reason the cult had declined. When our guy stepped into the yard of his own house, he saw that someone was already waiting for him. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon drank in front of his house, and the old man leaned on his huge sword. The man took a sip of the drink and welcomed the Master Pavilion back home. Kayampa asked our guy to drink together with him. Mugak approached him and sat directly opposite. The old man reminded him that he had already warned him then. Nothing good comes out when you meet him often. Mugak told Blood Havens to the demon of the sword that it is he who constantly searches for him. Kayampa glared fiercely at him as soon as he heard it, but our guy did not back down. He looked the old man straight in the eyes. Kayampa took a sip of his drink and placed the cup. He told Mugak recently the moment came when he felt something new towards him, and when he heard the wish that Mugak made to the heavenly demon, he even screamed in his mind. With a crazy expression on his face, the man said that he considered Mugak's wish perfect. He was sure our guy should make exactly such a wish if he is smart. With a smile on his face, Mugak said he agreed with that. He declared that he had made a very successful wish. The demon Blood Heaven's Sword poured himself a drink and explained to our guy that everything started the day he made his wish. He said that Mevguk began to cut so that his blade literally screamed. Our guy asked Kayampa to tell him why the blade would cry because of him. He replied the blade probably just regrets. The old man was surprised to hear this. Mugak explained to him that his disciple applied a poison that disperses energy on him before their confrontation. Later, another of his disciples came looking for him and embarrassed his guards. Kayampa's brother used a demonic army for his own gain, and his subordinate threatened to kill the researcher's family from the Nirvana Pavilion. Mugak told this man that a mournful cry should come from his blade, as if it regrets because those nearby do not reach his level. Once Kyanpa smiled hearing this and told our guy that he is a master of words. He revealed to him that he is actually mistaken, and Mugak asked, Tell me, in what exactly did you err? Kayampa reminded him that he himself said, the people nearby do not meet his standards, and then he told our guy that these people are perfect for him. Because for him, that is the whole point. Mugak was surprised to hear this. He realized dealing with this old man would not be easy. People are usually easier when they are arrogant and chase fame. Kayampa asked our guy to release the prisoner Sta Sword Demon. He explained to him, because of him, the morale of his people has fallen to the lowest point in history. Muguk told him that he would release Yang Tae if after investigation he is found innocent. Bloodheaven's Sword Demon released his energy as soon as he heard this. So Muguk froze in shock. The man's energy was unrealistically powerful, and our guy barely managed to hold on under the pressure. He could tell that Kayampa's demonic energy was on a completely different level. Now he understood why his father said the time had not yet come. In a sinister, piercing tone, Kayampa told him that he wanted to give him some advice. Muguk recovered and asked Hyunpo to stop. The old man was confused and bewildered upon hearing this. Our guy said to him, since you already came here to do this, just ask for a favor, but he asked him not to combine requests with advice at the same time. The Bloodheaven Sword Demon smiled upon hearing this. He took energy from him. He glared fiercely at Mevguk. With a smile on his face, he told our guy that he was right, and added, few people speak to him so simply and frankly. Pouring himself another glass, Muguk advised him to be on guard, saying that stagnant water still begins to rot. He explained, no one lingers in stagnation because they want to, just sitting in the water for some time and it already starts to be liked, and the chances to get out they themselves lose, so no one drives themselves into rotten water. Muguk advised the old man to use this opportunity to release that rotten water. He assured, young T is not one to be protected. Kimpa drank his wine. He extended his cup and asked our guy if he would accept a drink from him. Muguk did not expect this. He took the cup. The Bloodheaven Sword Demon poured him a drink. He said he would allow the rotten water to be released. Afterwards, with a smile on his face, Mevguk told Kayampa that he had made a wise decision. Kyanpa revealed to him that he wanted him to become his water in exchange, and our guy was stunned upon hearing this. The expression sounded strange to him. He could not understand what exactly the old man was trying to convey. Bloodheaven's Sword Demon asked Muguk to drink that vodka if he truly intended to become the heavenly demon, and told him he would become his patron. Our guy was again stunned when he heard this. He never expected Kayampa to say something like that. Everyone knows that he openly supports his older brother. He did not think the old man would renounce his brother and choose him. He asked Kayampa if he no longer supported his brother. With a smile on his face, Bloodheaven's Sword Demon told our guy that back then he had no idea how crazy he was. Muguk knew that this old man had lost his mind. He was one of those who would sell anyone for his own ambitions. Muguk killed his brother, crippled a disciple, and imprisoned a subordinate. Yet he still offers to become our guy's surrogate father. Mugo reminded Kayampa that he had killed his brother. Hearing this, the old man let out a deep sigh. He explained to him that as soon as a person breaks free from their parents' embrace, everyone around becomes strangers to them. He asked Muguk if he really wanted him to suffer just because his blood relative died. He ordered him not to be ridiculous. Then he added, the thorns under human nails are the ones that hurt the most. He admitted that he had not officially decided to work with his brother yet, and he told Muguk if that happens, he can always change his mind. Looking at the tincture, our guy said he would have a whole army behind him if the old man sided with him. He asked Kayampa to tell him why he chose him right now. Bloodheaven's Sword Demon explained, he is ready to bet his own fate on his madness, which fearlessly crushes everything in its path. Muguk asked if they choose him simply because he is mad. With a creepy smile on his face, Kayampa told him that he would eat his madness. Muguk heard this and was not surprised at all. If he were a young guy, our guy could quite believe Kayampa's words just because he was praised with compliments, however. Muguk already knows all the dirty tricks that the old ones use to take advantage of the younger ones. He could feel that Bloodheaven's Sword Demon was trying to present it as if he would become a heavenly demon if he worked with him. He placed the cup on the ground and told Kayampa that he was grateful for the trust and high opinion of him, then added, it is time for him to get to what he was entrusted with. He asked Kayampa to tell him what, in his opinion, his father would say. Bloodheaven's Sword Demon glared ominously at our boy as soon as he saw him place the cup. Muguk told him that his father would definitely reproach him, saying that he avoids work and is involved in politics, even though he was given an important role. Bloodheaven's Sword Demon asked him what, in his opinion, would happen if he performed properly as the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. He inquired whether he intended to rot in Nirvana Pavilion if Heavenly Demon asked him to stay there, and then explained to our boy, There is only one path he can choose. He can either decide to become the heir or not. When Kayampa smiled, he told Mugak that his father would actually pay more attention to him if he worked for him, and added that if he were chosen, he would become more noticeable and could attract everyone's attention. Mugak understood that the old man was not wrong, but there was one thing he missed. Kayampa did not think about the will to put the hierarchy in the cult in place. Mugak was not the only one who desired this. His father also wanted a proper hierarchy. He asked Bloodheaven's sword demon to give him some time to think, and told him he would drink the liqueur as soon as he made a decision. Kayampa stood up as soon as he heard this and accepted Mugak's request. He drew his sword and told our boy that it would be foolish to drink the liqueur immediately like an idiot. He drew the sword from the ground and chopped Muguku right in the head. Fortunately, Mugak managed to intercept the sword strike and block it. Demon of the Bloodheaven's sword told our boy that he would hear his answer tomorrow. Mugak replied that he would give him an answer in 5 days. Kayampa gave him 3 days to think it over. As soon as everything was done, he jumped out of the yard. Mugak returned the sword back into the sheath. He carefully moved his wrist. He was irritated by how painful Kayampa's attack turned out to be. In the next scene, we are taken to Nirvana Pavilion. We see how the conscripted warriors are training. They pressed huge logs onto their backs and did push-ups together. Their knuckles were bloody, everyone was tearing from the pain and screaming. Yanho shouted at them, "Is this all they are capable of?" He stated that such training is normal for a demonic army. Then he addressed the enforcer warriors and asked if they were even capable of passing this course, and also if they think they can handle missions if they cannot endure the training. The enforcer warriors did not give up. They got up again and again, pushing themselves to the limit. Yanho told them wives, friends, and children can betray, but their sweat never. Muhuk and Daryong looked at Yan Ho while he shouted at the enforcer warriors. Daryong found it strange that Yan Ho mentioned wives and children. He whispered to our guy, "This man is not married at all." Hearing this, Mugak smiled and told the man that he was right. Right? Daryong asked his boss again, demanding an explanation of how all this happened. Our guy asked him to be more precise and specifically explain what exactly he was talking about. Darian asked him to tell how he managed to get Southern Sword House to publicly publish their apology statement. Darian had no idea that Southern Sword House would admit the guilt of the demon of 100 swords. They even apologized. He reported to the master that this had never happened before. With a smile on his face, Mugak asked the man, if he was interested, let him contact Southern Blade House himself and ask directly. Darian ordered our guy not to joke about such things. He said that his legs would be broken if he went to the Southern House of Blades right now. Mugak assured him that he was actually mistaken and that he would be fine if he danced right now in front of their training ground. He added that it was only temporary. Darian still did not understand what exactly Mugak was talking about. Our guy remembered the sword demon from the bloody sky said that he was waiting for his answer. Looking sternly at Darian, he asked to send Yongt and his son to prison, from where it would be difficult to get them out or coordinate contact with anyone, and said that the father and son must fully answer for what they had done. The man bowed his head and replied that he understood. Mugak left the building. He was gnawed by the thought. If he had not intervened, Yan Ti and his son would have done whatever they wanted until the end of their days. And Guagsu and his family, those who became victims, would have lived in miserable torment. Mugak was sure that there were other victims like Guagsu about whom he did not even suspect. He knew that the cult would continue to attract new victims. Our guy did not want people like Yang Tae to continue causing disorder and chaos in the cult. The scene switches, and we are immediately taken to a demonic village. We see the restaurant owner and other people gathered somewhere nearby. Their surprised reaction is striking. They notice someone hanging a sign on the building Nirvana Pavilion. The man wondered, could this be a pavilion branch? Next to him appeared Mugak and confirmed, he is right. After that, he asked the man and everyone else to report if any cult warriors abused their power. People were shocked to hear this. Mugak asked them what they do when warriors start abusing their power. The restaurant owners looked confused by the very question. Our guy realized that these people just swallow the abuse and remain silent. Even those who knew they should report to Nirvana Pavilion did not move. Before they even get to the pavilion, they will have to announce the reason for the visit at the main gates. They will also have to pass an identification test and a body search. They have to go through this very process many times before they even reach Nirvana Pavilion. Mugak ordered everyone to appear at Nirvana Pavilion with reports concerning cult warriors. The restaurant owner asked if he was serious. Mugak assured him he was not joking and asked to pass this on to the people so everyone would know. He asked the villagers to tell the rest that they can contact the department if there is any injustice from the warriors, He also assured everyone there would be no revenge, and said directly, "Those who dare to retaliate against people who submitted reports to start an investigation at Nirvana Pavilion will be executed." The man could not believe that Mugak opened a branch for the sake of the people. He bowed his head and assured our guy that he would tell everyone about it. Our guy smiled as soon as he heard these words. In the next scene, we see Mugak walking home. He repeated to himself that this is exactly how it all begins, and he believed they would be able to protect the village with the help of Nirvana Pavilion, low-ranking warriors, and those who are wronged because of weakness. For them, there would be a place where they would be safe. Our guy also believed that the new branch would allow them to convey an important principle to everyone. Mugak wanted to teach people that every life has equal value. As soon as he reached the entrance to his house, he noticed someone was waiting specifically for him. It turned out to be a crazy old man. He asked Mugak if he was ready to accept his cup. Our guy sat opposite him and said he was ready. Blood Heaven's sword demon carefully took out a bottle of alcohol. Mugak looked him straight in the eyes while pouring the alcohol. Kayampa also stared intently at him. After the cup was filled to the brim, Kayampa asked our guy to drink it. Mugak told the man that he needed snacks. Kayampa asked him what kind of snacks he wanted. Our guy confessed to him he wanted a demonic army, and Hyenpo was petrified by what he heard. With a serious expression on his face, Mugak asked the sword demon Blood Heavens to shove the demonic army into his mouth. Kayampa glared at him fiercely with a threatening gleam. He told him that the world doesn't work that way. Our guy replied, "It's normal to have some snacks when you drink." Blood Heaven's sword demon, boiling with anger, put his hand on his head and told Mugak that he had waited 3 days to hear his answer. With a horrified expression, Kayampa asked Mugak to say what exactly gave him the courage to ask for such an absurd snack. He snatched his huge sword from the ground, asked our guy to forget his proposal, and said that he would cut off his head himself and carry it to the Jevenly Demon Pavilion. No sooner had he said this than he immediately swung his sword at Mugak. Our guy managed to block the attack with his sword, but still it pushed him back. He noticed that his hand was trembling from a single strike. The crazy old man told him that he was not so bad after all. He said that he had used his inner energy well, repelling the attack. With a creepy smile on his face, the old freak said that now he understood. Taking Mevguk's head would not be so easy. As soon as he said this, he immediately swung his sword, putting incredible force into the movement. Our guy instantly drew his sword. He managed to block the old man's attack. Blood Heaven's sword demon looked as if he was overflowing with the desire to kill our guy. When their swords pressed against each other, they released an energy wave that swept everything around. Mugak was thrown into flight as soon as the wave broke loose. Blood Heaven's sword demon stood their ground, not retreating a step. Our guy quickly regained his stance. Demon of the sword Blood Heavens noticed that his sword was trembling. He smiled when he saw this. He said the fight was very interesting, released energy, and took a stance. Mugak gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to try the 4 steps of the wind god to fight against the old man. He was curious whether Kayampa could stop the step of death. Unfortunately, he could not yet confidently use this technique. Our guy knew time was on his side, so there was no point in risking a fight with a dangerous opponent if he did not even have enough internal energy. Howling at the top of his lungs, he begged Kayampa to give him the demonic armada. Demon of the sword Blood Heaven's sword asked Mugak to say exactly whom he wanted to appoint as the demonic commander. He knew that our guy would not agree because he was already a master of the Nirvana Pavilion. Mugak revealed to him that he wanted him to choose Zhang Ho, who is the 3rd captain of the corps. Kayampa reminded him that Zhang He was on his side. He warned if he wanted too much, he would be killed. Mugak told him that he himself seeks to use madness to devour everything around. He recalled that he was the one who suggested they work together, and added, "The path walked only by the mad is never ordinary." Kayampa even shuddered upon hearing Mugak call him crazy. Our guy asked him if he was mistaken, and he replied that he would have to be crazy to want to work with him. This word seemed to have touched the old man. Mugak did not know exactly where the final goal of Kayampa in his past life would lead. Kayampa died without ever managing to show the world his purpose. Unexpectedly, Kayampa became the first among the 8 demonic supreme ones to die. Mugak did not understand how someone as meticulous and as fierce as him could be the first. The sword demon of the blood sky glanced at our guy. He was extremely angry. He told Mugak that his greed had ruined the negotiations. Out of anger, he broke the cup with his foot. As soon as he did this, he jumped out of Mugak's house. Our guy smiled when he saw the old man leaving. He knew that Kayampa would not be able to reject his proposal. Though Kayampa knows better than anyone that our guy still has 7 other demon supremes he can work with. 2 days later, we see Zhang Ho in front of Mu Guk. He asks our guy what exactly is happening. He revealed to him that Blood Heaven's sword demon advised him to become the commander of the demonic army and clarified, Is it Mu-guk himself who is behind this advice? Mu-guk immediately understood his assessment was accurate. Jang Ho is smart and attentive enough to come here and inquire about the recommendation. Our guy confirmed he is right and said that Hyampu asked him to do this. The captain thanked Mu-guk for his high opinion of him and admitted that he is not worthy of this position. Our guy asked him not to belittle himself. He asked Mu-guk to lead the demonic army just as he commanded the Third Corps and assured him he could become the best commander of the demonic army in history. He is capable of this. Zhang He was stunned to hear such words. He did not think that Mu-guk would see him as so skilled. With a trembling voice, he told our guy that he is overestimating him. To him, Mu-guk said that maybe he is right. He reminded that there are other candidates being nominated. He said they need to wait and see how everything turns out. Jang Ho told him that this is normal. Although Mu-guk said they have to wait and see how the situation develops, in reality, he was already planning to dive into work to make Jang Ho the commander of the demonic army. The scene changes abruptly and we see a flash of shock on Mu-guk's face. He was standing right in front of his father. The heavenly demon wore his hair loose, and he was dressed in a robe covered with floral patterns. Manhwa had never seen his father in such strange clothes. He didn't even know how to react properly. He asked if it was new clothing. The heavenly demons replied that it was actually his pajamas. Our guy was confused and didn't know what to answer. His father asked why he came to him so late at night. Hearing this, Manhwa was surprised and told his father that they were actually still in the evening. He reminded him that it had to be completely secret and that he goes to bed so early. He told him that the Muram Alliance could attack him if they found out what time he falls asleep. The heavenly demon asked his son to tell him why he came. Manhwa revealed to the heavenly demon that he intends to use Blood Heaven Sword Demon as one of his sabers. The heavenly demon reminded his son that recently he himself said he wants to kill Kayampa. Our son told his father that killing Kayampa would be a futile matter. Manhwa knew that his father already knew. He works together with Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Probably he realized this as soon as Kayampa advised Jang Ho. The heavenly demon told his son that Blood Heaven Sword Demon is not someone easy to subdue to turn into his sword. Manhwa explained to him that he does not intend to tame the old one. He said he would use Kayampa until he breaks. He also added that the old one is not yet valuable enough to keep in his collection. Then his father asked what he would do if the sword wounded him. With a smile on his face, Manhwa said that Kayampa could try it. He told his father that there was something different between the two of them. He addressed the heavenly demon. Kayampa would be finished if he broke even once because he was already old. He told him that he actually becomes stronger every time he slashes. Heavenly demon told his son that words are cheap and asked him why he reveals all these things to him. Manhwa told him to report on anything he does because he receives a salary from him. Heavenly demon knew that his son was lying. He asked if he had come not to ask him to accept the recommendation of Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. Manhwa told his father that he really did not want him to accept this recommendation. He begged him not to agree under any circumstances. Heavenly demon did not expect this. He asked his son if he really wanted to force him to reject this recommendation. Manhwa explained to his father that he wanted to use this chance to show the demon of the Blood Heaven Sword his place. He said that the old man, when he was near him, behaved arrogantly and overly importantly. He informed Heavenly Demon that others might even think he was better than the cult leader, and that is why he wanted to put the old man in his place. Heavenly Demon could not understand exactly what game his son was playing. He emphasized this is a chance to gain a demonic army, and he did not think Manhwa would refuse because he wants to put Demon Sword Blood Heaven in his place. Heavenly Demon was sure the son was messing with his head, so he demanded, "Say it straight, what do you really want?" Manhwa was not surprised. He knew that his father would sooner or later figure out his plan, and with a smile admitted, in Blood Gavin's Sword Demon he really has his own benefit. But to get what he desires, the matter must not go in favor of the old man. The celestial demon asked Manhwa, is what he wants more important than the demonic army? Manhwa smiled and said yes. He assured he would get the demonic army anyway. He would obtain everything he desired. The heavenly demon could not discern the intentions of his own son. He turned around and asked him not to behave foolishly and not to be ridiculous. And nothing was funnier than the father's pajamas. In the next scene, the sword of the bloody sky demon was talking to the heavenly demon and reported Manhwa had recently managed to stand out among the cult. The heavenly demon reminded the old man it was he who allowed Manhwa to act that way. Kyanpa bowed his head and told the heavenly demon that everything happened only thanks to his efforts. He said he had only recently recognized their boy's ability. The cult leader noted that Mugak was still immature. Kyanpa received these words with surprise and addressed the heavenly demon. He wants to raise Mugak even higher. The cult leader was convinced that this was a rare chance for his son. He asked Kyanpa to do as he wished. Having said this, he stood up. Kyan bowed his head and thanked him. Then he asked the heavenly demon if he could help give Mugak a good push from behind. The heavenly demon asked him to explain what he meant. Kyanpa said that he wants the one he chose to select the commander of the demonic army to become the commander. The cult leader recalled how our guy asked him not to accept Kyampa's recommendation under any circumstances. He told Bloodhaven's sword demon that it would be incredibly difficult for him to agree to his request, and Kyampa informed that Mugak also desires this position. The heavenly demon told the old man he has already done a lot supporting his second son, but now must consider the feelings of the first. Kyampa assured him that he understands and added, he himself learned something while raising his disciples. He said if they support a certain person, they must choose the path to go only with him, and he has been scolded more than once for not sticking to one choice. Heavenly Demon told him that he does not care. However, with a cold gleam in his eyes, the Heavenly Demon told Kyampa that he does not have a magnanimous heart like his. He declared that he simply kills anyone who says anything about him. Bloodhaven's sword demon did not know what to answer. The cult leader asked him if he had anything else they could talk about. He sharply jerked his head and said there was nothing more to talk about. He told Heavenly Demon that he would see him next time. Having gotten out of the building, Kyampa wondered why Heavenly Demon no longer supports Mugak. He was convinced that the cult leader must fully support Mugak if he had already chosen him. The scene changes and we are taken to Mugak's house. We see Kyampa. He is holding a glass of alcohol and tells our guy that his father values the older brother more than him. Mugak asked, does he really think so? He addressed Bloodhaven's sword demon and stated that their alliance was never supposed to happen, explaining to him that he should be able to fill what he lacks. Bloodhaven's sword demon was stunned upon hearing this. Anger blazed on his face, so he asked Mevguk if that meant he was saying that he was not good enough. Our guy replied to him that it was just disappointment. Kyampa put down his glass and told Mevguk that from the very beginning it was impossible to make Jang Ho a demonic army commander. Our guy asked Kyampa if he is already surrendering. The old man poured himself vodka again and advised Muguku not to obsess over what will not work anyway. Muguk told him that he was behaving arrogantly, although he was unable to do anything for him at all. Kyampa froze with the bottle as soon as he heard these words. Anger flashed across his face, so he asked Muguk to repeat what was said. Our guy reminded him that he himself promised to support him and become his guarantor. Bloodhaven's sword demon told me that he, like a child, pestered him with requests to do what cannot be done. If you knew it was impossible to do, you should have immediately rejected my proposal, our guy said to the old man, and added, you should not have advised Jang Ho to be the commander of the demonic army the next day. Bloodhaven's sword demon did not know what to answer. By the way, Muguk drew the sword from the sheath. With the sheath, he drew a line in front of Kyampa, as if reminding. Once he drew a line in front of him too, and that line was meant to show how much the heavenly demon cares about them. Then he said, a small segment of this line is for our guy, and the large one is for him. Muguk drew another line in the middle and declared to Kyampa that he now has the smaller share. Kyampa could not answer anything, he just kept looking at the line. Seeing this, Muguk smiled. He knew the old man would find nothing to say in response. He told Kyampa that if it were him, he would get Jang Ho this position under any circumstances. Bloodhaven's sword demon asked Muguk to try it. Our guy was stunned to hear this. With a stern expression, Kyampa reminded Muguk that he mocked him for supposedly being incapable of such a trifle. He said it should be within his power and done easily. Our guy asked him what he would do if his father agreed to his request. Kyampa ordered, go ahead, try, and assured that everything would turn against him. Muguk already saw that Kyampa was confident. The father would refuse the request only because he had already been refused. He addressed Bloodhaven's sword demon and asked if he meant a dispute. Smiling, Kyampa told Muguku that it really could be a bet. If he loses, he must side with him and also stop talking about wanting more from him. Our guy asked Kyampa what he would do if he won the bet. The old man glared at him angrily and said he would do as he pleased, and Muguk revealed what exactly he desired, an elixir. One that would be better than the demon essence pill. Kyampa shuddered at these words. He asked Muguk if he even knew how hard it was to find an elixir that surpasses the demon essence pill. Our guy assured him that he understood perfectly, and reminded the old man that they were now in the same boat. If he became stronger, he himself would become stronger. Kayampa did not know what to answer. He clearly saw that Mugak was right. Our guy turned to the elixir precisely because Kayampa had a rare elixir that gives more internal energy than the demon essence pill. He was sure that Kayampa had a heavenly divine pill. He told Bloodheaven's sword demon that he had no reason to work with him if he could not make Jang Ho the commander of the demon army or get him a powerful elixir. The old man knew that Mugak was right. He decided to accept the bet and told him that he would give him the elixir if he could make Jang Ho the commander of the demon army. Mugak drew his sword, raised it, and asked Kayampa to promise him. Kayampa hid his gigantic sword on our guy's sword to seal the promise. Having done this, he jumped out of Mugak's house. If Mugak can swallow the heavenly divine pill that lies on top of his already existing demonic essential pill, then due to lack of energy, he will not lose to any of the demon supremes. Fortunately for Mugak, he knew the perfect way to win the bet. In the next scene, we see Mugak talking with the chief advisor. He asked Mayang about the probability that Jang Ho would become the commander of the demonic army. He asked the man to be honest with him. Mayang told him it was less than 10%, and our guy was surprised by this. He reminded the advisor that Bloodheaven's sword demon advised Jang Ho. Mayang informed our guy his father rejected the recommendation. He added that the cult leader is not the kind of person to change decisions without a good reason. Mugak calmed the advisor and assured him that he knows about his father's behavior. He asked Mayang to tell him what would happen if another demon supreme recommended Jang Ho. Mayang found our guy's words strange and repeated them back to him. With a smile on his face, Mugak recalled one supreme demon being. She was a woman in blue attire. In the next scene, Mi Yang is reading some documents. The man recalled that Mugak spoke about two demon supremes who advised Jang Ho. He told our guy that such a thing had never happened before. He said there was a chance that Jang Ho would become the commander of the demonic army if that happened, because then the heavenly demon would need justification to change his decision. The man asked Mugak if there was a possibility that such a thing could happen. With a smile on his face, our guy said he would try. He explained, sometimes fighting two tigers is easier than one. Mayang hoped that the other tiger Arbe mentioned was not referring to Sword Supreme. The scene shifts and we see a martial arts master from the Northern Heaven clan sword. The man was in blue robes. His name was Bajan Tak. John Tak stood before Mugak and found out he was accused of rape. He said that the servant was trying to frame him and begged Mugak to allow him to confront her. Our guy asked the man to explain why he thought the servant could frame him. John Tak told him that someone might have asked the girl to do it, or he might have somehow offended her. At the same time, he assured Mugak that he never forced himself on her. Our guy told him that he would allow him to meet the girl. He called Darian. The man was outside behind the door. As soon as Darian heard his name, he immediately brought the girl inside. Jongta quickly stood up and asked the girl why she was trying to frame him. Mugak asked him to keep quiet. He told him that he would ask the girl to leave if he shouted again. Jongta quickly shut up. Mugak asked the girl if Changguk was the one who raped her. The maid nodded her head, but Jang Tak shouted at her and asked her not to lie. He told Mugak that the girl was trembling because she was afraid of being exposed. Our guy told this man that the girl was just scared. Then Jung Tak asked again what exactly he meant. Was he taking the servant's side? Mugak revealed the truth to him. The girl told how he threatened to go to her hometown and kill her family if she dared to expose him. Changguk became nervous. He asked our guy if he seriously believed what she said. Mugak nodded to Duryang, giving a sign. Duryang nodded back, showing that he understood everything. He brought two more girls. When Jung Tak saw the girls, it was like he was struck by lightning. He was scared. Our guy reminded him that this girl used to be his servant. With a trembling voice, Jung Tak said he remembers them. Once they were them, and now they have grown up. The girls flashed a cold look towards the man. Mugak asked him to stop pretending as if he knew nothing, and then explained the girls had already given testimonies against him. He said that Jung Tak forced them the same way and threatened them the same way. The bastard would sleep with the girls for about 2 to 3 years and then move on to a new child. The scoundrel realized he was exposed, said it was just a mistake. He got drunk and miscalculated and begged Mugak to give him another chance. He assured that no one had been imprisoned yet, saying, because they only touched their servants. Mugak told him that he was right. He added, see, he conducted the proper investigation. Jungtak swore that he would never do that again. He told our guy that he could even write a vow if he wanted. Mugak asked him not to worry. He assured that he would not go to prison. While the girls were stunned to hear this. With a smile on his face, Yoongtak thanked our guy, promised to return the favor. As soon as he said this, Mevguk drew his sword, and with one strike cut off his head. Our guy met him with a cold look and said that instead he would go to another place. He slowly hid the sword back into the sheath. Everyone was shocked to see what Mevguk had done. Our guy told the girls that the man who tortured them was dead, and that their families would never be threatened again. He advised them to live without worries from now on. Mugak told the girls that they might not be able to forget what happened to them until their very death, and advised them to remember today if they wanted to remember what exactly they had gone through. He hoped that the moment Jontak paid for his crimes would be enough consolation for them. He asked them to recall the last look on the face of that bastard. Unfortunately, Mugak was not capable of more than that. The girls were stunned when they heard what he said. The eldest among them thanked him for helping them take revenge. As soon as she said this, she and the rest of the girls burst into tears. They looked both extremely happy and extremely sad at the same time. They thanked Mugak once again, and Darian could only watch as they cried. Mugak asked the girls not to thank him. He explained that he was able to punish the degenerate only because they were all brave enough to testify against him. Our guy ordered them to continue living bravely. The girls bowed their heads and said that they would. When Mugak finished talking to them, Daryang escorted them out of the building. Our guy looked outside through the window. He realized their cult is unable to protect these girls because of the rule that only the strong survive. And he believed that fate would allow his father to be overthrown by orthodox warrior artists whom he hates so much if everything continued the same way. Mugak told himself that his father must be cut down. While he was thinking this, Leon entered his office. She informed him that the person lying on the floor served the Northern Heavenly Swordsman, then said that the Flower Sword Supreme would not let him go so easily, and asked her master if he was not afraid. After which Mugak replied that he was afraid. With a focused, serious expression on his face, he said that he was afraid to die before he managed to get rid of all this junk. Leon told her master that their cult is slowly but already starting to become good. She replied that very soon they would have more good people than the Muram Alliance. Hearing this, Mugak smiled and explained to Leon that refraining from raping a servant is not a good deed. No one should be allowed to do such a thing. He stated that their cult simply could not do what was naturally expected of them. As soon as he said this, he called out to Darian, ordered him to inform Supreme Sword right now, to tell her that a problem arose during the investigation, and to tell Darian that he would meet with her to explain everything. In the next scene, we are transported to the Northern Heavenly Sword clan. We see a man in blue clothing accompanying Mugak and Darian. The man led them into a bamboo forest. Amid the thickets, a beautiful building was visible. Someone loudly announced, "Nirvana Pavilion Master has arrived." A beautiful woman came out of the building to meet Mevguk. She is the Supreme Flower Sword Woman. Her name is Soyeonrang. She looks as if she is about 20 years old, but in reality, she is twice that age. The cult says that no matter how the world changes, the Supreme Flower Sword will never change. In fact, she even grows younger with the years. Mugak bowed and called her lady. He said it had been quite some time since they last met. The Sword Supreme Flower asked him not to call her lady. Instead, she demanded that he address her as Sword Supreme. Mugak felt that was too informal and explained to her that he could not do that because of seniority. The Flower Sword Supreme asked our guy if he respected her because she was much older than him. She said she did not think of such things so narrowly. She added that respect should be given to those who deserve it, and she also said that anyone should be respected if they are worthy. Mugak accepted her request and asked her to speak to him simply as equals. He turned to Darian. He introduced him as a special investigator responsible for investigating the recent case, and told Supreme Sword that he brought Darian so that he could explain all the details. Darian bowed and introduced himself to Supreme Sword. Before he could say a word, Supreme Sword sharply cut him off and asked not to waste time, because she said the crime was definitely committed if Nirvana Pavilion stated that it was so. With a cold, fearful look, she surveyed them and said that a man who rapes a young maid deserves death, and Mugak assured the swordman would not seek trouble over this case. Hearing her response, our guy turned to Darian and nodded to him. It seemed that he immediately understood his master. He left the room and closed the door behind him. With a smile on her face, Supreme Sword told Mugak that thanks to his efforts, the breath of change has long been felt in their cult. She praised him for his work. Our guy replied to her that he was able to work only because she is a true support and pillar. Supreme Sword asked him to stop praising the old woman like herself. Mugak asked her not to call herself old and said that she looks as if she is about 20. Supreme Sword asked our guy to stop saying such things. She revealed to him that she stepped back to focus on understanding martial arts. Our guy considered it strange. Flower Sword Supreme lived a completely different life than what she had just said in the previous regression. After Van Mugi killed Heavenly Demon, the cult was closed. 8 Supremes and other martial arts masters fought to become the next cult leader. Eventually, the first cult leader became Flower Sword Supreme. When she ruled, it was as if a storm of blood hovered over everything. It would have been good if she knew how to play politics, but unfortunately, her ability to rule did not match her ambitions. She was eventually killed by the one who became the next cult leader after a 3-year reign. At the moment this story happened, Mugak told the woman that he found himself in a very difficult situation. Sword Supreme asked him to explain what he meant, and Mugak revealed to her that he had accumulated many problems with the Southern Sword House. Our guy deliberately mentioned the Southern Sword House, which belonged to Blood Heaven Sword Demon. He wanted to see what reaction this would cause in Sword Supreme. The whole cult knows, between Blood Heaven Sword Demon and Sword Supreme, the worst relations exist among all 8 Supremes. That is why sword demons and demonic swordsmen get along like cats and dogs. Mugak told Sword Supreme that Blood Heaven Sword Demon put strong pressure on him when he dealt with the Southern Sword House, and now he has problems with her own sword house. Sword Supreme replied to him that she is completely different from Kayampa. Mugak told her that she is absolutely right. The woman glanced at him. She confessed to him that she had long been in love with Mugak. She told him that she had heard Blood Heaven's Sword Demon advised Jang Ho, who was from the Southern Sword House, to become the commander of the demonic army. Then she asked our guy to explain what exactly is happening. Mugak told her that Jang Ho is an exceptional and loyal person, and revealed that Jang Ho is actually one of his men. Sword Supreme asked him to explain how he managed to convince Kayampa to recommend Jang Ho, and our guy replied that he played on the old man's pride. He also told her that he asked the Sword Demon Blood Heavens to make a choice for the sake of the cult, rather than thinking only about those closest to him or about political calculation. Sword Supreme smiled upon hearing this. She said that Kayampa would never fall for something like that. Mugak told her that the Sword Demon Blood Heavens did not want to lose him. The Sword Supreme pondered what exactly he meant. Mugak revealed to her that the old man said he thinks about the cult more than anyone else among the 8 Demon Supremes. He explained to her that even Blood Heaven's Sword Demon finds it difficult to make Jang Ho the demonic commander of the army. He said that the chief advisor proposed how Jang Ho could obtain this position, and that the proposal was too difficult to implement. Sword Supreme asked him to tell her what exactly Mayung proposed. Mugak revealed to her that the chief advisor said Jang Ho can become the demonic commander of the army if another Demon Supreme recommends him, and the problem is only that no other Demon Supreme will recommend Jang Ho. Sword Supreme asked him to tell her why he thinks no one will recommend Jang Ho. Upon hearing this, Mugak was shocked. She asked him if he thinks that Blood Heaven's Sword Demon is the only Demon Supreme who thinks about the cult. Our guy told her that he does not think so. Supreme Sword smiled as soon as he heard it. She told Mugak that he came to provoke her pride. With a cold look in her eyes, she asked our guy if he came to ask her to recommend Jang Ho alongside the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. Mugak was not surprised at all that she immediately saw through him. He realized it was time for honesty. When around both tricks and truth, so tangled that no one understands what is happening, that is when it is most pleasant to pull off your own scheme. Our guy told Sword Supreme that she was right. She glared fiercely at him. Mugak knew that Sword Supreme had doubts. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon is so unscrupulous that he could abandon even his own brother. So why did such a person decide to choose our guy? Sword Supreme silently fixed her gaze on Mugak. Her face was cold and frightening. She told him that now she understood why the heavenly demon made him the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. Mugak was surprised to hear this. The woman stepped forward and closed the distance between herself and our guy. Mugak was stunned to see how close she got to him. The Supreme Sword looked him intently in the eyes. She said that he has a strange way capable of stirring people's hearts. With a smile on her face, she told him that she would recommend Jang Ho for him. Mugak asked her if she was serious. The Sword Supreme turned around. She explained to our guy that she wanted to show Blood Heaven Sword Demon is not the only Supreme Demon who thinks about the cult. Mugak bowed and lowered his head, thanking her for the help. He assured that he would never forget what she did for him. On the way back, Mugak reflects on what just happened. He already expected that the Sword Supreme would help with the recommendation. The thing is, Blood Heaven Sword Demon would have a monopoly over him if he really could become the heir of the cult. The Sword Supreme would not want that. She is the kind of person who does not want Blood Heaven Sword Demon to get even a little bit. Even if it was horse manure that fell on the ground, she really despises Kayampa. In fact, the first person she killed after becoming the cult leader was Blood Heaven Sword Demon. In the next scene, we are taken to the Pavilion of Heavenly Demons. We see the chief advisor talking to the Heavenly Demon. He told his master that he had no idea that Mugak could convince the Sword Supreme. Then the Heavenly Demon replied, his son probably took advantage of the quarrel between the two Supreme Demons. He asked Mayang to tell him what Jang Ho really is. He asked him if Jang Ho could be trusted with the position of leader of the demonic army. Mayang said that Jang Ho is an exceptional person, but he is more a martial arts master. He is weak in politics. The chief advisor replied that Mugak's decision to promote Jang Ho to the position of leader of the demonic army was very wise. Heavenly Demon said that his son probably did not even know how good Jang Ho was from the very beginning. He thought Mugak made the decision emotionally, and added, our guy is more emotional than one would expect. Mayang said that in you, Guk, it is both strength and weakness at the same time. With a stern expression, Heavenly Demon denied that this was a weakness. Mayang turned to his master and asked how exactly he wanted to resolve the issue of the demon army commander's position. Heavenly Demon said he would accept the recommendation because two demon supremes advised him to. He did so to avoid hurting the pride of the Demon Supremes. He announced that Shang He would become the commander of the demon army. Mayang bowed his head and accepted the order of his master. The scene changes and we see someone telling Mugak that he does not know how to repay his kindness. When our guy turned aside, he saw that Jang Ho had bowed his head. Mugak placed his hand on the structure in front of him. He told Jang Ho that he could not repay his kindness because of his nature. The man was stunned by what he heard and asked our guy to explain what he meant. Mugak revealed to him there are two reasons why he chose him as the commander of the demonic army. The first is that he is the most suitable person for this position. He told Jang Ho that he gave him this position for the sake of the cult. The man replied that he did not deserve such high praise. Mugak revealed to him that the second reason he named for giving him this position was the hope that the demonic army would become his strength. He advised Jiang Hao not to let the first and second reasons contradict each other. The man admitted that this statement was strange. Mugak explained to him that maintaining personal relations with him would not be easy because he is an incorruptible person. He said that he asks him not to worry about their personal relations and not to force him to do anything against his will. Hearing this, Jang Ho smiled. He told Mugak that he was mistaken if he saw in him a person who would throw away his own personal ties for the sake of the cult. Our guy heard this with surprise. The man asked him if he remembered their first meeting at that very moment. He sent Mugak an anonymous letter because his friend was killed and he thirsted for revenge for him. Jang He placed his hand on his chest and told Mugak that he is an emotional person who puts personal relationships above all else. Our guy again heard this with surprise. Jang Ho assured him that he had already sworn allegiance to him. He assured Mu Guk that he remained just as devoted to the cult and the Heavenly Demon, and also promised to work diligently for the demonic army. He told our guy that he himself is the one to whom Mugak is most loyal. Mugak shuddered when he heard this. He had no idea that Jang Ho had long been looking at him as an equal rather than just someone. He instantly realized he had gained not just an ally but someone he himself did not expect to see so strong and significantly better. The smile never left his face when he turned to Jang Ho. From now on, he would rely on him completely. The man folded his hands together and told our guy that he also eagerly looks forward to working side by side with him. The scene switches and we see in the house of Mugak Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. When he entered his building, the boy told the old man that his posture, standing straight and upright inside, looked like a guardian statue protecting the boy. The Sword Demon Blood Heavens clashed with Mugak and asked if he was trying to provoke him, as he turned out to be stubborn. The boy replied that he could not do that. Then Kayampa praised him for making Jang Ho the commander of the demonic army. The boy bowed and thanked him for the praise. Yugok noticed something strange, but Blood Heaven Sword Demon remained calm. He really expected him to flare up with rage because he had drawn the Flower Sword Supreme. Our guy knew it was still too early to relax because Kayampa is unpredictable. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon asked Mugak to tell him how he persuaded Sword Supreme. Our guy told him that he would tell him what he wanted to know if he promised not to get angry. Kayampa assured him that he would not get mad. Then he admitted to the old man that he told Sword Supreme. He believes that he is the true Supreme Demon, and that these were exactly the words he used to touch Sword Supreme's pride, and also that he took advantage of him. Kayampa laughed loudly as soon as he heard this. He told Muguk that he had been tricked and explained to him that Sword Supreme would definitely have seen through his petty trick. He called Sword Suzerain a fox and told Muguk that she probably played a cunning game with him. He also explained that Sword Suzerain helped only to prevent him from cooperating with Muguk. With a serious expression, Kayampa asked Muguk to tell him what he would do with their current situation. Our guy assured the old man that he was the most important to him. Demon Swordsman Blood Heavens reminded him that Sword Supreme helped him with Jang Ho. Muguk told him that it was okay since he helped him first. Kayampa asked him if he would be able to say that when Sword Supreme makes an offer he can't refuse. As soon as he said that, he pulled a small box out of his pocket. He explained to our guy that the offer is like that box. Muguk accepted the box and opened it. Kayampa reminded him, a promise is a promise. As soon as he said that, Muguk looked inside the box and saw something terrifying. There was an elixir. Kayampa told him that it was a heavenly divine pill. Our guy was twisted with shock when he heard it. He couldn't believe that Kayampa so easily gave him the heavenly divine pill. He thought that the demon bloody sword of the heavens would probably pull out a whole bunch of refusals. He expected him to say something like, "It's hard to find any good elixirs," or something equally stupid. Kayampa said that he had kept this elixir for a very long time, and emphasized to Muguk that even he himself could not consume it. The guy asked him directly, is he really giving this to him? The old man with fury on his face asked Mevguk if he wanted him to take it back. He stuck the blade into the ground, and sitting on a huge stone in Muguk's house, he took a cup of alcohol and drank it. He called our guy the second young lord. With a very serious expression, Kayampa told Mevguk that he was betting the rest of his life on him. Muguk was stunned to hear this. He suddenly realized that Blood Heaven Sword Demon had shown the strongest card of all that he held up his sleeve. He did it without any hesitation. The boy recalled telling his father that Blood Heaven Sword Demon had no value to him, so there was no need to keep it close. And then he understood what was said needed to be changed. Considering how stubborn Kayampa was, Muguk believed he had to do everything to keep him close. He clasped his palms and thanked Kayampa for trusting him. He asked if Kayampa could guard him. The latter replied that he wanted to drink the elixir. The bloody heavenly sword demon was shocked to hear this. He asked Muguk if he had lost his mind. It was inconceivable to him that their boy was going to swallow the elixir right in his presence. Muguk explained, it was even better that way to drink it in front of him because he was the one who gave the elixir. Kayampa could not believe his own ears. Allowing someone to stand guard while you circulate energy, that is the point. It is the final stage of trust that a martial arts practitioner can dare to reach. The Blood Heaven's Demon Blade asked Muguk if he really trusted him. Our boy replied that he was currently swallowing the heavenly divine pill because he trusted him, and explained, if he suddenly poisoned the elixir, only by his order could the antidote be obtained. The Demon Blade Blood Heavens asked Muguk to tell him why he thinks he did not poison the elixir. Our guy told the old man that he is not the type to resort to such filth, and Kayampa retorted that he might be very filthy as well. Muguk explained that there are different kinds of filthy people, and added that he would never go back on his word. With a stern expression, Kayampa asked Muguk to explain what he would do if his instincts failed him. Our guy sat on the ground and told the demon sword Blood Heavens that he would think about it when it happened. Hearing this, Kayampa was shocked. Muguk swallowed the elixir into his mouth and closed his eyes. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon was surprised to see that Muguk was really about to swallow the elixir. As soon as the elixir entered our boy's body, he dissolved. It spread through his bloodstream and penetrated the bones. Bright blue energetic glow enveloped the body of Muguku. His veins bulged outward, and he emitted a copious amount of sweat. Our guy got stuck in a strange trance. When Muguk opened his eyes, he immediately felt a change within himself. An inner strength rapidly grew, as if a heavenly divine pill had lifted it in leaps. No sooner had he thought about it than Kayampa asked what flavor the heavenly divine pill had. Our guy froze in surprise at such a question. Smiling, he told the old man that she tasted like honey, and added that he had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. The blood demon sword god of the heavens was quite irritated. He could not believe that he would drink the elixir and did not even think to accept it. And suddenly he realized it should not have been kept at all. Muguk asked him not to be disappointed and said that he had digested the elixir 10 times more effectively than anyone else could. After these words, he stood up. He spread his energy throughout his body. His energy overflowed so much that he would not lose to Kayampi just because of a lack of inner strength. Kayampa approached our guy. He asked him to tell who he really is. He asked to say who he was so that he could confuse him and make him give Heavenly the divine pill. The demon's blood heaven sword locked eyes with Muguk. He was completely focused precisely on his gaze. Looking further, he noticed something strange in Muguk's eyes. He was surprised by what was hidden inside Muguk. There was too much energy there. Muguk released a huge amount of his energy. He told the old man that he was the one who would lead him in time. He told him that he had to live long enough for him to see it. Blood Heaven Sword Demon fiercely glared at our guy. He watched him with his eyes until he released his energy. He clasped his palms together and did not retreat a single step. Mevguk decided to deprive him of energy. He asked the old man what his highest goal was. Yes, Kayampa was shocked to hear this. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. He said he was already too old. He spoke about our boy. He desires nothing. And at the same time declared that he wants to continue living the same way he has lived so far. Muguk told him that he was overreacting to such a trifle. Kayampa froze at what he heard. He asked our boy to explain exactly how his excessive hot temper manifests. Muguk told him that he felt as if he was a young boy when he pressured him. He said that he still feels within himself how the flame of youth burns very strongly. Kayampa asked him if it really looks like that from his side. Our boy answered yes. Sadly, but with a gentle expression on his face, the old man said that he was pleased to hear that. He told Mevguk that, in his opinion, lately he seemed to have become calmer. Our boy noticed the expression on his face and understood how Kayampa felt. No matter how many ambitions and passions he had, time would mercilessly take them away anyway. Muguk approached very close to the huge cliff. He lifted the bottle of liqueur and the cup, extended his hand, and asked Kayampa to pour him a drink. The old man was stunned when he saw this. He reminded Muguk that he had lost the bet. He did not understand why our guy wanted to accept his drink, and with a smile on his face, our guy explained to him he won the moment he gave him the heavenly divine pill. He told him that he would accept the drink he offered. The demon swordsman from Blood Heavens could not believe what he was hearing. Although Muguk did not know if it was even possible, he still wanted to make the demon swordsman from Blood Heavens one of his own. Kayampa took the bottle and poured a drink for our guy. While he was pouring, he fiercely stared at him. He did not believe that Muguk would really drink that liqueur. To his surprise, our guy drank that liqueur. Seeing this, he gently smiled and said to Muguk that from now on they should work well. Our guy accepted his offer, let him be able to pull off any of his dirty tricks if he wants. The main thing is that he manages it. Kayampa got angry upon hearing this. He couldn't believe that our guy said as if he was doing dirty tricks. He immediately started laughing like a madman. Muguk asked him to pour him another cup. The old man agreed. Finally, our guy was not a fool. He knew, despite Kayampa laughing heartily now, he still had not opened his heart. He knew that Kayampa was not one of those people who can be understood by just casting a small glance through the narrow crack of the door of his heart. Even Muguk does not know what hides behind these doors. The only thing that was clear to our guy, their relationship will be decided when Kayampa finally opens the door. Whether he will burn Kayampa in the flame or stab him with a sword right in the heart to kill him. Whether they will become eternal friends will be decided at the moment the doors open. The two of them waited to see what exact steps each would take. The scene changes and we see Mevguk training in his training room. He wrapped the sword in energy and carefully made a series of arc movements to feel his new power. He noticed that the strength of his attacks had risen to the next level, and the strikes themselves became faster thanks to the increase in energy. The internal energy now reaches a level where he can fight on par with the demon supremes. Our guy cautiously moved forward and made a huge swing, but he was not satisfied with his own power. He was sure he needed to accumulate even more energy. Internal energy is something a person never has enough of. While he was training, someone let slip that his internal energy had increased again. Only then, when Yuguk turned around, did he see his father. With a smile on his face, our guy revealed to his father that he had received the heavenly divine pill from the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. The heavenly demon did not say a word. Muguk caught this surprisingly and asked his father to explain why he showed no surprise. The heavenly demon reminded his son that he once said he wanted to get something from the old man. He told Muguk that he already knew Kayampa has the heavenly divine pill. The boy asked where he knew this from. The heavenly demon revealed to him that he was the one who long ago gave Kayampa this elixir. Hearing this, Muguk was petrified with shock. He recalled the line that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon had drawn to show him how much his father loved him. He wondered if Kayampa was right. The heavenly demon asked his son to tell what exactly he had proposed in the pair. Muguk confessed he proposed himself. Heavenly demons declared that Kayampa made a losing bet. Our guy told his father that this is only the beginning. He promised that he intends to take down each of the supreme demons. The celestial demon said nothing in response. MKK felt that something was wrong here. In the past, his father would have made him understand that he was talking nonsense. He did not understand why the heavenly demon was silent, so he decided to ask why he said nothing. The heavenly demon told his son what he really thinks. Maybe he is truly capable of this. MKK told his father that he finally sees his true worth. The heavenly demon turned around and asked his son to continue training. Our guy thanked his father for making Jiangho the commander of the demonic army. The celestial demon told him that he did it not for him. He explained that he accepted Jiang Ho because 2 supreme demons recommended him. Muguk told his father that he would become happier, and as soon as the celestial demon heard this, he froze. Our guy replied that he needs to be happy so that those around him become happy too. Then the cult will become happier as well. The celestial demon turned sharply upon hearing this. Before he could say anything, Muguk immediately declared that futile emotion would only push him toward death. The heavenly demon said to his son, "It is good that he understands this." He opened the door and said to his son, if he wants to walk this path, he must forget things as small as happiness. Muguk replied that he did not want to, and assured he would be happy even walking this path. Hearing this, the heavenly demon left the room. With a smile, Muguk said he would make it happen. In the next scene, we see Sword Supreme tending flowers in her garden while looking at them. Flowers, someone once told her they were beautiful. Yanrang assured, people say so because flowers become even more beautiful with age. She told Muguk that he was still far from the time when this saying could apply to him. Our guy recalled how old he was before he rolled back. He thought, if he hadn't rolled back at that age, life would have been much worse. He thanked Yanrang for her help. To express gratitude, he brought her a bottle of alcohol. Sword Supreme thanked him for the gift. She said she did not drink and had quit drinking long ago. Muguk apologized to her for such a gift. Although he apologized, our guy actually knew Yanrang did not drink. He deliberately brought alcohol so she would not think he knew too much about her. Muguk wondered if he really needed to do exactly that, but he could not complain. He had to do what he could. He understood relationships are built from all the small things that happen in life. He told the Sword Sovereign that he believed help should be repaid, and asked if there was anything he could do for her. Yanrang told him that the best thing for him would be to cut ties with Blood Heaven's sword demon. Muguk asked her for an explanation. She told our guy that the ideals Kayampa adheres to are too far from his own. Unlike Muguk, who wants to turn the cult into a place of discipline and order, Blood Heaven's sword demon hates being bound by rules more than anyone else in the world. Having heard her words, Muguk immediately apologized to her. He explained that he could not do what she was asking. Yanrang sharply turned around and looked at our guy with such fury that it took his breath away. She asked if he really was incapable of it. Muguk said he could not. He revealed to her that the old man had given him a gift too valuable. Our guy was not going to mention this gift, but he thought he should tell her the truth. Especially since he intends to make Blood Heaven's sword demon and Flower Sword Supreme people. Yanrang asked him what exactly Kayampa gave him. Muguk told her it was a personal gift and that it was hard for him to tell her about it. Yanrang replied. She assumed they were close enough to share such details with each other. She asked him if he was mistaken. Muguk told her he would tell her because she helped him a lot then. He revealed to Sword Supreme that Blood Heaven Sword Demon had given him a heavenly divine pill. Yanrang froze in shock upon hearing this. She asked our guy, did the greedy old man really give him the heavenly divine pill? Muguk confirmed that yes and explained. Kayampa decided that he had more value than the elixir. Yanrang could not believe what she heard. Mevgok bowed his head and thanked her again for the help. He asked her to say if she ever needed his support and promised that he would see her next time. As soon as Muguk returned, Yanrang called him. She asked, tell me what Kayampa looks like in terms of character and appearance in his opinion. With a smile on their faces, our guys said that Kayampa is in a bad mood, can be aggressive, and does whatever he wants. He admitted, at first he did not like Kayampa, but with every moment spent together, he began to get used to him. Yanrang asked Mevgok if he said this not only because it all actually comes down to the heavenly divine pill. Our guy said that the elixir is also part of the reason why he values him. Yanrang explained that Blood Heaven Sword Demon is not someone he should cooperate with. She told Mevguk that if he wants to continue receiving her help, he needs to sever ties with the old one. Muguk asked her to prove it to him. The Sword Supreme asked him to explain what exactly he meant. Our guy asked her to prove to him that she can help him better than Blood Heaven Sword Demon. He reminded her that Kayampa gave him the heavenly divine pill and stated, he needs a good reason to break with the old one. Yanreng said that the very fact that it will be beneficial for the cult should be a sufficient reason. Muguk said that some try to bribe their subordinates with dreams, ideals, and loyalty. He told Yanreng that he despises people of that kind. As soon as he uttered these words, Yanreng released her energy. It turned out to be incredibly powerful. Next to her, the flowers instantly froze as if they were seized by cold. Muguk told the woman that he did not know what exactly she thought of him, and also that he was preparing something big. He revealed to her that from now on he would meet many people, and he said he was not sure if he would always be able to make the right choice. He begged her to show him something that would help him make decisions easily. He stretched out his hand and asked her to give him something more valuable than the heavenly divine pill. Yanreng did not like what she heard. Guk never intended to let go of Blood Gavin's sword demon. He was convinced Kayampa must be by his side. He fixed his gaze into Yanreng's eyes. It was clear she was already hesitating. The woman took all the energy from her. She asked our guy to say what he wanted. Mevguk clenched his fist and answered her that for now, he did not need anything. When Yanreng heard this, she glanced at him, filled with rage. The boy already knew how she would read his words as he intended in her mind. She heard him say that he no longer needed anyone else because he already had Blood Heaven's sword demon. Mevguk bowed his head and told her that he would see her next time. He assured her that he would not forget what exactly she had done for him. As soon as he said this, he immediately turned around. When he turned, a smile appeared on his face. Because he said he needed nothing, Sword Supreme would become even more impatient. At night, we see our boy arriving at his house, and he sees that Kayampa is waiting for him right there. The old man calls Yanreng Fox and asks Muguk what she said. The boy informed him that Yanreng asked him to break up with him. Hiampa reminded him that he himself told him Sword Supreme would say that. He asked Muguk if Yanreng gave him any reason at all. Our boy replies she said their ideals were too different and that he was too freedom-loving by nature. The old man just snorts, that's complete crap. He turns again to Muguk, so what will he do next? Our boy said he would work with whoever gave him the most benefit, and Kayampa was shocked to hear this. Muguk told him that he was just weighing his options, and assured Blood Heaven Sword Demon that he himself would have done the same. Kayampa fiercely stared at him. Muguk smiled when he saw the expression on his face and asked him not to worry. He said that it was all still ahead, and declared that it was impossible for her to give him something better than the heavenly divine pill. Kayampa said that it was not impossible. He told our guy, Yanreng is a person who will do anything just to destroy him. Muguk asked the old man why their relationship was so tense. Kayampa fell silent as soon as he heard the question. Although our guy asked him, Kayampa already knew the answer. The Blood Heaven's sword demon told him that reasons are not needed to hate another person. Muguk asked if he wanted to drink, and he replied that he would feel bad if he left from here like that. Kayampa asked, does he know what kind of person he really should be? Muguk said that he is calm and collected and assured, being like that is not a bad thing. He advised him to pretend to be disappointed when he is disappointed, and advised him to talk everything through properly when he is overwhelmed by offense. Muguk told the old man that he would pay for the drinks. Kayampa drew his sword and leapt forward. He told our guy that he would wait for him in the demonic village. Feeling this, Mevguk smiled gently. In the next scene, we are taken to an entertainment bar. The people there were noticeably nervous and did not take their eyes off certain individuals. They focused their attention on Blood Heaven Sword Demon and the other junior master. Kayampa told our guy that he expected him to lead him to the house of courtesans and confessed. In fact, he hates places where women are present. Muguk could hardly believe it when he heard that. He reminded Kayampa that his late brother loved brothels. The old man asked him not to mention his brother, saying it would spoil the mood. Our guy accepted the request. Muguk deliberately mentioned Tziang Young. He did not want the wound in Tziyangpa's heart to fester. The bar owner approached closer. He greeted them in the bar with a trembling tone and said it was a great honor for him to see both of them there at once. Muguk told him they came here because there was excellent alcohol and excellent food. The man thanked our guy for the compliment. He left immediately after taking their order. Kayampa told our guy that he was too unjustifiably kind. Kuk told him that nothing bad would happen if one is friendly. Kayampa explained to him that sooner or later there would be moments when things would go awry because he let himself be confused by his own emotions. He decided to use the bar owner as an example. He asked the boy whether the food would be tastier because the owner was friendly, or if it would become tastier when he promised to kill the bar owner if he prepared a bad dish. He told Muguk that in this, his older brother had an advantage over him. But our boy agreed life becomes easier if a person lives without a cold heart. He replied that he did not want to live his whole life that way. Kayampa asked him the reason. Mugak said this with a smile. He believes that food will be tastier if it is prepared by someone who enjoys doing it, not by someone who trembles with fear while cooking. Kayampa warned him someday others will try to use his friendliness to get big favors, and if he refuses to help, they will harshly criticize him. The old man said that yes, there are people like that by nature. Our boy replied, a person can repay him several times over for the friendliness he showed, and even more, perhaps this will save his life. With a stern expression on his face, he told Kayampa that people are made the same way. The demon of the bloody sky sword did not know what to answer. He only said to Mevguk, we will have to wait and see. While they were talking, food and liquor were served to them. Mugak told Blood Raven Sword Demon that he sees in him a person who is more emotional than himself. The old man was impressed to hear this. He asked our boy if he was blind. Then he told Mugak that he is actually bad at judging people. Our guy smiled when he heard these words. He was confident his assessment was accurate. Mugak noticed that in all the situations Kayampa went through with him, he was more emotional than usual. Even now his feelings are involved in what he says. He shares with someone what he thinks, and this is something he had truly never done before. Our guy decided to ignore talks about emotions and tackle the urgent issue. He placed his cup on the table and told Kayampa that from now on he must start managing his students. He told him that his students would continue to have problems with the Nirvana Pavilion if he did not start managing them. The sword demon Blood Haven glared angrily at Mugak and told him he was becoming increasingly arrogant. Our guy immediately corrected him, stating that he was the one who was too proud. Kayampa got irritated upon hearing this and shouted at Mugak. Everyone in the bar froze and became nervous. His voice had just sounded. Mugak told the elder that he despised both the cult and his father and added, he is confident because he is the Blood Haven Sword Demon. With a grim expression, Mugak told him that, in his opinion, no one cares about what his students do. As soon as he heard this, Kayampa released his energy and destroyed the table in front of them. He glared fiercely at Mugak. Our guy did not back down, looking straight into his eyes. The Blood Haven Sword Demon drew energy from him, and plates and bottles crashed to the floor. The owner was shocked upon seeing this. Everyone else immediately became nervous. Kayampa glared angrily at him and told our guy that his words were too arrogant, implying that he actually wanted to beat him up right then. Then Kayampa turned to the host, asked him to stop staring at them and ordered to bring them more drinks and food. Our guy replied to Kayampa that such behavior was unacceptable, especially in times like these. He placed several gold coins on the table, apologized to the host, and explained that the money was for what they had broken, adding that he would compensate the rest of his losses today. The host became even more nervous, but he assured Mugak that everything was fine. Our guy said no, it would not be fine. He gave the host the coins and asked to bring new food and drinks in such quantities that the table would shake and almost collapse. The sword demon Blood Heavens asked Mugak if he wanted him to do such things. Our guy replied that he should not destroy something if he does not intend to do similar things. Kayampa asked him if he was teaching the demonic overlord to be kind. Our guy explained to the man, the demonic path he was trying to build was not about, when offended, smashing the restaurant. Kayampa shouted at him. Our guy placed his hand on the chair and asked him to stop shouting. Then he ordered him to sit right there. The old man clenched his teeth fiercely in anger. And strangely, he still sat down without a tantrum, and even called our boy an arrogant, spoiled brat. And then he told him that he was crazy. With a terrible expression on his face, he promised Mugak, if he betrays him, he will kill him. The master, who was already about to put food on the table, trembled with fear at these words. He put the food on the table and quickly disappeared. Mugak asked Kayamp if he really meant what he said. The old man answered that he did. Our boy asked him to swear loyalty sincerely. He said that this threat could be used differently. He told Blood Heaven's sword to the demon that if he truly swore loyalty to him and then betrayed him, he said he would plunge the sword into his own heart. From Kayamp's facial expression, he immediately understood. Mugak was not joking. The boy poured him a glass. He asked him to accept his drink. After this, he poured himself another shot. Two men silently stared intently at each other. Mugak raised his cup and extended his hand forward. Kayampa decided to accept the drink. He raised his cup. Our guy smiled as soon as he saw this. The two drank their liquor. Although Blood Heaven Sword Demon did not clink his glass against our guy's glass, the guy already knew he had taken the oath with all his heart. The scene changes. We are transported to the flower garden of Sword Supreme. There she looks at the stars. While she was tilting her head, someone informed her that Mevguk was now with Blood Heaven Sword Demon. He said they were drinking together. The man informed his master that our guy was an arrogant person. Yanrang ordered him to watch his words. She noted this with a cold look in her own eyes and said, "There is nothing ruder than speaking behind someone's back without thinking." The man replied that he would remember this. Yanrang said that Muguk was not the same person she had known before. The man said that our guy was a storm in a teacup at most. Sword Supreme asked him what he would do if a teacup turned out to be large enough to hold the entire Muram. The man was shocked to hear this. Sword Supreme knew that our guy had something special hidden for Kayampa to give him a heavenly divine pill. She said he had actually given Mevguk everything. She was convinced that Blood Heaven Sword Demon must see the chance for Mevguk to become the successor of their cult. The man asked Yanrang if she also sees this possibility. Although Muguk showed her an unexpected side of himself, it was not yet to the level for her to hand him an elixir comparable to the heavenly divine pill. From this, Yanrang became irritated. It seemed to her as if she was missing something that Blood Heaven Sword Demon had already noticed. She did not like that the old man could see something that she could not. While she was thinking, the man asked her to rest today and informed her that he had prepared a new man. Sword Supreme turned around as soon as she heard these words. She walked past the man. As soon as she was beside him and passed by, the man raised his head. Taking in the view, he turned around and watched her with his eyes until she entered her house. In the next scene, we see how Muguk steps into a spacious room. Our boy cautiously looked around. It was his first time on his father's personal training ground. The boy noticed a huge iron part in the room, hanging and clinking as if suspended. He instantly recognized this iron, cold iron of 10,000 years, and Muguk noticed the marks left on it. He immediately understood his father uses it for training. He looked closely at the marks for a long time and said that his father is mocking this iron. Heavenly demons entered the room. He ordered Muguk not to waste time and commanded to apply the 4 steps of the wind god. Our boy released his energy and began to move in an unusual way. Each step had its meaning. The 4 jumps of the wind god have 4 main techniques and over 900 variations that can be made. Everything depends on how a person perceives these changes and how they apply them. His movements will change slightly and the power of the 4 steps of the wind god will be different. Muguk looked as if he was walking on water. Every movement was smooth, without any unnecessary expenditure. He softly landed on the ground, and turning to his father, he noticed that the heavenly demon was looking at him with a strange gaze. Muguk began to wonder, is something wrong? Did he make a mistake? The heavenly demon looked at his son for another reason. He asked Muguk if he had truly mastered it to such a level. Probably because his father acknowledged his skill. Muguk continued talking with him about martial arts, and the heavenly demon shared some of his own thoughts with his son. And just as quietly he listened to Muguk's thoughts, he was not just listening. He even agreed with some of our boy's ideas. So the heavenly demon told his son that more strength should be invested in the right leg. That is apparently how it should be interpreted. He assured Muguk that he was right. Our boy never expected his father to speak so freely and act so wisely when it came to martial arts. The heavenly demon asked his son to close his eyes. He said he would now tell him what he had learned. Muguk listened to his father's orders. As soon as he closed his eyes, the heavenly demon began speaking with him. From this, the boy began to imagine everything in his head down to the smallest detail. While his father explained, Muguk practiced the techniques in his imagination. He slowly perfected the steps and movements. Thanks to the conversation with his father, Muguk was able to raise his 4 God of Wind jumps to the next level. He opened his eyes and stood up. He bowed his head and thanked the heavenly demon for the training. He promised himself that he would repay this kindness by killing Wamyugi. He told his father that he would repay the debt in the future by giving him more pocket money. The heavenly demon stood up and asked his son to stop talking nonsense. He ordered him to have dinner with him before leaving. Muguk was shocked to hear this. The heavenly demon asked if something had happened to him or if something was wrong. Our guy replied he had never seen him ask someone to eat together with him. The heavenly demon did not say a word. He turned around and explained to his son, nothing to be surprised about. In the next scene, food was already on their table. The heavenly demon told Muguk that if it was not enough, there would always be more. The boy thanked him. He took some for himself and immediately started eating. The heavenly demon watched Muguk while he ate. He looked at him as if something was wrong with him. The boy already understood why his father was staring at him intently. he knew that the heavenly demon found it strange why he hardly spoke as usual. The father did not guess that the boy's own pre-regression version had never thought about having dinner with him together. But now, as they ate side by side, the boy suddenly realized one important thing. He understood deep down in his soul he had always longed for this, simply to sit with his father for a meal. The heavenly demon asked if he enjoyed the taste of this dish. Mangak asked him if he was interested in changing chiefs. His father said that he would never do that. The heavenly demon asked his son to name the reason why he came to look for him today. Mangak admitted that he had a request, and the heavenly demon asked, let him say exactly what he wants. Our guy told his father that he wanted to have another family member, and the heavenly demon did not expect this at all. So he asked his son if he wanted to get married. Mangak explained to him that he simply wanted to teach his guardian flying sword techniques. Our guy wanted to teach Lee the parrying sword arts, those that he had already fully mastered. He believed that a woman needed to master the arts of sword flight to protect her position as leader of the Phantom Shadow Corps. The problem was that the arts of sword flight could only be passed down to blood relatives of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon reminded his son he treats his brother, his true blood relative, very badly, but at the same time wants to raise his guardian to the level of a blood relative. Mangak told his father that Leon is a person he prefers even over his own blood relative. He claimed that she would be able to accomplish great things in the future. The heavenly demon reminded him that sword arts in flight are his exclusive combat arts and asked, does he agree with that? This, with a serious expression on his face, Mangak declared to his father that the 9 calamities of demonic arts would become his exclusive combat arts. The boy knew well, the 9 calamities of demonic arts are not something you can learn just because you are a blood relative of the blood heavenly demons. It is an art that can only be mastered by the successor. The heavenly demon felt it strange that his son was so confident. He told Mangak, let him do as he wishes. Our guy was stunned upon hearing this, so he did not expect that his father would allow it so easily. The heavenly demon told Mangak that he wanted him to promise something. Our guy asked, let him say what exactly. The heavenly demon replied to his son that he wanted to be the first to know when he decides to kill the supreme demon. He told Mangak that he must inform him about any supreme demon. Our guy agreed to tell him first. The scene shifts and we see Mangak in another room. Leon entered the room and asked him if he was calling her. Our guy called her the leader of the Phantom Shadow Corps. The woman bowed her head and greeted him. Mangak revealed to her that he would teach her new martial arts. Hearing this, the woman was impressed. Is that so? She asked him if he was serious. Our guy confessed to her that he would teach her the art of sword. Leon almost turned to stone upon hearing this. She told her master that he could not act this way and reminded him, the art of the flying sword is passed down only to blood relatives of the heavenly demon. Mangak asked her if she had said everything already. The woman said that she still had something to add, but she would stop there. She warned her master there would be trouble if the heavenly demon found out. Mangak revealed to her that he already had permission from his father. Leon was surprised to hear this. Yes, the woman asked him if he was serious. Mangak replied that he was. The woman reminded him that the lifting sword arts were his purely personal fighting style. She asked him to explain why he wanted to teach it to her. Our guy explained to her that she needed to master a fighting art of such a level to become the leader of Phantom Shadow Corps. He told her that she was effectively a blood relative to him so she could learn it. Leon was stunned to hear this. She looked at her master's face and understood that he was speaking sincerely. She told Mangak that she still could not learn his fighting arts. Her voice trembled as she said that no one had ever treated her so well before. Our guy approached closer and put his hand on her shoulder. He said that she had always been important to him. When she heard this, the woman immediately burst into tears. Guk smiled gently and calmed her down. In the next scene, Mangak trains Leon while also teaching the woman. At the same time, he diligently fulfilled his duties at Nirvana Pavilion. And also, he did not lose sight of his own training. Leon strangely and quickly mastered the lofty arts of the sword like cotton absorbing water. Her martial arts abilities even exceeded Nuguk's expectations. Moreover, she was incredibly hardworking, so progress went so rapidly that even Mevguk could not contain his surprise. Watching the woman train, Muguk suddenly realized he too can learn by explaining and teaching. In his past life, he had taught no one anything. That is why this path became extremely meaningful to him. The scene switches, and we are transported to Nirvana Pavilion. We see Muguk and the investigators gathered outside. Our guy told them that quite some time has passed since they all gathered in one place like this as they are now. The investigators agreed with him. Mugak replied that he liked their remarks. He said he came to pour oil from above on their fiery fighting spirits. The investigators did not understand what exactly our guy meant. Mugak looked at Darian and asked to open the box that lay nearby. When Darian opened the box, he was shaken. Inside was what he did not expect. And the man asked Mugak what such a sum of money was doing here. Our guy ordered the man to pass the note to everyone. Darian heard this in shock. Mugak asked to do it immediately, and the man immediately accepted the order. When Darian gave them money, Mugak told the investigators that it was his gift to all of them. Hearing this was a shock for the investigators. They all bowed their heads and thanked their pavilion master. Our guy explained to them that he is giving them this money because he does not want Nirvana Pavilion to turn into an organization that allows external pressure to influence them. He said he does not want them to accept any bribes. Then he added, if they suddenly need money, let them come to him. He will pay the salary in advance, and if it is not enough, he will lend them. He asked the investigators if they understood him, and they all answered in unison that they did. After that, Mugak let them go. The scene changes, and we see our guy and Darian inside the building. Darian asked his mentor to tell where he learned about this. Mugak clarified what exactly he meant. Darian decided to speak directly. He asked our guy to say where he knows that Iko needs money. He explained that Iko is trying to get more because his brother is getting married soon. He spent all his money because when the parents were alive and sick, he had to deal with them. Now he has to take care of the younger siblings, so there is almost no money. The scene changes and we see our guy and Darian inside the building again. The scene changes and we see our guy and Darian inside the building again. Mugak stated that it was impossible for him to know anything like that. He said he did not know this. Then Darian asked our guy not to lie. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He actually learned about Iko's situation purely by coincidence. At first, he just wanted to give him some money, but changed his mind, decided to give everyone something. Mugak asked Darian if it matters that he knows this. The man told him that it was so. He assured, this will help create a sense of loyalty. Mugak smiled upon hearing this. He asked the man not to be deceived by such things. He said it was just tricks to make a good impression. Darian told him that he was not buying his excuses. He explained to our guy, the world is capable of making a person do all sorts of things, even without any such deception. Mugak was surprised to hear this. He noticed that Darian was speaking quite seriously. The man bowed and lowered his head, then turned around. Our guy watched him with his gaze until he walked away. In the next scene, we are transported to the Southern Sword House. Bloodhaven's sword demon asked Mugak to tell what he is doing here, and inquired if something happened that should serve as grounds for his arrest. Our guy asked him if he had done something. Kayampa said that throughout his life he had done a lot of things. Nugak assured him that today there would be no arrest. Heavenly Sword Demon asked our guy to explain why he came. Mughup handed the old man a box. He said he came to give it to him. Hyampa accepted the box. He asked Mugka if he wanted to kill him with this box, and also if it would release poison as soon as it was opened. Our guy was annoyed by what he heard. He asked the man to explain where one could buy such boxes at all, and added that he would like to purchase a few. Hyampa opened the chest. Inside he saw something unexpected. Mughuk explained to him that this is a pearl of blood poison of the highest quality. Bloodhaven Sword Demon said that he knows what it is. He asked our guy to tell him why he is giving it to him. Mughuk replied that it is a birthday present. Hyampa was stunned upon hearing this. Our guy congratulated him on his birthday and reminded him today is his birthday. Bloodhaven's Sword Demon wondered if today really was his birthday. Mughuk asked if he did not know. The gray-haired man replied that he has lived too long without celebrating his own birthdays. He asked Mughuk where he knew that from. Our guy asked him not to forget who he is. He said that the Nirvana Pavilion has all the necessary information, and that they even know how many pieces of underwear he has. Blood Sky Sword Demon asked him to tell how many pieces of his own underwear he has. Mughuk was surprised to hear that. He told Kyampa that he is just exaggerating, and again congratulated him on his birthday. Having said this, he lowered his head and said goodbye. As soon as he turned around, Kyampa asked if he really came here just to give a gift. Our guy assured him that he came exactly for this, and asked him not to worry. Bloodhaven's Sword Demon asked him if he would just leave without saying anything. Unguk told the old man that he was very busy. He said they could drink later that night in the entertainment pavilion, and that he would wait for him there. Having said this, the guy left. Kyampa looked at the box once again. He couldn't believe he got a gift on his birthday. Later in the evening, we see Mughuk returning to his residence. Our guy noticed something shocking at his home. In his house, he saw Sword Supreme. The woman was sitting on a huge rock and next to her was a small table. The woman greeted Muguk and asked him to drink with her before he left. Our guy looked at her intently. He didn't know what game she was playing. He decided to catch on to the game. He sat opposite Sword Supreme. He reminded her. She said she doesn't drink liquor. Yanrang told him that the liquor was not for her. She, however, informed Muguk that it was for him. The woman raised the mug and poured Muguk a drink. Our guy thanked her. Sword Supreme asked our guy if he had taken into account the fact that the liquor could be poisoned, and then asked him to explain why he would drink it without checking. Our guy told her that he already had precautions, even if he did not check. Supreme was impressed to hear this. Muguk pulled something out of his mouth and showed it to Yanrang. It turned out that he had a poisonous blood pearl in his mouth. This poisonous blood pearl can resist poisonous smoke and also neutralize poison if a person keeps it in their mouth while drinking alcohol. Yanrang was able to determine by size that this was a blood poisonous pearl of the highest quality. Muguk apologized to her for what he was about to say. He told Yanrang that he knew she was not completely friendly to him, and added that in this situation he would not just drink what she gave him. Sword Supreme asked Muguk if he had also drunk the Sword Demon Blood Heaven liquor along with the blood pearl of poison. Our guy told her no. Yanrang told him that he trusted Kayampi but did not trust her. Muguk explained to her that even before he first drank with the old man, a lot had happened. Yanrang told him that it was the same with them, and our guy told her that it was not true. Sword Supreme reminded him that she had just advised Jang Ho to appoint the commander of the demonic army. Muguk asked her if that decision was made in his favor. Yanrang was surprised to hear that. Our guy told her that she was right about recommending Jang Ho, but it was not in our guy's favor. It was to try to make her force him to break his ties with Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. Muguk explained to Sword Supreme that he wishes to create a lot of history together with her. He said he could drink the liqueur she offers him without using the blood poison pearl if they can do it. Yanrang asked our guy not to say what he did not mean. She asked if he had already decided to leave Kayampa. Muguk put the pill on the table and poured himself a shot. He drank the liqueur right in her presence and put the cup on the table. The Supreme Swordsman glared fiercely at him. Muguk knew that Yanrang was the one who refused even to allow herself to be compared to the demon of the Blood Gavin's sword. She was also sure that she would be chosen if people had to choose between her and that demon. Muguk knew that she was not the kind of person who used poison. Yanrang called our guy. She asked him to tell her what he really desired. Muguk begged her to help him become the successor. The Supreme Swordsman was stunned upon hearing this. Our guy explained to her that he wants her help, but without any requests, he will not cut his ties with Kayampa. Sword Supreme glared at him angrily, fixing him with a stare. She stood up and told Muguk that only those people without any conditions and without parents would help. Muguk informed the woman that later today, he would be drinking in the entertainment pavilion. He replied to her that she could join if she wanted. After our guy heard and said everything, Sword Supreme left his home. When Muguk entered the house, he noticed something unexpected. He saw his father on the roof. Our guy wondered if something went wrong today. He had already met 2 Demon Supremes, and now before him was also his father. He asked Heavenly Demon to explain why he came. The Heavenly Demon told his son that he came to see how he lives. Our guy was embarrassed. Previously, his father had never visited his home. Muguk suddenly realized that he could go hunting, and for the first time in his entire life, eat together with his father. And now the father came to his home for the first time, so in this life he had accumulated a whole bunch of firsts. Muguk asked his father if he would like to come in. The Heavenly Demon told him that he could not enter the room where the man lived alone. Our boy told his father that he could bring a chair. The Heavenly Demon asked him not to worry about it. He told Muguk that he had already sat enough for today. Our boy smiled upon hearing this. He jumped onto the roof and told the Heavenly Demon that the demonic doctor once warned, "Sitting too long is harmful to health. The longer you sit, the shorter life becomes." The Heavenly Demon asked Muguk if he wanted to live long. Our boy said he did. He added that there was still so much he hadn't tried yet, and he told his father he wants to do everything before he dies. He asked his father if he also had something he wanted to do, and asked if he wanted anything else besides being the Heavenly Demon. Then the Heavenly Demon said that he wanted nothing more. Hearing this, Muguk turned to him. Although he insisted that he had nothing to do, it sounded as if he was trying to tell his son he had too many things he wanted to try, but he could not say it out loud. Our boy told his father that he someday wanted to go with him to the Central Plains. When the Heavenly Demon heard this, he glared fiercely at his son. Muguk explained to his father that he did not mean at all that they wanted to attack the Mirim Alliance together. He admitted to his father that he wanted to see different places where different people live, and he asked the heavenly demon if he would ever want to go with him to see the world. He said he had heard that snowy mountains in summer are really refreshing. The heavenly demon said nothing to Mugak. He just silently watched the beautiful sunset together with him. The scene changes, we move to the entertainment pavilion. The owner serves the boy food and asks him to simply enjoy it. Mugak thanked the man. The owner told our boy that he should be the one grateful to him. He explained to Mugak that after he opened the Nirvana Pavilion branch in the alley, the number of people causing trouble after drinking decreased, and it happens even less often that someone does not pay their bills. Mugak replied to the owner that he was glad to hear that. The owner told him that he was not the only one who was grateful. He noted that many people in this building received various help from Nirvana Pavilion. Someone told Mugak that he was very popular. When our boy returned, he saw Kayamp. Everyone instantly got scared. Mugak announced that Blood Heaven Sword Demon is a man of noble character and asked them to drink calmly. At the same time, he warned, do not come close to avoid causing trouble when they get drunk. Having said this, our guy sat down in Kayampa and the old man asked Mugak to explain why he was lying. Mugak replied that it was just a little white lie. People pay here for drinks, and it would be unfair for them to drink while everyone is worried. Kayampa said that they should leave if they do not like it here. Our guy told him if he was going to say that, he should compensate them. He explained that they could ask people to go eat somewhere else with that money and also compensate the owner for losses. Kayampa told Mugak that he was acting again as if he were kind. Mugak objected, this is not kindness. He replied that this is basic politeness. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon asked him if heretic demons should behave like that. Our guy reminded him heretic demons still remain human. Hearing this, Kayampa was quite surprised. He told Mugak that in these times he could not understand whether he was from the Murim Association or from the demonic cult. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He also did not consider himself a demonic cultist. In his past life, since childhood, he left the demonic cult, and thanks to this, he managed to meet many people. Mugak raised his glass and congratulated the Blood Heaven Sword Demon on his birthday. Kayampa quickly looked around. He asked our guy not to speak so loudly and not to do foolish things like this from now on, and added that there is nothing in aging that necessarily needs to be celebrated. Mugak explained to him that birthdays are just an excuse to drink liquor. The demon Sword Blood Heavens replied to him that he likes to drink more than it appears from his looks. Mugak asked the old man if he did not like drinking. Kayampa looked into his cup and said that he used to like drinking, but recently he has greatly reduced it. Someone told him that he had not completely stopped. Kayampa shuddered upon hearing that person's voice. Yes, he instantly turned around. Mugak was also shocked to see that person. As it turned out, it was Sword Supreme. The woman glared fiercely at Kayampa. The old man also looked at her fiercely. The demon of the Blood Heaven Sword and the Supreme Florist Sword continuously exchanged piercing glances. In the entertainment pavilion, everyone was trembling. No one knew how everything would turn out. Mugak stood up and pulled out a chair for Yanrang. He invited her to sit. The Supreme Florist Sword passed by Kayampa and sat in the center of the myth. A strange taste of tension still hung in the air. They all watched each other warily. Yanring asked Mugak, tell her why exactly you called her to come here. Our guy explained to her that today is the birthday of the Blood Sky Blade Demon. He said, no matter how much hostility there is among people, at least on a birthday it is worth congratulating. Then he assured that he gathered them here for the celebration because today is a joyful day. Kayampa, it seems, did not believe our guy's words for a moment. Yanrang stood up and asked Mugak to invite her only when he would be alone from now on. Kayampa asked Sword Supreme to tell her why exactly she is so unhappy. With a cold look in her eyes, she asked if he was really asking her such a question. Bloodgavin's Sword Demon glared fiercely at her and replied that he was asking seriously. Let her say exactly why she is so angry. Sword Supreme told him that he himself is the reason for her anger. Kayampa asked to explain what he did wrong then. Yanrang immediately attacked him and ordered him to be silent, and she said she no longer wanted to hear a single word. Bloodgavin's Sword Demon fell silent as soon as he heard this. He and Yanrang just stared at each other. Sword Supreme called him a selfish bastard. Kayampa was so angry at these words. He stood up and asked her to repeat what she just said. He instantly drew sword. Yanrang asked if he was going to swing his huge sword just as rough as he was. She said they could have a sparring match and warned that he would get drunk and start talking nonsense again. Kayampa, filled with anger, gripped the sword hilt. He could not say anything. Mugak did not know what to do. He just kept staring at them without stopping. He knew that none of them would attack another. because there is an unconditional rule that forbids the demon supremes from fighting each other. He told them that there was still some time until midnight and asked them to calm down. Yanreng turned to our guy and released just a little energy. She asked him to explain why he started this and asked how much contempt he has for her to dare such an act. Muguk told her that he asked her to come because he needs her. He stated that he wanted them to reconcile right here and told her that he did not understand why they hated each other so much. Blood-given Sword Demon and Sword Supreme reacted to this with surprise. So Yanreng calmed down and asked Muguk if he thought everything would smooth out between them if their problem was solved over a glass. Muguk replied that they needed to keep meeting until it was resolved. He advised them to curse each other and pull each other's hair until the problem disappeared. Yanreng told our guy that he is too greedy. She reminded him that she herself said she would never work with Bloodhaven's Sword Demon. Having said this, she turned around and left the building. Kiempa took a sip of the strong drink, sharply knocked his glass on the table, and smashed it to pieces. He thanked Mevguk for the greeting. Having said this, Kiempa also left. Muguk paid the owner for his table. He, smiling awkwardly and nervously, explained that Bloodhaven's Sword Demon needs to focus on changing his habit of breaking things. The man said that working as a carpenter nowadays is really profitable. Our guy also left the pavilion. He already knew this would happen as soon as Kiempa and Youngrang met. He also knew he must not stop. He wanted to bring out their buried feelings, make them quarrel, pick on each other, curse, and fight. Muguk wanted to stir up those resentments they allowed to rot and undermine them from within. And he had to make them understand. The problem is not so terrible if you think about it a little. The scene switches and we see Mevguk sleeping in his room. Our guy suddenly opened his eyes sharply. He realized someone was calling him outside. Muguk grabbed his sword and went outside. And he saw the Sword Supreme waiting for him, while the woman had turned her back to him. Our guy did not expect to see her at all. Yanreng knew that she did not emit any additional aura, yet despite this Mevguk felt her presence. She told him that his skills were extraordinary. Our guy replied that he was just a light sleeper. Sword Supreme reminded Muguk that he had told her that he despised people who try to win the hearts of their subordinates with dreams and ideals, and Muguk agreed that he had said that. Yanrang said that she also had people she simply hated. Our guy asked her to explain which type she was talking about. She replied, she hated those who only spoke skillfully but could not back up their words with actions. Muguk asked if he was not one of those. She said they needed to find that out. As soon as she uttered these words, she drew her sword and released a wave of energy. Muguk thought it was amazing. Despite her back being turned to him, he could not see any safe passage, any gap. He addressed Sword Supreme and declared that he hated another kind of people. Yanreng asked him to continue. Hook told her that he did not like it when someone was both strong and indifferent at the same time. He admitted that he hated people who used their power to oppress others or built relationships to have superiority. And he added, it hurts him to see how, because of such poor imagination, they harm people. So as soon as he said this, Yanrang unleashed a whole barrage of energy. The ground trembled. She turned to Muguk and declared that she had been too soft with him. She said that he had become ridiculously arrogant. Our guy noticed that his grass was slowly freezing. With a smile on his face, he asked Yanrang to tell what she would do if she won. Yanrang was irritated by what she heard. She could not believe her own ears and asked if he just said that he would defeat her. Muguk answered her that yes. With a serious expression, Yanrang told Muguk if he wins, she will do whatever he wants, and added even commit suicide if he asks. Muguk saw that Yanrang was confident she would never lose. He accepted her condition. The Supreme Swordsman asked him to say what he would do if he lost to her. Muguk replied he would do exactly as she wished. A frightened expression froze on her face. Yanrang told our guy that her wish was simple. She revealed to him that she wanted him to drive the Bloodhaven's Sword Demon out of his life. Muguk was sure that Yanrang had every reason to be so confident. The reason was that her martial arts were second only to the Heavenly Demon. He asked if she was not interested in what exactly he wanted. The Sword Supreme replied that she was not interested because she would not have to listen to it. Muguk smiled when he heard this. He told her that today she must listen to what he wants. After that, he grabbed the sword and declared that the black demonic sword was already in his hand. And he added, this sword is capable of even damaging her own sword. Yanrang told Mugoku that she would give him the first 3 attacks. Our guy took a stance and told her he will accept her offer. He said he would start right now. No matter how hard it would be, Muguk decided to fight her without resorting to the 4 steps of the Wind God, and he decided to finish the fight in 3 attacks. As soon as the thought occurred to him, he rushed forward straight at Sword Supreme. He used the first form of the sword, the towering art known as Heavenly Balance. During the strike, he released a huge burst of energy. Sword Supreme was able to block it. She and Mevguk stared at each other fearfully and angrily. They began pressing against each other with swords, until their blades pressed against each other. A bright light flashed and a large amount of energy burst out, and it destroyed everything around. The attack threw Mevguk into the air. Sword Supreme was able to restore its balance in the air. Mevguk planted his foot into the ground, raised sword, and prepared for the next step. Immediately, he used the second form of the flying sword arts, known as Shifting Slash, and managed to release several attacks at Yanrang while she was still in the air. Yanrang was able to parry each of the strikes with her sword. She gracefully landed on the ground. As soon as she raised her head, she saw several attacks flying towards her at once. She clenched her teeth and took a stance, not retreating a single step. At some point, she unleashed a powerful attack on Muguk, and her strike passed through the sliding cut. Our guy managed to block that. He realized the Supreme Sword broke her promise to allow him to attack 3 times first. Moreover, she even countered with a strike. And Yanrang also realized that she had miscalculated. Muguk could not blame her, she could do nothing. The constant jerks caused by the sliding slash make this technique unstoppable by mere blocking alone. Yanrang had to go on the offensive to defend against it. Muguk took a stance. He enveloped his sword with dark and terrifying energy and used the third form of the soaring sword arts, known as Heaven Slash. He released a stream of dark energy directly at Sword Supreme. Yanrang didn't even stop. She raised sword and intercepted the attack. While she was blocking the attack, Yanrang noticed something strange. This attack was much more powerful than she expected. She was slowly but inevitably overwhelming her with power. Sword Supreme couldn't believe what was happening. The attack was slowly covering her from head. She asked Muguk to stop and said she didn't want him to attack her face. Our guy glared fiercely at her. He saw fear in her eyes. He withdrew his energy and aimed the sword at her. Sword Supreme shuddered with fright. Our guy put away his sword. With a serious expression, Yanrang asked Muguk to tell her what had just happened. Muguk reminded her that he had asked her to be careful because he had a black demonic sword. Sword Supreme explained to him that he still would not have won the fight, even if he had the heavenly demon sword. Our guy confessed to her that he had already fully mastered the art of the flying sword. Yanrang was stunned with shock upon hearing this. She told him that she did not believe his words. The art of the flying sword is an advanced martial art, very similar to what the demon supremes possess, so it was quite natural for Yanrang to find it hard to believe that our guy had already fully mastered it. Muguk asked Sword Supreme if she thought his father made him a master of the Nirvana Pavilion just because he was his son. Yanrang replied that it still made no sense. Our guy confessed to her that he had also swallowed the heavenly divine pill to fill the lack of internal energy. Sword Supreme finally understood why Muguk was so strong. Our guy told her that he won the clash and asked if she acknowledged this fact. Yanrang said that if she had known how strong he was, she would not have allowed herself to lose vigilance. Muguk knew she was right. She allowed him to attack 3 times because she did not know how strong he was. This is what led to her defeat. He asked Yanrang if she did not admit defeat and warned, if the demon supremes find out that she broke her word, she would be forever labeled a coward. Yanrang asked Muguk to be quiet. She replied that she did not need to be provoked by such words. She said she would keep her word. She asked him, let him say exactly what he wants. Muguk smiled and reminded her. After all, she promised to give him her life if she lost. Sword Highest asked him if she wanted to give him her life. Muguk objected no. He added that, although the demon sword Blood Heaven calls him crazy, he himself is not. Yanrang asked him to tell what he really wants. Seriously looking at her, Muguk asked the woman to accept his apology. Yanrang did not expect this at all. Muguk folded his hands and apologized to her for the disrespect he had already shown her so far. He assured that he spoke sincerely and hoped she would forgive him. Sword Supreme asked Muguk if he was mocking her now. Our guy assured her that he was speaking truly. He said that today he behaved disrespectfully towards her and that he should not have invited her to dinner. Yanrang did not understand what was happening, so she asked Muguk why he was apologizing if he had already won. He explained to her that he wanted to gain her favor with an apology and said that he wanted her to support him sincerely, from the bottom of her heart. Yanrang asked him if he meant support in battle to become the heir and told Muguk that she was disappointed in him if he thought that a mere apology speech would change anything. Muguk explained to her that he was exactly the kind who responds twice for every word and every action. If an opponent throws sand at him, he will drive him into the mud. If he pours water, he will respond with feces. He informed Yanrang that he had no desire whatsoever to do the same to her. And finally, he told her that among the 8 demon supremes, she was the most worthy of respect because of her noble and majestic character. Sword Supreme asked Muguk if he really saw her that way. Our guy told her that yes, supposedly she truly has a noble and high character. Yanrang did not know what to answer him. Muguk bowed his head and told her that they would see each other next time. He turned and went back to his building. Walking to his home, he recalled how she lived life after the cult fell. He believed that what he would say would not be a complete lie. But the events of the past have not yet happened. Our guy thought that his meeting with her could change her fate. He hoped that the bloody massacre she would cause in the future would disappear, and instead a new life would appear. He dreamed that flowers would bloom on the gloomy wasteland he saw in her eyes. The next day we see Yanrang visiting Mevguk at night. She says she accepts his apology. Our guy noticed something was wrong with her. He wondered if her inner demons tormented her because of the defeat. He thanked her for accepting his apology. Yanrang admitted that he lost the match yesterday. She asked Muguk to fight with her again. Our guy was surprised to hear her request. At first, he refused her offer. The Supreme Swordsman asked him why he was refusing. Muguk revealed the truth to her. He would never be able to defeat her again. He explained that she would not have given him the first move if she had not allowed the guard within herself to weaken, and that he could not have won if that moment had not turned out exactly that way. The Sword Supreme reminded him he had already mastered the parrying sword style and had enough internal energy. She said that maybe he could win if they fought again. Muguk replied that will not happen. He explained that it was just a one-time stroke of luck, a single one, and he added he was not confident enough to mistake luck for skill. The Sword Supreme told him that if she won, she would not make any conditions, and if she lost, she would fulfill any of his wishes. Our guy did not expect this. He thought that Yanrang was silly and naive. At that moment, he realized why she became the leader of the cult and how she rose to power through bloodshed. He also understood why she eventually fell. Muguk thought that she was fighting for her own pride, but he did not think that pride was worth anything. He also did not understand why Yanrang said such things if she did not even know what he would ask of her. Our guy lowered his head and told her that he would not tell anyone about the fight they had yesterday. He assured her there was no need to fight him again. After that, he advised her to rest well and said that she looked sickly. Having said that, Muguk turned around and the Sword Supreme showed him that she felt shame. Muguk asked her not to feel that. He explained that his victory was completely and entirely accidental. Sword Supreme explained to him, the matter is not only that she lost the duel. She told Muguku that she does not justify herself, at least not from her face. She told him that the more she thinks about what happened, the stronger she feels the humiliation. Without wasting a moment, she said it. Muguk remembered that is exactly how she spoke when he took her by the mountain. He told her that her action could be understood. He said he would say the same, even as a man. Yanrang objected to him that for others it was a natural reaction, but not for Sword Supreme. This time she said that she should have stabbed the knife right into the face. She asked Muguk if he now understood why she had returned. Our guy said yes, then the Supreme Sword asked if he would now fight with her. Muguk still refused her offer. He asked if she could not let him enjoy this one successful chance. Seeing that our guy was stubborn, Yanrang decided to tell him the real reason why she had challenged him to a duel. She told Muguk that she had promised never to lose to anyone, except one person. Muguk did not expect this. He had no idea who this person was. As soon as such a thought flashed in his head, he immediately understood whom she was talking about. Yanrang realized that our guy already knew exactly whom she was hinting at. She revealed herself. She made a promise to the cult leader. She asked him not to allow himself any disrespectful thoughts and not to disgrace her pure respect for the celestial demon. Muguk assured her that he had nothing foolish in mind. He asked her why she honored his father so much. Sword Supreme smiled gently as soon as she heard this. Our guy noticed everything. When he first mentioned his father, she understood that this was her last chance. He had no other choice, so he had to accept her request and tell Yanrang that they would duel. He added, the promise given by the father must be fulfilled. Sword Supreme smiled brightly when she heard this. Muguk asked her if she was satisfied. Yanrang replied that she was. Our guy carefully drew his sword. He addressed the Supreme Sword and promised, this time he would give the fight his all. Yanrang said that this was exactly what she wanted. They both drew their swords and froze, intently looking at each other. Yanrang decided to break the silence. She rushed forward and charged at Muguk. Our guy managed to dodge her strike by just ducking his head. He attacked while she was in the air. Yanrang managed to repel his attack. She landed on the other side. Muguk rushed at her like a whirlwind with crazy speed. He created several afterimages which also charged against Yaner. Sword Supreme had to jump out to dodge Muguk in time. While in the air, she blocked every attack of the afterimages. As soon as it happened, she immediately felt something was flying straight at her. Muguk attacked her from above, and Yanreng easily repelled his attack without any difficulty. Our guy tried to press her down, but Sword Supreme easily caught his sword and with one move pushed him aside. Muguk still landed on the ground. Barely raising his head, he saw the sword flying straight at his head. He dodged only at the last moment. A simple head movement was enough. With his attack, he pushed her back. He and Sword Supreme regained their stance and froze, staring at each other. They lunged at each other. The blades almost touched their necks, but they managed to slip away and dodge the strike. They froze, looking at each other. Both looked excited. They jumped up and dragged the fight to another place. Then they entered the forest and fought, suspended in the air. Yanreng launched an attack at our guy. He managed to deflect it with a strike. The two began to attack faster, and each blow destroyed the surroundings as if space was crumbling from their power. The longer the duel lasted, the less victory mattered. Muguk was fully immersed in what they were testing, the mastery of swordsmanship to the limit. He knew Sword Supreme felt the same way. Her fighting intent disappeared. She was completely focused only on executing her sword techniques cleanly and precisely. Muguk saw how incredibly beautiful Yanreng's swordsmanship mastery was. He realized that this woman truly deserved the title Sword Supreme. Our guy found the clash truly enjoyable. He and Sword Supreme smiled as they attacked each other in this flawless moment of martial art. The excitement was stronger than any life-or-death battle Muguk had ever experienced. After some time, our guy and Sword Supreme landed on the ground and froze facing each other. Both were breathing heavily. It seemed they were very satisfied with their duel. Mevguk bowed his head and told her that he lost the match because she never used the killing move. Yanreng asked him if he also did not do the same. Muguk told her that he showed her everything he had. Sword Supreme smiled and thanked our guy. Muguk did not expect this at all. Yanreng turned around and smiling left the forest. She looked very happy and free. Mevguk only smiled slightly and went home. The next day we see Muguk outside in nightwear. In front of him stood Sword Supreme. Yanreng said that after the duel she returned home. She slept all day without stopping. She assured the guy that when she lost for the first time, she could not sleep at all, but after yesterday's draw, she was able to sleep soundly. She confessed to Muguk, in her life she had never had such a good sleep. Our guy asked her if she usually does not sleep well. Sword Supreme replied that she had never truly fallen into a deep sleep. She asked Muguk if he understood what exactly she was thinking. Our guy asked her to tell him. Yanreng told him that she realized, if she wants to sleep peacefully, she will have to duel every day. Muguk shuddered upon hearing this. Sword Supreme explained to him that people say any task must be done 3 times, and she asked Muguk to fight her once more today for the last time. Mevguk smiled and accepted her request. He and Sword Supreme drew their swords. In the next scene, we are taken to the river. We see Muguk and Yanreng sitting on a huge boulder by the water discussing their duel. Muguk told Sword Supreme that she shifted to the left to dodge the 23rd attack. He asked her why she did that. He said it would have been easier to move to the right. Yanreng replied that she went left to narrow his options. She explained to him that if she had moved right, he would have had 3 choices, but by choosing the left step, she left him only 2. Our guy inquired, is the reason in his center of gravity? With a smile on her face, Yanreng said he was right. When Muguk asked Sword Supreme any questions, she answered openly and sincerely, not trying to hide her thoughts. And when she asked our guy, he also answered truthfully. As soon as Sword Supreme felt her sincerity, he likewise understood. There was no deception in the guy's answers. Muguk realized that teaching someone does not always mean suffering losses. He remembered how he himself improved when teaching Leon, and he realized that he learns better precisely because he teaches. While they were looking at the stars, Sword Supreme told our guy that she did not remember the last time she was fully immersed in martial arts. She said it might even be the first time. She asked Muguk if they could start again. Our guy replied that he would be happy to start again. As soon as their clash began, we see the water raising small waves. Muguk's attacks cut through the water. Yanreng manages to dodge. She landed on a rock and sharply lunged forward, charging straight at our guy. She reached him before he could fully touch the ground. As soon as she was close, she slashed at him with her sword, and Muguk managed to block her attack. But the blow shattered him in midair. He flew away. A giant wave rose in the water. Yanreng did not stop. She lunged at our guy while he was still in the air. Muguk shuddered seeing this. He noticed that Sword Supreme was smiling. He also smiled back at her. When their swords clashed, they shattered the stones and trees around. Everything around went topsy-turvy. They both froze and looked at each other, while each of them moved with the river. They went into the forest after several skirmishes. Eventually, both began to breathe heavily. Yanreng asked Muguk if he had any drink. Our guy did not expect this. He told her that he did not mind. but the Sword Supreme assured him that if she wanted to drink with him, and Muguk asked her to follow him. The scene jumps ahead. Now we see the two of them drinking on a huge stone in Yajiuk's house. Sword Supreme noted that this drink was very good. Muguk asked if she knew much about alcohol. Yanrang replied, the fact that she does not drink does not at all mean that she knows nothing about it, and added that earlier in the good old days she drank quite often. She asked our guy if she could ask him one question. Muguk asked her to continue. Sword Supreme asked our guy what made him change so sharply. She replied to him that he was not like that before at all. Even if she did not look at him closely, she still had a general idea of what his character was like. Muguk put his liqueur back in place and told Sword Supreme that it was not a sudden change. He stated that he had been preparing for this for a long time. Yanrang heard this with surprise. She asked him if he was hiding his true self. Muguk assured her that this was not the case at all. He explained that he was still too young to show his true colors. He said that his brother would have killed him, and he added, he curled up, hid, and waited until he could protect himself. Supreme did not expect to hear this, and told Muguk that he was truly a frightening person. She placed the bottle on the table. Smiling, Sword Supreme told Muguk that being near him was like being with a friend. And our guy heard this with surprise. He immediately noticed how her tone had changed. He suddenly understood everything. He realized Yanrang could sense something from his past life. And with his father and Leon, Muguk always pretended to be a fool, played, and joked. He tried to hide the darkness and burdens of his past. However, Muguk did not do this in front of Sword Supreme. Especially during their duels, he was much more serious with her than with anyone else. Our guy told her that this might sound blasphemous if he said such a thing. He added that he felt as if he had built a friendship with her through his sword. Yanrang smiled gently as soon as she heard this. She told our guy that she did not know what kind of relationship they would have in the future, but today's duel would remain in her memory forever. Muguk replied that it was the same for him. He assured her that he would never forget this for the rest of his life, and he thanked her for the wonderful training. The Swordmaster Supreme asked Mevguk if she had really taught him everything. Our guy smiled in response. He knew he had learned more than she had time to give him. Over 3 days of duels, he deeply pondered how the sword art takes off. He managed to break through the wall of the 10th star of mastery. Now he began his path to the 12th star. Sword Supreme drew her sword and pointed it at Muguk. Our guy smiled upon seeing this. He drew his sword and struck her sword with it. He and Yanrang never properly said goodbye to each other. The last clear sound when their swords clashed was their farewell. That is how their duel ended. The scene changes and we are transported to the residence of Sword Supreme. We see Yanrang placing a bottle of liqueur before her. She recalled how on the first day when she lost to our guy, she was overwhelmed by completely different thoughts. She even thought about putting on a mask and returning to kill Muguk. She suddenly realized the person she was that day and the person she is now are two completely different figures. While she was drinking, her assistant cautiously asked if something was wrong with her. He understood during all his service he had never seen his master drink alcohol. He could not comprehend why she suddenly took to drinking. He asked if this was somehow connected with Muguk. Sword Supreme glared fiercely at him. She said it was nothing, and the man apologized to her for speaking out of turn. He informed her that he had brought someone new with him. He said, "That man is waiting in the secret room." Yanrang asked him to stop. The man did not understand what she meant. Sword Supreme asked him to stop bringing men to her. The man was stunned that she spoke to him formally. He did not understand what was happening. Yanrang always addressed him informally. Sword Supreme said that this was exactly what she had long needed to end, that she should never have even started it. The man did not expect to hear that. The first time the man named Sa Wujung brought a young man to her, it all started from a moment of lust. She wanted to try it once, and as she thought that would be the end of it, but as soon as she started, she could no longer stop, and she did not even remember the last time she was with a man. Now the offering was clear. It was time for her to put an end to everything. Wu Zhang told her that today he would send the man back and asked to be informed whenever she needed his services. With a terrible expression on her face, Yanrang assured him that this would never happen again and asked if he understood. Wu Zhang bowed his head and told her yes. Sword Supreme warned him, if he ever touched young men under the pretext of keeping secrets, she would kill him with her own hands. Wugong asked her not to worry about it. He looked around and left the room. That man once believed he could use people to win the favor of Yanrang, and that this too close secret would only strengthen his position as the right hand. He did not understand why Sword Supreme showed him such unusual coldness. Wu Zhang ground his teeth in anger. He was sure the next Sword Supreme would be him. He was sure it was Mevguk's fault. As soon as our guy came looking for Supreme Sword, she began to change. In the next scene, we are taken to the forest, where we see the investigators of Nirvana Pavilion in the forest. They all seem to be stunned by something. One of them rushed forward. He was almost twisted so much that he rushed there to release it. The investigators froze their gazes on several dead bodies. The scene switches, and we see Mayung and Darian talking with our guy. Mayung informed him that about a dozen bodies recently buried have already been found. All of them were missing hearts. Hearing this, Muguk was stunned. He immediately realized that this must be a consequence of the art of the soul. The art of the soul is dark practices that absorb life energy from the hearts of living people. In the cult, only one person is capable of performing this dark art, the demon that devours souls, the supreme demon. When Muguk returned to the cult to obtain the secret demonic soul, a brief rumor spread that the soul-devouring supreme demon uses the art of the soul to gather demonic energy. Mevguk wondered whether this rumor was true. Darian informed our guy that after examination it was found the corpses did not belong to martial artists. Muguk asked if they were ordinary people. Darian replied that yes, ordinary. Among the bodies were men, women, and even children. When Muguk got angry, our guy had never been so furious before. A fight between martial arts masters is an everyday thing. One can be ambushed or run into a pack of attackers. Since they consciously entered the harsh world of Jianghu, they had to expect clashes. Muguk knew he was not one of the righteous. But when martial arts are directed against people who have never learned to fight, and even more so against children, it looks no different than senseless, one-sided cruelty. Muguk realized if the rumor he heard about the supreme demon that devours souls is true, then it turns out he has been doing this for decades. Our guy understood thousands and even more could have been sacrificed. When Muguk thought, a bright light flashed before his eyes. He saw the figure of a sage who sent him back in time. The old sage smiled gently at him. Our guy understood what he needed to do as soon as he saw this. Revenge is important, but there are still matters he must settle before focusing on it. Mughup was sure that stopping this had to come first. While our guy was pondering, an investigator rushed to him and asked him to look at something. He said it was a ghostly fan used by necromancers from West Illusion Fort. It was found near the corpses. The fan very clearly hinted that this was the work of the soul-consuming supreme demons. Yet Mughup could not piece together one thing. How could the one responsible for placing the bodies have left the fan behind? Our guy asked the investigator where the herb gatherer who found it had gone, and he replied that they were searching for him. He explained that the herb gatherer was nearby but got scared and ran away as soon as they looked away for a moment. Muguk ordered his subordinates to tidy up and clean the place, and he himself said he was heading to West Illusion Fort. The men were stunned to hear this. Darian asked him if he intended to confront the soul-consuming supreme demon. Our guy answered yes, and that he had to conduct an investigation based on the evidence already available. Something didn't add up in this case. Tim, go. The highest soul-consuming demon should be flawless in covering up anything related to its soul art, yet the bodies were found by the herbalist, and the fan was conveniently left at the scene, as if deliberately for suspicion. Muguk realized that someone was deliberately trying to manipulate him into thinking that the supreme demon who devours souls was currently performing soul arts. Yes, he wondered if it was Wu Zhang. In his past life, Wu Zhang died while attempting to kill Sword Supreme when he was under the influence of soul subjugation magic. After his death, it became known that he had romantic feelings for her. Muguk believed that the 3-day duel he had with Sword Supreme definitely shifted something in Wu Zhang. Either he wanted him to die fighting the supreme demon who devours souls, or he was trying to completely distract him from Sword Supreme. In the next scene, we are transported to West Illusion Fort, where strange buildings with bizarre outlines are shown, sending a chilling cold straight to the bones. Muguk noticed that the entire place was filled with ghostly energy. Not only the demonic flowers planted in the garden emitted this energy, the pagodas and statues also radiated the same energy. If someone who is not a necromancer is affected by the ghostly energy of these flowers, their internal energy circulation can become unstable, making them significantly more vulnerable to soul subjugation spells. Moreover, they may start having hallucinations, and if unlucky, they can fall captive to their own inner demons. Muguk stepped over the threshold of the soul chambers, absorbing the supreme demon who devours souls. The ghostly energy in his rooms was much denser than anywhere else. Muguk knew that the residence of the supreme demon who devours souls was a trap, tangled to the edge. Our guy saw the supreme demons who devour souls sitting on his throne. He wore strange clothing and a peculiar hat. The man's name was Yasuo. Before his regression, Muguk had no real connection with Yasuo. Even when he returned to the cult to search for ingredients for the Great Regression technique, neither he nor the supreme demon that devours souls interacted in any way. Ironically, he was the last living among the 8 demon supremes. Mangak bowed his head and greeted him. You welcomed him so warmly in his pavilion. The voice echoed through the room. He asked our guy why he had come to those lands. Mangak realized that the spell controlling souls had already begun. He told you that he came to investigate this incident. The supreme demon who devours souls did not expect him to answer. He stared intently at Mangak with his frog-like eyes. He told our guy that he is really impressive. Mangak told him that he had always known about his strong will. Our guy knew, in fact, he kept himself together thanks to the defensive art of the heavenly demon. He told Yahello that along with the object belonging to the necromancer, they found several unusual corpses. Yahello asked him what this thing was. Our guy slipped his hand into his clothes and pulled out a fan. Just seeing the fan, Yahello immediately ordered someone to call Nangai. Mangak noticed something strange. Even emphasizing that the bodies were unusual, the soul-collecting supreme demon did not waste time on what exactly made them so, and understood. Yahello already knows everything. Nangheu suddenly appeared in the room and greeted the supreme demon who devours souls. You asked him like that where the fan ghost is. Nangheu said he lost her yesterday. Mangak threw a fan at him. Nanhaju told him that it belongs to him. He asked where he found it. Mangak explained to him that several corpses were found yesterday, and this item was among them. The man did not say a word. Our guy noticed Nangheu also does not ask either where the bodies were found or how they died. He told the man that he has to come in for questioning due to the circumstances. Nangheu cautiously looked at his master. Yahello did not say a word to him. Nanghayu led our guy to the interrogation, saying he would follow. Mangak thanked the soul-taking supreme demon for the cooperation. He said that they would meet again. After these words, he moved towards the door, and Nangheu walked alongside. You watched him with your eyes as he walked to the door. The scene changes, and we see Darian talking to his pavilion master. He told our guy that making Nangheu talk is incredibly difficult. According to that man, they only know one thing: he lost his fan, and he never said a single additional word besides that. Mangak already suspected that everything would go exactly like this. It was enough just to look Nangheu in the eyes. His devotion and fear of the supreme demon that devours souls are so strong that neither persuasion nor interrogation will move him from his place. Darian explained to Mangak that he could not be held for long without concrete evidence that he killed those people. Mangak informed Darian that Nangheu is only a subordinate. He said, to unravel the case completely, it is necessary to arrest the sole supreme demon who devours souls. Darian asked him to be careful, reminding him that he was dealing with the supreme demon who devours souls. Mangak asked again, does he remember what exactly he said when he was first sent here? Our guy with a completely serious face replied that he would arrest anyone, even if his own father turned out to be guilty. Darian almost froze from shock upon hearing this, and he understood his boss was not joking. He gathered his thoughts and told him that he understood everything. Mangak smiled as soon as he saw that Darian was next to him. While he was looking at him, an investigator suddenly burst into the office. He informed our guy that the heavenly demon had come to see him. Darian froze at what he heard, while Mangak seemed not surprised at all. In the next scene, Mangak is sitting with tea next to his father, tension on his face. He asks to explain why he came here and directly asks about the reason. The heavenly demon raises the cup and takes a sip. He tells Mevgok that he just decided to tidy up the place while passing by. Manga immediately understands the father is lying. He feels that the heavenly demon has something important to tell him. The heavenly demon shifts his gaze to the window. After that, he asks his son not to interfere with the soul-taking supreme demon until he has manifested. Manga again presses his father with the question, what is your real reason? The heavenly demon told his son that with his current skills, he is not yet able to match the soul-absorbing supreme demon. Mughuck replied to his father, if he catches the soul-absorbing supreme demon by surprise, he will be able to cut him, and added that in case of failure, he will stab Yaso in the back. The heavenly demon commanded our boy and explained, getting behind Yaso is even harder than killing him. Mughuck asked his father if the soul-devouring supreme demon was really that powerful. The heavenly demon revealed to him that Yasuo is both the weakest and the strongest among the supreme demons. Mughuck shuddered upon hearing this. He immediately understood exactly what his father was talking about. Furthermore, for one who has mastered martial arts beyond soul-stealing techniques, or has reached such a level of understanding of martial arts that sorcery no longer affects him, the supreme demon who devours souls becomes the easiest of all opponents. Mughuck asked his father if he would help him surpass the supreme soul-devouring demon. The heavenly demon told him that it was impossible to do so in a short time, Our boy replied that he learns faster than expected. Then the heavenly demon explained that his talent would not be enough and revealed there are only 2 ways to stop Yasuo's sorcery. The first method is to master the 9 evils of demonic art. Depending on Mughuk's abilities, he can withstand Yasuo. If he reaches the 5th level of star mastery, the soul-capturing sorcery will not affect him at all. Mughuk told his father that he did not want to hear the second option. He begged him to help him achieve the first. The heavenly demon revealed to his son that the second option is needed for Mughuk to gain full mastery of the heavenly demon's defense art. He explained to Mughuk that both options are currently unattainable for him, and that is why he asks him to retreat. With a stern expression, Mughuk asked his father whether the soul-consuming supreme demon was truly essential for their cult. The heavenly demon confessed to his son, the soul-gathering supreme demon is the very demon most feared by orthodox sects. The boy told his father that the soul-gathering supreme demon uses his magic to pull out people's hearts while they are still alive, and asked the heavenly demon if he knew about this. To this, the heavenly demon replied that he had only recently learned about it. Mughuk knew his father would not approve of someone who pulls out living hearts. But as the leader of the cult, to destroy someone who could become their greatest trump card against the Murim alliance was truly a heavy burden. Our boy was sure this was not something to pass on to his father. He believed the problem was within his power, it needed to be solved by himself. Mughuk reminded his father that he had asked to be informed before he went after the supreme demon. With a stone expression, Mughuk told his father that he would kill the soul-gathering supreme demon. He declared that Yasuo would be the first to die among the 8 demon supremes. Before Mughuk's regression, Yasuo had lived the longest, but now he would be the first to be killed. The heavenly demon glared fiercely at his son as soon as he heard his words. Mughuk explained to his father that he was not leaving because he was evil. He said, Yasuo is worse than a madman who prowls and kills people. He systematically and regularly deals with them and does so while being completely sane. Mughuk told his father that he would understand Yasuo if his reasons were noble or lofty, but he does all this only to become a little stronger. Our guy declared that Yasuo is not a human. He asked his father to leave Yasuo to him alone because he has limits to what he can do against the 8 demon supremes. He asked his father to allow him to swing the sword with full force. The heavenly demon angrily looked at his son as soon as he heard this. He felt that his son was extremely serious. Mughuk did not know how much his father agreed with what he said. He wanted to follow the same path as his father, but had to take care of this problem. Mughuk believed that on a long journey people sometimes need a side path, or to separate briefly from companions to meet again later. The heavenly demon stood up and moved toward the windows. He told Mughuk that there would be no big problems. Our guy did not understand what that meant. The heavenly demon explained, if he is truly skilled enough, he will naturally fill the void left by the soul and absorb the supreme demon. Mughuk shuddered upon hearing this. He realized that his father was telling him as if supporting him. He silently watched him with his gaze as he left the building. Mughuk was sincerely grateful to his father. Mughuk clenched his fist and told himself that their breakup would not happen here. They would not part ways in this place. He exhaled with relief, seeing that he and his father were still walking the same road. The next day, we are taken to West Illusion Fort. We see Mughuk in Yasuo's office. To kill the supreme demon that devours souls, Mughuk decided to take the third path, but he needs 2 months for this path to start working for him. Our guy decided to buy time so that the supreme demon that devours souls would remain unnoticed. Yasuo asked Mughuk why he had come to him. Our guy informed him that his subordinate was found innocent. He said they failed to find any evidence that Enengai killed those people. Yasuo asked Mughuk to explain why he had come. Supposedly, all that was needed was simply to release his subordinate. Our guy replied that he had something to say. Yasuo commanded, speak. Mughuk revealed to him, he knows that he uses soul arts. The soul-collecting supreme demon stated that he had never heard of soul arts. With a grim, focused expression, our guy told him that he must stop using this technique. Yasuo told Mughuk that he had no idea what he was even talking about. When he said this, his voice echoed loudly in the very room. Our guy warned Yasuo, if he refuses his offer, he will die. The soul-stirring supreme demon laughed like a madman as soon as he heard these words. As soon as he did this, Mughuk's words echoed in the room. He heard his voice from everywhere, from every corner. He knew that Yasuo was already trying to seize his body. He released his energy and used the heavenly demon defense art to strengthen his own defense. The soul-absorbing supreme demon was surprised to see this. Mughuk told him that he would not be the one to kill him. His words echoed again in the room. Our boy did not flinch. He told Yasuo that he would convince his father to do it. He saw that the soul-absorbing supreme demon believed, his father would never agree to this. He told him that every morning he would go to the heavenly demon and beg him to kill him. Mugak said that he would go the next day and beg his father if he refused. He added that he would tell his father, "A man who tears hearts from the living will only bring shame to their cult." Mugak told Yeso that he would meet with his father every day and convince him with every word he knows. He told Yeso that someday he would make a fatal mistake regarding his father, and then his father would finally kill him. Yeso smiled as soon as he saw how serious Mugak was. No sooner had he smiled than the room spun as if it were shaking. He asked Mugak if he knew that the world he lives in is nothing more than an illusion. He said, "The place that now surrounds Mugak is the real world." Mugak struggled hard to gather his thoughts. Yeso turned to Yasuo and asked if this was a world where one could cut down on drinking expenses. He explained, everything spins as if Yasuo were already drunk. Yeso realized the rumors were true and told Mugak that he had heard that he had begun to rise hidden dragon. No sooner had he said this than he immediately appeared next to Mugak. Now the boy understood why his father had come to warn him himself. But even standing so close to him, Mugak could not comprehend whether Yeso was real or just part of the illusion. With a smile on his face, he told the soul-devouring supreme demon that he had no intention of rising. He said he wanted to enjoy a long life in this world, and added that this was exactly why he aspired to become stronger. Yeso was surprised to hear this. Mugak knew that this was a life philosophy followed by the soul-devouring supreme demon, and he recalled that Yeso often spoke about it. In his deep old age, Yeso told Mugak that he had spent his whole life in vain attempts to become strong, so that no one could ever kill him. With a creepy smile on his face, Yasuo said to Mevgok, he likes how Mugak thinks. As soon as he said this, he vanished. When Mugak turned aside, he suddenly saw. Now he found himself in a grassy field. Our boy quickly looked around the field. He told Yeso that this was a magnificent martial art. The supreme demon who devours souls declared that this was such a martial art that only he could apply in the world. Mugak knew that he was mistaken. He recalled that the leader of the Heaven Sky cult was also capable of performing the same technique. He learned this information when receiving the Thunder Bell. The roots of the martial arts studied by the Sky Heaven cult originated from blood-mixed demonic arts. The supreme demon who devours souls asked Mugak if he wanted to live in this world. The world, our boy told him that he would learn the technique if he taught him. As soon as he said this, Yeso appeared before him. He told him that he was too greedy. He couldn't believe that our guy wanted to get the highest martial arts for free. Mugak told him that he could also obtain it if he gave him martial arts. With a creepy gleam in his eyes, the soul-collecting supreme demon told our guy that he could see through his thoughts. He told Mugak that he couldn't fool him, even if he knew how to deceive fools like Blood Heaven's sword demon. Mugak asked the soul-sucking supreme demon to say what he was thinking, because he already knew everything. Yeso told him that he wanted to grab him by the hair and slap him in the face. He said that Mugak wanted to call him a bastard and ask why he wasn't listening to him. With a smile on his face, Mugak told the soul-sucking supreme demon that it was very close now, and that he hadn't fully understood. Our guy stepped closer and declared that he wanted to call him a bastard and demand an explanation for why he killed those people. He told Yeso that he would tear out his worthless heart. Mugak asked Yasuo if he noticed that his words sounded a little different. The soul-devouring supreme demon asked Mugak if it was hard for him to die because he was the son of the heavenly demon. He also asked our guy if he wanted to die by his hands. Mugak told him that he didn't want to die. He clarified, it was better to be a living third-rate martial artist than a dead strongest in the world. Such phrases the soul-absorbing supreme demon used very often, as if he repeated them constantly. Yeso was surprised to hear what Mugak had just said. His eyes became normal again. He returned Mugak back to the real world. He asked if he was not afraid of him, then explained. If he wanted, he was capable of opening a hellish place where he would be doomed to eternal imprisonment. Our guy assured him that he was very, very scared. That was exactly why he said he would convince his father to fight. The soul-sucking supreme demon laughed wildly as soon as he heard this. He told Mugak that he had to acknowledge him right now. Only now did he understand why the Bloodski sword demon so desperately needed to be next to our guy. He asked Mugak to retreat for now and return later. Our guy clasped his palms and begged Yeso not to cause any problems for at least some time. He asked this out of sincere respect for his father. Having said this, our guy turned and left. He had not taken a step out of the room when Yasuo warned. If he came to him again, he would never return to this world alive. Mugak gritted his teeth and left the room. The scene changes and we are taken to the amusement pavilion. There we see our guy and Darian. They are sitting next to each other and drinking. Darian asked if everything went well. Mugak said he was not sure. He thought he could hold out with the soul-devouring supreme demon for another 2 or 3 months because the demon himself scared him, threatening him with his father. Darian told his leader that the way he went to meet the frightening soul-devouring demon, Supreme, to find a solution, deserved praise. He told our guy that whatever the outcome, everything he did made sense because no one else would have dared to do that. Mugak heard this with surprise. Darian apologized to him for not being able to help. He told Mugak that he would like to face the supreme soul-devouring demon on his own. Our guy could not believe that Darian was trying to comfort him. Our guy told him that he would take his feelings to heart. He added, "That is why a person always needs a right hand." Darian was shocked when Mugak called him his right hand. He asked him, "Isn't Leon your right hand?" Our guy assured him that Leon was not his right hand. He placed his palm on his chest and said, "Leon is my heart." Darian was stunned to hear this. He told Mugak that this, to feel at least like his right hand, was not enough. Two started laughing. Our guy stated that his left hand, heart, and left wing are late. Darian asked Mugak to say who the left wing is, if Blood Heaven's sword demon is his left hand. Mugak finished his alcohol and said that it is someone specific. Darian just had no idea who exactly it could be. Yes, he immediately thought about it. Jang Ho arrived. He apologized to Mugak for being late. Our guy told him that he called him when he was busy. Jang Ho told him that he would be disappointed if he had not called him to this meeting. Mugak said that he had to call him because this is the first feast he holds together with all his people. He poured Jang Ho a drink and the man thanked him for it. Darian stared at the demonic army commander. Our guy noticed it. Without having time to say anything, Leon already arrived. The girl apologized for being late. Mugak asked her not to apologize and also seated her. Leon greeted Darian and Jang Ho when she sat down. Seeing her, Jang Ho was surprised. He said that she seemed like someone else. Mugak noticed that the eyes of the man leading the demonic army were not ordinary. Recently, Leon became an even greater martial arts master thanks to the ascending sword art. Jang Ho could feel changes in her aura because she had changed a lot. Leon said that after failing in the hell of training, she lost weight and that she actually looks different. She returned to her master and told him that she wanted to drink because it was gloomy today and asked him to pour her some as well. Mugak poured her a drink and replied that she had trained very hard. Darian still did not take his eyes off the commander of the demonic army. He also glanced at Leon. He decided to drink more. He said that he felt like the only loser here. Leon asked Darian why he felt that way, but he did not answer. Jang Ho pondered why he said that. Mugak asked Darian if he wanted to truly learn martial arts. Darian was impressed by this and asked his pavilion master if he would be the one to teach him. Mugak replied that no, he would not be the one to take on the teaching. Darian asked him who then would teach. Mugak asked him to simply answer. He asked if he could learn if someone was found to teach him. He told him that maybe he could not make him an official student but could arrange for someone to teach him proper martial arts. Darian asked our guide to tell him exactly who would teach him. Mugak smiled upon hearing this. Outside the entertainment pavilion, we see everyone on the street looking at someone. They all feared this person. It turned out to be Bloodhaven's sword demon. The old man looked irritated as if someone had asked him to come there. He said that the one who asked him comes and goes as he pleases. While they were talking inside the pavilion, the group heard thunder rolling straight from the sky. Darian immediately declared that a terrible storm was about to break out. Mugak asked him to stop wasting time and threw out. He would give him 1 minute to think everything over. Darian could not believe that our guy wanted him to make a decision right now. Our guy explained to him he would never be able to make a decision when he starts overthinking everything, and added the offer would disappear from the agenda as soon as today's drinking ended. Darian understood they could not delay any longer, they had to choose now. Yang Ho and Leon also waited with interest to see what decision he would make. Mugak already considered Darian as the next leader of the Nirvana Pavilion, but Darian was too young, had no strong ties in the cult, and did not hold any political network. To become the master of the pavilion, he needed something more. Mugak poured a drink for Darian. He immediately downed it right to the throat. Our guy served him another drink. Darian quickly drank that too, his face flushed with a blush. Leon told him that he was drinking too fast. Darian slammed the mug on the table. All turned to him. Darian asked Mugak if he considered this normal and told our guy that he was already 32. He added that he was afraid. What if it was already too late? Mevguk agreed with him, replying that it was indeed late, but there was also an advantage here. Darian was surprised to hear this and asked him what it was. Our guy promised he would put in even more effort, sincerely, until the end. Every sword strike would carry more effort than anyone else's. Every step he took would be filled with deeper thoughts. Darian was stunned upon hearing this. Leon and Jing Ho smiled upon hearing what our guy said. Darian pondered. He told me Guk and promised he would try. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. Yang explained if someone else had proposed this, he would have refused. To Mu Guk, he said he was convinced by his own recommendations. After all, he is the one advising, so there are no doubts. All of this felt like a chance to him. Leon poured a drink for Darian. She replied that her captain's skill in persuasion is unmatched in history. Our guy smiled as soon as he heard these words. Darian put the glass on the table and said he felt a bit sorry. He revealed to them he has been working as an investigator for 10 years, and so many nights he did not sleep, trying to reach the level of a special investigator. To Mu Guk, he added that it would be hard for him to give all this up. Mu Guk asked him why he would do that. Darian was surprised to hear the question. Our guy explained to him that he is exactly the person Nirvana Pavilion needs the most. He asked him to say why he talks about quitting. Then he explained to Darian that he wants him to practice martial arts after regular working hours. Darian asked Mu Guk if he wants him to work until death. Our guy replied that if he does so, he will be able to fulfill a dream he had never been able to achieve before. Darian said that he was already late. He reminded Mu Guk that this is what he must stake his whole life on. Our guy asked why he tries to speed everything up if he is already learning late anyway. He advised just to study it slowly after work. He explained to Darian that the main reason most people fail is that they rush headlong forward. They think they can risk everything at once, but reality works differently. And even more, if Darian has free time from morning till night, studying might become even harder. His thoughts will haunt him. He will think he is not making progress even though he has plenty of time. He will start doubting what he is doing, and shame and a sense of defeat will crawl in his mind. But when he avoids the hustle, immerses himself in his work, and gradually carves out special time, then he will be able to achieve the best results. Darian did not know what to say. He poured himself a drink and drank it, then took another sip. He told Mugoku that he understands, asked him to teach him, and asked our guy who would be his teacher. No sooner had he said this than Leon heard someone coming up the stairs. She quickly turned around to see who it was. She saw someone with white hair climbing the stairs. Leon was shocked when he saw this man. He wondered why she looked so impressed. When Leon looked back, he saw Bloodheaven's sword demon. When he saw him, lightning seemed to strike right in the eyes. Jang Ho and Leon didn't know what to do. Darian noticed that they looked as if they were completely stunned. When he looked up, he saw Bloodheaven's sword demon. Darian was utterly shocked when he saw Kayampa. Kayampa told Muguk that lately he had become too unruly and arrogant. He couldn't believe that our guy had dragged him to such a place again. Darian, Jang Ho, and Leon quickly stood up to meet the sword demon Bloodheavens. Muguk pulled out a chair and politely asked him to sit there. Kayampa was surprised that he behaved so friendly. He sat down and asked Muguk why he had called him. Our guy raised the bottle and told Kayampa that there was only one reason he would call him to the bar. He wanted them to drink together with him. He poured Kian for the drink. While he was pouring the drink, he saw a strange expression on Darian's face. The man was extremely shocked, so he hoped that Darian was not thinking about that. Mughup smiled at him, silently confirming that his suspicion was accurate. Darian understood it was all over for him. Chan Ho stood up and took the bottle. He thanked Kayampa for recommending him for the role of commander of the demonic army, and said that he finally had a chance to express his gratitude properly. Kayampa replied that it was not his idea. He asked Chan Ho to thank Mu Guk if he wanted to thank someone. Mu Guk asked him to accept his gratitude. He told Kayampa that without him none of this would have been possible. Bloodheaven's sword demon was genuinely surprised to hear these words. Then he extended the glass and gave Jang Ho a recommendation, saying that he believed he would cope with the position, so he should not worry. Jang Ho thanked him and poured him a drink. After he drank it, Mu Guk told him that he had a request, and Bloodheaven's sword demon asked, "Say what exactly is needed." Mu Guk turned to his drunken subordinate, and he asked Kayampa to teach him a few basic martial arts techniques. Bloodheaven's sword demon was quite surprised. He asked our guy to answer who this braggart was. Drunk Darian lifted his head and declared that he was a man who craves power, cold-blooded, and a real man among men. He remains faithful to only one woman and is the right hand of the pavilion master. With a strange expression on his face, he told Kayampa that he was by no means a loser. He had just said this, and suddenly his eyes darkened. Muguk began to laugh. He did not expect Darian to say such a thing. Jang Ho and Leon were horrified. They could not believe that Darian was speaking to the sword demon Bloodgavins in such a manner. Our guy asked Kayampa to be lenient. He told him that Darian had drunk too much. The sword demon Bloodgavins could not believe that our guy wanted him to teach someone such martial arts. He told Muguk that he had not yet killed Darian because he was restraining himself for his sake. Muguk explained to him that Darian was exactly the one they desperately needed. but Kayampa refused his request. Our guy called out to him. Kayampa again refused the request and asked Muguk to say why he himself should do it. Our guy revealed to him he is the most skillful among them. He told Bloodhaven's sword demon that he wanted Darien to learn from the best. Kayampa did not expect to hear that. Bloodhaven's sword demon told our guy that he cannot pass on his martial arts to someone who is not his disciple. Muguk suggested that he make Darien his disciple, and Kayampa was surprised to hear this. Our guy explained to him that among his current disciples there is no one worthy to inherit his position. He said that his youngest disciple may be kind-hearted, but with his character it would be difficult to become a successor. Muguk asked Kayampa to tell what he thinks about Durya, and Bloodhaven's sword demon replied that he does not like him. Our guy reminded him that he has done only what he wanted all his life. He asked, let him try once to do what he does not want. Hearing this, Kayampa got irritated. He told Muguk that he does not like Darien. Our guy asked him to give a reason why he does not like this person. Bloodhaven's sword demon got even angrier hearing this. He told Muguk that he simply does not like him. He asked our guy if a reason is needed to dislike someone. As soon as he said this, Darien declared that he does not like him either. Our guy froze in surprise. Jang Ho and Leon quickly turned to him. They were very impressed by what he said. The drunken investigators gawked at Kayampa. He asked the demon of the bloody sky blade if he would be happy if someone forced him. Leon got scared and begged Darien to stop talking. Darien told Kayampa that he can't stand him and asked him not to dream that he would teach him martial arts. He assured that this definitely would not happen. Jang Ho and Leon got even more scared as soon as they heard these words. Yes, our guy did not know what to answer. Darien turned to Muguk and, calling him Honorable Pavilion Master, asked if he could ask him one question. With a stern expression, Muguk told him to go ahead, saying that he would be killed soon and promised to answer honestly. Darien asked our guy to explain why he pushes him to such a cold and heartless type. Muguk realized his subordinate was truly doomed to death. Crying, Darien told our guy that he would break his heart if he did that. When Kayampa heard this, he got even angrier. He shouted, Darien, damn it. Our guy noticed that he was really angry. He turned to Darien and said that he wanted to leave him in the hands of the demon sword Bloodhaven so that he could learn martial arts. Feeling this, Darien began to cry even harder. He objected, this is wrong. Jang Ho watched the adult man while he was crying. Muguk sighed heavily and turned to Kayampa, asked if he could teach Darien half an hour every day after finishing his work. He said that a few days or a few years would be fine, and warned Bloodhaven's sword demon, if even after the first day Darien does not like him, they will cancel the training. Kayampa fixed his gaze on Muguk. He asked if he trusted drunken idiots. Muguk told Kayampa that he actually trusts him. Bloodhaven's sword demon seemed genuinely surprised to hear this. For Muguk, Bloodhaven's sword demon and Darien strangely resemble each other in some things. Even if they somewhat do not follow the generally accepted path, they have more passion than anyone. Before Kayampa could respond to our guy, Darien shouted that he did not want to learn from Bloodhaven's sword demon. Jang Ho and Leon were impressed when Darien cut off Kayampa. Bloodhaven's sword demon had already dealt with Darien, suddenly drew his sword. Muguk immediately stood up to stop him. While he was begging Kayampa, Darien hit his head on the table with all his might and fainted. Wiping drool with his sleeve, he muttered that he did not want to study. Bloodhaven's sword demon glared fiercely at him. He asked Muguk to tell him exactly what he would do for him if he taught Darien martial arts. Our guy told him that he would help settle his old grudge. Kayampa turned to him as soon as he heard this. He sat down and allowed Muguk to pour himself a drink. Muguk wondered whether Bloodhaven's sword demon really wanted to reconcile with Sword Supreme. Kayampa drank the liqueur and did not say a word. Jang Ho and Leon were still very nervous. They watched the old man closely while swallowing their liqueur. Our guy also drank his liqueur. He poured Kayampa another full glass. Having drunk a lot of liqueur, Jang Ho and Leon fell unconscious. Understanding that there was no one else to interrupt their affairs, Kayampa asked Muguk if he was serious about what he said earlier. Muguk reassured him, yes, seriously, and added that it would be wrong to teach Darien martial arts for free. The demon of the blood sky sword looked out the window and asked Muguk if the department he personally set up was really working. Our guy replied that everything was going well and the system was functioning without failures. Kayampa told him that he gave a false answer and asked if the department helped him raise his reputation. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He immediately understood that Kayampa thought he created the department just for popularity. He told him too that it brought incredible benefits. And to Muguhu he explained, helping the residents of the demonic village is just as important as killing the highest demon that devours souls, but Kayampa does not understand this. Muguk smiled and told Kayampa that he was leaving Daryong in his hands. The old man heard this irritably. He asked Muguk what he would do after leaving Daryong under his care. The guy admitted that he would be busy. Kayampa asked him to say exactly what he would be busy with. Muguk replied that he had to come up with a way to kill creatures that do not resemble humans. He has to run everywhere to find his right wing and at the same time still has to suck up to his father. Kayampa asked if he was the left wing. The guy said yes. Then Kayampa asked if he wanted to be the right wing. Demon of the Bloody Heavenly Sword shuddered upon hearing this. He told Muguk that he was crazy. He could not believe that their guy wanted him and that the sword supremacy was to become his two wings for service. Muguk reminded the old man that he himself once said he was ready to stake his fate on his own madness, and advised them so they must devour everything with madness. Our guy asked him if he had forgotten what he himself said back then. Demon of the Bloody Heavenly Sword replied that he did not know how desperately mad he was. Muguk suggested going mad together, then asked Kayampa to tell him what exactly he has to lose at this stage of his life. Kayampa heard this irritably and asked Muguk if he spoke like that to elders. Our guy replied to him that he behaves exactly like that because he is mad. Ice Heavenly Sword Demon did not expect to hear that. Muguk poured him a drink and said he would be absent for several months. He asked him to look after his people while he was away. Ice Heavenly Sword Demon replied that he understood. After these words, he drank his shot. Although Kayampa answered him simply, Muguk calmed down, agreed without hesitation. In the next scene, we see Darien saying he wants to drink. He asks for water, and someone insists that water is nearby. Darien opened his eyes and took the jug teapot with water. He drank it in one gulp quickly. He barely quenched his thirst when suddenly a sharp headache hit him. He almost promised himself, "I'm a dog if I drink again." As soon as he said this, Darien looked around. He realized he did not know where he was and wondered who had hinted that water was nearby. When he turned right, in the room, he saw someone standing by the window reading a book. Darien squinted, trying to see who it was. It turned out to be Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. Darien was stunned to see Kayamp. He quickly stood up and asked Kayamp what he was doing here. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon told him that this was his room. Darien did not understand why he ended up in Kayamp's room. The Blood Heaven's Sword Demon explained to him. Just as they were about to leave the bar, Darien stood up and started shouting that he should carry him on his back. He grabbed his pants and demanded an answer on how he could leave his student behind. Darien froze in shock hearing what he had done. Kayamp told the investigator that decades had passed since he last allowed anyone to touch him. He closed the book he was reading and told Darien that he wanted to die but did not have the courage to jump off a cliff. Darien got scared. He asked Kayampa to explain why he allowed him to sleep on his bed. Bloodhaven's Sword Demon asked him if he also did not remember what happened. Darien got nervous. He pondered over what he had done. Bloodhaven's Sword Demon revealed to him that he called him a heartless master, just tried to take him to the guest room. He called the guest room a neglected place, then fell to the floor and shouted that he deserved good treatment. He sank into self-pity. Darien immediately realized that he was dead. Kayampa asked if life was treating him badly. He replied that life was also treating him badly and that he had to endure the desire to kill him. Darien was struck with horror. He quickly knelt down and began to beg for forgiveness, swearing that he would not drink anymore. Bloodhaven's Sword Demon addressed him and asked to explain why he refused such a wonderful activity as drinking, and also ordered him to focus on putting an end to his drunken antics. Darien promised to give up everything he was doing and begged Kayampa to forgive him, saying that yesterday he drank too much. Kayampa opened his book and ordered Darien to go away. The man accepted his order. As soon as he stood up, he saw something on Kayampa's shelf. He took the book and said that it was his favorite. After that, he asked Bloodhaven's Sword Demon if he had also read it. Kayampa glared fiercely at him. He stated that he hated people who touched his things without permission. Darien almost froze in horror when he saw the expression on his face. He threw the book up, frightened. Earlier, the book had fallen to the ground and made a bit of noise. Darien did not know what to say. He quickly rushed to pick it up, apologized, and said that only the boring part had made noise. He apologized again and explained that it was time for him to leave. Nodding his head, he said that he would go now. The demon of the Blood Sky Sword asked what exactly he liked about this book. Darien did not expect to hear that. He told the old man that the main character was very similar to him, born in poverty, gloomy by nature, and constantly trying to fit into a foreign crowd. But in the end, it turns out that a person like him becomes a hero. Dorian said that he had read this book 20 times and that he read it every night when he could not fall asleep. Kayampa, hearing this, turned back to his book and immersed himself in reading. Dorian said that he was already leaving and thanked them for allowing him to stay in his room. Blood Heaven Sword Demon asked the man if he thought Mevguk would become the successor. Dorian told him yes. Kayampa asked him to explain why he believed that. Dorian explained to him that their guy is the most outstanding person of all he had ever met. He stated that he believed Mevguk would bring changes to their cult. The demon swordsman from Blood Heavens asked him if he could give his life for Mevguk. Dorian replied that he would never do such a thing. Kayampa was surprised to hear this. He reminded the man that he had just said, Mevguk is an outstanding personality. Dorian explained to him that he is not the type to sacrifice himself for others. Kayampa did not expect to hear that. He smiled gently. He ordered Dorian to go wait in the yard. The investigator did not expect this. He accepted the order. While Dorian waited outside, he wondered if Blood Heaven Sword Demon would use this opportunity to beat him up well for not dying for his pavilion master. He wondered if he should have said it all, I will die for you, Guk. While he was thinking, someone threw a huge sword at him. The sword fell to the ground. Blood Heaven Sword Demon was the one who threw it at him. He asked Dorian to pick it up. Dorian did as he was told. Kayampa asked him what he thought about it. Dorian did not know what it was about. He told Kayampa that the sword was heavy. Kayampa explained to him, that is all there is to it. Dorian did not understand exactly what he was talking about. Kayampa explained to him that understanding its weight is both the beginning and the end of the sword techniques he wants to teach him. Dorian was stunned upon hearing this. So he picked up the sword and told Kayampa that everything he had just learned caused trembling and sent chills through his heart. Sword Demon Blood Heaven explained to him that it was probably because he drank too much yesterday, or the cause was a heart ailment, and Dorian was quite embarrassed. Kayampa turned around and asked Dorian not to be late for training. Under a bright smile, the man replied that he definitely would not be late. The scene changes and we move to Mount Hall. In the town, heavy rain pours as if the very sky cannot contain the rampage. In the roadside yard, people were chatting and martial arts masters were drinking, each in their place, each in their own story. A man entered wearing a very large coat and a huge hat that immediately captured all attention. It turned out to be Mevguk. Our guy was dressed quite plainly. Raising his head, Mevguk saw a young boy who turned out to be a waiter and was rushing out to meet a customer. Mevguk smiled when he saw the boy. He remembered that this boy once in a past life became an adult and came here seeking the sound of thunder. The boy caught Mevguk's gaze. He approached him and immediately said that there were no free seats now. Our guy asked if there were at least any empty rooms. The boy replied that they had no rooms and explained, guests were pouring in crowds because of the ritual to the blood god. Mevguk clarified when exactly the ritual was to take place. The boy revealed to him that it would happen in 10 days. He told Mevguk that at the end of the street there was another inn and probably the same was happening there. While the boy was speaking, someone asked for another drink. The boy immediately ran there. Again, Mevguk felt relief seeing that he had arrived at the perfect time. He still had 10 days until the ritual of the god Blad. Once a year, the Heaven Sky cult conducts the most solemn ceremony in honor of the god Blad. Only on the day of this ritual of the god Blad can one obtain the method of taming the supreme demon, which devours souls. The place where the holy treasures are kept, including Thunderbell, is a prison with iron bars forged from cold iron aged 10,000 years. The leader of the Sky Heaven cult spends most of his time in a protected building standing there. He even ate and slept within its walls. However, there was not only the cult leader there. There was also someone else guarding the holy treasures. This man wore shackles of cold iron and lived near the Thunderbell bell like a guardian spirit. That is why stealing Thunderbell is almost impossible without being noticed by the leader of the Heaven cult and this guardian spirit. Yet once a year there is a brief moment when the guardian spirit leaves the prison, and the leader of the heavenly cult is also absent. It is the day of the ritual of the god Blad. 2 men set out for the grand martial arena to perform the sacred act according to custom. Mevguk plans to steal the artifact capable of killing the soul-devouring supreme demon on the day of the ritual in honor of the god Blad. In the next scene, we see Dorian swinging a huge sword. He spun with the sword, holding the same stance without the slightest shift. Breathing heavily, Dorian recalled what Kayampa had told him. Blad Heaven Sword Demon taught him how to properly hold the sword and how to strike with it. He turned around and ordered Dorian to swing the sword 1,000 times. times. Daryang almost petrified upon hearing this. While he was swinging the sword, the man wondered if he could do it 1,000 times with the heavy blade without resorting to internal energy. It seemed to him that his hands would fall off any moment. After missing with the sword for some time, Daryang fell to his knees. He could not draw in air. He had no idea whether he had made a mistake agreeing to learn the martial art. Usually at this time, he would be lying at home in warmth and peace, reading a book. While he was thinking, Daryang recalled Muhuk's words, that he would have to give his all because he was starting late. Hearing this, the man clenched his teeth, sweat dripped onto his clothes, as if urging him forward drop by drop. So Daryang gathered his strength and jerked himself up. Gasping, he raised the sword and began the swing. He told himself, if he was driven out before finishing the first day's training, the pavilion keeper would not forgive him. Later that same evening, we see how Daryang makes his 1,000th attempt, one swing with all his strength. The sword fell from his hands and landed on the ground. The bandages he had wrapped around his wrists were soaked in blood, even the soil beneath him absorbed it. Daryang exhaled in relief. He had finished training. While gathering his strength, he heard someone ask if he should quit if it was too difficult. When the man raised his head, he saw the bloody heavenly sword demon. Daryang was truly exhausted. He told Kayampa that he was not going to retreat. The gray man asked him the reason, and Daryang replied, he would never get such an opportunity again in his entire life. Kayampa asked him if he realized that he would not pass on his martial arts to anyone else. The man shook his head. He had not thought about it. He explained that the opportunity in question was simply a chance to learn any martial arts from him. Smiling, he said he wanted to be able to tell his future child, once he studied under the Great Blood Haven's sword demon. He said that this was enough for him. The memory is more than sufficient for a combat master. Kayampa did not expect to hear that. Once he asked that man if he was thinking about marriage, and Daryang said that he would like to get married someday. The demon sword blood heaven asked him the reason. With a smile on his face, Daryang said that he wants to raise a child and give them fatherly love, the kind his own father never gave him. Kayampa asked what he would do if his child eventually hated him. Daryang addressed Bloodhaven's sword demon with a question. Would he allow his child to undergo this training together with him? Then he fiercely stared at him. He shouted and ordered Daryang to make another 1,000 strikes. The man was stunned. He could not believe he had to do the same thing again. The scene changes and we are transported to a cave. We see someone boiling something in a kettle. Turned out to be Mevguk. He was already standing at the threshold of Mount Hong. Our guy lingered near the medicine shop. He bought spirit root herb, poisonous bellflower, sandalwood, and several other ingredients. After boiling all this for several days, an elixir was produced that could suppress the sense of smell, even in someone wearing shackles. It only needs to be applied, and even very perceptive masters will not be able to detect your scent. Muguk remembered that someone said he was imprisoned since childhood. He was sure that he was still there. Our guy decided to train in the heavenly demon defense technique as the medicine was still boiling and infusing. He sat in the lotus position and began to circulate his energy. The more he practiced, the clearer he felt the uniqueness of this technique. He heard that the heavenly demon defensive technique becomes significantly more powerful when combined with the demonic martial art of the 9 calamities. Mevguk hoped that the day would come when he could inherit this martial art. After training for some time, Muguk went outside to look at the sky. He remembered how once in a past life he looked at the night sky from here, and he hoped that everything was fine with everyone in the cult. The shot changes and we see Daryang waking up. The man quickly grabbed his hands. His body was pierced by such pain that it was unbearable to breathe. Daryang remembered how yesterday he swung the sword until late at night. He became curious about what happened after that. He looked around, trying to understand exactly where he had ended up. He very quickly realized that he was again in Kayampa's room. He was unsettled by why he was sleeping here again until. At that moment he heard a sound outside. He instantly dressed and rushed outside. When he went outside, he saw something amazing. He saw Kayampa swinging his own sword. Bloodhaven's sword demon made a flawless swing. Daryang shuddered upon seeing this. Its form was perfect. He realized Kayampa was spinning the sword in the same stance he had learned yesterday. Even the grip on the hilt was identical. Daryang realized that the training Bloodhaven's sword demon gave him was exactly the same as the one he went through when he first started learning martial arts. He thought Kayampa was just messing with him randomly. While he stared at him, Kayampa told him that Daryang could not idle just because his pavilion master was not here. Hearing this, Daryang was quite confused and suddenly realized he was late. He told Kayampa that he would leave now and then return after lunch. Bloodhaven's sword demon asked him if he would really return. The man confirmed that yes. Then Bloodhaven's sword demon replied, pain does not mean it will get easier, and declared that today Darian will have to make 2,000 swings. With a radiant smile, Darian said that he understood everything. Kayampa just stared at him blankly. The scene changes and we are taken to Muguk. We see him walking somewhere. There are 5 days left until the blood god worship. When the potion had already brewed, our guy decided to check if the secret passage road he found before the regression still works. He was going to check the throne of the cult leader Sky Heaven because that was his target. Our guy approached the cliff near the fortress. Inside the rock, he came across a huge slab of stone blocking the passage. He touched what was beneath the slab. As soon as he did this, the boulder parted and revealed stairs leading down. After Muguk went inside, everything locked again. Our guy was stunned when he first saw this in a past life, and when he saw it again, he realized that the mechanism was made conscientiously. He was tormented by the question of how they managed to create a passage that is completely indistinguishable from the outside world. He pulled out a precious stone to light the way, and poured medicine on his clothes. After that, he began to descend the long stairs. Having gone a little, he reached huge doors. He remembered, the room ahead is exactly where the throne stands. Muguk carefully unleashed his energy, and pushed it through the doors. He transferred his energy inside the room as carefully as possible. Looking around, he found someone in the room. Our guy quickly opened his eyes. He immediately realized, this incredible energy belongs to only one person, Heavenly Sect Leader. The aura he felt from that man was unusual, almost beyond the bounds of reality. He plunged his own energy deeper into the room. He found the thunder bell. Next to the bell sat the guardian spirit. Looking around, Mevguk pulled up his energy and turned around. Now that he confirmed the situation, he was sure he could carry out his plan during the Blood God Festival. On the day of the Blood God Festival, we see buildings covered with red ribbons. The entire space around shone from lanterns, and countless people moved incessantly in the town. On most streets, shops were already open, and people immersed themselves in joyful celebrations and knew no rest. Meanwhile, Muguk was preparing to implement his plan. He poured his elixir on his body to hide the sin. When everything was done, he sat in the lotus position and froze. He was going to start the operation as soon as the thunder bell struck 36 times. A little later, people heard the thunder bell sound. Muguk opened his eyes as soon as he heard the sound of the bell. The guardian spirit called again in the bell. Damn, it even lifts me up. When the guardian spirit rang the bell for the 36th time, Muguk used the shadow step of 4 steps of the wind abyss. He used the same technique to enter the room. He struck the guardian's spirit in the back, aiming at his acupuncture points. In an instant, the man fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Our guy passed by the bell. He knew that the cult leader Skyhaven would return here within the next 15 minutes. Muguk approached the altar that stood behind the thunder bell. In front of the altar stood a large red statue of Buddha. Its eyes were closed. Muguk touched the eyelids with 2 fingers. Immediately he did it, the statue opened its eyes. Our guy touched the eyeballs themselves with his fingers. The apples were pushed even further out, and it turned out they were small bottles. Muguk came to the Sky Haven cult because there was water below for blood purification, which cleanses blood. This is sacred water secretly passed among the leaders of the Sky Haven sect cult. As soon as the blood eye cleansing water touches the eyes, counter techniques against the bloody magic of the blood cult demonstration immediately appear. The basis of the soul absorption sorcery used by the soul absorption demon supreme comes from the demonic arts of the blood cult. The Sky Haven cult is the heir of this blood cult. Using this water, our guy will be able to break free from the soul absorption sorcery of the soul absorption demon supreme. Muguk opened the bottle and released a single drop of water into his right eye. Then, without wasting time, he opened another bottle and did the same into his left eye. Instantly, he felt the energy of the cleansing water burning his eyes. Muguk gritted his teeth and endured the pain. After a minute, he opened his eyes. His pupils had already turned blood red. They quickly returned to their normal state. The boy smiled as soon as he realized that the cleansing water with the bloody eye really works. He put the bottles back into the statue's eyes and closed it. He was sure no one would guess because there was enough purified water left in the bottles, and he believed that the purified water would be easily passed on to the next heir. As soon as Muguk left the room, the guardian spirit woke up and was surprised to find itself on the ground. It did not know what had happened. Muguk instantly burst out of the cave, using the quick step of the 4 steps of the wind god. While running, our guy suddenly realized he needed to obtain the blood-cleansing water through the soul-absorbing supreme demon. He told himself that this item would also help him cope with. Muguk raced through the city in a moment. No one could see him, they only felt a breeze fly past them. The scene changes, and we see Kyan reading by moonlight. While he was reading, someone told him that reading did not suit him. When Blood Heaven Sword Demon raised his head, he smiled gently. He did not expect to see Miyaguk. He immediately said that he was scolding his guards for letting him pass unhindered. Our guy asked him not to do that, and he admitted to him that he came there quietly only because he wanted to meet him as inconspicuously as possible. Kayampa asked him if he had just returned to the cults. Our guy replied that he had just arrived. With an expression of sincere surprise on his face, Kayampa asked Muguk if he came to look for him first after returning. Our guy smiled and apologized for spoiling their touching moment, then explained his father simply went to bed early. Kayampa angrily asked him to forget about it. Muguk was stunned by how angry he had become. He told this man that he was the first person he thought of. Blood Heaven Sword Demon could not have predicted this. Muguk raised the bottle and offered the man to drink together. He said he brought his favorite drink, and the man agreed, so they drank. While they were drinking, Blood Heaven Sword Demon asked our guy if 2 months had already passed since he left the cult. Muguk replied that not yet, 2 months had not passed. Since the speed of his step really gave results, our guy was able to shorten the time needed to return. He asked Kayampa how Darian's martial arts training was progressing. The old man looked at his drink and said that Darian was working surprisingly hard. Our guy did not expect Kayampa to say that someone was working diligently. He realized that his investigator was doing well. He told the sword demon Blood Heavens, Darian has a strong heart even if he looks like a stubborn rebel. Kayampa replied that this person never behaved like a rebel with him. Our guy responded, his investigator knows how to pick his fights. He told Kayampa that the book he read earlier looked like a poetry collection. He asked directly if he seriously reads poetry at all. Kayampa took it as an insult. He addressed Muguk with a question, as if, does he look like someone who reads poetry? Our guy just smiled and said, maybe he himself is not very knowledgeable in it. Then he added that it does not suit him. The gray-haired man admitted, once in his youth he passionately loved reading books, but later for some time he simply forgot about it. Muguk found it hard to imagine what exactly this stern-looking guy was like in his youth, so he asked directly what he was like then. Kayampa said he was dark and gloomy, and Muguk said he looked like Darian. Kayampa did not seem offended by the comparison to Darian, saying it was all in the past. He took a sip of his liqueur and asked Muguka if his journey had gone well. Our guy poured him another serving and confidently said that yes, it went as it should. Kayampa said that soon there will be trouble in the cult. Muhuk smiled and asked him why he thought he went out to cause a mess. Kayampa replied that he went to stir up a bloody massacre. Then Muhuk told him he had a very bad impression of him. The demon of the bloody sky sword declared that he prefers peace. Our guy told him in response that he also loves peace. Kayampa said he likes the quiet, blood-soaked peace that comes after he crushes everything with his own hands. Muhuk drank his liqueur and told the man that going for a walk somewhere for the first time in a long while is so pleasant. He suggested next time they would go out together to breathe fresh air. The demon of the bloody sky sword was not happy with this idea. He cut Muhuk off. There are plenty of people outside he wants to kill. And he added that he feels calm only in the cult. He poured Muguk a drink and instructed him to be careful with what he had planned. He reminded him that a single wrong attempt could be the end for him in the war for the inheritance. Muguk asked the man, say what you will do if you make a wrong step. Blood Heaven Sword Demon revealed to him that he would change sides and stand on the side of his elder brother. Our guy told him that he was really too cold. Kayampa said there was nothing strange about it. He explained to Muguk, there is no point in having wings if the body is already dead, you will have to find a new body. Muguk was surprised to hear this and knew Kayampa would definitely cross to the other side. After our guy dies and he mourns him for a day or two, Muguk will go to the older brother as if nothing happened. Muguk asked Kayampa for a favor. He asked him to say what he wanted. Our guy asked to drink with him all night. As soon as he heard Kayampa say he could do it, our guy stood up. He heard it, our boy stood up. Kayampa found it strange and asked him where he was going. Our guy admitted he wanted to buy more drinks and prepare some snacks. Kayampa replied that he should just delegate it to his subordinates. Muguk smiled and said there was one thing he needed to get himself. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon pondered what it was and could not see through Muguk. He watched as he turned and went forward. Our guy plans to bring the tastiest dish to this friendly evening, a snack he has been preparing for 2 months. Red glow in his eyes and Muguk whispered to himself, today he will kill the soul-collecting supreme demon. In the next scene, Yasuo is seen descending the stairs. As he walked, he thought about how confident Muguk was. He believed our guy threatened him only because he hoped his father would side with him. Yahello opened the door and stepped into the underground corridor. The corridor led him to a room, and already inside in the very room, we see a little girl lying unconscious on a huge rock. The soul-stealing supreme demon approached her closer. He smiled as soon as he realized that a lot of time had passed since the last time he used soul arts. He suddenly started laughing like a madman. While he was laughing, a blow flew into his face. He quickly raised his hand and covered it with his energy. When he saw who hit him, he lowered his hand. It turned out to be Mangacapped. Focused with a serious look, our guy reminded him that he asked to stop using soul arts. Yahello touched the place where he was hit and asked Mangacapped to explain how he managed to get there. Our guy smiled and said that his mysticism completely falls apart as soon as he starts to worry. As soon as Mangacapped heard this, Yahello activated his soul absorption arts. He stated that Mangacapped had misjudged him and that he himself deserved the blow. This word echoed several times in Mangacapped's ears. Our guy smiled and said that now he behaves as he should and that this will make the murder even more satisfying. He also told Yahello that the pathetic performance he played earlier was a disappointment. The supreme demon who devours souls asked Mangacapped to tell him how he ended up there at all. Our guy replied that it was simple. He followed him. Yahello did not expect to hear that. Yes, Mangacapped knew the man would think he was lying, but he was telling the truth. The supreme demon who devours souls always covers his back with shadow arts. If Mangacapped had already fully mastered the steps of the wind god's power, he could have slipped out of the shadows. Unfortunately, however, his skill was not yet perfected. However, he just used the blood water of eye cleansing, washing his eyes with it. With his eyes, he sees the weak spots of Yahello's shadow arts. As soon as he managed to break through them, his shadow step immediately worked. Mangacapped told Yahello that the path by which he got here does not matter. The only important thing is that he is already here. The highest demon who devours souls asked Mangacapped to go away if he intended to fuss with soul arts. He claimed he knew nothing about this technique. Mangacapped asked him to tell who this child was if he really did not know the technique. Yahello said that the girl was an unfortunate orphan whom he brought here to teach martial arts. Mangacapped replied to the man that he was a coward. Yahello was surprised to hear this and asked, "Repeat what you said." Our guy called him a coward. He demanded the man to say how much longer he planned to pretend and retorted, "Are you brave only enough to tear out the heart of the weak?" Yahello flared up with anger as soon as he heard these words. He released his energy, and as soon as he did, Mangacapped vanished like a whirlwind into a completely different world. He was led to a snowy area. Our guy had to stand at the very edge of a cliff while snow fell around as if it was impossible to stop. Yahello asked Mangacapped if he had forgotten his warning and reminded him, if they meet again, Mangacapped will never return to the original world. Our guy asked the man if he really needed to scare others so that he himself would not feel fear. Yahello found Mangacapped impressive. He could not believe that what was happening did not confuse him at all. He asked to tell where such resilience came from at his age and asked Mangacapped again if he came here to kill him. Our guy told him that he was right. Yahello asked him to explain his reason. Mangacapped did not answer him, he only stared intently. Yahello got nervous and asked if the cult leader had sent him. As soon as he heard this, Mangacapped smiled. He told the man that if the father really wanted him dead, he would have come himself. And he also asked if he didn't know who the heavenly demon was. As soon as he said this, Yahello immediately pulled him into another world. He led Mangacapped into the pavilion and placed some tea on the table. He and Mangacapped sat in the pavilion. Yahello told our boy that before they start killing each other, they needed to have an honest talk. Mangacapped agreed. Yahello explained to him that they are demon people who stand above all other demon people. And he asked, do they really live in a way that allows the weak to have a choice? He asked Mangacapped to explain why it is wrong to devour the hearts of the weak to become stronger. He declared that greed is right. Then he told Mangacapped every choice he ever made was for the benefit of the heavenly demonic divine cult. If Wang Mangacapped had not come and Ngu Guk had remained in the cult, he could have closed his eyes to the actions of the soul-devouring supreme demon. He would have convinced himself that the soul-devouring supreme demon strengthens their cults, so it was possible to look away and pretend not to see. But the fate of our boy was different. He in the past and he in the present are not the same person. He asked Yahello to stop lying and said, he did not tear out the hearts of his victims for the cult, he did it to prolong his own life. Mangacapped assured that he would continue to act exactly that way. Yahello said nothing. Mangacapped believed that the soul-taking supreme demon would definitely seek revenge when his father died if he really cared about the cult. Instead, he chose to outlive all other demon supremes. His unnaturally long life was soaked with the lives of thousands of innocent people. Mangacapped told this bastard that he had always lived only for himself and only for himself. and that over time he had indeed turned into a monster. As soon as he heard this, Yasuo told our guy that he was not the second junior master. He appeared right in front of him and declared that it was impossible for some petty brat of over 20 years to understand him so precisely. He knew Manhwa should not have been able to bypass his shadow techniques and break inside. He shouldn't even have been able to touch him. Yasuo's head swelled to incredible proportions. His head completely covered Manhwa's body, and terrorizing energy burst from his mouth and eyes. Manhwa immediately realized that this man was using the art of soul capture by mind. This is a demonic art that extracts the truth from the mind of its victim. Even in the clan, it is forbidden. This soul art did not even work on Yaguk. Our guy decided to simply surrender and behave as if everything was fine with that man. He wanted to hear exactly what Yeso wanted to learn from him. The soul-gathering supreme demon asked our guy who he was. Our guy told him that his name was Manhwa. Yeso asked him to tell where he got so much knowledge about him. Our guy told him that he had investigated him and learned everything. Yasuo asked if a heavenly demon was behind this matter. The new Guki said no. When he heard this, the soul-gathering supreme demon smiled. Looking at the expression on his face, our guy became certain that Yasuo fears his father the most. The soul-consuming supreme demon asked Manhwa to explain why he came. Our guy told him that he came here to put an end to his existence. Yasuo asked if he had informed anyone that he would come there. Manhwa answered no. Yeso was glowing with such news. He led Manhwa into an empty, deserted world. The world, smiling, told our guy that from now on it would disappear from the world. Manhwa asked him if he was capable of dealing with the consequences if he killed him. With a creepy smile on his face, the soul-consuming supreme demon asked Manhwa to explain why he should be the one to clean up the consequences of his death. He replied that Blood Heaven Sword Demon would take everything upon himself. He extended his hand and let Manhwa understand that he would not be the one to kill him. Laughing like a madman, he told our guy that he would die trying to fight Blood Heaven Sword Demon. He said that Kayampa would be the one to kill him. As soon as he said this, a large amount of energy burst out of his body like an avalanche. Manhwa activated the Heavenly Demon Defense Art and used this energy to cover his own body. He applied defensive art to stop the dark energy that Yasuo was releasing from his body. He was walking towards Yasuo and each step became heavier than the previous one. Yasuo's dark energy slowly enveloped him. He barely managed to reach when this energy completely covered him. With a smile on his face, Yasuo asked Manhwa to kill the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. His words were repeated to Manhwa several times thanks to the dark energy around him. Our guy couldn't believe that Yasuo's technique still had such power, even after he had covered himself with the protective art of the heavenly demon. No matter how much an ordinary person tried to hold on, they would have already fallen into the trap of the soul-taking art of the soul-taking supreme demon. Hearing many voices in his head, Manhwa looked around as if searching for something specific. He found a blue light ahead. Our guy immediately understood. This beam was the exit from the soul-taking art. He stepped into the light. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an empty, void dimension created by Yasuo. Yeso was stunned when he saw Manhwa. He did not understand what was happening right now. Yeso questioned our guy about how he woke up on his own. Manhwa was not supposed to wake up until the soul absorption art was completed. Our guy smiled and told the man that maybe he had already bonded with the Blood Heaven Sword Demon, so he did not feel the need to kill him. As soon as he said this, Yeso activated the soul absorption art again and covered him with his dark energy. He ordered Manhwa to kill the Heaven Blood Sword Demon. The guy covered himself with the energy of the Heavenly Demon, a defensive technique, but the voices sounded much louder. This soul-taking technique was much stronger than those he had used before. Manhwa gritted his teeth and endured while the voices echoed in his head, cutting pain. He quickly found the blue light. He opened his eyes again and saw Yasuo. The supreme soul-taking demon could not comprehend what was happening. He asked Manhwa to explain why he was not drawn under the effect of the soul-taking technique. Manhwa laughed and told him it was all because of his strong connection with Kayampa. The tall soul-absorbing demon got irritated upon hearing this. He released his energy again. Manhwa covered himself with the heavenly demonic protective art, but still he was pulled into a dark place. So our guy looked around and wondered if Yeso would do the same again. No sooner had he thought about it, something moved behind him and he saw it. Something terrible grew out of the ground. It was a terrible dark humanoid monster as it walked toward Manhwa. Several other creatures grew out of the ground. They surrounded Manhwa from all sides. Our guy drew the sword as soon as he realized he was surrounded. his pupils instantly turned red. Mugak could see a blue glow on the bodies of the monsters. He was also able to discern their vulnerable spots. When the monsters approached him, our guy cut them in half. Each strike was precise and clean, without unnecessary movements. He did not waste a single attack, only slashing with the sword at their vulnerable spots. He did not even give the monsters time to recover and react to his attacks. Mugak smiled as he sliced the monsters. He was relieved to see that blood-eye purified water allowed him to see how to break the spells. In the next scene, Yasuo was sweating profusely. He could not understand how Mugak ended up right in front of him. The boy felt that he was simply showing curiosity, and he asked if this time the man would not interrogate him. The soul-sucking supreme demons seemed to be even more irritated by this question. He instantly transported the Mugaks to another place and threw them onto a raft in the middle of the ocean. In this world, there was a relentless, heavy rain. Mugak immediately realized that if he fell into this ocean, he would truly die. And as soon as he thought about it, he felt something. He turned around and saw a giant wave rushing straight at him. The wave pushed him into the water, with which he went deeper and deeper into the water. Mugak remembered how his father told him, "Fighters of the Orthodox faction fear the soul-devouring supreme demon." He pushed against himself and swam upwards with all his might. When he finally raised his head out of the water, he still could not breathe normally for a long time. His voice was breaking with a cough. Water had gotten right into his head. Now he understood why the soul-devouring supreme demon was feared. An ordinary person is unable to overcome such a monstrous illusion. While he was gasping for air, another huge wave was coming. Mugak realized a simple thing. Even the highest masters of martial arts are doomed to fall from exhaustion and die if they do not find a quick way to break through. The guy could not understand what was happening. He did not understand why he could not see any way out. The deeper Mugak immersed himself in the ocean, the clearer he understood. The way out might be hiding somewhere far below. He quickly pulled himself together and looked around. Unfortunately for him, there was nothing there. He swam up to rest and catch his breath. He became curious about where exactly the way out was located. He could see only the endless ocean water, infinite and indifferent. Looking around, Mevguk noticed a log on which he was standing. Wasting no time, he quickly swam up to it. When he flipped the log, he saw a blue light. The guy could not believe it. The way out was in the most obvious place. No sooner had he thought about it than he immediately understood. Another wave was coming. Mugak raised his sword and pressed it against the log, breaking through the illusion. He himself broke free from it. Our young man returned to the empty world. Yaso didn't even know what to say. He quickly sent Mugak to another world. Our young man found himself surrounded by tall mirrors. Each showed a different version of him. Mugak realized that these were stages of his life. He passed by himself, younger and a teenager. He saw an old version of himself. This version was lying on his deathbed. Mugak knew this was neither his future nor who he was before the regression. What he saw was an illusion created by the soul absorption of the supreme demon. He placed his hand on the mirror and asked his older self to tell him what exactly he bitterly regretted. He asked if the older one dreamed of a peaceful death, despite having so much blood on his hands. He told him that he was too greedy. Encouragingly smiling, Mugak mentally repeated to himself, if he really could save the people he wanted to save by killing Vamugi, then such a death was acceptable. He looked intently into the eyes of his older self, and he understood the time had come for the older self to go. Mugak wondered if he had spoken to his older self only to calm himself. He wanted to convince himself everything was fine and he would manage. Our guy raised his sword and turned to his present self. A blue gleam burned on his neck. Mugak shattered the mirror with a strike. He was thrown back into the empty dimension. Yasuo could not believe his own eyes. He did not expect to see our guy so quickly. With a worried expression on his face, he asked Mevguk to tell him how he figured it out. He explained, if you break the wrong mirror, the number of reflections doubles. If you then break another one, the doubling repeats and it continues until he can escape the illusion. Mugak told Yasuo that he was just lucky. But the soul-devouring supreme demon got irritated upon hearing this. He explained to our guy that escaping such a thing by luck alone would not work. As soon as he said this, Yasuo understood something important. He asked Muguk if he had mastered the demonic art of the 9 calamities. Yasuo called the heavenly demon a mad cult leader and claimed that he secretly chose a successor, acting through him behind their backs. Muguk was not at all surprised that the soul-devouring supreme demon made such an assumption. The only known way to resist Yasuo's sorcery is to master the demonic technique 9 disasters, which the heavenly demon passes on to his chosen successor. But no one even thought of using the cleansing water of Blad's eye. The soul-devouring supreme demon was convinced that the heavenly demon was trying to kill him using his own child as a blade. He called the heavenly demon a disgusting freak and stated that he always stabs people in the back. When he heard this, Mughuk fixed him with a gaze and asked the man if he had anything else to add. Then Mughuk revealed to him that once his father said, "He is the person whom Orthodox sects fears the most. This means that the father holds him in high regard." Mughuk told Yeso, their father will never betray someone he respects with all his heart. So the soul-devouring supreme demon asked Mughuk to explain exactly what he was trying to say. With a stern expression, our guy advised Yeso, "Do not release your anger, let it not speak for you." He explained to him that his father scolded him as soon as the matter came to killing. The soul-capturing supreme demon asked our guy to say why he chases after him if the father himself is against it. Mughuk replied that he had thought over the situation as many times as he could. He said, it would hurt him if he were just an ordinary person who handles affairs, studies in academies, and trains in martial arts dojos. And then one day, for no reason, he is dragged away and his heart is torn out while he is still alive. The soul-capturing supreme demon told him that life is unfair, that's how it should be, and if something shatters a person, they must become stronger. Mughuk cast a cold, threatening look at the man. With a cold look in his eyes, he told Yasuo that he wanted him to take on all the insults felt by the weak. The soul-collecting supreme demon had no idea he would hear such a thing. He smiled and told Mughuk that he was right. He released his energy and added that he lived with a deep desire to survive. He asked our guy if he really thought he had never imagined the day that came exactly like this. He said he always knew the heavenly demon would betray him and try to kill him. While he spoke, his body grew and his eyes and mouth released deadly blue energy. The supreme demon who devours souls asked Mughuk if he knew why he immersed himself in the arts of souls. He asked him if he thought he did it only because of a tiny internal energy. Yeso's body grew to astronomical sizes. His entire figure was covered with dark energy. He declared to our guy that he would tear his precious 9 evils demonic art into small pieces. Energy scattered around, the earth crumbled and was stained purple. Mughuk felt dark demonic energy was coming from the man. He did not expect that the supreme demon who devours souls would master dark demonic arts, as these dark demonic arts are more aggressive and powerful than ordinary techniques. But usually those who use them are themselves consumed by these very arts. They experience mental breakdowns, energy deviations, and eventually die a gruesome, bloody death. That is why the heavenly demon divine cult strictly forbids its members even to learn them. Mughuk told the soul-capturing supreme demon who came to kill him not just for nothing. He explained that if he were left alone, he would still die from the side effects of the dark demonic arts. Yeso said that he would not die. He revealed to him that he uses internal energy obtained through soul arts to suppress these side effects. Now our guy understood that the reason Yeso taught soul arts was to resist the backlash of dark demonic arts. He raised his hand and drew his sword. The soul-sucking supreme demon raised his hand, and something in the air immediately froze. He infused energy into the spell and drew his weapon. He addressed Mughuk as if signing a death sentence. "Here I will kill you, and someday I will remove the heavenly demon from his place and take his role." Mughuk replied that he was too much of a coward to see such a thing through. "You are one of those who hide their ambition all their life and barely cling to life itself." Even in his previous life, Mughuk, Yasuo never showed that he had learned dark demonic arts. Hearing the words "our guy," the soul-sucking supreme demon slashed at Mughuk with his sword, but he managed to block the attack. The clash of blades shattered the ground, and waves of energy surged through the dimension. Mughuk's hands began to tremble as this onslaught crashed down on him. He realized that he would have been completely overwhelmed by Yeso's power if he had not earlier released almost all his internal energy by using the soul absorption art. He knew the highest degree soul absorption demon is an enemy that can only be defeated by one's strongest sword techniques. He pushed Yasuo's sword away and attacked, using the first form of the flying sword, the art called Celestial Equilibrium. The sword move turned into a giant, powerful slash. The technique only slightly cut Yasuo's body. He did not receive serious injuries. Yasuo sharply jerked the sword and used a technique called Annihilation. Mughuk instantly jumped up before the attack could hit him. Yasuo struck his sword against the ground. His sword released several series of slashes. Our guy watched as these cuts tore the ground. He realized that he would have been cut into 6 parts if he hadn't jumped with his flicker step. While he hung in the air, the soul-devouring demon, Supreme, launched several slashes at him, using a technique known as demon execution. Before these blades could properly touch me, in the next moment he disappeared and landed on the ground. He took a stance and released several series of slashes at Supreme, the soul-devouring demon, using a technique called shifting slash. Supreme, the soul-devouring demon, intercepted these strikes and blocked the slashes. He threw back his head and activated a technique known as destruction, creating a huge energy sphere above himself. Before he could fire the attack, Mangak used the third form of the hovering sword, an art called Heavenly Slash, and released a beautiful black blade at Yahello. The heavenly cut sliced through the energy sphere. However, the strike did not stop. The soul-absorbing supreme demon gathered its own energy and used it to restore the body. Mangak noticed that he had done it. The soul-absorbing supreme demon opened its huge maw and activated a technique called Ruin. He unleashed countless slashing cuts at Mangak simultaneously. The attack destroyed everything it touched. Yahello smiled when he saw this and was sure he had already taken our guy out of the game. While he was smiling, Mangak told him his demonic arts are truly powerful, but he lacks real combat experience in how to apply them. Yahello was surprised to hear his voice. Before he could do anything, Mangak attacked him, using the fourth form of the art of the soaring sword. This technique is known as Flaming Heavens. He attacked him from behind, and the sword technique sliced Yasuo's body through. But this was still not enough to take down this man. He turned around and asked Mangak to explain why he still had not used the ninth demonic art Calamity. Our guy replied he doesn't need something like this to defeat him. The soul-devouring demon laughed as soon as he heard this, and told Mangak that his arrogance would be his death. He said this immediately. Mangak passed him. He cut off his head with the fifth form of the flying sword technique. The technique is known as Heavenly Heaven. Unfortunately for Mangak, this was not enough to finish Yahello. The soul-gathering supreme demon glued his head back together with power. Our boy could not believe his own eyes. He could not believe that he still could not take his head from Azure Heaven. The soul-devouring essence the highest, the demon laughed at Mangak. Our guy told him that he really had turned into a monster. Mangak quickly rushed at him just like that. He and the supreme soul-devouring demons, swinging their swords, collided against each other at insane speed. Our guy pondered what to do next. The supreme demon that devours souls did not die even after he cut off his own head. He realized Yasuo's core was hidden somewhere else, and he wanted to find out exactly where. As soon as this thought flashed within him, Yasuo released even more energy from his own body. Mangak felt his next attack would be deadly dangerous. Yasuo activated a technique called Heaven Destruction and fired giant waves of energy at Mangak. Our guy's gaze turned red as soon as he saw the attack flying straight at him. He slowly, carefully looked at Yasuo and noticed a red reflection on his chest. Yasuo's heart was the object emitting the red glow. Our guy realized that his heart was his core. He rushed forward through the waves of energy, executing the dead step from 4 sprints of the wind god. Inside the waves, several cuts appeared one after another. This slash was left to cut into Mangak's body. Our guy did not stop, even when his body was being torn and shredded. He focused on Yahello and did not retreat forward, even when he was almost losing his head. He rushed further and further towards the soul-crushing supreme demon. When he approached Yasuo, he applied the 8th form of the art of the soaring sword. He used a technique known as Netherworld Slash, bringing it to its. The strike came straight to Yasuo's chest, and the strike caused a grand explosion. Mangak landed on the ground with a heavily wounded body. His entire figure was covered in blood. He struggled trying to catch his breath. Raising his head, he saw the soul being consumed by the Supreme Demon Supreme. He saw the breach left in Yasuo's chest. The breach was not closing. The soul-conquering supreme demon could not believe his eyes. He could not believe that Mangak attacked his core. Our guy told him that it was easy to strike the heart because it was so big. The soul-conquering supreme demon returned to his usual form and fell to his knees. His dimension became empty again. Yasuo told our guy that the technique he just used was not the demonic art of the 9 evils. Mangak revealed to him that it was a combination of the death step and the 8th form of the art of sword soaring. Yahello had never heard of the death step. Our guy revealed to him that he is talking about the step of death from the 4 steps of the wind god. The soul-devouring supreme demon was stunned upon hearing this. He asked Mangak to explain how he knows the 4 steps of the wind god. Our guy told him that the Jevons themselves do not want him to die. He knew he would have perished if he had not used the 4 steps of the god of wind. And he also knew Yahello never imagined he would have such a trump card. The all-powerful demon that devours souls glanced at Mangak and warned, if he is ever resurrected, he will kill him. Our guys looked at him and in their eyes splashed pure disappointment. He told that man if he is ever resurrected, let him live a full life. He promised it might be better than this. Yahello did not say a single word. Our guy noticed the man did not curse him. The soul-captivating almighty demon supreme simply closed his eyes. As soon as it happened, his world began to fade and disappear. Our guy returned to reality. The wounds disappeared and the bleeding stopped. He saw Yasuo, who was sitting with his eyes wide open. The man's body was cold and lifeless. Mugak just silently looked at him and did not say a single word. In the next scene, Kayampa asks Yuguk why he took so long to get ready and asks if he prepared the snacks himself. Our guy lifted the cloth covering the snacks and replied that it took some time to get them. He placed the snacks on the table, and the sword demon Blood Heavens remarked to him that such a type of snack shouldn't take so much time. Our guy took out a bottle of liqueur and asked Kayampa to drink while the night was still young. Blood Heaven's sword demon raised his glass and told Mugak that his endurance was not like his. He warned that if he didn't go to sleep by morning and stayed up all night, he would be useless tomorrow. Mugak poured him a drink and replied that he was still full of energy. After that, he asked to enjoy the evening. Kayampa noticed something strange about our guy. He told him that he looked as if he was in a good mood. Mugak poured himself a drink and said he was in a good mood. Then Kayampa asked him why he was in such a mood. Mugak replied that he was simply sincerely happy to see him again after so many years. Kayampa did not expect to hear that from him. Our guy asked him to drink. The old man joined him and started drinking the same vodka. He asked our guy if he knew why Darian liked him so much. Mugak asked him to tell why exactly. Blood Heaven's sword demon revealed to our guy that Darian said he would not give his own life for him. Mugak smiled and said that he would scold him properly. Kayampa said that he liked his honesty. Our guy asked him to tell Darian about it. He replied that the investigator would be pleased to hear it. Kayampa, however, said he was not going to do that. Mugak said he would pass it on to him next time he saw him. He stated that someone had to say it because such words can change someone's life. When Kayampa heard this, he glanced at him with a reproachful look. He told our guy that he really liked taking care of everyone. Soon he would be looking after the stable boys who clean the manure, and he asked our guy to also feed the horses since he was so polite. Mugak smiled and said it would be good if he could do that. But Kayampa did not expect such an answer at all. He told Mugak that in all his life he had never met anyone like him. Our guys said that their heavenly, demon-divine cult would also become something he had never seen before, and asked if it wouldn't be wonderful, even if it happened for only one generation. Blood Heaven's sword demon looked intently into Mugak's eyes. He raised the cup and asked, "Pour him a drink." Mugak was surprised to hear this. He quickly grabbed the bottle. The drink he was pouring just now was different, unlike any he had ever poured before. Smiling, Mugak said he was pouring his first shot for his left guard. He stared into the eyes of Blood Heaven's sword demon as he poured his drink. As soon as his cup was filled to the brim, Kayampa drank the liqueur. Our guy wondered if Kayampa really decided to follow him with all his heart. The blood sky demon holding the sword wiped his lips and asked Mugak if the left Vartior ranks higher than the right. Mugak was surprised when he heard such a question. The blood sky demon with the sword explained to him that he wanted to get a higher title if he was given a title at all. Hearing this, Mugak laughed. It was hard to believe that Kayampa cared about something like that. He teased the old man, saying that today he looked simply very handsome. Kayampa was shocked to hear this and called him a crazy freak. He raised the sword and asked Mugak to repeat that once more. Our guy laughed out loud. Kayampa asked him to stop laughing and then forced him to say that he looked handsome. Mugak smiled and replied that he would not confess to women while he was drunk. Bloodhaven's sword demon smiled and said that he caught himself as if he had caught a flatterer. Two men started laughing. The next day we were taken to Heavenly Demon Hall. There we saw Mugak standing before his father. Heavenly Demon asked his son to tell him exactly how he killed the soul-devouring Supreme Demon. Mugak asked his father to explain what he meant. Heavenly Demon glanced at him with cold fury. He told Mugak that the demonic doctor examined the Supreme Demon who devours souls and said that he could have died due to energy deviation. Heavenly Demon asked his son if he really thought that would make him believe it. Mugak told his father that he wanted to give him a good answer, but he had nothing to do with Yesso's death. He told him that he overestimated him. He stated that he lacked the skill to drive the soul-devouring Supreme Demon into energy deviation and bring him to death. Heavenly Demon glanced at our guy. Mugak actually wanted to tell his father the truth, but did not know how to explain where he got the Blood Oak purification water from. He understood, if he opened up, he would only burden his father. Heavenly Demon would be forced to pretend that nothing happened, and then the Supreme Demon would perish. He told his father that yesterday he drank together with Sword Demon, and added, Kayampa can confirm his words. Heavenly Demon asked him if Mugak together with Blood Jevan's Sword Demon did not kill the soul-devouring Supreme Demon. Mugak assured that this did not happen. He suggested that maybe it was just a punishment imposed by the heavens themselves. He reminded that the Supreme Demon who devours souls is a monster that tears out human hearts while people are still breathing. The Heavenly Demon turned and said to his son, Other demonic supreme ones who had been silent until now will start to move because the soul-defending supreme demon is already dead. After these words, he left. Mu-guk-nu, 8 demonic supreme ones share life and death as one whole, so the death of one is a threat to all, and the demonic supreme ones will not let this incident go so easily. The scene switches. It takes us to Jevon's Sword of the North clan. We see Wu Zhang meeting our guy in the clan and saying he will escort him all the way to the Sword Supreme. Mu-guk realized it is Wu Zhang who will be most shocked and confused by what happened. He would rather expect that Mu-guk would die, not the soul-defending supreme demon. Our guy finally realized that it was Wu Zhang who was responsible for the death of the supreme demon who devours souls. If that man had not involved Yahello in this story, our guy would never have learned about the soul arts. As soon as he arrived at her doorstep, Sword Supreme came out to meet him. Manhwa lowered his head and asked if she was well. Sword Supreme said that she was just the same as always. She told our guy that she had heard he had left the cult. Then she asked how his trip went. Manhwa explained that it was just a short break and he returned immediately. Yanreng glared fiercely at him as soon as she heard this. Mevguk did not know why she was looking at him so intently and angrily. But Supreme told him that she was eager to listen. His progress was impressive every time and that she was already tempted to challenge him to a duel. Mevguk replied that they could arrange a match later. Yanreng said that she would very much like that. Our guy pulled out a cloth and said that he had brought her a small gift. He had found a flower with a wonderful scent and brought home its seeds. Supreme of this variety did not expect to hear that at all. She told Manhwa that it was the first time someone had given her seeds. Our guy replied that it was his first time giving them to someone. Yanreng really liked the gift, so she invited him inside. Night, she asked Manhwa if he had heard about the death of the demon supreme who devours souls. Our guy told her that he had heard about it. With a cold look in her eyes, Sword Supreme asked Manhwa if he was involved in Yahello's death. Even if Yanreng was friendly to our guy, the death of the Demon Supreme still kept her tense, just like the death of another Demon Supreme. Their long-standing survival principle is simple. If one falls, the rest may fall too. Manhwa reminded her that the demonic doctor said, Yasuo died due to energy deviation. Yanreng told Manhwa that none of the supreme demons would believe that. Our guy assured it changes nothing. He was not the one who killed Yasuo. Yanreng looked deeply into Manhwa's eyes. Our guy did not look away. He also stared back at her just as directly. Seeing that she still could not get an answer, the Sword Supreme sat down. Manhwa asked him why she suspected him. Sword Supreme told him. As soon as he got involved, the formerly calm lake turned into a stormy sea, and the only absorber, the supreme demon, was the first to drown in that wave. Manhwa explained to her that he was just a fisherman in the sea. He assured he has no intention of drowning anyone. Yanreng agreed with him because he was the one who caught Blood Heaven's sword demon. Manhwa asked her if it would be difficult for him to catch her. The supreme servant of the sort told him that maybe it would be so if he released the fish he caught. She also added that she did not want to end up in the same net with Kayampa. Hearing this, Manhwa smiled softly and barely noticeably. Sword Supreme elegantly sipped her tea and said that no one can predict the future. Then she explained to Manhwa that the soul-absorbing supreme demon was one of those who go very far for their own salvation, so she did not think he would become the first victim. She said that the Western Illusion Fortress would be in turmoil for some time and warned Manhwa. Soon the succession battle will begin. And then the soul-absorbing demon had 5 disciples. Since he died without naming a successor, the most outstanding among the 5 will most likely take his place. Manhwa asked Sword Supreme which disciple she preferred, and Yanreng inquired why he was so interested in this. Our guy told her that it would be good if someone from their side took the helm, and Yanreng was surprised that Manhwa claimed they are on the same side. Our guy reminded her that they became friends thanks to duels. Yanreng was surprised to hear this. She smiled and replied that she could share loyalty with a dueling friend. At night, we see Manhwa meditating in his room. He is wearing his pajamas. While he meditates, our guy sends something. He instantly ran outside to meet Blood Gavin's sword demon. He asked Kayampa what brought him here so late at night. The old man asked if he had any drink. Our guy fetched that liquor and poured a cup for Kayampa. He sat on a huge stone with him and asked Kayampa if something had happened. Blood Gavin's sword demon said those bastards openly excluded him. Manhwa was shocked by this. He recalled that today the demon supremes gathered to discuss the death of the supreme demon who devours souls. He told Kayampa that he never thought they would leave anyone out and asked how exactly they excluded him. Kayampa said that no one even spoke to him. Manhwa did not expect to hear that. He asked the man, "Isn't it always like that?" Kayampa got irritated as soon as he heard that. He said that the demon supremes are not very talkative, but it had never been this terrible before. and he added to Muguk that he wouldn't be annoyed if they just appeared directly before him. Our guy asked him for what exactly they should appear before him. Bloodheaven's sword demon poked him with a finger and said it was about him. Muguk was stunned to hear this. Bloodheaven's sword demon revealed to him that the supreme demons believe that they together killed the soul-devouring supreme demon, so now they openly shun him. Muguk asked if they had done something similar together. Kayampa replied no. Anger twisted his face and he told Muguk that he did it himself, alone. Our guy smiled and asked the man to explain why everyone suspects him. Bloodheaven's sword demon reminded him that recently he had shed the most blood. He said no one knows if the blood of Yasuo is also in his hands, and asked Muguk, did he do it? He looked intently into Muguk's eyes. Our guy did not flinch, he stared back into his eyes. Bloodheaven's sword demon became nervous. Our guy realized that Kayampa might have seen in his eyes. He was the one who killed the soul-devouring supreme demon. Bloodheaven's sword demon could not believe that Muguk really killed him. He realized that our guy truly trusts him, so he allowed him to tell the truth directly to him. Muguk told him that he would not have allowed him to become his left guard if he did not trust him. Sword Demon Bloodheavens reminded Muguk that he is still one of the 8 Demon Supremes. Our guy smiled and replied to the man that he remains his left guard as well. Kayampa did not expect to hear that. He gathered his thoughts and said to Muguk, if you trust people so easily, a knife will definitely be stuck in your back. Our guy told him that he does not trust so easily, and asked him to think over everything that has already happened between them. Kayampa asked him if he is not afraid, and our guy asked him to say what exactly he should be afraid of. Sword Demon Bloodheavens said that he could become an enemy of the 8 Demon Supremes. Muguk said that actually there are 4 Demon Supremes. Kayampa was shocked to hear this. He stood up and immediately exploded with anger, asked Muguk if he had killed even more of them. Muguk asked him to calm down. He assured that he did not mean anything like that, and Kayampa asked him to explain everything to the end. Our guy raised his hand and showed 7 fingers in front of Sword Demon Bloodheaven. He told him that now there are 7 Demon Supremes, just the soul-devouring Supreme Demon is dead. If Kayampa is removed, it means that 6 will remain because half of the Sword Supreme's forces are on his side. Then it turns out that the enemies of our guys are 5.5 people. Muguk told Kayampa that neither he nor Sword Supreme would sit idly in this situation. If the 2 of them take on 1.5 Demon Supremes, then 4 Demon Supremes will remain. Our guy informed Bloodhaven's Sword Demon that his enemies are exactly 4 Demon Supremes. He said that if 2 more Demon Supremes join his side, then he will have to deal with only 2 Demon Supremes. With a smile on his face, Muguk told Bloodhaven's Sword Demon that the situation is by no means that complicated. Kayampa heard this irritably. He sighed and told Muguk that he would let it go, but added, he missed one thing. Our guy asked what exactly. Bloodhaven's Sword Demon revealed to him that neither he nor Sword Supreme would fight against the other Demon Supremes. Muguk already knew this. It is an old rule among demons like the Supremes. He told Kayampa that he already understood everything and he would be the one to fight. He only asked the man not to betray him. Bloodhaven's Sword Demon replied that people do not betray, circumstances do. He asked our guy not to trust him. Muguk assured him he himself would create such circumstances under which betrayal would be impossible. He only asked to help him when he needed it. Kayampa looked into our guy's eyes as soon as he heard this. Muguk trusted the Bloodhaven's Sword Demon because he believed this way he could make him one of his own people. Shouting at the top of his voice, Kayampa called Mugoku a freak and warned, if he ruins everything, he will die. Our guy was surprised to hear this. He smiled when he saw the expression on his face. He told him to be careful. Bloodheaven's Sword Demon sat down reluctantly, but still sat. He poured himself a drink and quickly drained the glass. Muguk took the bottle and poured himself a drink the same way and drank it. Kayampa revealed to him that the Supreme Demon decided to summon the leader of the Sky Heaven cult to get to the bottom of this incident. Our guy was shocked by what he heard. He asked Kayampa if he was sure about this. Bloodheaven's Sword Demon explained to him that the soul-devouring magic of the Supreme Demon was based on the demonic techniques of the Blood Cult. The Blood Cult is the predecessor of the Sky Heaven cult. Because of this, the Supreme Demon believes that the leader of the Sky Heaven cult, if he sees Yasuo's body, will be able to determine the cause of his death. Bloodheaven's Sword Demon revealed to Muguk that their leader of the Sky Heaven cult came not only for the autopsy. He said there are 3 other reasons. The first is to show that the Supreme Demon is determined to track down the culprit. They want to clearly show the Miram Alliance and all unorthodox sects. With 8 Supreme Demons, jokes are bad, and this is their most important reason. Muguk realized what they wanted, for everyone to see that even the leader of the Sky Haven cult acts only according to their will. This means that if someone crosses the supreme demon, they will retaliate with a strike. Mugak asked Kayampu to tell him the second reason. Bloodheaven's sword demon revealed to him that the second reason is connected to his father. Our guy was shocked upon hearing this. Kayampa told him that they are trying to show the heavenly demon something. They want to prove that the alliance of the cult of the heavenly sky and the cult of the divine heavenly demon is not based on the heavenly demon himself, but on the 8 supreme demons. Mugak asked Kayampa to name the third reason. The old man replied, the reason is in him. He explained to Muguku that the leader of the heavenly sky cult would see right through him if he really killed the supreme soul-devouring demon. He would analyze our guy's character and determine the methods he used. Muguku knew it was true. He understood that the leader of the heavenly sky cult could even find out that blood eye and purifying water were used. However, our guy could not allow that. He had to hide the fact that he killed the supreme soul-devouring demon. If this is revealed, then the demon supremes will not only try to take revenge, they will make every effort to prevent him from becoming the successor. Mugak smiled and asked Kayampa if he was okay with it. Bloodheaven's sword demon asked our guy to explain why he could have any problems with this at all. Mugak replied that he had just become his accomplice. He reminded him that the other demon supremes decided that he was working with him because they drank together. Kayampa said that during that drinking spree he simply fell asleep. Mugak asked which of the demon supreme went after the leader of the cult Skyhaven. Kayampa replied, it is the demonic Buddha. Our guy remembered that the demonic Buddha had a close connection with the leader of the Sky Haven cult. The fact that the demon supremes sent him only confirms their determination to bring the leader of the Sky Haven cult there at any cost. Mugak asked Bloodheaven Sword Demon whether he should chase the demonic Buddha and kill him, or instead kill the leader of the Sky Heaven cult before he leaves. With a terrifying expression on his face, he asked Kayampa if he should just kill them both. Bloodheaven Sword Demon told him that this would end the war with the entire Outer Muram. He explained to Mugak, if they split up, the complacent bastards from the Muram Alliance would suddenly start begging for the extermination of the demonic cult, and the unorthodox alliance would begin snooping around for crumbs. Mugak said that sounded great and asked Kayampa to bathe in blood with him. Demon Blood Heaven Sword stood up and asked Mugak to die alone if he wanted to die. Our guy smiled and reminded him, they are comrades in life and death. Kayampa hid the sword behind his back and told Mugak that every person goes through life surviving by their own strength. Having said that, he walked away. The next day, we are taken to the Heavenly Demon Hall. We see Mugak greeting his father. Heavenly Demon asked our guy to leave for a while. Our guy asked him where exactly he wanted him to go. The Heavenly Demon replied that it was time to visit the Nirvana Pavilion branch in the Central Plains. Mugak understood that his father was sending him away for his own safety. He told his father that the demon supremes would suspect him if he left the cult at such a time. The celestial demon told him that they call the leader of the heavenly sky cult that because he is already suspected, and he added that the leader of the heavenly sky cult is not a fool. He assured him he would definitely find out that it was him. Mugak denied killing the soul by absorbing the supreme demon. He told his father that it might have been a killer from the Muram Alliance. Heaven Demon explained to him that the Muram Alliance would have already declared war on them if it were true, but now they are unable to act that way. Mugak asked his father if he would leave the cult if it were him. The Heavenly Demon said no. Our guy replied that he would not go either because it is his son. The Celestial Demon told Mugak that he is not himself. Our guy told him he can follow him. He replied that following is enough already. The Heavenly Demon fixed his gaze on Mugak's eyes when he heard this. He decided to allow his son to stay. He asked Mugak to remember one thing. He said that Mugak must not kill the leader of the Sky Haven cult. Our guy was shocked to hear this. Therefore, he could not believe that his father was not worried about him. In fact, his father was concerned about the leader of the cult Sky Haven. The Celestial Demon turned and asked Mugak not to kill any other supreme demons. He ordered him not to kill anyone. Our guy assured him that he would not kill anyone. He watched his father with his eyes as he left the throne room. Mugak never planned to kill the leader of the cult Heaven Sky. He knew too much about the cult and him, so for him the leader of the cult Heaven Sky is a person to be thanked. He smiled and said that for him this cult leader was like a treasure trove. There are only 2 methods that Mugak believes can help him avoid falling into the hands of the cult leader Sky Heaven. The first is physical transformation, the second is to change only the eyes. In this era, there is only one person capable of changing Mevguk's eyes. It is the man sitting in front of Mevguk, the demonic doctor. The old man took a sip of tea and told our guy that they could start the conversation. Since Mugak went to the trouble of getting him rare herbs, the demonic doctor was sure, so there must be something important they need to talk about. Our guy replied that he came to ask for a favor. The demonic doctor asked him to say what he wanted. Mugak stated bluntly he would not beat around the bush because he was a very busy person. Then he asked the demonic doctor to perform an operation to improve his eyesight. The old man was amazed to hear this. Operation to enhance vision is a long-lost forbidden technique that strengthens the eye of a martial arts master. After the procedure, both normal and dynamic vision sharply improve. It even nullifies visual glitches caused by light, darkness, water, and even smoke. The demonic doctor asked Mugak to explain how he knows he can perform this operation to enhance vision. In the past, our guy already knew about this technique, because later in the future it will become known that the demonic doctor mastered it. When Guk returned to the cult to gather ritual materials, the demonic doctor was already dead. He learned about the operation from his student. His name was Beak. Beak once proposed the operation to enhance vision to a man who was then the leader of the cult. His name was Drew Bechtel. Since Mugak did not respond to his request immediately, the demonic doctor fixed his gaze and did not let go. The demonic doctor asked if that heavenly demon had already told him this. Our guy was not surprised to hear such words. Once Beak had already told him, the father rejected the demonic doctors who offered to perform the operation. The demonic doctor told Mugak that the fruit of the Nirvana guanine herb is among the necessary materials required for the surgery, and that it is incredibly rare. Then he asked if he knew that the technique can only be performed once per generation. Our guy assured him that he understands everything. The old man asked if he still wants the operation, knowing this. Mugak replied that he does. The demonic doctor asked him to say what he can offer in return if he performs this operation. With a confident expression on his face, Mugak said that he had nothing to offer right now, but he would become the leader of the cult. The old man did not expect to hear that. Mugak assured that when he became the leader of the cult, he would give him everything he wanted. Our guy already truly knew what the demonic doctor wanted. He desired it until death itself, but the father never allowed it. That is why the heavenly demon refused the operation to improve his vision. He did not want to remain indebted to the demonic doctor. The demonic doctor asked Mugak if he was sure he could become the successor. Our guy assured him that he was. He stood up and asked the demonic doctor to carefully consider his proposal and make a decision. As soon as the guy returned, the demonic doctor told him to wait. He said he had a question for him. He asked Mugak to explain how exactly he planned to act against the Murim alliance and their unconventional alliance as soon as he became the leader of the cult. Mugak told him that everything depended on the political situation on the ground. He said there was only one thing that was certain. With a focused, stern expression, Mugak declared that he would destroy any orthodox faction, any unconventional faction, any person or organization, man or woman, if he decided that they were truly evil. After Mugak left, the demonic doctor was left alone with his thoughts. While he was pondering, someone asked if he was already about to die and why he was doing what he usually does not do. Upon hearing this, the demonic doctor raised his head. Yes, he saw Bloodhaven's sword demon in his office. The demonic doctor told him that they actually had almost no time left. Bloodhaven's sword demon sat down and asked him to stop talking nonsense. He also asked him not to lump them together. The demonic doctor asked him why he still clings so tightly to this world, so many attachments. Kayampa told the man, those who claim they have no regrets often suffer the most inside. He asked the demonic doctor why he even asked that question, whether he was now tired of saving lives and wanted to start taking them instead, and added that they could go kill someone together right now. The demonic doctor rejected his proposal. He said he had only one question. He asked Kayampa to explain why he chose the second younger one. Upon hearing this, Bloodhaven's sword demon looked carefully and cautiously at the demonic doctor. He moved his huge sword onto his leg to get more comfortable and said that Mevguk has a hand in everything, but he did not expect that our guy would pull the demonic doctor onto their battlefield. He asked the man to say why he was asking that, and the demonic doctor in response asked, so why did you choose Muguk? Sword Demon Bloodhavens told him that Mevguk seems like he could actually become the leader of the cult, so the demonic doctor asked him how he came to that conclusion. Kayampa turned to the ceiling. He replied that once Muguk said, on his demonic path he does not break tables in taverns. The demonic doctor was surprised to hear this. Kayampa told him that this was exactly why he chose our guy. The demonic doctor smiled and told Kayampa that it was time to stop stop breaking them. He stood up from his seat and walked past Kayampa. Bloodjevan's sword demon was surprised to see this. He asked him if he was going to leave after being summoned. Then he suggested drinking together. The devilish doctor said he would pay for his drink next time. Kayampa said that for old men like them, there is no next time. He asked him to buy it today. The devilish doctor left the room. Kayampa reminded himself that the devilish doctor was stubborn, so he definitely would not die so easily. In the next scene, we move to Muguk's house. Our guy, meditating, suddenly opens his eyes wide. He feels something outside. Without wasting time, he quickly goes outside to greet the demonic doctor. The demonic doctor says he has not released a single iota of demonic energy into the world. He asks Muguk to explain how he knows the doctor will come. Our guy answers he realized it was him as soon as he opened his eyes. The demonic doctor exhales heavily, lifts his head to see the night sky, and opens Muguk, who dedicated his entire life to saving people, and our guy tells him that this is truly admirable. The demonic doctor told him that he is not a selfless person. He said he saved so many people only because he wanted to kill one. Muguk feigned surprise and asked him to explain what exactly he meant. He already knew what the demonic doctor desired and why Muguk joined the cult. The old man looked at his hands and said that the doctor cannot commit murder because it contradicts the will of the heavens. He added that he tried to save as many as possible to atone for the sin, the one he is about to commit. Then he turned to Muguk and asked if he could kill a person when he becomes the leader of the cult. Our guy answered that he would kill that person. The demonic doctor did not expect to hear that. He asked Muguk to explain why he answered without asking who exactly he needed to kill. Muguk told him the person he wants dead really must be truly evil, and added that he trusts his decision. The demonic doctor addressed our guy and warned he might not even realize who he really is inside. Muguk told him that the outer shell can sometimes weigh more than what is hidden inside. He also said that the title of demonic doctor is not something easily earned. He told the old man that he believes in all the efforts he made to become a demonic doctor. The old man did not expect to hear anything like that. In the next scene, we are taken to the office of the demonic doctor, and we see a large amount of medical supplies in the room. We see Muguk lying on the bed with several needles stuck into his face and body. 2 censers with incense were burning nearby, and Muguk was unconscious. Putting everything together, the demonic doctor turned to our guy. He recalled the conversation he had with him. The demonic doctor told Muguk that killing his target would not be so easy. If not careful, others could be dragged into the whirlpool, and they would perish. He asked Muguk to carry out the murder without any victims and inquired whether he could promise to do exactly that. Muguk replied that he would become stronger and kill only the target, without unnecessary victims. The demonic doctor asked our guy if he would still keep his word if it turned out that he died first. Muguk assured him that he would keep it. He told the old man, as soon as he thrust the sword into the man's heart, he would quietly whisper to him that the sword was sent by the demonic doctor. Reminding himself of Mevguk's words, the demonic doctor cast a glance at him, as if he placed all his hopes on Guk. The next day we see how our guy opens his eyes. The needles on his face were no longer there. He quickly raised his head and wondered if the operation was already over. While he was trying to gather his thoughts, the demonic doctor asked how he felt. Muguk told him that he felt simply wonderful. The old man asked how his vision was. Our boy smiled and replied that he saw even better. As soon as he said this, he immediately looked around and was amazed at how clearly he now saw. It was as if his entire previous life had passed with his eyes closed. The world became so bright that it hurt his eyes. The devilish doctor waved his hand. After that, he extinguished the candles in the room. He asked Muguk if he could see in the dark now that the light was turned off. Our guy turned left, and so he told the man that he sees absolutely clearly. He assured that he can make out all the details on the medicine bottles in the room, and even described the picture hanging on the wall. When the demonic doctor heard this, he smiled. He asked Muguk to follow him. Our guy got dressed and went after the man onto the balcony. The demonic doctor asked him to look directly at the sun. Muguk raised his head and looked straight at the sun. The demonic doctor asked him how he felt. The guy told him that his eyes did not sting at all. Although the sun should have blinded him, Muguk did not feel anything at all. The doctor pointed forward and ordered him to look far, far away. Muguk followed his instruction and looked through the forest beyond the cult's boundaries. He told the devilish doctor that he sees everything, even ants crawling on the tip of a branch. The demonic doctor turned to him upon hearing this. Muguk smiled and said that he was not joking. The demonic doctor replied that he already knows that one is not joking, and he also explained that he is smiling because he is happy. ManhwaCapped bowed his head and thanked him for the help. The demonic doctor said that the procedure was completely successful. He assured the boy his eyes were revived. The scheme is this: the demonic doctor used a secret technique that can only be performed once in a lifetime on him specifically. ManhwaCapped promised to repay his kindness and keep his word. The devil-like doctor thanked him for this. He told our guy when he becomes the leader of the cult, he will say exactly who needs to be killed. Our guy smiled upon hearing this. He had undergone an operation to improve his vision to erase the traces of the blood-eye cleansing water, but he had no idea the effect would be so stunning. ManhwaCapped realized that the situation with the blood-eye cleansing water and the vision improvement operation were connected. We believe that Sky Haven cleaned it, and his eyes were intertwined with fate. He thanked the cult leader Sky Heaven for bringing him all the way to this. In the next scene we see Leon. She is swinging a sword, practicing the passo technique sword art. Every sword strike came out clean and elegant. She was fast and accurate. While training, she was interrupted and invited to play together. Later it turned out that it was ManhwaCapped. Leon told her lord that she needed to practice this technique 20 more times. ManhwaCapped asked her to tell which martial art requires someone to train 20 times a day. Leon told him that she actually trains 60 times a day. She explained that these 20 sets are only for tonight. ManhwaCapped told her that she is walking the path to illness. The woman objected that she is already sick. She admitted that she cannot sleep if she does not train, her condition depends on it. Our guy asked her to skip training today. He told her that she would sleep well if she drank with him. The woman replied that she would follow him as soon as she finished this training. After that, ManhwaCapped asked her how many more times she had left to practice. Leon told him that she needed to train 8 more times, and she said it would take longer if he continued to interrupt her. ManhwaCapped smiled as soon as he heard this. He watched as she thrust the sword forward with incredible speed. He told her that she was twisting her torso incorrectly, that the left side was empty, and he asked her to strike even faster this time. Leon flawlessly followed the order, and her sweeping movements accelerated. ManhwaCapped smiled as soon as he saw this. So he moved aside and sat down. He decided to train the defense art Heaven Demon because there was nothing more to say. The martial art to which our guy devoted the most time preparing to deal with the soul-devouring Supreme Demon is the art of defending the Heavenly Demon. The better ManhwaCapped mastered it, the deeper he could feel its essence. This fighting style resonated with him on the deepest level, as if touching something hidden inside. So much so that it seemed to him he was mastering a living, breathing martial art. ManhwaCapped got lost in the martial art and focused on the circulation of his own energy. Soon we see our guy opening his eyes. Leon is standing next to him. He asked her if she had finished, and the woman told him that she had already completed 20 sets. ManhwaCapped stood up and asked her to go with him for a drink. He said he was terribly hungry. Leon replied that it was quite natural. She revealed to him that he had not eaten for 3 days. Hearing this, ManhwaCapped was stunned. He asked if she was sure. Leon explained he had been chasing his energy for 3 days already. Our guy could not believe what he was hearing. His bodyguard said that 3 days ago he came to visit her. She said that then he entered a deep meditation and did not want to disturb her. ManhwaCapped could not comprehend what was happening. It seemed to him that not even an hour had passed. He could not believe how deeply he had fallen into a trance that went beyond the usual. He did not even remember anything about the training. He took a deep breath and carefully released his energy. Along with it, a large amount of power burst out of him in a stream. Seeing this, ManhwaCapped smiled joyfully. He felt that the energy flow had become more even and precise than before. Seeing the expression on her master's face, Leon immediately understood that her master's power had grown. ManhwaCapped told her that she had improved so much that he would gladly buy her an exquisite dish. Leon greeted her master, and ManhwaCapped said that it was all thanks to her. Leon did not expect to hear this. She asked her lord what he meant. ManhwaCapped explained to her he would not have sat down and entered a trance state if she had not insisted on waiting until the end of her training. Leon smiled and told ManhwaCapped that he was right. She asked him to buy her some food. Our guy promised her he would buy everything she wanted. When they left the training ground, ManhwaCapped said that she probably also desperately wanted to eat. Leon laughed and replied that it was ridiculous to imagine that she could go without eating for 3 days. As soon as she said this, her stomach rumbled and she immediately realized the lunch she had eaten had already been digested. ManhwaCapped knew that Leon would not just eat alone while he was cultivating. He also understood that she would have stopped training for 3 days so as not to break his trance. Our guy smiled and called the woman a cute idiot. Leon told him that if she were really an idiot, she would have hidden the very fact that she had eaten. She said that she said it to show him she is a loyal subordinate. She smiled and added that she sees a golden opportunity in this to score points with him. Hearing this, Mugak smiled and told his bodyguard that she is a real fox, and Leon replied that she still has many stories she has not yet shown him. As soon as she said this, she gently laughed, because Mugak was happy to see her laugh. In the next scene, we are transported to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. In the throne room, we see a huge bearded man. This man is the leader of the Sky Haven cult, named Nung Paso. He bowed and said that he pays homage to the leader of the divine cult and the supreme ruler of Muram, and also thanked the Heavenly Demon for the invitation. The Heavenly Demon met him in the cult center and asked how many years had passed since they last saw each other. Paso replied that 10 years had passed. The Heavenly Demon inquired how he was feeling. Paso said that everything was fine and thanked him for his concern. The Heavenly Demon turned to the man next to the leader of the Heavenly Sky Cult. He thanked him for the long journey. The monk with golden yellow skin said that this pleasant trip was to meet an old friend. This is the demonic Buddha. His name is Jiarabin. The Heavenly Demon knew the demonic Buddha is not telling the truth. He turned to Paso and said that it was already late. He believed that the cult leader was tired from the journey, so he suggested they finish for today and meet again tomorrow. The cult leader bowed his head and said that he would take his leave. When Paso and Rabin were outside, Rabin said that the Heavenly Demon was cold. He added that the Heavenly Demon should have offered him a cup of tea, even if he was the new Supreme from Outer Muram. Paso said that it was indeed late. Rabin told him that the Heavenly Demons should treat him well because it was already late. The cult leader seemed not to care much about this. He asked his friend to stop stirring up everything around. He assured that he was not trying to get close to the Heavenly Demon and begged him to stop. The demonic Buddha replied that it was not about anything else but only about his pride and honor. Paso stepped forward and asked to be shown the corpse. The demonic Buddha suggested looking at it tomorrow, saying that he should rest well and in the morning he could examine everything. The cult leader said that they would only be able to sleep when they no longer existed. Rabin, hearing this, sighed heavily. He did not understand why everyone around was so stubborn, so he addressed the cult leader. Follow me. In the next scene, we see Darian telling Mugak that the cult leader Sky Haven has already arrived. He revealed to him that the cult leader brought with him 10 great demons of his cult and 100 elite blood cores, which embody his power. Mugak heard this and was not surprised at all. The cult leader Sky Haven is known as the absolute ruler of Outer Muram. He possesses demonic art that destroys the heavens. It is the strongest martial art of Outer Muram. Once the blood cult could compete with the Heavenly Demon divine cult for power, but as soon as they joined the Sky Heaven cult, their power sharply declined. So now they can no longer match the Heavenly Demon divine cult. Darian reported to his lord that the leader of the Sky Heaven cult paid homage to the Heavenly Demon and immediately went to inspect the corpse of the soul-devouring Supreme Demon. The plot shifts and takes us to the tomb of the soul-devouring Supreme Demon. We see Paso placing his hand on the corpse, and Ravin asked him how things were going exactly. The cult leader informed him that 8 energy meridians were damaged and the heart was in an extremely critical condition. This happened due to repeated use of soul arts. Rabin clarifies if he means that Yasuo died because of energy deviation, and Paso confirms this is the ultimate cause of death. He informed him that the soul-sucking Supreme Demon died, fighting someone in a space that he himself created. The demonic Buddha inquired. He supposedly wants to say that he was killed by someone. The cult leader stated that he is certain he was killed by another. He replied that what gnaws at him most is that Yasuo died despite using soul arts. Robin asked his friend to say who could infiltrate West Illusion Fort, kill the soul by absorbing the Supreme Demon, and then escape. Paso found it strange that the friend was only pretending, guessing blindly. He raised one finger, giving a sign that the Heavenly Demon is capable of such a thing. When Raven saw his finger, he immediately understood. It was about the Heavenly Demon. He told the cult leader that this was not the case. He explained, Yos is one of their strongest warriors when it comes to clashes with orthodox sects. And he added, the Heavenly Demon never had disgust for the soul that devours the Supreme Demon. Paso asked if there was another suspect, if there was someone who would be more logical to consider the killer. But the demonic Buddha replied that there was only one person. Paso asked him to tell who it was. The devil-like Buddha stated that the son of the Heavenly Demon is a much better suspect. The cult leader Sky Heaven was shocked to hear this. He realized that the Supreme Demon had suspected Mevguk from the very beginning. His comrade never mentioned our guy on the way there. He did not think that he would drag him into this dangerous story. He told the demonic Buddha that tomorrow they could start interrogating Mugak. The next day we see Mugak bowing his head, greeting the new Supreme from Outer Muram. The cult leader told our guy that a lot of time had passed, and that the last time he saw him, he was just a child. Our guy replied that he had heard about his arrival, and asked why he was here if he had so many matters to attend to. Paso told him that his fame had reached their cult as well. Mugak said that he did not deserve such fame, and the cult leader called him a modest man. Our guy put some tea on the table and sat down with the cult leader, Paso. He told him that his father was grief-stricken over the death of the soul-sucking supreme demon. Mugak replied that his father revered Yeso. In a gloomy tone, Paso said that he wanted to know who killed Yeso. Mugak shuddered with surprise upon hearing this. He asked Paso if he was saying that Yeso was killed. He said that he had heard the soul-sucking supreme demon died due to energy deviation. As soon as he heard this, the soul-sucking supreme demon released his energy from his eyes. Mugak noticed a red line of energy flowing from the eyes of the cultist leader. Earlier he could just feel it, but now he could actually see it. The cult leader carefully moved his energy around Mugak, using it to check his upper and lower body. When he brought his energy closer to our guy's eyes, nothing happened. Mugak understood. Paso was trying to confirm whether he used the blood-cleansing water in his eyes. Unfortunately for Paso, he could not feel anything due to the power of the surgery that enhances vision. Seeing that he still had not managed to get any answer. Standing up, the cult leader said he was leaving, and Mugak asked him to stay a little longer. Paso replied that he had already seen his face and assured that he could not keep such a busy person by his side. Mugak smiled, folded his hands, thanked the cult leader for the visit, and asked him to come again. Paso did not expect to hear this and asked our guy if he was at least thankful that after so many years he finally saw his face. Our guy assured the man that he was sincerely grateful. It was precisely because of him that he gained this new ability. Paso looked around and went to the door, and Mugak followed him, as if watching each step forward with his gaze. Even before the regression, the leader of the Sky Jevon cult never held back when it came to giving Mugak what he desired. He did this not because he wanted it himself, but it so happened that fate always threw our guy gifts from him. Because of this, Mugak could not truly hate the cult leader. As soon as the cult leader left the Nirvana Pavilion, he saw that the demonic Buddha was already waiting specifically for him. I have not yet clarified with him what and how there. The cult leader revealed to him that Mugak has no connection with soul art. He said that one must master the highest Buddhist or Taoist martial art, or something of no lower level, to defeat someone in a space created by soul art. He also assured Rabin that he did not feel any traces of such techniques. Rabin, with a surprised expression, asked the cult leader if he was saying that Mugak is not a killer. Paso replied that yes, that is correct. Demonic Buddha looked at him sternly and asked if he was sure about it. The cult leader asked him to explain why he forced him to come to the cult if he did not trust him. Demonic Buddha realized he had made a mistake. He told the cult leader that this was indeed a very important matter, that he was just trying to double-check everything once more, and asked him not to be offended. Paso stated that he was sure about it. Robin asked him to follow him and said that they needed to summon the other demonic supremes to discuss everything in their presence. The cult leader refused. He would not go. He asked Rabin to convey to them exactly what he said, emphasizing it would be the same message. Demonic Buddha asked him if he was absolutely sure that acting this way was okay. Alright, Paso asked to explain why this could not be right. Robin decided not to argue. He said he would meet with the other demonic supremes. The cult chief watched his friend as he descended the stairs. After demonic Buddha left, Paso suddenly turned around. He cast a glance at the Nirvana Pavilion building. With such a serious expression on his face, the cult leader pondered how Mu-Guk killed the soul by absorbing the supreme demon. In the next scene, Blood Heaven's sword demon speaks with Mugak at night. Kayampa tells him that now they have managed to remove all suspicions regarding the soul's murder and the absorption of the supreme demon. He looked carefully at our guy. He asked how he managed to deceive the eyes of the Sky Heaven cult leader. Mugak replied he is not a killer, and reminded that on the day Yeso died, they drank together all night. Kayampa decided not to argue with him. He advised him not to relax and warned, among the 7 supreme demons there are those who do not believe Paso's words. He said that the most suspicious of him is the demonic Buddha, and the sword demon could not believe that he suspects even his closest ally. Mugak called out to the sword demon. He asked him to say whether he would start looking suspiciously, just like the demonic Buddha. Kayampa did not expect to hear that. Then he intercepted Mugak and asked why he said that. The guy explained, a day may come when they will have to point blades at each other's necks, although they smile side by side, keeping a good mood. And he said that such a day will be truly painful. He asked the sword demon to honestly warn if he sees something he does not like or feels that something is wrong here. and advised not to keep silent, not to bottle it up, let the resentment not accumulate. He told Kayampa that he probably already showed him, with a minimum of wisdom one can cope with their flaws, and asked never to assume how exactly he will react. Let him just say what he thinks. Kayampa glanced fiercely at Mughuck. He asked what he would do if the opposite happened. The guy was surprised by the question. The sword demon asked him what he would do if he suddenly became unbearable for that. He asked him what would happen if he started thinking that he was unworthy of his new path in the demonic cult, and said that the more he saw him, the more he might seem like an old, boring man. With his serious expression on his face, Kayampa asked Mughuck if he would drive him away on the day he completely lost all his charm for him. Mughuck did not expect to hear such a question. Kayampa stared into his eyes, trying to discern the answer. Our guy had no idea that the demon blood heaven sword would ask him if he would kill him too. He told Kayampa that his demonic path was not meant to destroy in battles or kill friends. The demon of the heavenly blood sword asked him if he was his friend. But our guy stepped closer and said yes. Kayampa even shuddered upon hearing this. Mughuck explained that he would speak frankly with him as soon as any problems arose between them. Kayampa asked what he meant. Mugga explained he would say what he wanted without reading the mood or trying to please feelings, and added that Kayampa was too stuck in his old habits, so now he had become boring. He would ask what happened to the old talisman and say to bring it back. The sword demon did not expect to hear this, and Mugga said they would work together to learn to understand each other again. Kayampa asked him what he would do if they still could not find a way out, or if he himself could not change. Mughuck smiled upon hearing this. He told the man that nothing could be done if change was impossible and he would have to move on, living with good memories of the past. He added, if that one does not try to change, they will have to fight. They say a good fist warm-up always helps to clear the air. It doesn't matter who is right and who is to blame. Kayampa did not expect to hear such words. He looked closely into the eyes of our boy. It felt as if he was searching for something. Mughuck did not look away. He looked straight into the eyes of the blood, Jevon's sword demon. Kayampa suddenly burst out laughing and laughed aloud. Mughuck said nothing. The old man stopped laughing and looked at the sky. He stood up and told Mughuck that there was one thing he had to correct from what he said earlier. Our boy asked him what exactly. Kayampa stated that he was wrong when he said that his life was filled only with misfortunes. Having said this, the sword demon moved forward. Mughuck smiled while watching the old man walk. When he spoke, one could hear the doors of his heart opening a little wider. He looked at the moon and said he had decided not to stop searching for this sound. Mughuck believes he grows when he hears the doors of others' hearts opening. These doors were weapons, as important to him as the art of the demonic 9 evils. While looking at the moon, he wondered what this sound was, the one Mughuck is hearing now. Late at night, Mughuck, meditating, opened his eyes. He felt someone's energy. He went outside to greet the cult leader of Skyhaven and asked why he came so late. The cult leader told him he came precisely to talk, because he had something important for him. Mughuck was surprised that this man came alone, and at such an hour of the night. He offered them to come inside. Paso told him the matter was urgent and asked him to follow. As soon as he said this, he pulled Mughuck into an empty, dead world, the place where the only all-consuming supreme demon had taken him before. Our guy quickly recognized this space. The cult leader asked him if this martial art seemed familiar. Mughuck glanced at the man and said that this was his first encounter with such a style. Paso asked him again, "Are you serious?" and launched into questions, asking if he hadn't seen that emptiness when fighting the soul-consuming supreme demon. He accused him of killing Yasuo in this world. Mughuck told him that he did not understand what it was about. Paso declared, "The cult believes that the soul-consuming supreme demon died due to energy deviation, but you won't fool me." He said that Yasuo's death really looks like a consequence of energy deviation. After all, he died in a realm where the art of soul absorption was applied. Mughuck asked him if he had any evidence. Paso replied that he had none, and added he doesn't even know exactly how he killed him, but he knows one thing for sure: he is the killer. Our guy asked, let him say why he is so sure. The cult leader told him that he cannot read him. Paso told Mughuck that he believes he killed the soul-gathering supreme demon because he cannot be read, and at the same time added that he himself can also be killed by him. Our guy smiled as soon as he heard this. He liked that the man clearly saw his mood and abilities. He said that he did not expect such a mistake from such a wise man. The cult leader assured him he did not come to provoke, and added that he does not want to be killed in such a place like the soul gathering of the supreme demon. Mughuck understood the man is not so arrogant as to exaggerate his own abilities. He asked him why he still hadn't informed demon supremes if he was so sure. The man replied that there would be a great uproar if rumors leaked that his father secretly, behind others' backs, passed on to him 9 demonic arts of disaster. Then he told the cult leader that his comrade really wanted to learn this secret. Paso said that there is no friendship as such in Murami, they only meet when circumstances demand it. He assured Muguk that he and the demonic Buddha are no different from all the others. Our guy asked Paso what he wanted from him. Paso told him that it was his gesture of goodwill, and he said he had come only to visit Muguk so that he would not forget about it. Muguk smiled upon hearing this. It occurred to him whether something had happened between the leader of the Skyhaven cult and the 7 supremes of the demon. He realized that perhaps they were not as close as he had thought. In a completely serious tone, he told the cult leader that he had done him no favors. Paso was stunned upon hearing this. Muguk explained to him that he could not tell demon supremes because he had no evidence. The cult leader knew that our guy was right. He told Mugoku that he can still tell them he suspects him. Our guy smiled, and he told him that this would actually work to his advantage. He explained to Paso that the supreme demons would decide. He was skilled enough to kill a soul by absorbing the supreme demon, and they would believe that his father had passed on to him 9 sinister demonic arts. Without any evidence they will not be sure, but they will never allow themselves to show contempt for Muguk. Our guy asked that man if this would help him take control of the situation, and the cult leader was shocked to hear that. Muguk told him that he had actually just held him back. Paso could not believe what he was hearing. Our guy smiled and assured he will accept his help only if he offers to do a favor, and he asked, let it be a real favor. Paso was stunned by what he heard. He could not believe that our guy had changed the course of events. In the next scene, we are taken to another room. In the room, various treasures could be seen. The Thunder Bell was also in the room. In front of the bell sat a shirtless man with long hair. He wore a collar around his neck. The chain from the collar was tied to the Thunder Bell. The man is the guardian of the Thunder Bell. The leader of the Sky Heaven sect approached him and asked what he thought. Hearing this, the man got irritated. He called the sect leader a bastard and asked why he was asking him about it. Gasso did not say a single word. He simply raised one finger to make the man understand that in this room he was the only one to whom he could turn, and that he could not interrogate anyone else. The man advised him to ask Grim Reaper, who stood behind. He told him that he could ask him when he dies. The cult leader raised another finger and declared that death told him he will die before him, and he also added that Gasso will not live to see his own death. Shouting at the top of his voice, the man called Paso a pig bastard and asked if it was pleasant to live so long. The cult chief raised yet another finger when he heard this. He told the man that he had 2 curses left and that twice he had the right to speak to him informally, using you. After that, he asked why he was in such a bad mood. The man shouted back and asked how he himself would feel in his place. Paso raised another finger and made it clear that he had only one chance left. The chain man was actually not worried. He, breaking down from anger, showed Paso his chains. Seeing this, the cult leader snapped his fingers. So he pulled the man into another world, led him to a meadow under the open sky. He took a key from his own necklace and unlocked the man's collar with it. The man quickly got up and rushed into the field. He was trembling with joy. He saw the sun and felt the grass with his bare feet. He lay on the grass to feel it around his body. Carefully raising his head, he peeked upwards to look at the clear sky. While he was staring at the sky, the cult leader appeared in his field of vision. Seeing this, the man snorted irritably. He called Paso an overly gigantic cult leader and asked him to step back, saying that he was blocking his sky. Paso raised his thumb to show the man that there was no chance left, telling him that the sky was fake. The man called him a cult leader and said that he missed the fake sky very, very much, then begged Paso to get out of the way. Paso glared fiercely at him. He allows this man to curse him or address him informally up to 5 times a day, and the reason for his patient attitude is simple. The cult has no one sharper-minded. That is why Paso took him as the military advisor of the Sky Haven cult. Paso had to endure the man's insults to get his advice. Almost always they were accurate, and every time they favored the cult leader. Paso never tried to subdue the man with pain. He knew well, the man was not clinging to life. If Paso pressed too hard, the man would simply choose death. This is a person who has nothing to cling to in life, and yet he never once tried to kill himself. Paso once asked him why he never attempted suicide. The man never answered. The cult leader told his advisor that he had developed an attachment to Muguk as he had advised. He also revealed that our guy demanded specific services. It seemed the man was not surprised at all to hear this. Paso inquired whether Muguk would really become the successor. Then the man asked if our guy was the one who killed the soul-consuming supreme demon. The cult leader replied that he was sure of it. The advisor asked him who would become the successor if it was not someone like Muguk. He answered that such a thing was simply impossible. A young man only 20 years old could not kill the soul-consuming highest demon. The leader cult said that our guys have incredible skills. His advisor asked if he was afraid that Mevguk might kill him too. Paso smiled and said that he would be lying if he said he was not afraid. He believed a man capable of killing the highest supreme demon can deal with anyone at any time. The advisor added that there is another reason why Muguk must be restrained. The cult leader asked him about this reason. The man asked him if he believed that the heavenly demon does not know his second son killed the supreme demon who devours souls. Paso clarified, does the heavenly demon really know about this? His advisor replied that he does. Then he said, the heavenly demon of this generation is an extraordinary person. He is a man with great ambitions. The advisor addressed the cult leader and asked if he knew why the heavenly demon remains silent. The cult leader asked him to say why. The answer only irritated him. He asked the cult leader to think a little instead of stuffing his stomach with food every day. The cult leader asked if he had just insulted him. The advisor immediately composed himself and told Paso that it was not an insult, he was simply asking him to think. Gasso said that he did not like it and asked his advisor to start thinking. He stated directly, if the advisor also thinks, then he has no reason to keep that one alive. The advisor was already angered by hearing such words. He composed himself and explained to Paso that an extraordinary person remains silent only when preparing to make a big move. The cult leader asked the advisor if the celestial demon intended to unite the Central Plains. The advisor replied that he did not know for sure. He said he was 100% certain of only one thing. Muguk either received orders from the celestial demon or the celestial demon deliberately decided to allow this to happen. The man told Paso that Muram Alliance sees the supreme demon who devours souls as the most dangerous supreme demon. They fear him just as they fear Paso, yet at the same time the heavenly demon allowed his own son to kill the supreme demon who devours souls. The advisor added that the heavenly demon intends to replace the 8 supreme demons with his loyal subordinates. He asked his cult leader where he thought the heavenly demon would strike as soon as he finished with the supreme demon. Paso said that the heavenly demon will come for them. His advisor explained to him that the heavenly demon of this generation would not go to war with the Muram Alliance and would not leave them behind his back. He suggested that the heavenly demon would either make them the vanguard or destroy them first, and only then start the war. The head of the cult did not like what he heard. The advisor emphasized, through the divine cult the wind of change is already blowing. Whoever fails to feel it will die. He said that the soul-crushing supreme demon died because he was too cut off from the world and could not feel this wind. He told his cult leader that he must decide whether to hide behind the wall of the 8 demon suzerains or behind the wall of the heavenly demon. Paso asked if he wanted them to choose the celestial demon. His advisor declared, the celestial demon will win, and the cult leader asked to explain why he believes that he will win. The man said that the celestial demon named Ji Wujin is an extraordinary person. He never starts a fight in which he has no chance of winning. Advisor Paso said that they need to side with Muguk at any cost and advised winning our guy's favor with a gift. Paso asked which exact gift should be given to Muguk. He ordered give our guy the thing he least wants to give up, and assured they will survive if Paso manages to do it. As soon as he said this, he informed Paso that he had already given him enough advice for today, asked him to step back and stop bothering him. When the cult leader stepped away, the man suddenly burst out laughing like a madman, as if he had lost his mind. He looked up at the blue sky and his face was filled with happiness. While he, enchanted by the sky, stood as if spellbound, Paso snapped his fingers and told the man that it was enough. As soon as he did this, the man noticed the sky was slowly disappearing. He begged Paso to give him a little more time. Unfortunately for him, he was sharply brought back to reality. The advisor called the cult leader a freak and said that he begged him for more time, but the cult leader did not listen to a single word. His thoughts were about the gift he wanted to take to Muguk. In the next scene, our guy meets the cult leader at his place and asks if he will come inside. The man replied that he could not and asked Muguk to go for a walk with him. Another shot unfolds. The cult leader and Muguk stand in a deserted desert where a heavy wind drives the sand. The man tells our guy that the place is quite deserted and gloomy and adds, this is his hometown. Muguk admits that he loves this place precisely because of the silence and asks to be invited here sometime. The cult leader replies that he will do so. He told Muguk that after returning he pondered what he himself had said. He told him that he was right. He said that he had not shown him any real kindness at all. He reached into his clothes and pulled out a book and revealed to Mugak that it contained a martial art capable of creating a separate space. He said that only those who have mastered the true demonic arts of the blood cult can use it, and this martial art is known as the illusionary art of space-time transfer. Our guy was intently staring at the book. He had no idea that the cult leader would show him such a martial art. Paso revealed to him that he was the only one who could properly use this art now that the soul-devouring demon was dead. Paso explained to Mugak this space could protect him in an emergency. As soon as he steps inside, his presence will be erased from the original world. Mugak looked back at the desert. He knew the cult leader was right. This martial skill could be used at a decisive moment as an evasive trick to slip away from danger. Our guy was intently staring at the cult leader, as if trying to decipher his intentions. He remembered that he had already obtained the first material needed for the Great Regression technique, the Thunderbell from Paso's cult, and also received water for cleansing the bloody eye from his own cult. Now he receives from him the illusory art of space-time transfer. Mugak wondered if he was destined to be deeply connected with the cult leader Sky Haven. Paso did not understand why Mugak was looking at him so intently. Our guy asked him what he wanted. The cult leader shifted his gaze to the boulders and stones in the desert land. He watched as the wind turned into a tornado and swept away everything around them. He told Mugak that he no longer wishes to breathe this dust. Our guy realized that the man seeks to expand into the central plains. Paso told him if he helps him take the first step, he will give him the illusory art of space-time transfer. Mugak told the man that he has no power over this matter. Paso replied that he knows. Then he said, only the heavenly demon can resolve this. Mugak added that the Supremes must also be involved. The cult leader said that is why he is going to give him the secret manual. Mugak asked him to say what he wants right now. Paso revealed to him that in 2 days he has a meeting scheduled with the heavenly demon, and added he wants to negotiate the entry of his cult into the Central Plains. He raised the manual and asked Mugak to stand nearby to help convince his father when the time comes. Paso said he would give him this manual as soon as he gives him his word, and assured the result does not matter. Mugak did not expect this. The man's conditions were too shocking. He perfectly understood that Paso was actually giving him the manual. Mugak replied to the cult leader, this method is wrong. He stated that his father will never allow the Skyhaven cult to enter the Central Plains, even if they try to convince him as much as they want. Then Paso asked him what they can do. The divine cult of the heavenly demons had no intention to destroy or eradicate the cult of the heavenly sun. There is no point in allowing an existence that at any moment could turn into their enemy, somewhere behind their backs without warning. The divine cult understood well. Friends must be kept close and enemies even closer. They believed it was wiser to keep the cult of the heavenly sun nearby, under supervision and control. Mugak pondered how exactly he should respond to the cult leader. Paso extended his hand and handed him the manual. He asked if he could get an answer with its help. Mugak accepted the manual and said that would be enough to get an answer. He knew the cult leader was determined to gain his favor. He asked the man what he would do if he simply took the manual and did not provide a proper solution. Paso told him that he would become a cultist leader with the worst relations with his cult and with 8 demonic supremes walking alongside. According to him, even the position of a heavenly demon would become unattainable for him. Hearing this, Mugak smiled. He revealed to the man that he must intervene in the succession quarrels at West Illusion Fort if he wants to step onto the Central Plains. Paso did not expect to hear such words. The boy explained to him the demon's disciples, the soul-devouring supreme, did not inherit his legacy flawlessly, so they need his help. He advised him to choose a successor, someone who sincerely believes in him and is ready to learn martial arts. He explained that he could take the first step onto the Central Plains if he could become the master of the next soul-sucking supreme demon. In the next scene, we are taken to a room full of treasures. The cult leader, sitting down, lets out a heavy sigh. He says he feels completely exhausted as soon as something that belongs to him is taken away. He turned to his advisor and informed him that, as ordered, he handed Mugak the technique of spatial temporal transfer illusion. Then he admits that he is still not sure if he made the right choice. The advisor replies he did everything well. After these words, Paso was stunned. His advisor would usually start scolding him at this very moment. He did not understand why he had said such an incredibly polite phrase. The cult leader felt that he had to be careful. On such days, this man would immediately curse him. When this happens, he usually feels only one thing: to kill him with one blow. He asked his advisor if he even knew what proposal Mugak had made. The advisor said that our guy probably asked him to intervene in the inheritance dispute at West Illusion Fort. Paso was surprised to see that he knew. He asked him where he knew what Mugak had said. The man told him that this was the best method they had. The cult leader could not believe that he already knew about this. He questioned his advisor why he simply did not tell him. He asked why he forced him to give Mugak the illusion art of space-time transfer. The advisor did not answer his question. The cult leader stood up and shouted with all the strength of his lungs. He ordered the man to explain why he forced him to give away such a valuable manual. The advisor turned to him and asked, "Just tell me, what will you do if you do not give him an answer?" Paso reminded him that he is the cult leader. He asked if he was ready to die today. The man explained to him that what they are buying is not the solution to Mugak. What they bought is a chance. The cult leader was surprised to hear this. He inquired what exactly he meant. His advisor explained to him that he got a chance to make Mugak side with him, and if he wants to make a strong alliance, he might have to pay the price more than once in the future. Paso asked him if he really believes that Mugak is already that great, and if he thinks our guy will become the heavenly demon. His advisor told him that he does not know. Paso froze upon hearing this. The man told his spiritual leader that he cannot know the future. Paso felt like this was a foolish answer. Meanwhile, his advisor asked why he was worried if he had already given Mevguk the manual. Paso told him that the manual is too valuable. The man did not utter a single word. The cult leader realized that he needed to calm down. He sighed and asked the man what he should do now. The man asked him to get closer to Mugak and do as he says. The cult leader stated that he would not do this. He told his advisor that they do not know what dark ambitions our guy might be harboring and assured he will only listen to his own advice. The man shouted at him and ordered him to be silent. Paso was stunned upon hearing this. The advisor turned to him and called him a pathetic fool. He explained that he had already taken the initiative by giving a gift and receiving a favorable reaction, and asked why he doubted again and again like an idiot. He said that he would die that way with futile suspicions, and asked the cult leader if he knew the comment raid that exists among those who die a senseless death in Muram. Paso wanted to argue with him, but he suppressed his emotions and calmed down. He asked the man to tell him about the sign. He replied, "People who die a senseless death when necessary do not use their heads, and when not necessary use it. When they should believe until their last breath, they do not. When they should doubt, they senselessly trust something unknown. That is why those people eventually end up dead." Vale listened to the man. Paso counted the number of curses he received. His advisor irritably saw him counting again and ordered him to stop before he cuts off his fingers, and warned, "Today he will no longer answer any questions." Then he turned to the cult leader, saying, "Let him keep his tongue behind his teeth unless he really intends to kill him." As soon as he said this, Paso led the man to his favorite field. The man quickly calmed down, the sky seemed to loosen his chest, and the anxiety receded. He asked his cult leader to finally say what exactly was bothering him. Paso was stunned by how quickly his mood changed. In the next scene, we see Mugak in his training room. He closed his eyes and gathered eerie energy around himself. Focusing on it, Mugak began to push his body persistently, and sweat immediately poured down. No matter how hard it was, Mugak still continued to release this energy. He even gritted his teeth to endure the pain piercing him, and even more sweat flowed from his body. After some time, the energy began to spread throughout the room. The world around Mugak slowly began to distort, as if cracking in space. He opened his eyes and stood up to look at what he had done. He had created an empty and void world used by the soul-devouring supreme demon and the cult leader Sky Haven. Mugak rejoiced in his success. It took him 4 hours to deploy the illusionary art of space-time transfer. He recalled that the cult leader Sky Haven said, "Even a talented person needs several days of practice before they can apply this art." Mugak managed to create the space many times faster. He clenched his fist and told himself that he must continue to shorten the time until he can freely control it, like the soul-devouring supreme demon or the cult leader Sky Haven. He looked around. The empty world before him was truly empty. Nothing remained there. A memory surfaced. The supreme demon who devours souls could create an abyss, and Paso had created a deserted wasteland. Mugak smiled and silently vowed, someday he too will create his own space. The scene switches and we are transported to Paso's room. There, next to him, sits a demonic Buddha, and Robin is frozen, staring at the chained advisor. He cautiously approached closer. Paso noticed this. He saw the rabbit waving its paw in front of his advisor. Before the demonic Buddha could touch the man, Paso called out to him and asked why he came at such a late hour. Robin lowered his hand and turned to the cult leader. He said he heard that he had met Muguk. Paso said he wanted to get to know our guy because someday he might become a Jevenly demon. Rabin, with a confident smile on his face, declared that the first young master would definitely become a Jevenly demon. The cult leader told him that things are not at all as he imagines. Rabin asked what exactly he meant. Patso explained our guy has risen to the position of master of the Nirvana Pavilion. He added that it is obvious the heavenly devil is teaching Muguk to be his successor. Rabin smiled and replied to his friend that he had held on at the border for so long that his insight had become dull. He said that he does not look at the situation that way. He clarified, Muguk received another position because his older brother is already supposed to become the heavenly devil. He conveyed to Patso, the heavenly devil is trying to hint to Muguk that he should be satisfied with this position. The cult leader told him that maybe he is right and added, he is sorry that after a long journey through the Central Plains, he will not be able to meet the first young master. Patso asked his friend why he so passionately supports the first young master, and Rabin replied, because he himself will become the successor. Patso inquired where he got such confidence, and the demonic Buddha said that it is only his intuition. Patso looked angrily at his friend. He knew that he was not one of those who make important decisions based on intuition. This means that the demonic Buddha does not want to tell him what he knows about the first junior master, although he calls him his friend. Robin asked the cult leader not to do anything rash. He told them that several eyes are watching him here. Paso told his friend that he does not understand what he is talking about. The demonic Buddha asked him why he still has not left the cult. Paso clarified, does he mean that he should leave now since their business is already finished? Robin assured that he did not want that. He explained, the visitor should quietly leave as soon as the visit is over and not conduct his affairs in the master's bedroom. Paso laughed and told his friend that he was being mistaken for the one who caused the mess. Robin replied to Paso that he would advise him as a friend and asked the cult leader not to stir up unnecessary quarrels and simply return to the Sky Haven cult. Paso did not expect to hear that. He and Rabin always behaved politely, pretending to be friends, and he never thought that the demonic Buddha would just say directly, go away. With a serious expression on his face, Paso asked the demonic Buddha if he was one of those who are called, and he comes and sent away, and he leaves. Paso's gaze did not shake Rabin from his place. Rabin only clarified, isn't that how our situation looks too? Both Paso and the cult leader looked into each other's eyes for a long time and intently. It seemed that neither of them was going to back down. Suddenly Rabin laughed and told Paso that it was just a joke. He asked if Paso had to be offended by every joking phrase. Rabin added that he had lost his sense of humor, saying he had stayed too long on the border. Smiling, Rabin asked Paso to stay and enjoy himself. He was sure they could play together all their lives. Paso decided to join the Devil Buddha show and smiled in response, saying Rabin was right. He said that the devastating sandstorms on the border could exhaust people. Rabin suggested drinking somewhere in a place with a better atmosphere. Paso agreed. After Rabin left the room, Paso asked his advisor how he saw it. The man said that Rabin was worried and that probably the demonic Buddha had already noticed. They were going to make an alliance with Muguk. Paso asked his advisor if such unrest was worth their alliance with Muguk. Then the man replied that Rabin does not take his watchful eyes off our guy at all, fully alert. Paso asked what they should do. The advisor ordered him to think for himself, and he in response asked not to seek advice from him every time. Paso reminded this matter concerns his own survival and the cult. He asked not to be so stingy. The man raised the chains, showing the cult leader that he was firmly bound. Paso introduced him to his favorite world. The man was incredibly happy when he saw it. The cult leader took out the key and unlocked the man's chains. Then he asked why he liked this place so much. As soon as the advisor heard the answer, his mood sharply worsened. He asked his cult leader if he wanted to try being chained all day. He replied that they could switch roles, but Paso refused the offer. The advisor told him that the demonic Buddha would do everything to pull him back. He suggested Rabin would probably use the heavenly demon as leverage. Paso asked what exactly he could do. He was told, this is their chance to establish themselves on the Central Plains. The man asked him to meet with Muguk and ask how they could hold on there. He assured him Muguk would find a way. Paso asked if he did not already know this method. The man said that it was not that important and informed the cult leader. he must bring a gift to Muguk before receiving the method from him, and the leader asked if it was really necessary to cling to Muguk to the point of despair. The man asked if there was anyone else he could hold on to, and Paso shuddered at such an answer. He knew his mentor was right, the heavenly demon hated him, and the first young master was supported by the demonic Buddha and another demon suzerain. Only Blood Heavens had seen the demon openly unite with Muguk. The rest either remained neutral or sided with the first young master. The mentor told Paso if he did not want to rely on Muguk, he could hide at the border. When called, he would come here, and when released, he would leave. He gave the same instruction to the cult leader. In this way, one could live in luxury and comfort. Paso asked him not to provoke his pride with his own words. The man explained to him that winning a fight was very simple. Choose correctly and believe until the very end. He asked his cult leader if this method did not seem too simple. He replied, "It is so simple that it is difficult to practice." He told Paso that losers never realize. Victory depends only on how one adheres to this principle. Paso was irritated by what he heard. He ordered his advisor to stop the lecture. The man told him that they should leave, just as the demonic Buddha suggested, if they were unable to protect this principle. Paso became angry as soon as he heard this. He said he did not want to give Muguk all his belongings and explained that it felt like wastefulness. He confessed to the man that he still regretted how he gave Muguk the illusory art of space-time transference. He said he could not sleep last night because he kept turning over in his mind the thought that he should not have given it. With a cold look in his eyes, the advisor told him that he was sleepless because of his own narrow-mindedness and greed. Paso was stunned upon hearing this. He looked the advisor straight in the eyes and fell silent. The man irritated him too much. Paso wondered why he had to endure such reproaches from the advisor. The advisor's words hurt more than Rabin's words. Yet Paso felt a strange relief. The cult leader had hidden his true nature better than anyone else for many years. His advisor was the only person who saw him exactly as he really was. Paso wondered if that was why he felt a strange sense of kinship with this man. He told his advisor that he could not just give away all his treasures. The man asked him to believe. If the choice was made, then let the cult leader give everything without exception. Paso got irritated upon hearing this. He declared that all his treasures were precious to the last one, and he would give nothing to Muguk. The advisor ordered him to return to the cult and sit before the divine relic, to wipe the dust off it, to handle some papers with his hands. He emphasized that this was exactly what suited him best as the cult leader. Paso said that he would definitely establish the cult's headquarters on the Central Plains, and said that he would personally accomplish what his predecessors had failed to achieve. The advisor looked at him intently for a long time. He told Paso that probably this would not happen. The cult leader heard these words irritably. He thought that the man, as always, would curse him. The scene abruptly changes, and we're taken to a demonic village. We see the owner of the tavern, who welcomes Muguk to his establishment. But our guy told him that he has to come here because he is very hungry, and the man assured he will prepare all his favorite dishes and make them so that they are extraordinarily tasty. Before stepping down from the balcony, the man looked back and told Muguk that he has one question for him. Our guy allowed him to ask this question. The man asked Muguk why he always enters their tavern when he could go to a better tavern. With a focused, serious look on his face, Muguk asked him if he still doesn't know. The owner nervously asked our guy to tell him his reason. A stern expression froze on his face, and Muguk explained to the man that this place is good with alcohol, serves tasty food, has a pleasant atmosphere, and they always bring him what he loves, even if he doesn't ask. Our guy added that the tavern owner is also quite attractive. He asked the man if he needed any more reasons to come here. The owner smiled and assured that he will take care. His food will be tasty, as always. He left the balcony with a smile on his face. Muguk smiled, watching him leave the balcony. He knew the owner would not understand how important this spot on the earth was to him. The demonic settlement is the very foundation of the demonic path that Muguk plans to establish. The current leader of the Skyhaven cult, the 8 Supremes demons, and all the inhabitants are not as important as this place. Muguk knew, as soon as he forgets this, he will forever be equated with the Supremes and will never become different again. No sooner had he thought this than a sharp, loud sound came from the settlement. He quickly looked down and saw a stout, bald man with crooked teeth shouting at someone. The man asked if he was staring at him like that. The one he had just slapped replied that he was not staring at him. but the stout man declared that he was staring. He called him a lying, worthless bastard and slapped him hard across the face. The wife of this man immediately rushed to the stout man and began begging him to stop. The giant pushed her back and told her not to stand in his way. The woman fell to the ground and her child immediately ran to her, asking if she was okay. Everyone was stunned to see this. A little boy cried, pressing himself into his mother's embrace. A giant man glared irritably at the boy crying. He raised his hand and ordered him to stop. The boy's father quickly pulled him close and begged him not to do that. He tried to push him back, but the giant stopped and sharply asked what he was doing. No sooner had he heard this question than he immediately received a strong blow right in the stomach. The blow literally threw him aside. He landed with a thud on his back on the ground. The father froze, stunned by what he saw. His wife asked how he managed to send the giant flying. He replied that he did not understand what was going on at all. The boy seemed proud of his brave father. The wife suggested they leave this place. The man agreed, and they moved forward together with the woman and their son. The giant man abruptly stood up. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he demanded the people around to say where that man had gone. He assured that he would find him and kill the woman and her child. He grabbed someone and asked if he knew who the man from before was. The man did not know what to answer. So someone asked the giant if there was really such a necessity to go so far. The big one raised his head and said he wanted to know who was asking. Manhwa raised his hand, showing that it was him. He asked the giant if he was doing all this just because they had met eyes. He could not believe that he had hit the father in front of the child. The giant called Manhwa a brat and asked him to explain why he interfered. Manhwa was the one who had earlier sent the giant flying. If he had pushed him directly, the child would have had to live with the memory of seeing the father and mother being beat. Our guy wanted the child to remember his father as truly brave. He addressed the man and asked if he really planned to kill the whole family just because of one blow, or if he really needed to escalate everything to such an extent. This fat idiot called Manhwa a freak and ordered him to go downstairs, stating that he would die instead of the whole family. Manhwa stood up and said that he was already going downstairs anyway. He jumped down from the balcony. As soon as he touched the ground, the man sharply threw his fist towards him. In Manhwa's view, the movements of this man seemed too slow. He easily stepped aside and grabbed the man by the hand. He twisted his shoulder and broke his arm. The man screamed piercingly from the pain. Tears burst from his eyes. Manhwa said that this matter should not have gone so far. While the man screamed wildly in pain, Manhwa told him, "Looking someone in the eyes is not a reason to hit. One blow is not a reason to cut the family, and excessive drinking is not a reason to lose humanity." He asked the man to explain why the situation had to come to this. That night, the man was annoyed that Manhwa was asking this question. He grabbed a dagger and, with it alone, swung it toward Manhwa with the other hand. Our guy effortlessly dodged the attack. He slipped lower, crouched down, and hit his stomach. The blow threw the idiot far into the air. The man managed to regain his balance. Yes, even before he managed to do anything, a whirlwind of blood burst from his mouth. Everyone was stunned upon seeing what Manhwa did. The Nirvana Pavilion investigators arrived at the scene at the moment the man fell to his knees. They quickly recognized their master of the pavilion and asked what exactly had happened. Manhwa ordered them to take this man to the Nirvana Pavilion and reveal all the crimes he had committed up to today. The men accepted his order. They lifted the wounded man and pushed him forward. As soon as the investigators left, everyone turned back to Manhwa. Our guy shouted at the top of his voice and explained to them that there was no law in their cult that allowed demonic martial arts masters to commit atrocities without consequences. And if any of their masters acted the same way, they must report such cases to the Nirvana Pavilion branch. As soon as they heard this, people began to shout and rejoice. Everyone was delighted. Manhwa, having delivered the speech, went to the entrance of the tavern. After. He was able to step inside. Someone asked him if he really meant what he had just said. Manhwa was surprised to hear the interlocutor's voice. He quickly turned to him. It turned out to be the leader of the Sky Haven cult. Paso asked if he really meant that demonic martial arts masters should not take evil deeds for granted. In the next scene, Manhwa pours Paso a shot, and they sit together in the tavern. The cult leader reminded Manhwa of what he had just said. He said that you wouldn't expect to hear such from a young master of the heavenly demon divine cult. Manhwa replied that he does not like overly rigid rules. he said that modern youth do not like old orders. The cult leader only remarked that he is still old-fashioned. Mugak advised him to keep young people with open minds nearby, and he told him that Blood Heaven's sword demon became younger in spirit precisely because he does this. Paso laughed and drank his liqueur. He put his cup on the table and asked our guy if he was able to use the illusion art of space-time transfer. Mugak replied that he was able to. Paso smiled and asked him not to worry. He said that everyone fails at first, and asked Mugak not to let it affect him too much. Mugak put the cup on the table and told this man that he managed to use it. Paso shuddered as soon as he heard this. Their guy told him that space is simply wonderful, and added, from now on he will fully immerse himself in martial arts. Paso asked if he had really mastered it thoroughly. Their guy assured that he had. The cult leader clarified how much time it took to develop the martial art. Nuguk revealed that it took him 4 hours to learn. Paso could not believe what he was hearing. Their guy told him that martial arts wonderfully suit his abilities. Well, the cult leader told him that he would not have believed it even remotely if he had heard it from someone else. He asked Mugak if he was a battle genius and heard in response, even if Mugak really is a genius, it would still be impossible to grasp it in 4 hours. So Mugak said nothing to the cult leader. Paso asked if he could show it to him next time. Our guy replied that he would show it. Paso thanked him and poured himself some liqueur. He quickly drank the wine. Mugak asked the cult leader to explain why he came today. Paso revealed to him that he has something in which he needs his help. Our guy asked him to speak directly. The cult leader admitted that the demonic Buddha is trying to drive him away. Mugak demanded an answer from him why Rabin acts this way. The cult leader replied that the reason lies within him. He explained to Mugak that Rabin became wary whether they would clash together. Paso asked Mugak to give him a reason to stay. Although the cult leader explained the situation to him, our guy did not believe that this was the only reason he came to him. He asked Paso to say what he would give him if he helped. Paso informed Mugaku that he was a bit stingy to say this between them. Mugak told the cult leader that there is currently nothing like that between them. He said they only had one agreement. Paso asked him what exactly he wanted. Our guy asked this man if he could choose a relic from those divine relics he brought, and the cult leader froze upon hearing this. He glanced at Mugak and asked if he had gone mad. With a cold look in his eyes, Mugak replied to the cult leader that he was not as crazy as himself, since he recklessly tries to conquer the central plains just at the time when the Supreme Demon Supreme has just died, and there is already complete chaos around. Paso calmed down as soon as he heard these words. The shot switches, and we see Mevguk following the cult leader to his home. He could not believe that Paso agreed to his proposal. He had no idea that the man would really give him the divine relic just to bind their hands. Mugak did not understand why this man was so stubborn beyond reason to make an alliance with him. When our guy stepped over the threshold of the building, he saw the advisor sitting in front of the Thunder Bell. He asked the cult leader who that was. Paso introduced him as a subordinate guarding the Thunder Bell. No matter what he said, Mugak could understand that this man was much more than just a subordinate. Paso looked at him not at all like a person looks at a subordinate or a slave. Besides that, the advisor did not greet the cult leader when he entered the room. If this man really was only a subordinate of the Skyhaven cult leader, he would have behaved differently. Paso told Mevguk that he could not ask for the Thunder Bell and the Bloody Flame if he wanted to choose a relic. Our guy informed him that he understood everything and asked the cult leader if this was really the famous Thunder Bell of his cult. Paso asked him about how it looks in real life. Muguk smiled and said it was incredible. He carefully looked at the carving on the bell. It seemed to him as if the evil spirit trapped in the Thunder Bell was speaking directly to him, as if every time, as if again, it repeated, "You." Mevguk stepped closer and looked at the advisor. The man also looked at our guy, their gazes locked tightly. Paso interrupted them, ordering Muguk to choose a relic. Our guy looked at the boxes standing before him. He asked the cult leader to give him the smallest box among all. Paso was irritated by what he heard. He grimaced as if he had just bitten something disgusting. He very quickly regained his composure. Mevguk noticed this. He already saw that the cult leader wanted to refuse his request. However, the advisor used the frequency whisper technique to send a message. Retreat and let it pass. Muguk could not believe that the man with the chain dared to interfere with the cult leader's decision at such an important moment. With a nervous expression, Paso asked Muguk if he understood what he had just chosen. Our guy replied that he did not understand, and added that he felt a strong attraction to it. Paso lifted the object inside the box. It looked like an egg. He pressed the button under the object, the lid opened, and a red elixir appeared from inside. The cult leader told Muguk that this was the blood god pill, and then asked if he had heard of it. The Blood God pill is famous not only in the Sky Haven cult, but also throughout the outer walls as one of the greatest elixirs. ManhwaCapped replied to the cult leader that he knew this pill was indeed incredibly valuable. Paso, however, cut in, saying that valuable was not enough to describe it. Our guy asked why he had not yet used something so priceless. The cult leader said he was saving it for the future. ManhwaCapped told him that the future he was talking about probably concerned him personally. Hearing this, Paso irritably stared at the ground. He quickly pulled himself together. ManhwaCapped noticed how quickly he calmed down. He became convinced that the two men were communicating using frequency whispering techniques. He was intrigued by the advisor's personality. He was gnawed by the question of who he was to have a say in such a critical decision. Paso sighed and told ManhwaCapped that he would give him the elixir. Our guy thanked him for his generosity. The cult leader told him that this time everything would be different. He asked ManhwaCapped to first explain how he could remain an heavenly demon of the divine cult. Take that pill. And he threw it into his mouth. He told the cult leader that this was exactly how he could stay. The cult leader and the advisor were stunned to see this. The cult leader asked our guy to explain exactly what he was doing. Ryuguk sat on the ground in the lotus position and begged Paso to stand guard while he digested the elixir. The cult leader was outraged by this. He could not believe what was happening at all. ManhwaCapped's body emitted the red energy of the god blood pill. Paso shuddered with anger when he saw ManhwaCapped dared to eat the elixir right before his eyes. The advisor began to laugh, and his laughter went straight into the cult leader's head because he was using his frequency whispering technique. Paso was furious at our guy. His advisor did not even try to calm him down. He just kept laughing. The cult leader thought, maybe just kill ManhwaCapped right now. His advisor asked him to do it. He warned that if he killed ManhwaCapped, a total war against the divine cult would begin, and then told Paso that he would be very pleased to watch the heavenly demon tear him to pieces. The anger on the cult leader's face did not fade, and he said that ManhwaCapped took the elixir because the method he was about to propose would be simply incredibly absurd. The advisor ordered him to kill our guy, and he, without blinking, commanded, "Right now, smash ManhwaCapped's skull against the ground." Paso gathered all his energy in his palms. He wanted to bash ManhwaCapped's head against the ground. As soon as he swung, the energy vanished. The cult leader gritted his teeth and forcibly pulled himself together. He really wanted to put an end to ManhwaCapped here and now. But he had no choice but to be patient. Paso sat down, leaned his back against the bell, and began to wait. His advisor asked if he would not kill ManhwaCapped. The cult leader teased him in response. Does he think Paso is a coward and cannot force himself to kill ManhwaCapped? The advisor explained, the reason he cannot kill our guy is that he turned out to be sharper than they thought. Paso did not understand why this man said that. He asked what exactly he meant. The man explained to him that ManhwaCapped is so confident that he will not kill him because he has already fully assessed him, and added, a person like ManhwaCapped will definitely give the right answer. The cult leader asked the man if he knew what ManhwaCapped would propose. The advisor admitted to him. At first he really did not know the method, but now, seeing how ManhwaCapped swallows the pill of the blood god, he can guess what our guy will propose. Paso asked him to tell the method. The advisor replied, let him hear it from ManhwaCapped as soon as he finishes chasing his energy. Paso asked why he could not just tell him right now. The man told him that it would be visible on his face. They know everything. The cult leader objected that this was not true. Then the man added that he had never lost in gambling, even in his youth. The man told him that no player wanted to demonstrate their skills in front of the successor of the Sky Haven cult, and Paso could not believe what he was hearing. He suddenly realized he won his games only because he was the successor of his own cult. He turned to ManhwaCapped and hissed something at him through his teeth. As soon as he did this, his advisor called him from the side. The cult leader looked at him and asked if he thought they were friends now. The man advised Paso to simply give everything to ManhwaCapped. He said it would not be a loss. Paso was stunned to hear this. He asked if he was serious. Then the advisor explained to him. Earlier, he judged ManhwaCapped only by fragments of information flying from everywhere, and seeing him with his own eyes, he understood that this information did not correspond to reality. He told the cult leader that the information he had received underestimated ManhwaCapped's abilities. The cult leader did not expect to hear that from him. He asked his advisor to say what would remain for him if he gave everything to ManhwaCapped without reserve. The advisor told him that then Paso would be able to fulfill his dream and live on the Central Plains. Paso immediately asked if ManhwaCapped would really keep his word so that he would be allowed on the Central Plains. He explained to him, The very fact that Mugak swallows everything so quickly means that he will definitely keep the promise. The cult leader declared that if our guy does not keep the promise, they will become beggars, wandering around, jingling broken bowls. The man smiled and asked him not to worry. He assured his cult leader that he would feed him even if they became destitute. Paso was stunned upon hearing this. With a smile on his face, the advisor said that he was ready to drag chains behind him and sell medicine just to be fed. Paso did not know how to react to the advisor's words. He asked the man what they would do if Mugak lost the struggle for succession and died. He explained to him, this means putting your fate on someone's shoulders. Either a person gains everything or loses everything without exception. The cult leader asked the man if he was doing all this just to drag him into ruin. With a smile on his face, the advisor asked Paso if he had just realized it. Paso did not know what to answer. The man gently addressed his cult leader. Paso hated hearing his voice. He asked not to speak to him as if there were no distance between them, and reminded that today it had already happened more than 5 times. The man told Paso that he understands him. Paso shuddered at these words. The advisor explained to him, to gain something, a person has to give up something. He added that they are not the kind of people who just got lucky to have everything and sacrifice nothing. Paso turned to the man. He did not expect to hear this. The advisor told him that the one who has everything is the young lord sitting right in front of them. The cult leader closed his eyes and said that it was a waste. A little later, we see how the energy around Mugak becomes much more intense. Our guys are slowly drawing energy and direct it to its lower nucleus. Paso was stunned to see this, quickly got up. Mugak released energy, transferring it into his core. At that very moment, the room was filled with a bright red glow. When he opened his eyes, we saw that his pupils had turned red. They quickly returned to their natural state. Paso could not believe that our guy was already arranging the circulation of his energy. He was gnawed by the question of how deep Mugak's cultivation was. He noticed our guy doesn't even try to hide it from him, as if Mevguk was showing him how strong he is and as if asking to trust and follow him. Mugak stood up and thanked the cult leader. Paso told him that he was too cheeky, but he himself was still boiling with anger. Our guy stole his elixir and dared to circulate it right in front of him. Mugak objected. He said he did not steal anything, and added that he accepted it as payment. The cult leader asked him to explain what he meant. He replied he had not yet heard any method from him. Our guy reminded the cult leader that he himself said, to stay here, he needs to drink blood god Paso. Paso was surprised to hear this. Mugak asked him to come tomorrow to Nirvana Pavilion and submit a report, then ordered him to insist that his elixir was stolen. Until the elixir is found, the cult leader will have every reason to stay here. Mugak reminded the man that he is the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. He told him he will conduct the investigation as thoroughly as possible until he achieves his goal. Our guy assured him that they both would decide the time of his return. After Mugak left, the cult leader asked his advisor if he knew about this method. The man replied that he only understood this after Mugak swallowed the pill of the blood god. Paso pulled out a container with the elixir and asked the man if Mugak knew in advance that it was the blood god pill. His advisor answered that our guy knew. He asked, "What do you think? Could Mugak have chosen it because the container was just too pretty?" The cult leader asked the man to tell where Mugak knew from. The advisor told him that he gives Mugak gifts because Mugak is exactly that type of person. Although he understood the advisor, the cult leader still stated that the blood god pill is too valuable. The advisor was irritated when he heard this. He said to the cult leader, they did not give Mugak this gift just because he offered them a solution. Paso said to the man bluntly, they will both die if he gives away all his treasures so easily, and if everything goes wrong. The man smiled and reminded Paso that he had already promised to kill him before his own death. The cult leader went insane upon hearing this. He shouted at full volume and ordered his advisor to be silent. In the next scene, we are taken to the pavilion of the heavenly demon. We see Mevguk walking to his father's mattress. He knew his father had probably already heard and learned about everything that had happened. But still, it is a completely different thing if he himself decides to talk to his father about it. As soon as he thought about it, someone used frequency whispering technique to ask him to come to the training hall. Mugak instantly recognized the voice. It turned out to be his father's personal bodyguard. The man's name was why Mugak stopped and told the man that a lot of time had passed since he last heard from him. He remembered how he once held a wise hand while walking through the streets of the demonic village when he was little. He remembered how he begged every time to be bought food at the street market stalls. Mevguk added these memories to the list of good ones, those he gained in childhood. He asked that man to visit him when he had free time and said he wanted to treat him to food, so the man accepted his offer. As soon as Muguk heard that the man agreed to his offer, Muguk headed towards the training hall. Stepping over the threshold, he looked around. He quickly felt danger was hiding somewhere nearby. He immediately raised his head to see the energy gathered above him. He saw how the heavenly demon sharply threw his sword at him, putting a huge amount of energy into the strike. Muguk was stunned when he saw that his father's sword was flying straight at him. He knew he would die if he tried to dodge the attack. He instantly drew his own sword and pushed his father's blade away with it. But when his sword touched his father's hand, he was immediately thrown back. One-on-one, and unfortunately, his father was not going to end the fights. The heavenly demon gathered energy and directed it at the leg. Muguk was in shock upon seeing this. Heavenly demon used the death step of 4 sweeping steps of the god of wind. He lunged forward and plunged the sword into Muguk with insane speed. The blade could no longer be seen, only its afterimage remained, which Muguk saw. Our guy dodged his father's attacks with a flicker step of the 4-step wind gif. He was able to dodge every attack thrown at him, yet he was still pushed back. Heavenly Demon had no problems simply watching his son fight. A little later, we see how the Heavenly Demon puts his sword back into its sheath. He told his son that his skill had grown. Muguk told his father that it should be so. He claimed that he trains in martial arts more than anyone in the cult. But he quickly realized that he was wrong. Muguk told his father, Leon trains more, and added that he himself is the second most diligent person in the cult. The heavenly demon quietly exhaled, letting out a sigh. And he told his son that he should consider himself the third most diligent person. Muguk did not expect this. Later he smiled. He was pleased to see how hard his father was working. He hoped that he would master his techniques well. When they left the training hall, Heavenly Demon asked his son to explain why he had come, and Muguk informed him that the leader of the Sky Haven cult wanted to unite with him, adding that this leader had broken away from the Demon Supremes. Heavenly Demon was not surprised at all upon hearing this. He told his son that the Demon Supremes were too arrogant to have dragged Paso there. He said that the Demon Supremes should have gone to the leader of the Sky Haven cult if they wanted to resolve the issue, and if they intended to bring him there, they should have gone together to meet him. Muguk said that the Demon Supremes had deeply hurt the pride of the cult leader. Heavenly Demon told his son that the small things a person considers insignificant often become the worst problems, and added that in this matter the blame clearly lies with the Demon Supreme. Muguk knew that his father did not like such a situation, so he could understand his torment. He also knew, if his father had the will, he would have sent the Demon Supremes to fight the leader of the Sky Haven cult for fun, and would have completely destroyed the unfaithful subordinates. But if their main forces fall, the Muram Alliance will inevitably intervene, so the Demon Supremes have to endure as an inevitable evil, but a necessary one. Muguk asked his father if he knew why the leader of the Sky Haven cult came to him specifically, and not to the cult leader personally. His father explained Paso is afraid of him, and he told Muguk that Paso sees in him a person who will be easy to use. Our guy decided to pretend to be a fool and find out everything from his father. He addressed the Heavenly Demon and asked him to say what exactly Paso would want to use him for. The Heavenly Demon turned to his son and asked him to pass the question to his strategist. Muguk told his father that he did not have a strategist. Heavenly Demon told him that he needed to get one. Muguk asked his father to suggest where he could find a skilled strategist of the chief advisor level. Heavenly Demon said nothing to him. Our guy told him as if he had expressed himself that way because he already has a good strategist. But even despite this, Muguk knew that his father was right and still sought to find a strategist no less cunning than Mayang. Heavenly Demon instructed his son that he manages quite well even without a strategist. Muguk thanked him for these words and told his father, most things turned out thanks to his luck. Muguk knew he could handle situations only because he relied on the experience he gained in a past life. He perfectly understood that by nature he did not have strategic talent. Therefore, he needed a strategist with clear vision and sharp mind to support him. He begged his father to answer one question, to say what the leader of the Sky Haven cult wants. As soon as the Heavenly Demons heard this, they stopped and ceased walking. He told his son that the leader of the Sky Haven cult seeks to advance to the Central Plains. He also said that Paso's dream is to move precisely there, to the Central Plains. Muguk recalled that the leader of the Sky Haven cult never managed to advance to the Central Plains in his previous life. Because while Mugi was sweeping Muram, Paso never dared to step into the Central Plains. Eventually, he died in the Outerlands. Mugak believed that Passo's life could change now that he was reborn. In this life, Passo came to the Central Plains and joined the divine cult. These were things he did not do in his previous life. Heavenly Demon revealed to his son that people from the Blood Cult have long dreamed of entering the Central Plains, although they never succeed. This desire is in their blood. Mugak smiled and said that now he understood why Passo came to him. He really did not need to ask his father about what he already knew, but sometimes it is better to learn things from him. Sometimes it is useful for a person to pretend not to know something, even if they actually do. Mugak did this to show respect to his father. He understood well. Most parents want their children to come on their own and ask such questions. He was sure that his father was no different from others. No sooner had he thought about it than the father turned around and asked him to eat before leaving. Mugak was stunned to hear this and gladly accepted his father's offer. Later that same day, we were taken to the Nirvana Pavilion. We saw Mugak intently watching someone in his office, and it turned out to be the demonic Buddha. Rabin told Mugak that he could not just stand aside after learning that his friend's divine relic had been stolen. He added that he came to see how the investigation was progressing. He asked our guy if the relic had really been stolen by thieves. Mugak asked him what exactly he meant. Robin said that no one would believe that there were really thieves inside their cult. Mugak asked if it made sense that Passo would have staged this incident himself. The demonic Buddha glared fiercely at our guy. He stated that the reputation of their cult would suffer greatly if there really were thieves among them. And he told our guy this must be resolved quietly without unnecessary noise. Mugak asked him what exactly he meant. Rabin suggested sending the cult leader away for a while so he wouldn't cause a fuss. He added that Passo would not be able to suddenly catch the thieves just because he was there. Mugak realized that Rabin was trying to test him. He saw that he was confident the incident was staged and that Rabin was only helping Passo. Our guy said to the demonic Buddha, the cult leader will not listen to his words. Supposedly, he is just a miserable pavilion ruler. Rabin informed him that the cult leader believes he will become the successor. Mugak told the man that the cult leader showed no signs of this. He asked him to say why he thinks Passo believes he will become the successor. Robin told him that Passo is used so that people pay him homage. He added that the cult leader probably saw potential in him as a successor, he just came to visit him. Mugak noticed that the demonic Buddha constantly watches his reactions to read his thoughts, and this, unfortunately for Rabin, is a power not even every heavenly demon possesses. With a stone face, Rabin told Mevguk they need to send Passo back for the sake of their cult. Our guy replied to him that they cannot send him back if it is done for the sake of their cult, and the demonic Buddha froze in surprise. Then he asked what exactly was meant by the statement, and Mugak explained. The cult leader must be left there if they want to use this incident to spoil the reputation of their cult. He added, as long as Passo remains in their cult, he will not dare to speak openly. He told Rabin that he will subtly ask Passo not to babble if he wants to find his relic. The demonic Buddha did not expect the events to take this course. In the next scene, we see Daryang before his master. He explained to Mugak that the supreme demon who devours souls has only 5 disciples. By age and skill, the most likely heirs are the first disciple named Yongdu and the third disciple named Changsun. Mugak asked the man how things were going in the fortress of Western Illusion, generally regarding their reputations. Daryan explained to him that Yongdu surpasses others in experience and combat skill due to age, but within the fortress of Western Illusion, Changsun is more popular. Then Mugak asked him to explain why that is. Yes, according to Daryan, Changsun is young, beautiful, and has a pleasant character. At the same time, Yongdu has a harsh temper, and he has maimed many skilled martial artists, some even paid with their lives. Despite all his terrible nature, the late soul-devouring supreme demon was most favorably disposed toward Yongdu, which is why he seemed almost certainly the heir. Of course, now everything has changed. Mugak ordered Daryan to thoroughly investigate everything about the 2 disciples, to check their combat skills, wealth, abilities, preferences, and even personal relationships, leaving no detail out. Daryan replied that he understood everything. Mugak asked the man if he knew whom the leader of the Sky Haven cult would choose. Daryan was stunned upon hearing this. He asked his master if the cult leader would choose one of them. Mugak answered yes and explained that is why he also sent the cult leader data about the disciples. Dorian asked the master why he did that. Muguk revealed to him that he intends to join the battle for succession in West Illusion Fort. Dorian was again stunned upon hearing this. He used the technique of frequency whispering to ask his master if he planned to kill the cult leader, Yungdu, and even Chongxian. Our guy wondered, could it be that he himself looks like an executioner who deals with everyone in a row? The Inquisitor sighed with relief upon hearing this. Muguk noted that everyone was indeed nervous about whom he would kill and said, now that is his reputation. Dorian asked his lord to name who else was worried that he might cause someone's death and clarified whether it was not his master. Upon hearing this, Muguk was shocked. Dorian told him that he meant the true demon of the sword Blood Heavens. He added that the old man still had not allowed him to call him master. Muguk found it strange that Dorian considered himself a disciple of the sword demon Blood Heaven. He knew that he, even without realizing it, called the old man his master. The scene switches and we are taken to Passo's chambers. There he addresses his advisor and asks to say on whose side they should stand. Passo asks why he is looking at the bell like that, whether the demon engraved on it is trying to speak to him. The man asked him where he knew that from. Passo asked him why he was so serious. The man told him that demons sometimes talk to him. The cult leader turned back to the bell and asked his advisor what exactly the demon says. The advisor replied that the demon usually asks him why he lives like that. Passo did not expect to hear this. He asked the man about the answer he gave to the demon. The man told him that he had previously told the demon about how he now lives, because one petty and greedy man was to blame for everything. The cult leader asked him about the answer he gives now. The man replied that he told the demon. The matter was not only about that one man. Passo asked him to tell what the demon said next. The advisor did not answer him further. Passo got irritated. He ordered him to give an answer. The advisor asked why he keeps interrogating him every time. Passo replied that the demon is only a carved image. He stated, a carved image cannot speak. A week passed. He asked Passo again if he had lost his mind. The cult leader exploded with rage. He said it would be strange if he had not lost his mind. And he added, very soon he will sit before the demon and speak with it. He poked the demon with his finger and asked, tell me why he endures being looked down upon. He asked for an answer, and immediately said this. The advisor warned they should support Chongxian. The cult leader was stunned upon hearing this. He thought the voice was coming from a demon. He asked his advisor to warn him before doing something like that. He cleared his throat and asked the man to explain why he chose Chongxian. He replied that Yongdu seemed the obvious choice. The advisor asked him if he wanted this to choose Yongdu, and Passo shuddered upon hearing such a response. He was overcome with nervousness. He approached the man closer and asked him to explain why he chose Chongxian. His advisor asked him to follow his own conscience and Pyongdu. He told him that the cult leader is not the one who always agrees with what others say. Passo got irritated as soon as he heard this. After clearing his throat, he said he would choose Chongxian. The man turned to him and opened his mouth. Passo really wanted to hear what he would say. Unfortunately for him, the man turned away and sighed. Passo asked him how they could make this woman his disciple. The advisor replied that he did not know. The cult leader asked why he did not know. Then the man asked if it would not be strange if he did know. After all, he is now chained like this. Passo told him that he was right. He carefully, cautiously looked over the man. He knew he could not tell him that he would remove the shackles no matter how much they talked. This was a strict, inviolable taboo for him. And if he removed the shackles even once, the advisor would leave. He knew well, no one would voluntarily stay in such a place. He asked his advisor whether he should go and find Chongxian to ask her to become his apprentice. He said that perhaps directly asking her would be too pressing. Then he decided to inform the woman that he allowed her to become his apprentice and asked the advisor if that was okay. The advisor laughed and replied that it sounded convincing. Passo asked his advisor what exactly he should do. The man asked to look at it from the woman's perspective and asked if she would accept an offer from a strange, gray-haired outsider who orders her to become his apprentice. The cult leader knew that he was right. He stated that she would reject this offer. The advisor told him that the rest would also reject his offer. He added, this cannot be done casually, carelessly. Passo was stunned by these words. He asked the man if he meant that he would have to pay a price. The man replied he would become Master Chongxian and teach her martial arts, so in his opinion the woman should be the one to pay. The man, shouting at the top of his voice, explained that the price is paid by the one who desires it more. Passo cut him off. He was tired. He told the man that it could not be that all his life he was only the one who gives, and he declared that he was one of those who likes to be the one who receives. He said that the woman must bring sacred treasures to fill his storage and all the madness of her whole life. she must kneel in the yard just to finally get a chance to see him. His advisor smiled gently and said that the price to be paid would be borne by Mugak. The cult leader became even angrier as soon as he heard this. The man told him that Mugak would desire one of his treasures, and added, "Our guy last time when he observed this place focused on certain things." Paso clenched his fist. The anger did not let go. His advisor reported, "Mugak will find a way out again." The cult leader gritted his teeth in rage. He did not like hearing the name Mugak. The man assured him it will always be Mugak who helps them. The next day we see Mugak reading a book. It contained collected data about Youngdu and Chungsan. Darian informed him that during the investigation, Chungsan came across something strange. Our guy asked him to tell what exactly it was. The man said that Chungsi and Met Sa Wujiang were mentioned several times, and Mu Gauk did not expect to hear that at all. Darian said that there was no obvious connection between them. He told his lord that he just wanted him to know about it. In his past life, Mugak Wu Yung tried to kill the Flower Sword Supreme with soul-absorbing techniques, but eventually died himself. Back then, no one knew whose soul-absorbing technique was used. Mugak realized that it was the art of Changxiang, which absorbs souls. He struck the table with his palm and declared that Chang Xin and Wu Zhang are meeting. Darian was surprised by what he heard and asked his master where he got such knowledge. Our boy remembered that Wu Zhang likes Supreme from the flower varieties. He understood behind the person who revealed where the bodies of the soul arts are buried, and behind the one who stole the fan of Nung Heiyao to plant it at the scene, stood Changxian. Only a disciple of the soul-absorbing supreme demon could know or do such a thing, and even if she did not meet with Wuji, she would hardly leak such important information. John Mugak quickly stood up and drew his sword. Darian asked him where he was going. Our boy smiled and said that he was destined to obtain the sacred treasure. In the next scene, we see the cult leader thanking Mugak for the materials he sent. He reported that he reviewed everything. Our boy asked him not to worry. He took a sip of tea and cast a glance at the advisor. He turned to the cult leader and asked if he had already found a way to join the battle for the successor of West Illusion Fort. Paso said no. Mugak told him that he needed to hurry. He revealed to him that the demonic supremes would soon intervene and choose the successor themselves. The cult leader told him that he was chained to his cell just like the guardian. He assured him even meeting with the disciples would not be so easy. Mugak told him that he understood. Paso asked who, in his opinion, should be accepted as his disciple. Our guy asked him to take *CNN Chong. Paso said nothing. Since his answer was not a surprise, Mugak understood. The cult leader and the guardian had already reached the same conclusion. Paso told him that Chong Xian was the best option, and added, he has no way to convince that woman. Mukhug explained that he could make it so that the scene with Chong would come to him directly. The cult leader asked what exactly he meant. Our guy explained to him Chong Xian would come personally and ask to become his disciple. He told Paso that he would prepare food and feed him. The cult leader replied that he would truly appreciate it. Our guy asked him to give him the relic in exchange for his loyalty. Paso even shuddered upon hearing this. He told Mugak that he was not ashamed at all. Mughug replied that this is simply the natural order of things. Forcing a person to work only out of devotion or through personal connections without fair compensation. This, he said, has been since the father's time. Paso declared to him that he himself is from the same era. Mughuk placed his hand on his chest and said to the man, the one standing before him belongs to the present era. If he does not like it, let him freeze like a fossil. Paso said nothing in response to the man. With a smile on his face, Mughuk told the man that this matter is related to how to deal with someone young, and asked the cult leader to entrust him with it. He assured that he would bring results more valuable than the relic. Paso glared angrily at Mughuk. He agreed to accept his proposal. Our guy knew that the guard had probably managed to convince Paso after all. He told the cult leader that his responsibility ends where the woman becomes his disciple, and added that he himself will decide whether she can rise to the rank of supreme demon. Paso even gritted his teeth in anger. He told Mughuk that he would demand another relic when the time comes. And he asked, can't he just take this relic right now? Our guy replied to him that he would take it if he had the ability to do so. He stood up and told the cult leader that he was going to leave. He bowed his head before Paso. He looked closely at the advisor. Both the advisor and that man met eyes directly into each other. The scene cuts and we are transported to the northern clan of the Heavenly Sword. We see Wujun greeting Yu Guk. Our guy asked if he was all right. The man thanked him for his concern and said that things were going well. While Wu Zhang was leading him through the forest, Mu Guk carefully observed the man. Although Wu Zhang could not expel him with just one absorbing supreme demon, he showed no resentment towards Yu Guk. our guy decided to use Jiangxian to lure this man. When he arrived at the Supreme Sword's house, a woman came outside to greet him. Mangak told her that she looked even younger than before. The woman smiled and replied that he still used empty flattery. She moved forward and asked him to come and look at one thing. She showed our boy a plant and revealed to him that it was exactly the seed he had given her. Mangak was surprised to see that the plant had already grown to such a size. Sword Supreme told him that the life force of the world is truly mysterious. While our boy was examining the plant, Wu Zhang was quietly releasing his energy. Mangak smiled as soon as he noticed this. He realized that Wu Zhang was gradually calming his energy. Since our boy appeared in this place, he had been secretly releasing energy to discreetly observe that man. He used the frequency whisper technique and asked Sword Supreme if she could ask Wu Zhang to bring them some wine and snacks. He said he had information that needed to be leaked out, and assured that he would explain later why exactly. Yanreng did not expect to hear such a request. Home, she ordered Wu Zhang to bring her wine and said that she had not shared a drink with Mu Guk for a long time. The man bowed and accepted her order. He was annoyed that she, having just said, "I won't drink anymore," wanted to drink with Muguk again. In a few minutes, we see Wu Zhang carrying wine and snacks and placing everything on a small table. No sooner had he entered his master's room than he heard Muguk telling her, "The most likely successors of the supreme demon that devours souls are considered to be Yangdu and Changxian." Wu Zhang was shocked to hear the name of his girlfriend. Sword Supreme told Muguk that Yangdu is the stronger contender. Our guy told her that she was right and that Changxian still has options. Then Yang Reng asked him to relay to her all those options she has. Muguk explained to her that the martial arts of the Sky Haven cult leader and the supreme soul-devouring demon share a common origin. He assured that Changxian will be able to win if she learns the techniques from the Sky Haven cult leader, who is currently in the cult. Yang Reng asked whether the Sky Haven cult leader would accept Changxian as his disciple. Muguk assured her that Paso would accept this woman. He reminded her that the Sky Haven cult has always sought to establish itself in the Central Steppes, so if Paso takes Changxian as a disciple, he will have a perfectly legitimate reason to remain in the Central Steppes. Yang Reng finally understood the situation. Muguk told her that if Changxian does not become Paso's disciple, Yangdu will inevitably take the place of the supreme soul-devouring demon. No sooner had he said this than Wu Zhang entered the room. He placed a small table in front of them. Having finished, he bowed his head and left the room. When the man was no longer in the room, then Sword Supreme asked Muguk to explain why he brought it up. Our guy asked her if she knew that Wu Zhang was in a relationship with Chun Xing. Yang Reng heard this with surprise and told our guy that she had no idea at all. Muguk explained to her that Wu Zhang was an ambitious man. He told her that he was the kind who might try to subtly manipulate her from behind the scenes. Sword Supreme smiled gently and replied that she had her own suspicions about him. Muguk told her that he had been closely watching Wuzhang to ensure nothing happened to her. He stated that he learned about his relationship by observing him, and that was why he found use for this information. That's why he made the request. Yang Reng thanked Muguk for sharing this information with her. Our guy told her that he was the one who should be thanked, and also advised her to remain cautious and continue handling matters related to Wu Zhang as she was used to. Sword Supreme replied that she would heed his advice. To repay her for the help, Muguk decided to return the favor by giving her what she desired. He told Sword Supreme that they needed to cross swords as soon as possible. Yang Reng said with a smile that she was looking forward to it. In the next scene, we see a beautiful disheveled woman in a short dress coming out of the forest. She asked someone to tell her why he came here, then told the man that it was strange for him to be the one insisting on the meeting first. This beautiful woman is Chang Xiang. The person she was talking to was Wu Zhang. Keeping a smile on his face, Wu Zhang told the girl that he just missed her very much. He quickly hugged her. After a few minutes, we see Chang Xiang and Wu Zhang resting against the backdrop of a giant tree. Wu Zhang cupped his beloved's hand and asked if she had been troubled lately. The woman confessed that she was advised to become the supreme demon. Wu Zhang asked her what she thought about it. Chan Xin replied that no one would be against becoming a supreme demon. She said she simply lacks the strength. She does not consider herself skilled enough to defeat her older brother. Wu Zhang told her that she must become the supreme demon. Chang Xiang was surprised by what she heard. She stepped back from Wu Zhong and asked why she should even become this. Yuetsun explained to her that her older brother would not allow her to live if he became the supreme demon. He told her that she had already joined the dueling platform, where life and death decide the outcome. At the moment, she was mentioned as a candidate for the next supreme demon. Chanxian was convinced that her boyfriend was right. She told him that her older brother is stronger than her, and that it is simply impossible for her to defeat him. Huajun assured her there is still a way out. Changxian asked him to tell her what this path was. That man revealed to her that it concerned the leader of the Sky Heaven cult. He reminded her that the cult leader was already within their cult and promised, if she accepted his martial teachings, she would be able to defeat her elder brother. Changxian did not expect to hear that. She did not look particularly interested in this idea. Wu Zhang wanted the woman to rise to the position of Demon Supreme because he understood. Only then could he take control of the great power of the soul-sucking Demon Supreme acting in the shadows. He aspired to become so strong that the Sword Supreme could make her his woman. The scene switches and we see the leader of the Sky Heaven sect gritting his teeth as he reads a letter. He crumpled the paper in anger. His advisor asked what was happening. Paso told him that a report had just arrived stating that the food and side dishes provided to his subordinates in the outer courtyard had changed. The food portions had become smaller, the meat mostly consisted of fat, and the wine was replaced with cheap swill. The advisor laughed and said that the heavenly demon cult was trying to drive them away. Paso threw the paper on the ground and said that no one would believe that the heavenly demon cult resorted to such petty tricks. He said that this divine cult just wanted to poison their food. His advisor told him that petty methods were the most effective. He added that this was not the way of divine cults. This was the work of the demonic Buddha. He assured his lord, the heavenly demon could use force to drive them out but would never do anything so disgraceful. Paso turned to the advisor and said he would go deal with the demonic Buddha. The man asked what he would say when he got there. He clarified whether Paso would ask the demonic Buddha to return their food. Paso replied that he would say exactly that. He said he would scream, the demonic Buddhist subordinate stole all their food, and that he would roll on the floor of the heavenly demon hall and cry because he had never seen such cheap behavior. His advisor asked him to make the journey safe, and Paso twitched nervously as soon as he heard it. Paso knew this man would never agree with him so easily. He put his hand on his waist and wondered what Muguk was doing. He said that our guy told him he will find a way out for him. He told his advisor that this happens because Muguk is too slow. That man asked him to remain patient. Paso explained to the advisor, those who truly respect him will stay loyal even when starving, and those who hate him will continue to hate even if they feast 3 times a day. The advisor then asked the cult leader not to worry. Paso told the man, the world does not work as evenly as it seems to you. He said that those who respect him will continue to grumble and ask how he could allow them to starve if they respect him so much. And those who despise him will only mock and say, supposedly, the worthless man got what he deserves. And this will give them the opportunity to sow discord among the martial arts masters. The man advised the cult leader to keep only those who can endure this chaos. The cult leader ground his teeth in anger as soon as he heard this. Before he could say a single word, someone outside called him. Paso cleared his throat and asked what exactly was happening. The man entered the room and bowed his head to his cult leader. He reported that a woman named Chang Xin had come to him. Paso was surprised upon hearing this. He sharply turned to his advisor and glanced at him, sparks flying. Hearing the servant's reply, the man smiled gently. Chan Xiang entered the room, bowed her head before Paso, and introduced herself to him. Paso told her that he had heard about her. He said that people say she is the most outstanding necromancer of West Illusion Fort. The woman apologized to him and said that was too generous a description of herself. Paso asked her not to apologize and said he was glad that she had come to him. Chang Xiang told him that her late master once said, the roots of the martial arts she learned originate from the blood cult. Paso told her she was right. He and her late master could be considered like-minded disciples. He asked the woman why she had come to him specifically. Changxian gathered her thoughts. She bowed her head before the cult leader and begged to be taken as a disciple. Paso was stunned upon hearing this. He quickly turned to his advisor and used the frequency whisper technique, whispering to him that Mevguk was insane, and the advisor replied that that was exactly why Mevguk needed to be kept on their side until the very end. Paso said that his heart tightens when he thinks about how our guy will go there for the relic. The advisor asked him to use this chance to expand his meager patience. Paso grumbled, "Shut up." Since he was talking with the advisor, Paso could not immediately answer Chauncey. The woman wondered why the cult leader did not give her an answer, whether Paso was perhaps looking for a polite way to refuse her. The cult leader cleared his throat and told the woman that he truly desired the demonic arts of the blood cult to blaze brightly over the Central Plains. He added that he was not sure if their celestial demon connection would allow it. Chauncey raised her head and smiled. She said that their cult does not impose restrictions on master-apprentice relationships and that their bond will be strengthened by the Western illusionary fort. She told Paso that the cult leader would not deny this. Paso asked her if she was sure and told her that her older brother would definitely object to this. Jangxian said it does not matter. She begged the cult leader to teach her how to defeat her older brother. Paso cautiously looked at her and said that her older brother might die. Chauncey gathered her thoughts and smiled. She asked the cult leader if she was the one who had to die instead of him. Paso instantly recognized in her eyes a fierce gleam, madness inherent only to the truly ruthless. He smiled and replied that perhaps it was worth it to take care of the next soul-consuming supreme demon. As soon as they finished their conversation, Changxin left the place. Paso approached his advisor and said that this woman had more backbone than he expected. The advisor agreed with him. The cult leader declared that the woman was worth taking under his wing. Paso initially did not intend to take her as a disciple, but now, having seen her, he felt tempted by her subtle, malicious ambition. He realized perhaps he was one of those people inevitably drawn to criminal darkness. The advisor asked him to be careful. Paso replied that in Changxin's eyes he saw hunger, one capable of devouring even her own mentor. Paso smiled and said that this was exactly what made her so valuable. The advisor did not expect to hear that. He looked at his lord and smiled, then immediately looked away as he smiled. The cult leader did not know why he was doing this. He told the man that apparently he had been in a good mood lately. The advisor was surprised and asked the cult leader if he was serious. Paso replied that he was and reminded the man that he had not cursed for a long time. The advisor turned to him and asked if he wanted the advisor to start cursing again to ease his soul. The cult leader, shouting at the top of his voice, told his advisor that he was fine just the way he was. The advisor did not expect that the cult leader would behave in such a manner. Paso cleared his throat and said that the heavenly demon had been too quiet lately. The advisor replied that the heavenly demon would continue to remain the same. Paso asked him why he thought so. The man explained. Manga had probably already met with his father and settled all matters with him. Paso asked him if he really thought that Manga had gone that far. He said yes. Then he added, success or failure often comes down to how meticulously and attentively a person acts. The cult leader questioned the man why he was so favorable towards Manga. He reminded him that he had highly praised our guy. He asked directly if Manga had bribed him. The man glanced at Paso as soon as he heard those words. Well then, asked the cult leader, forcing him to answer. The advisor told them that it was better to leave this place and return to their cult if Manga was not to their liking. But he warned, somewhere without him there would be no one to praise Manga. Paso did not know what to answer. His advisor reminded him that he was not one of those people whom fate had generously blessed with luck. The cult leader grimaced upon hearing this. He asked him to stop returning to this topic and began interrogating why he constantly called him a loser. The advisor explained, he always walks the path of misfortune, so that is what he needs to be told. Hearing these words, the cult leader became even angrier. He asked his advisor if he ever stopped talking. No sooner had he said this than someone outside called him and informed him that he had a report. Paso cleared his throat and asked the man to tell what had happened. The man told him that the cooks had come to the outer yard and prepared food for their soldiers. The cult leader shuddered upon hearing this. He asked the man whom exactly the cooks worked for. The man informed him the cooks were sent by Manga. He said they prepared the most exquisite dishes from select ingredients and, having finished, immediately left. The cult leader could not believe what he was hearing. Now he understood what his advisor meant when he said, the difference lies in someone's meticulousness. The advisor was impressed that Mevguk was able to reach such a level at such a young age. He said this might be the moment when an unprecedented figure is born, not only in the demonic cult but throughout Muram. He addressed his cult leader and emphasized, they have the honor to witness this moment together. Paso exhaled with bitter relief and said that at this historic moment, he was actually losing all his sacred treasures. The man replied to him, his relics are already engaged in a great cause. The cult leader asked his advisor if he really was not the protagonist of this great cause. The advisor said he had no intention of being merely a tool for someone else's success. His advisor explained, if Paso wants to become the protagonist, he will have to work as hard as Muguk. Paso asked if he had not tried at all. That man asked. His definition of working hard is asking him questions every time, every day. Paso could not argue. He looked away and there was disappointment in it. The advisor told him that he realizes Paso is doing everything he can, and the cult leader was surprised to hear this. Paso quickly turned to the advisor and saw that the man was smiling. He feels a bit embarrassed, so he told his advisor that he was right and added, he is not making any effort. The man replied that it was not necessarily required to make exactly such efforts. He explained to Paso that he exerts effort by restraining his own greed and giving away his sacred relics, and emphasized that persistence is needed to acquire, protect, and even mourn these treasures. The man admitted he understands that greed is also a kind of effort, and that it is as hard as the blood-stained efforts of those who barely manage to break free from the formation of the heavenly net. The advisor assured the cult leader that he knows perfectly well about his struggle. Paso did not expect that this man would calm him down. He suddenly felt that he was free, as if for the first time. He thought about how no one had ever truly understood his heart. He remembered how his people suffered in the devastated desert. He could do nothing else, only stand helplessly at the top, and he did not like the view from below at all. Paso noticed that he was about to cry. He quickly pulled himself together and said that he hated this situation. He informed his advisor he no longer wanted to give Muguk his sacred relics. Shouting at the top of his voice, he declared that as soon as he stepped over the threshold of his chambers, he would ask Muguk to get out. And he warned the advisor he would shout so loudly that Muguk's ear would burst. The man simply smiled in response. As soon as Paso said this, his servant announced that Mevguk had already arrived. The cult leader instantly calmed down. As soon as the advisor heard the servant's words, he burst out laughing. The cult leader clenched his teeth in anger. He could not believe that Mevguk appeared at this very time. The advisor covered his ears and asked Paso to start shouting. The cult leader felt awkward when he heard this. A few minutes later, we see Mevguk pointing at the treasure he wanted. He poked the fabric with his finger. The cult leader glared at him angrily and asked if he even understood what he was looking at. Of course, Muguk knew what it was. But he answered the cult leader that he did not know what it was. He said he chose it because it looked mysterious. Paso clenched his teeth in anger. He forced himself to exhale, calm down, and revealed to Muguk that this was supreme heavenly silk, and explained to him that it was a legendary treasure said to be uncuttable even by sword strikes. And when layered, it could even block enhanced sword energy. The cult leader told the boy that he could wrap the silk around his hands or feet or twist it near his heart for protection. Also, this silk repels cold and does not burn even in fire. Paso said that Muram had only a few types of weapons capable of cutting supreme heavenly silk without enhanced energy. Muguk recalled that his black demonic sword was one of the few types of weapons Paso mentioned. He told the cult leader that he had no idea how valuable this item was and added, his ignorance was unjustified. When the cult leader heard this, he ground his teeth in anger and asked Muguk to explain why he chose the item without knowing its worth. Muguk apologized. The cult leader lifted the silk and asked our boy to use it well. Muguk grabbed the silk and thanked Paso. The cult leader tightly clenched the silk in his hand and was not going to let it go. Muguk did not know what to answer. After Paso handed him this item, our boy said he would never forget his kindness. Paso paid no attention to it. Considering how reluctantly the cult leader gave this item, Muguk understood. Paso would never give him any of his relics easily and would never give our boy a blood pill and this supreme heavenly silk without persuasion. Muguk realized that he was able to obtain these relics thanks to the shackled man. He looked carefully at the advisor, and the advisor in response also did not look away from him. The boy thanked the man silently and vowed never to forget this favor. The advisor finally looked away, although he did not know why Muguk was looking at him, as if he guessed what our boy had just said in his mind. The scene changes. We see Blood Heaven Sword Demon standing before Muguk. He asked if it was our boy who created this situation. Muguk raised his head and asked Kayampa what he meant. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon and the new book, which Jiang Xian, the third disciple of the Supreme Demon who devours souls, has just become a disciple of the sect leader Sky Heaven. Muguk put down the document he was holding and ordered Kayampa to explain why he thinks every strange event is his doing. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon sat down and asked our boy if he was the one who did it all. Muguk replied that it was him. Kayampa shuddered upon hearing this. He asked Muguk what conspiracy he was planning together with the cult leader Sky Heaven. Muguk told him that conspiracy is too harsh a word. He replied that he is simply helping the cult leader. Blood Gavin Sword Demon inquired whether he seriously intended to help so that Sky Gavin Cold would expand into the Central Plains, and Mevguk asked in response whether this was forbidden. Kayampa asked him if he knew exactly what he was getting into. Our guy smiled and told Kayampa that he was on his side, adding that he could help him oppose the cult leader if he refused to fight the demonic supremes. Kayampa gritted his teeth and advised Muguk not to underestimate Paso. He warned that Paso could still lead the Outer Murim, even if he was dragged into their territory. He warned the Central Plains would drown in blood if the Outer Murim started rampaging. Muguk noticed that the Blood Gavin Sword Demon had not refused his previous offer, yet he still speaks as if Paso is terrible. Muguk smiled and told Kayampa that he would remember his words. Yon exhaled a heavy sigh. He asked Muguk why he chose Chongxian. Our guy replied the girl was the easiest to influence. Blood Gavin Sword Demon asked him if Muguk really believed that Chongxian could become a supreme demon. Muguk told him that both the first disciple and Chongxian were equally not ready yet. It would take a very long time before either of them could truly embody the image of a supreme demon. Blood Gavin Sword Demon agreed with Muguk. Like our guy advised him on how to properly train Darian, Ampa is asking, tell Darian to stop dreaming. Our guy explained to him that these are his own dreams. He insisted that Darian would never have such dreams. Ampo advised him not to interfere in other people's affairs. He asked him to focus on his own work. He said it immediately. He noticed something on our guy's hand. He asked Muguk to tell what exactly is on his hand. Our guy tied supreme heavenly silk on his hand. He told Kayampa that it is just a decorative wrapping. He often knew he was lying and asked him if he got the silk from the leader of the Sky Heaven cult. Muguk asked him what made him think that. Kayampa explained that he had never seen this item before. He added that he is not the kind of person who would help the cult leader for free. Muguk smiled and said that demanding a reward every time you help someone is too stingy. Kayampa asked him if he got anything from the cult leader. Muguk replied that he did. The demon Sword Blood Heaven called him a heartless bastard. Muguk burst out laughing upon hearing this, so the old man could only calm down and let out a heavy sigh. Muguk informed him that this is the highest heavenly silk fabric. Kayampa said that it makes sense. Our guy asked if he recognized her. Blood Heaven Sword Demon replied that he did, and added that he was seeing her up close for the first time. Muguk pointed to the silk with which he wrapped the hilt of his sword. He addressed Kayampa, asking if he wanted him to cut a piece of silk for him, and explained that he had wrapped an additional layer around the hilt. Kayampa rejected the offer, saying that this thing did not suit his old body. Muguk replied that he should wrap the silk for protection because he was old. The demons of the Sword of Heaven's Blood still refused his offer. Then he asked Muguk if he had received anything else. Our guy revealed to him that he also got the Blood God pill. Kayampa did not expect to hear that at all. He carefully considered this pill. He tried to recall exactly what it was, and at the very moment when a thought flashed in his mind, his face turned red. He suddenly stood up and shouted, asking Muguk if he meant the best elixir in the Outer Mura. Muguk smiled and confirmed that he was right. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon asked our guy if the cult leader really gave him the elixir. Muguk told him that he did it. He told this man that he had already taken it. Kayampa told him that his inner energy must have already surpassed his own. Even before Muguk took the Blood God pill, his inner energy could already match the energy of Demon Supreme, since Muguk took the Demonic Entity pill and the Heavenly Divine Gift pill. And now, when our guy swallowed the Blood God pill, his inner energy completely surpassed the power of Demon Supreme. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon told Muguk that he can now, without hesitation, discard his left wing, since he received a higher elixir, higher than the Heavenly Divine Pill, and the threat of the highest grade Heavenly Silkworm. Hearing this, Muguk barely smiled. Yes, he told Kayampa that his left wing is the only one with the body. He stated that he cannot replace it and warned the old man if he tears off the wing, he will die. Kayampa did not expect to hear that. He sat down and folded his hands together. He reminded Muguk of what he once said, if the body dies, he will fly off to find another. With a smile on his face, Muguk asked the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon if he envied the leader of the Sky Heaven's cult. Kayampa heard this irritably. He shouted at the top of his voice, "This is a warning, not envy." He added that he does not want Paso to get the idea of encroaching on his position just because he gave him some divine relics. Mugak smiled and asked if he already got his answer. Kayampa did not say a word. He stood up and declared that he was leaving. He grabbed his huge sword and placed it behind his back. Before reaching the door, he glanced at our guy and said he didn't care if it was a grandmother's wing. Mevguk was stunned upon hearing this. He smiled at Kayampa. Before the old man could leave, a servant entered the room and informed Mugak, Sword Supreme has arrived. Kayampa quickly turned to Mugak. He asked our guy if he had called him just so they could meet. Mugak reminded him it was he who appeared there without warning. Blood Heaven Sword Demon instantly dissolved the window and prepared to jump out. Our guy was surprised by this. He told the old man that he was behaving rudely. Kayampa said that Yanring would not be happy to see him. Mugak asked if that really mattered. Yanring responded by asking Kayampa since when he started caring about someone else's feelings. After a few minutes, we see that Sword Supreme looks completely stunned. She was shocked that Kayampa appeared in Mugak's office. Mekiman from Bloody Heavens looked ahead, avoiding looking at her. Yanring asked our guy if he had arranged this meeting on purpose. Mugak stood up and moved a chair for her. He told her that Kayampa had just asked the same question. Yanring asked, is it really possible for him to organize this if he didn't even know she was coming? Then he revealed to her that none of them had warned in advance, and asked her to sit down. Yanring glared fiercely at Kayampa and sat down. Two Demon Supremes avoided eye contact. Muguk asked Sword Supreme why she had come to him. Sword Supreme replied that she came to share with him something important. He jumped up and declared that he would leave. Sword Supreme asked him not to worry and said that he would be able to hear it too. She told them that the demonic Buddha came to her and asked for a favor. Muguk asked what kind of favor that man requested. Yanring explained to them that the demonic Buddha wants her to support the succession of one of the disciples of the Supreme Demon who devours souls. The appointment of a new Supreme Demon fully belongs to the jurisdiction of the 8 Supreme Demons. If the Supreme Demon dies without naming a successor, the other Supreme Demons nominate candidates and vote. To ascend to the position of the next Supreme Demon, a candidate must receive more than half of the votes. Yanring reminded Muguk that he once said, they need to support their own, like sparring partners. Muguk smiled and asked if she remembered. Sword Demon Blood Heavens asked our guy what he means by sparring partners. Muguk replied that it is a long story. Kayampa cautiously glanced at the Supreme Sword. Dreamed, he asked Muguk if he is conspiring with everyone except him. Our guy assured him that there is no such talk and reminded Kayampa he is his first wing. The Supreme Sword asked what that means and Muguk revealed to her Kayampa is his left wing. He informed her that he is currently looking for the right wing. The Swordy Supremes just silently stared at him. She looked away and asked Muguk to tell her who he is betting on. Our guy answered that it is Chongsun. Sword Supreme already had the thought that she would become it. She knew that Muguk and the demonic Buddha have different goals. She said that she will also support Chongsun. Muguk heard this with surprise. Even Blood Heaven Sword Demon did not expect that she would dare to do that. Our guy did not expect that Flower Sword Supreme would show him any leniency. After all, he even allowed Blood Heaven's Sword Demon Day. Besides this, Yanring did not ask why he supports Chongsun. Muguk realized that Sword Supreme completely trusts him. He smiled and thanked her. Kayampa told our guy that he only has 2 votes. He asked if he had already gained any more votes. For Chong Xiang to become the next Demon Supreme, they need at least 4 out of 7 votes. Muguk told Kayampa that he had not received any votes yet. Kayampa asked him to lay out the plan. Muguk told them that he would like each of them to convince another Demon Supreme. He made it clear that he is relying on them. Demon Blood Heaven Sword asked Muguk to tell what they would gain if Chongxiang became the Demon Supreme. Our guy replied that he would benefit the most. Xianpo was irritated by this. He said that he should also get some benefit. Muguk smiled and told him that he would also benefit if it helps him. Yan pulled him aside. Muguk already knew that the Demon of the Blood Heaven Sword would help. He just wanted to make a fuss. Sword Supreme told him that she would try to persuade the others. She added that one of them might vote for Chongxiang. Kayampa told her that it sounds like he is not capable of anything at all. Yanring glared fiercely at him and asked if that was not true. Kayampa glanced at her the same way, as if ready to incinerate. Their looks appeared as if they were about to pounce on each other and start a deadly fight. Mevguk did not stop this. He thought it was normal to give them time to release their emotions. He was sure this process needed to be repeated again and again. and he had no doubt that none of them would ever kill the other. The sword demon from Blood Heavens decided to stop fiercely drilling the supreme sword with his gaze. Yanreng smiled as soon as she saw that he had looked away. Muguk thanked her for telling him about the Buddha demon's request and for helping him convince the other supreme demons. He assured her he would never forget this favor. Yanreng was surprised that he called it a favor, asked him not to dramatize, and standing up said she was leaving. After she left the room, Kayampa also stood up and declared that he was leaving. Muguk found it strange that the Blood Heaven Sword demon gave him no serious reaction either to the fact that he had received sacred relics from the cult leader or to the fact that the Supreme Sword called him her sparring partner. Muguk shouted Blood Heaven's Sword demon and said that he would always have the highest priority. Kayampa stopped. Saying this, he turned to him and told our guy that he really knows how to talk. Hearing this, Muguk smiled. Kayampa smiled too. He explained to him, even though Sword Supreme left confidently, it will still be difficult for her to convince the demonic supremes. At the same time, the demonic Buddha side will also make its moves. Muguk told him that this is exactly why he needs his help. The old man asked if he believed that a person rejected by others could be at least some kind of helper. After these words, he took a step forward. Muguk smiled, watching the man's back. He knew Kayampa was still the most reliable person to trust. The scene changes. We see the leader of the Sky Heaven cult looking at something. He was examining the place where he kept his relics. He shouted and declared that it was hideous. He said that this place used to be a true beauty, but now it lacks 2 front teeth. His advisor assured that the relic still contains fangs and molars. They can bite enemies or clench teeth and steal their resolve. The cult leader turned to him and said that every time a relic disappears, he looks far too satisfied. The man asked him how he knew. Paso replied that he would dance if his shackles were undone. Hearing this, Paso became irritated. He sighed heavily and admitted to the man that he was actually afraid. His advisor inquired what exactly. Paso explained he fears that everything will turn out to be a delusion without any meaning and that he will wake up and there will be nothing left. Paso told his advisor that he would not be at peace with the thought of what made him give everything to Muguk. The advisor raised his hair on end and showed his cult leader his face. Paso asked him what he was doing. The man replied that he was showing him how this face enchanted him and how for its sake one must give everything. Paso did not know what to say. He looked the man straight in the eyes and realized he was speaking sincerely. Paso called his advisor a mad freak. In the next scene, Paso asks his advisor to tell how they plan to make Chong Sion the supreme demon. The man explained to him that they need to convince the existing supreme's demons, one at a time. He said they must persuade, negotiate, and recruit the Supreme's demons. He said that they would need at least 2 divine relics, maybe even 3 if they are unlucky. Paso asked his advisor if he meant that they just need to invest in Muguk. The man asked him how long he planned to rely on Muguk. He told his cult leader that he needed to be a man and move forward on his own. He asked Paso if he wanted to teach him an approach capable of swaying the supreme demon to his side. Pas heard this irritably and asked the advisor to stop mocking him. The man asked him not to do anything and just stay in place. Paso asked if that is how an advisor should speak. The man raised the shackles and asked the cult leader to name which advisor it was, the one who wears chains. Paso did not know what to answer. He saw that he was shocked, so he said to the cult leader, he speaks with him because he considers him an advisor. He asked him to just freeze in place and explained, sometimes inaction gives the best result. The cult leader did not expect to hear this at all. So he asked that man if he was serious, and his advisor assured him that Mevguk would come to him. He said that our guy would demand divine relics in exchange for Chongxian becoming the demonic supremes. The cult leader asked his advisor if this was even possible, even for Muguk. The man told him that he should trust Muguk and added that they could no longer turn back. No sooner had he said this than someone announced that the second young master had arrived. Paso could not believe it. The guy came exactly as his advisor said. He declared that Mevguk had come again to rob him. His advisor explained, our guy appeared because they were talking and thinking about him. Paso shouted and ordered him to be silent. He asked the man to stop talking like that and reminded him that he was his master, not Muguk. The man asked Paso to explain why he decided to become the first wave of Yangtze. Paso ground his teeth upon hearing this. He laughed and told the man that it was probably not bad to be like that. After all, he was the wave rolling in behind. In the next scene, we see Mevguk as he greets Chong Sion with the fact that she became a disciple of the cult leader Sky Heaven. The woman bowed her head and thanked him. She told him that her mentor was already inside. Muguk informed her that he came to deliver some news to the cult leader. He said that she also needed to hear this news. The woman accepted his offer. While she walked forward, Mugak watched her closely. He already understood. This woman would never find out that it all started when he himself leaked information to Wuj. When he entered the quarters of the cult leader, so he turned aside to see the advisor. Paso approached him and asked what exactly was happening. Mugak informed him that the demonic Buddha is moving. Paso asked him what he meant. Mugak explained to him that the demonic Buddha persuades other demonic supremes to make Yan perform the next supreme demon who devours souls. Hearing this, Paso even gritted his teeth in anger. He said that his so-called friend was much worse than he had imagined. Our guy returned to Chongxian and said that it will now be very difficult for the woman to become the demonic supreme since the demonic Buddha is moving forward. Chongxian was surprised to hear this. Paso asked our guy if there is a way to make Chan Xiang a demonic supreme. After all, he is not allowed to move freely in the heavenly demonic divine cult. Mugak told him there is a way to achieve their goal, but it will not be easy. Paso asked him to tell which exact way. Our guy explained to him that they themselves would have to move the other demon supremes from their place. He added that Blood Heaven Sword Demon and Flower Sword Supreme already have a favorable attitude towards him. The cult leader promised to meet these two demon supremes. Jiangxi was eager to our guy and begged to help them. Mugak told them that things are not as simple as they might sound. He said he does not know what the demon supremes will demand in return and assured them, if everything goes as planned, he will be extremely indebted to Yan Reng and Kayampa. Paso told him that he himself and his disciple will receive his help, assuring that they will never forget this favor. Hearing this, Mugak stared into Paso's eyes. When the cult leader noticed this, he did not look away. Mugak sighed and told Paso that he will do everything possible. The cultist thanked him and asked to wait there for a moment. He turned to Jiang Xian and asked her to go train outside. The woman bowed her head and accepted his order. After she left, Paso asked Mugak to say what he wants this time. Mugak replied that this time he did not want anything. The cult leader was shocked to hear this. He said that the only thing more valuable than the divine relics was his life. Mugak smiled and said that he needed nothing. Paso could not believe what he was hearing. He asked if he was serious. Our guy assured him that he was. The cult leader still did not believe it. He clarified if he was sure about this. Mugak smiled and promised to treat him to a drink as soon as all this was over. Paso did not expect to hear that. Nguk reminded him that he had already given him 2 divine relics, so they would have to share a drink regardless of whether they won or lost. He promised to prepare drinks and food, folded his hands, and told Paso that he would do everything possible so that they could raise a glass to victory together. He said that he would now take his vacation. Paso did not know what to answer. He did not understand the situation. He watched as Mugak walked forward. Our guy had never offered the cult leader a drink just for the sake of drinking. He did it because he wanted to drink in the same place where the bound man was kept. The scene switches and we see someone training. It turned out that it was Leon. The girl jumped forward, and channeling in her energy, she skillfully swung the sword. Every curve and turn was precise, without any unnecessary movement. She dashed upward all the way to the ceiling, and descending down, she spun the sword again with crazy speed. She landed on the ground with tremendous force. The soil scattered and dust rose in the room. Leon exhaled cautiously. As soon as she did it, she immediately realized she had made a mistake. She saw that the grounding was already damaged. While she was looking around, someone told her that her sword takeoff technique had improved incredibly much. The girl turned sideways to see her master. She smiled radiantly as soon as she heard Mugak call her by name. Mugak told her that in the future she could leave any time as soon as she receives the sacred purification by poison. Leon approached his master and asked why he suddenly said that. Mevguk wondered if this girl also wore invisible shackles on her ankles. It occurred to him whether the same invisible shackles held him, binding him to the resolve to kill Vamaji. He recalled that Blood Heaven's Sword Demon and Flower Sword Supreme were also bound by chains of hatred that are not so easy to cut. He wondered if his father was also bound by someone like the one who was shackled by Thunder Bell. He convinced himself, maybe his father still does not suspect that he carries the heavy burden of duty to this cult. He explained to Lee that she could choose her own life. She could leave the cult and go to the Central Lands or find a quiet village somewhere and live as a hidden martial arts master. To her, he said that she owed him nothing since she had already learned his martial arts technique. He told her that she was free to live as she wished because she had done more than enough for him. Leon told her master that she was happier beside him and life was better. She replied that maybe it would be funny to live as a secret master for a day or two, but without Mugak everything would be different. She smiled so brightly that her eyes sparkled and told Mugak that being near him every day brought her joy. She assured that she was not a fool, and added, If she really hated what surrounded her, she would have risked her life and run away long ago. She explained to him that she could not understand why he always looked at her with such pity. Miyaguk was shocked to hear this. He smiled gently. The scene shifts and we see the leader of the sect, Heavenly Buddha, standing before the demon Bodhisattva, holding his gaze. The demon Buddha asked Paso if he knew how long they had known each other. Paso only shook his head. He doesn't even remember. Then the demon Buddha said that their relationship has lasted so long that Paso doesn't recall when it began. He added he didn't think his friend would go for it, and even more so resort to such a transparent trick. Paso asked what exactly he meant. The demon Buddha explained. Paso seduced the young disciple of the soul power, absorbed the supreme demon, and took her as his own disciple. He demanded the sect leader explain what scheme he was planning. Paso replied that he did not seduce her. He frankly said Changxian came to him herself. The demon Buddha reproached him, saying Paso should have let the woman go back. After all, he should know better since he is an adult. Paso asked him to explain why he should do that at all. The demonic Buddha inquired why he was helping this woman. The cult leader reminded him that the martial arts used by demonic sorcerers come from a bloody cult. The demonic Buddha asked if he was claiming to belong to the bloody cult. Paso replied that he was trying to twist his words. The demonic Buddha reminded his friend he is not in his own domain right now. Now the cult leader glanced at him and asked if he was threatening him. Rabin said that it was not a threat, it was reality. He explained he speaks like this because he has known him for a very long time, and added that other demon supremes would hardly react the same way. He warned Paso that he cannot predict how they will have fun. Hearing this, the cult leader snorted irritably. He told his friend that he already guesses what he is thinking with his limited imagination, and declared he understands that he might want to kill him. Rabin said that they will still be able to say goodbye even if it goes that far. He added that the demon supremes will not foolishly attack him directly if they decide to finish him off. He explained to Paso that the demon supremes would simply kill the wedge between him and the heavenly demon until they destroyed each other. Hearing this, Paso glared angrily at him. Rabin advised him to pretend for a few more days that he was looking for his relics, then quietly leave, and asked to expel his apprentice along with him. He assured, after all, he would settle matters with the supreme demon. The cult leader asked his friend to say what would happen if he refused. Ridkavinko smiled at Rabin. He left the cult leader's chambers. Paso told his advisor that he had finally made up his mind, and that man quickly turned to him. The cult leader's face filled with a fierce look, and he declared that without a doubt he would make Muguk the next heavenly demon. In the next scene, we see Muguk pouring a drink for someone. He told that man that he should have invited him for a drink much earlier. The man smiled gently and asked not to worry too much. He addressed Mevguk and assured that he knew how incredibly busy he was. It turned out to be Mayung. Muguk told the chief advisor that he was the one who had been busy all this time, then added that he was just loafing around. Mayung raised his glass and asked Muguk to explain, if he said so, what exactly in his opinion real loafers should do. So he and our guy drank their wine at the same time. Mayung asked Muguk to say why he invited him. Our guy told the man that he had a question he wanted to ask him. Mayung nodded. Go ahead, speak. Focused with a stone expression on his face, Muguk asked the man to explain what makes a person a good advisor. Mayung was stunned with surprise. He told our guy that he did not expect to hear such a question. Earlier, according to him, he had asked himself this question many times when he was young and later simply forgot about it. He told this to Muguk. He explained that a good advisor is only one who is smarter than the opponent's advisor. Muguk said, there is no hidden meaning in his question. It means exactly what it sounds like. Mi Yang repeated his answer. A good advisor is one who is smarter than the enemy's advisor. Muguk did not expect such a simple answer. Mayung explained to him that it does not matter if someone in the cult is smarter than him. It does not matter if someone in this tavern is smarter than him. He said it does not matter if Muguk is smarter than him. He said that what matters is different. He must be smarter than the advisor of Muram Alliance and likewise smarter than the advisor of Unorthodox Alliance. Muguk did not expect to hear an answer of this kind. Mayung asked him if the answer did not sound boring. Our guy took the bottle, poured the man some wine, and said that the answer hit him so clearly precisely because it was boring. Yan raised his cup and explained to him that fighters on the front line can easily improvise, change tactics according to the situation, but an advisor is not capable of that. Because if an advisor chooses the wrong plan even once, the entire group can be completely destroyed. Mayung looked at his wine and said that there is less regret when you die by your own choice. However, it is unbearably unfair to die because of the mistake of one single person. That is why, according to Mayang, he always tells younger advisors, be smarter when your life is at stake. Having said that, the man drank his wine. He poured Mugak a drink and said that it was his turn to ask a question. Then he asked our guy to explain why he asked his question. Mugak raised his cup and revealed to this man that he had recently been looking for an advisor. Our guy asked the man to meet with him today to discuss it. Mayang asked our guy if he was not sufficient. Mugak smiled and reminded him that he and his father have different ambitions. He explained to the man that he came for his advice and said he wants to know exactly which advisor he should look for. Mayang took his cup and looked into the wine. Mugak noticed this. He understood that Mayang hesitated and wondered how much of what he heard he should reveal. He realized that the chief advisor was worried about how his words would affect himself, the cult, and even the struggle for succession. Mayang asked our guy if he had already decided. Mugak realized that this man already knew about that prisoner in chains. He knew that the advisor was indirectly asking him if he was considering the person from the Sky Haven cult. Mugak told Mayang that he had a candidate he was still considering and honestly replied, he was not sure yet, so the guy tried to ask if it was possible to make that man his advisor. Mayang explained to Mugak that no one can ever be certain when choosing people. A person only knows the result after a long process. Mayang asked our guy to simply trust his own intuition for now. Mugoop could not believe that Mayang was asking him to trust his own intuition when he already knew that he was eyeing the man in chains. He realized Mayang was actually asking him to accept this chained man. He raised his cup and told Mayang that he would trust his own intuition. Hearing this, the chief advisor also raised his cup. Then the camera takes us to Mugak's office. There Darian is sitting with him. The man who brought this lord noted that probably right now conversations are taking place somewhere. While he was examining the document, Mugak told him that he was right. Right now, the Demon Supremes are convening a meeting to choose a successor for the Demon Supreme who devours souls. Mugak could not know whether Blood Heaven's Sword Demon and Flower Sword Supreme managed to convince the other Demon Supremes. He himself had not approached them to ask, and they did not come to inform him. Darian turned to his lord and asked if he was involved in this matter. Our guy told him yes and asked Darian if he was annoyed that he was left out, even though he is his right hand. Darian told him it was all right. He said he preferred not to know about these things. He told his lord that he had never felt bad about being excluded from such matters. He begged Mugak to continue hiding such things from him. He added, it doesn't matter if tomorrow it becomes known that our guy united Miriam. Mugak was surprised to hear this. Once he barely smiled and told Darian that he did not know how funny he really was, and asked if he had deliberately behaved gloomily during their first meeting. Darian said that he did not know either, and that he did not even understand who he really was. As soon as he said this, someone burst into the office running and announced that the decision had already been made. Mugak and Darian turned to the interlocutor. The investigator informed them that the vote ended in a tie because one of the Demon Supremes deliberately abstained. Because of this, the first and third students will hold a duel to determine who will become the next Demon Supreme. Darian was shocked upon hearing this. Mugak did not expect such a result. Darian turned to him and asked who he thought would win. Our guy asked him why he even needed to know. The investigator told him that he wanted to go to the market and place a bet on the duel. He also added, after all, a poor man like him needs at least a chance to turn his life around. Mugak smiled and asked him to bet everything he had on Chongxian. Darian asked why he chose the third student. Mugak explained that he was not betting on the third student. He told that man that his bet was placed on the desperation of the leader of the Sky Haven cult. As soon as he heard this, Darian sharply turned around. Our guy asked where he was going. Darian replied he was going to pawn his own house. He left the room, looked back, and asked Mugak if he was not going to stop him. Our guy told him that he actually would not gamble. Darian nervously smiled and asked how he knew that. Our guy explained, those who gamble chase instant wealth, but he was not one of those who intend to change their life by such methods. Darian smiled happily and told his master that he had caught him. After that, he said he would leave. When he left, Mugak told himself that he would never have gotten this far without the help of Blood Heaven Sword Demon and Sky Heaven, the cult leader. He was very grateful to them. In the next scene, we see a crowd of martial arts masters gathered just outside. And Kayampa settled in the pavilion, along with the other Demon Supremes. Yanrang also sat next to several Demon Supremes. The faces of the Supreme Demons were not shown. The officials of the Divine Cult all sat in different pavilions. The pavilions were erected around the stage. Could it be that even Manga and the leader of the Sky Heaven cult were present in the arena for the duels? The duel was fought between the first disciple and the third disciple of that soul-devouring supreme demon. Yan Diyu called Jiang Xiang a disgusting coward and told her that she was stupid for trying to replace their master. Jiang Xian replied to him, bringing up their master's name to justify oneself is blasphemy. She asked, doesn't he understand that? Yan Diyu raised his handheld fan and asked the junior to be quiet. Behind his back, he created several giant hands and used them to attack Changxian. The woman raised a fan and released huge, ominously looking spirits outside. The spirit charged straight at these giant hands. Yang Du and Changxian tried to push each other back with their strikes, not allowing anyone to take position. Since Yang Du quickly realized that a different technique was needed to knock out Changxian, he gritted his teeth and sharply raised his head. He manifested an incredibly giant monster made of hands. The martial artists watching the fight were frightened as soon as they saw this monster. They could not believe their own eyes. Muguk nervously glanced at the monster. Now he understood why orthodox sects consider the supreme demon that devours souls the most dreadful of the supreme demons. Just by watching the fight, Muguk said, he will not be able to come up with a way to hold back their attacks. Yangdu's great monster began to press on Changxian's spirit, forcing him to almost break. When Changxian saw that in a moment she would lose, she inflated her evil spirit even more, made its head and jaws bigger. The evil spirit roared in its true essence, began to eat and crush the monster's hands. The monster's very body began to crumble, disintegrating before their eyes. Muguk said that the fight was already decided. Paso did not look at all impressed by the result. Our guy barely managed to speak. The creatures of the two students disappeared. Young really asks Changxian how she used her last technique. The woman replied that her new master taught her deadly demonic art. Yang clenched his teeth and called her a bastard. He said he always knew what worthless trash she was ever since they were children. Parents, Changxian smiled and told the senior in rank that he must surely understand. She will become a much higher-ranked, soul-devouring supreme demon than their late master. She shouted and said that West Illusion Fort will be the greatest among the 8 demonic branches. Yes, as soon as she said this, Yang spat out a large amount of blood. Blood flowed from his ears and eyes. He fell to the ground. The martial arts masters there were stunned to see how Chang looked at everything and what he desired. They all began chanting in support of Changxian. The woman approached closer to the pavilion. Bowing her head, she introduced herself to them. Blood Heaven's sword demon stood up. He buried the sword in the ground and solemnly announced that a new master of the Western Illusion Fortress was born into the world. As soon as they heard the announcement, all the martial arts masters roared with excitement even louder. Changxian did not expect this. She turned to her new master and bowed, lowering her head. Paso smiled gently as soon as he saw this. Changxian turned to Muguk and smiling nodded to him. She shifted her gaze to someone else in the pavilion, and it turned out to be Wu Zhang. The woman passed by him without greeting. Wu Zhang was shocked to see this. He could not believe that she actually just ignored his gaze. The scene sharply shifts to the cult leader's quarters. Paso meets our guy with a smile. Muguk brought someone with him and introduced him to Paso as the innkeeper of the entertainment place that he had visited before. He explained that he did not want them to be served cold food brought from afar, so he ordered Paso to personally prepare a warm dinner for them. The innkeeper solemnly bows and tells Paso that he will put his whole soul into cooking. Muguk demands to cook as usual. He claims that he is not going to eat someone else's soul. When the innkeeper left, Muguk congratulated the cult leader for taking the supreme demon as his disciple, while Paso whispered to our guy, none of this would have happened if he had not accepted his help. Muguk told him that everything ended well because he taught her well. The cult leader said that this could simply be called a joint victory. Muguk and Paso smiled at each other. A little later, 2 men began to be treated with several dishes. While Muguk was pouring a drink for Paso, he asked if he had already met his father. The cult leader at that time said that he soon planned to see the heavenly demons. Muguk advised the cult leader to emphasize that he would raise Changxian to the soul-gathering supreme demon, stronger than the previous one. He told Paso this would be the most important topic he would present before his father. The cult leader drank his wine and thanked Muguk for informing him. Our guy asked him not to worry. He put the glass back in place and turned to the man with the chain. He asked Paso if he could treat his subordinate to a drink. The cult leader was shocked to hear this. He quickly composed himself and asked Muguk why he wanted to do this. Our guy said there was no special reason. He said he had seen this man more than once whenever he came to greet him. He told Paso he just wanted to treat him to a drink on such a pleasant day. The cult leader admitted to him that this man could not drink alcohol at all. As soon as he said this, the man immediately accepted Muguk's offer. Paso quickly returned to him. He could not believe what he heard. Muguk noticed that Paso was alarmed. For someone like Paso, not being able to hide his facial expression like that, Muguk concluded that the chained man probably had never truly accepted alcohol from him. He stood up, holding the bottle, and told that man that he would pour him a cup. He approached him and handed him the cup. He carefully poured a little liqueur for the man. He made sure the cup was full. The man drank the liqueur and stretched out his hand. He wanted to pour Muguk into the cup. He filled the cup for our guys. Muguk also drank the liqueur. The two men stared intently at each other. While they were looking at each other, Paso asked Muguk if he knew what this man's specialty was. He replied, "He has a dog face." He told our boy that a man can smell those who come to steal sacred relics and does so with terrifying accuracy. And he also asked, "Doesn't the boy think that the shackle looks like a dog collar?" When he said this, he laughed out loud. Muguk immediately understood that Paso was trying to insult the tied man. Unfortunately for Paso, he did not object. He deliberately did not give him any chance to correct his clumsy mistake. Muguk believed that Paso had given him a gift, the very one he had created with his careless tongue. The cult leader looked quite embarrassed about what he had said. Muguk approached him and offered him a drink. Paso nervously drank the portion of alcohol he had just been staring blankly at his advisor. Muguk noticed and understood. The cult leader cannot hide or control his emotions when it comes to the captive person. It was just like Blood Heaven's sword demon losing self-control every time matters related to the Supreme Sword were mentioned. After Muguk left, Paso approached the advisor and asked him to forgive what he had said earlier. He explained that he is genuinely trying to apologize. Seeing that the advisor did not respond and did not say a word, Paso again suddenly became nervous. He raised his voice and ordered that man to explain what he thought he was doing. He emphasized that he was his servant. He asked why it was so terrible for him to speak roughly to him. He said that he had spoiled him with indulgences for so long and now he had become arrogant and conceited. He asked the man if he wanted to die, and he asked if he knew that he allowed him to address him informally 5 times a day. He threw in, no one would give a madman like him such a chance. He stated that this chance was given to him only because he was close to him. He asked if he could not appreciate it. The man did not say a word to his cult leader. Shouting at the top of his voice, Paso reminded his advisor that he said he could not drink when he had previously offered it to him. He reminded that the advisor then replied, he would rather die than drink. Paso could not believe that after all, the advisor still accepted the Muguk drink, although he claimed he did not drink. He asked the man if he had any excuses for his actions. The man said nothing. Paso hated his silence. He got angry and raised his hand. He dragged the man into a world where dead bodies lay everywhere. With a terrifying expression on his face, Paso told his advisor that this place suited him perfectly, and that from now on he would see only this one place. The man did not flinch for a moment even after these words. Paso did not know what to answer. Before he could do anything, the advisor lowered his head and apologized to him, saying that he was simply nearsighted. The cult leader was shocked to see this. He did not expect things to go this far. He could not believe that his disobedient subordinate was bowing before him. He realized he and his advisor would never again be able to have an open, honest conversation. The scene switches and we see Darian swinging a huge sword. He wiped sweat heavily. He raised his sword and heavily and sharply chopped with it, putting strength into the movement. Taking a breath, he raised the sword again until he was frozen in the swing. Muguk watched him away from afar, but he smiled as soon as he saw how diligently Darian was working. He remembered how that man shouted and complained about his life. While he was looking at him, someone asked, did he come here to watch his subordinate suffer? Muguk turned around and saw Blood Gavin's sword demon. He told the old man that Darian already suffers so much during the day, and added that he does not have such twisted hobbies. Kayampa asked him why he ended up here at this hour. Muguk replied that he has one thing he wants to discuss with him. Kayampa invited him to come inside. When our guy entered his office, he turned to the old man's shelf and stated that there are a lot of books there. Blood Gavin's sword demon asked him to finish the rest of his sentence. Muguk nervously told him that these books do not suit him. Kayampa replied that he does not read them. He told our guy that these books are just for decoration. Our guy told him that even as decoration, they do not suit him. Blood Gavin's sword demon got angry and raised his voice. He called Mugak insolent and stated that if he counts the number of books he read in his youth, it would equal the number of people Gavin's demon killed. Mugak sat down and said that if that were true, he would become a prominent scientist. Kayampa decided not to argue with Mugak. He asked what he wants to talk about. The guy told him there is someone who has bound him and he wants to remove it. The Blood Heaven Sword demon asked him who that was. Mugak explained to him that it was one of the subordinates of the leader of the Sky Heaven cult. Kayampa knew that the person had to be skilled if Mevguk wanted him, and that meant that the leader of the Sky Heaven cult valued this person very highly. Mugak smiled and told the man that this was the dilemma. Kayampa asked him, does Paso know that he wants him? Our guy told him that Paso still hasn't realized it. Kayampa asked if he had spoken with the subordinate. Mevguk replied that he hadn't said a word to him, then added that he simply believed their hearts were already connected. The Blood Heaven Sword demon was stunned by what he heard. He blurted out, this is too complicated a situation. Mugak explained that this was exactly why he came to him. He begged Kayampa to teach him the way to reach that man. The Blood Heaven Sword demon was shocked. He raised his voice and asked our guy if he wanted him to help figure out this situation. Mugak also raised his voice and told the old man that he trusted him so much that he needed a decision. Kayampa was clearly irritated upon hearing this. Our guy stared at him. Kayampa could feel that his words sounded absolutely serious. He pulled himself together and advised Mugak to do what he does best. Our guy asked him what he meant. Once the sword demon pointed at him and asked to kill the leader of the Sky Haven cult. Mugak did not expect to hear that. And MPA said that he would get two benefits at once if he did it. No one could even imagine resisting his ascent to the position of the next heavenly demon. And then he would be able to get the subordinate he wanted. Mugak told the Sword Blood Haven demon that he would not kill Paso. Then the old man curiously asked him to name the reason. Mugak explained that Paso could not be called a good person, but he was not so evil as to need to be killed. Kayampa thought that this was not the real reason why Mugak did not kill Paso. He asked our guy if he was not going to go after the cult leader since he was his treasury. Mugak laughed and said that this is part of his reason. The sword demon Blood of Heaven declared that despite this, Mugak is still a villain. Our guy smiled and agreed with him. Kayampa was stunned. He thought that he would agree with him so easily. Mugak asked the man to tell how he would deal with villains if he were too soft. He replied that he needs to be a proper villain to bear his karmic burden and go to hell himself. Blood Heaven Sword Demon did not expect to hear this. He asked Mugak to explain why he would go to hell, and he said, those like him go to hell. After that, he advised Mugak to follow the path of flowers. Our guy turned to stone when he heard this. Kayampa explained to him if he refuses to kill Paso, there is only one option left. He said that the subordinate must come to him himself without coercion. Mugak replied that he is actually not sure whether he gave this man enough reasons to do exactly that. He noted that they have not even exchanged words yet. Blood Heaven Sword Demon did not know what to answer. Mewcup thought that Blood Heaven Sword Demon would understand the same feeling when you want to win over someone to your side with whom you have not yet exchanged a single word. Kayampa told our guy that he needs to give this man confidence. Let him show him his people. Mugak almost did not expect to hear that. The sword demon Blood Heavens told him that the person he desires will gain confidence in him as soon as he sees his people. Mugak was stunned upon hearing this. He ran through Leon, Yanrang, Daryang, and Yan Ho in his mind, those who were on his side. The Sword Lord Demon Blood Heavens assured him that the man would not be able to resist once he saw his people. Mevguk had never thought about such a thing. Look carefully, Kayampa. The old man asked him why he was looking at him like that. Muguk smiled gently and said that it was the best advice he had ever received. Kayampa was surprised to hear this. He waved his hand, replying, as if that is not such good advice. Muguk declared that he is number one among their people, and he said that this is why it is the best advice. Blood Heaven Sword Demon was confused. He asked Muguk if he had given him the worst advice. Our guy smiled gently. Ampa told him that anyone would run away as soon as they saw him. He asked to show the man someone else and added that the advice was not for him to ask for something for himself. Muguk told him that he must come. Blood Heaven Sword Demon refused his offer. Muguk explained to him that he does not just want to show him this man, he wants him to see the person he himself chose. Kayampa was surprised to hear this. He asked him if he was absolutely serious. He questioned our guy about why he wants to do this. Muguk asked if he could no longer figure out who he is, even better, and said he wants to give him certainty about himself and become closer. Kayampa did not expect to hear that. Muguk stood up and asked him to follow him. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon asked if they were leaving right now. Muguk told him that it was indeed so. Why push this forward, he said. If they will leave anyway, and he suggested gathering everyone who had time and holding an introductory session for them. He explained to Kayampi that he would be able to see what he really was only through the one he himself had chosen. The demon sword Blood Heavens clenched his teeth in rage and told him that he was truly mad. Hearing this, Muguk only smiled. He was sure madness was necessary for him because it is so difficult to conquer even a single person. The scene changes and we are transported to the chambers of the cult leader. He sits and looks out the window at the moon. He and the advisor did not say a single word to each other. Silence prevailed everywhere. Looking at the moon, Paso gathered his thoughts and apologized to that man. The advisor told him that everything was fine. Paso knew it was not so. He realized that madness was to talk about advancing into the central steps if he could not win the heart of even one subordinate. And he also realized the other subordinates would be worse than this one. He thought that inside they laughed at him while outwardly swearing loyalty to him. As soon as he thought about this, the mentor called out to him. Paso shuddered upon hearing it, as if he heard something capable of turning his life upside down. He thought he would never again hear the mentor calling him. Paso gathered himself and turned sharply. He asked, "Tell me what happened." The mentor replied that he was trying to bind him with chains and even seize his heart. He asked Paso if he did not remember what he had told him. He reminded him that none of them were given to be people who have everything without letting go of anything. The cult leader gritted his teeth as soon as he heard this. Then Paso asked the man to explain why he accepted the Muguk liqueur. The man replied that he had no reasons. This angered Paso even more. He demanded that the advisor give him at least some explanations, and he said that he had the right to hear his reason. The man said nothing. With a look full of fear, Paso asked if he wanted to go to Muguk's side. His advisors still have not given him an answer. Paso asked again if he really plans to move to Muguk. The man said he had not decided yet. The cult leader snapped at the scream and declared that it was essentially the same thing. Paso asked him when he and Muguk became so close and whether they spoke behind his back using frequency whisper technology. The man replied that he never talked to Muguk. Then Paso asked him to explain why he was doing this. The man raised his head, and looking at the demon on the thunder bell, he informed the leader of his cult that he had read the thoughts of our guy, saying that Muguk wants him. Paso flared up with rage and raised his voice, ordering his advisor to stop talking nonsense. He threw out, "Is he trying to imitate the soul-devouring supreme demon?" and demanded an explanation of how exactly he managed to read thoughts. The advisor did not say a word. As soon as he saw this, Paso became nervous. Now he understood why he got so angry. It was not about his advisor accepting the Mevguk alcohol. However, it was because of a premonition. Something like that would happen. He raised his voice and asked his advisor if he thought he would let him go. He told him that he would kill him before allowing him to leave. The man replied that he must kill him right now. The cult leader froze in shock as soon as he heard this. So his advisor asked him, "Kill him while you still can." He replied that after this day he would no longer be able to. Paso flared up with anger upon hearing this. Then he asked the advisor if he behaved that way because he thought he could no longer kill him, and then asked if he looked down on him. He stepped closer and sharply inhaled. He gathered energy in his palms, raised his hand, and prepared to strike his advisor. The man did not say a word. He only stared at the ground and lowered his head. Paso could not find peace because of this. He could not believe that his advisor bowed his head and avoided eye contact so that he would not feel guilty for killing him. The man told the cult leader he would never be able to kill him if he did not do it right now. He also added that he would not allow anyone to kill him once he decided to live. He asked Paso kill him now if he really wanted to end his life. The cult leader ground his teeth in anger. He looked carefully at his advisor, and then he understood he could not take the life of the person standing before him. He drained his energy and lowered his hand. He asked the advisor if he thought he would escape alone in this hellish shit of this world. He told him that he would not allow this to happen. The man raised his head to look at his cult leader. Paso reminded him that he himself said, "The decision has not yet been made." The man smiled and replied to the cult leader that he was right. Paso placed his hand on his chest and told his advisor that he just needed to watch to make sure he didn't lose anything, and that he had to become someone greater than Nuga. The man told him he was right and asked, "Keep living like this." Paso heard this irritably. He asked him not to speak to him as if it were a farewell. His advisor also asked not to cling to him. He told him that now he only looks better because someone else is trying to take you. Paso poked him with his finger and ordered, "Shut up." He asked just to give him a chance to convince. He said that after he convinces him, he will be able to choose whom to serve. He said people say even a hateful bond is still a bond. He asked if he was not allowed to resist a little after so many years together in the cult. And to the advisor he threw, "I will cling to him like a mad dog and try to hold on." The man replied that nothing would work and explained, Mevguk is not the one you can stand against. Time passed. Paso heard this irritably, raised his voice, and told his advisor that he could not just let him go like that. He asked the man to take him with him if he wanted to leave. The advisor smiled and asked the cult leader to side with Yuguk together with him. Paso froze at what he heard. He asked the man if he was conscious. The advisor reminded that he himself promised to make Muguk a heavenly demon, so he asked the cult leader to join him in a joint effort and make our guy the next heavenly demon. He assured him that as soon as all this happens, dreams will come true by themselves, and added that someone like Muguk will definitely establish the cult of Heavenly Paradise's headquarters next to the cult of the divine heavenly demon. Paso called the advisor crazy and asked if he even listens to himself. As soon as he managed to ask the question, the waiter shouted in response. He reported that Muguk and several guests had already arrived. The cult leader asked which guests he meant. The waiter informed him that a whole company came with Muguk, 5 people. Paso grimaced in shock. He did not expect our guy to press so hard. In the next scene, we see Muguk and his people entering Paso's chambers. Muguk brought with him Blood Heaven Sword Demon and Flower Sword Supremes, and Jang Ho. Except for Blood Heaven Sword Demon, Muguk did not tell the others that he was going to meet the cult leader Heaven Sky. He wanted them to show him their true, unchanging essence. With a smile on his face, Paso said that the honored guests had come to him, and he joyfully welcomes each of them. Muguk clasped his hands together and explained to the cult leader. He suddenly wanted to meet him, so he came to pay homage along with those companions who were nearby. He asked Paso to forgive him for his awkward speech. The cult leader replied that it did not matter. Then he added that this was a good opportunity to get closer to the heroes of the divine cult. Muguk thanked him and said that he was as broad and generous as the sea. Kayampa greeted the cult leader, and Paso met him. Paso added that he heard, recently he had grown closer to Muguk. Blood Heaven Sword Demon informed Paso that he heard wrong. He said that he and Muguk were not just close. He told Paso that he was the left wing of our guy. Nuguk and Yanreng were quite surprised to hear this. Our boy did not even think that Kayampa would dare to say something like that. They always threw around talks about wings as a light joke among themselves, and Muguk never expected Kayampa to say this to someone else. Yanreng declared that she was not the right wing of Muguk. The cult leader told her that he heard. It was precisely thanks to her great help that Changxin was able to become the Supreme Demon. Sword Supreme said that she did it because she trusts Mevguk. She told Paso that Blood Heaven Sword Demon was the one who provided the greatest support. At the same time, she said that she only managed to achieve a hold and added, Kayampa gave them a full voice. Muguk was surprised to hear this. He thought that it was Sword Supreme who gained the full voice, while Blood Heaven Sword Demon could only manage a hold. He smiled. He used the frequency whisper technique and asked Kayampa if he hadn't said that he was being pursued and pushed away. The old man replied that probably someone helped him because they felt sorry for him. Muguk assured him that if it happened again, he would make Demon Supreme kneel. Kayampa said that he would not go begging for someone's services a second time. Our guy thanked him for the support. Kayampa asked him to forget about it. Muguk could not believe that Blood Heaven Sword Demon, after so much effort, did not even try to take all the credit for pulling off such a great feat. Paso clasped his hands together and told Kayampa that he was better than his friend. And Blood Heaven Sword Demon asked him if it was not strange to look for friends in Jianghu. He said that people just come together and drift apart, depending on what exactly they need at that moment. He told Paso that such a life preserves purity in many things. The cult leader stated that he would not forget this good lesson. Zhang he clasped his hands and introduced himself as the commander of the demonic army. He told Paso that it was an honor to meet him. To him, the cult leader said that the honor was his. He did not even think he would meet the valiant Jang Ho like this. Jang Ho explained that he had been pestering Muguk to allow him to see Supreme, one of the outer Muram. The cult leader said that this name was of empty glory. He addressed Jang Hao and assured him that he hoped he would not disappoint him. Jang Ho actually went after Muguk as soon as he heard his request. He didn't even ask why our guy needed it. Muguk understood Jang Ho has reliable resilience, the kind that indicates he will silently do everything he is entrusted with. Darian bowed and shook his head, saying he was not sure if he was worthy enough to be here. After that, he introduced himself as Inquisitor Nirvana Pavilion. The cult leader told him that he knew him very well. He said that people say he is Muguk's right hand. Darian was stunned to hear this. He asked the cult leader if people really say such things. Muguk smiled and replied that probably people do think so, since Paso knew about it without any of his words. Leon folded her hands and introduced herself. She is the one who takes care of Muguk. Paso told her that he hadn't seen eyes filled with such passion for a long time. The woman thanked him for the kind attitude. Mugak pulled Leon closer to himself and told Paso that Duryong might be his right hand, but Leon is his heart. The woman was surprised to hear this. Our guy asked everyone to remember that Leon is like his heart. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Paso did not understand why Mugak said that. Nuguk told his guard that she should not risk her own life for him, even if he is her heart. He added that no one must sacrifice themselves for him, even if he is highly valued, and he asked Leon not to forget this. Mugak spoke like this, showing this man his vision of elders and subordinates. The cult leader told him that he was jealous. Apparently, he has someone whom he can praise like that. He replied that he simply cannot sit and watch him boast about his subordinates. He said that he would also introduce someone. He pointed to a man in chains and called him his right hand. Mugak quickly turned around as soon as he heard this. He knew that Paso had never introduced Chain Mantem. After his careless slip of words, he suddenly realized something had definitely changed between Paso and his advisor. The bloody heavenly sword demon asked Paso to explain why he had shackled his right hand, the man who supports his back. Paso told him directly his advisor is the one who will rise to the heavens as soon as Paso loses sight of him. Therefore, he has to hold him by force. The bloody heavenly sword demon addressed the cult leader with a question, asking if he would not allow him to fly if it was already destined. Paso replied, "It is not as simple as it sounds." The bloody heavenly sword demon said that he understood him, and then added, "Emojis are so stubborn that people cannot handle them so easily." He carefully looked into Muguk's eyes while speaking. Muguk realized Kayampa had just asked the cult leader to release the one who, by all rules, should have been sent away, and at the same time praised the chained man, calling him a dragon destined to soar upward. Plant, our guy was sure, if he were 20 years younger, he would have made the demon sword blood heavens his advisor. Kayampa's words seemed to stick in the cult leader's head. A few minutes passed, and we see how the martial artists put their weapons aside. Everyone settled together. A few glasses on the table and dishes one after another were placed before them. Muguk and Paso laughed together, sharing sip after sip. Leon and Yanrang began negotiating with each other. Paso shared funny stories with the group. While they were drinking, Leon turned aside and asked if it would be okay if she offered the advisor a drink. Muguk did not expect to hear that. He recalled how Paso made a terrible verbal mistake when, before speaking to the man, he offered him a drink. He could not believe that Leon was making the very same proposal right now. Paso smiled and asked her to continue, saying that his advisor liked it just like that. Muguk did not expect to hear this again, and at that moment it became clear to him the cult leader had changed. When she poured him a drink, Leon asked the man if he was guarding Thunderbell. The man replied that he used to guard her, but now the Thunderbell guards him himself. The woman said that she was also in the same situation. The man was surprised to hear this. Smiling, Leon said, "She once protected her young master and now he protects her." The man was shocked by what he heard. He smiled gently. Leon asked him, "Does the Thunderbell ever tell her to go away?" She replied that her young master constantly asks her to leave him and also that Mevguk keeps saying he wants her to live her own life. She asked the advisor if this was really the reason, or if Muguk was trying to send her away because he did not like her. The man explained to her that Mevguk would not call her so sharply in front of everyone if he did not want to tolerate her and wanted her to stay away. Leon smiled and turned around. She said that probably that was exactly the case. Feeling this, our boy smiled gently. He understood that Leon's instincts had already worked as soon as she felt. The reason he brought them was directly related to the advisor. He touched his chest with his palm and seemed to transfer this feeling to the woman. Leon nervously whispered that her master does this too often, and it creates the impression that he is playing with her. Daryong stood up and approached her. He told the guard that her lord acts this way because he cares about her too much. Leon asked him if he was really serious. Darian sat down and replied that he noticed this. The pavilion master is very eager that none of his subordinates die. He said that Muguk has a fatherly heart, a heart that wants them to leave the cruel world of swords behind and live prosperously. Additionally, he told Lee that he believes Muguk taught him martial arts precisely because of this anxiety. Muguk objected he is wrong. He explained that he raises him properly to use him appropriately later, and added, if he is so naive, others will often use him. Daryong told Leon, sometimes it is easier to be under someone's hand when you are used wisely, and if under a clumsy and indecisive leader, it will be even harder. Leon agreed with him and rang his glass against his glass. Then they both drank their liqueur. The woman asked Daryong to tell why he loves Mevguk so much. The investigator was surprised to hear such a question. He asked her if he was behaving as if he really liked Muguk. Leon replied that he would not have come this far if he did not love our guy. Everyone focused intently on the investigator to hear his answer. After some thought, Darian placed his cup on the table and said that he was there because he is Muguk's right hand. Muguk smiled when he heard this. Darian and Lee laughed out loud. Hearing Darian's answer, the cult leader carefully looked around at the people around him. The advisor turned to Darian and asked what he would do if someone tried to take his position. Darian was surprised to hear this question. Leon and Jin Hao turned to him, waiting for an answer. Darian smiled and said that this person could do that. He explained to the man he does not think that person could stand against him because he is too timid and easily frightened. He added that he is now working diligently, like the right hand of Muguk, preparing for the day when something similar will happen. Muguk turned to Bloodheaven's sword demon and asked him to raise Darian well. Ampa replied that he would not do that. Yes, he said it immediately. Someone threw out that he is the next candidate for the position of right hand. Darian and Leon quickly turned to that person. It turned out to be Jang Ho. He said that Darian might be good enough to pass his position to him, but he would not allow that place to go to anyone else. Darian did not know what to say in response. As soon as Jang Ho finished speaking, he immediately locked eyes with the advisor. The advisor asked him why he was so obsessed with the role of right hand. He replied that it was better for him to be the left hand and watch the fight of the right hand. Jang Ho told him that he did not have such a hobby watching people fight. His goal was to become the right hand, so he would work for it. Muguk did not expect to hear that at all. The advisor told Jang Ho that he had quite a brave character. Jang Ho clasped his hands together and thanked him. No one knew what to say, as if they really did not understand the conversation of these two men. The cult leader raised his cup and used the frequency whisper technique to convey to the advisor that he was talking nonsense by calling Zion a house husband. He inquired when exactly he had ever said something like that to him. The man replied that it was so because they did not know each other well enough yet. He explained to his lord, there is a person who can spout all sorts of things, and he is one of those who can joke and even tease without shame. Paso asked why he said something like that at such a time. The man said that he himself started first. Paso agreed with him and said that he did not understand why these people conspired like that. Could they really attack him as a pack? His advisor asked if that was already obvious. Paso replied that they all work for their leader. Paso said that it was cowardly, and the other retorted, he himself is in this room. The man asked Paso what he had been doing all this time and reminded him, he has so many subordinates. Paso clarified what exactly he meant and asked if he wanted to say that Muguk is the type of leader who really cares about his subordinates above all else. He explained if Paso sides with Muguk, he will do so for reasons that have nothing to do with his people. And it would be the same if at that moment 100 people burst into our guy just for praise. He asked Paso, the cult leader, not to pay attention to the crowd around. Paso asked his advisor to tell him why he would really side with Muguk. The man never gave him an answer. Paso seemed to be even more upset by this. He placed his glass on the table and told Mevguk that he has good subordinates. Our guy replied that he has even better subordinates. Paso disagreed. He said that he is a lonely man. Then he pointed to his advisor and said that no one except him understands him. Muguk replied that it is a great blessing to have in life someone who can understand you. Paso looked him straight in the eyes and agreed with him. He said that he hopes this blessing will remain close for a long time. Muguk seemed to understand his words. Paso raised the bottle with the drink and asked Muguk to drink. He poured his energy into the bottle. Our guy noticed this. He confidently felt that the cult leader poured his inner energy directly into the bottle of alcohol. Paso lifted it carefully, as if it were a fragile glass. He knew only true masters are capable of transferring inner energy into a vessel without breaking it. If a person lacks inner energy to match the master, they will not be able to receive and accept the liqueur. Paso carefully, gently poured the liqueur into Muguk's cup. Our guy took the drink without any flinching. Immediately, he confidently looked at the cult leader. Paso was shocked to see this. He realized that Muguk's inner energy surpassed his own. He could not accept this reality. He watched as our guy raised the cup closer to his lips and swallowed the same drink, the liquor. After he finished drinking, Muguk extended the cup to Paso and asked him to accept his offering. The cult leader glanced at the cup with a flash of anger. He knew if he did not take a sip before all these people, he would be publicly humiliated. He accepted the cup and said that he would receive the drink from the hidden ascending dragon. Muguk poured his inner energy into the bottle and carefully poured Paso a drink. The cult leader nervously watched as Muguk filled his cup. In an instant, our guy was already finished. He drank the liqueur and hit the cup on the table. He said that this liqueur has a wonderful taste. Muguk suggested drinking until they got drunk. Hasso agreed with him. He barely smiled and asked his advisor if he saw how a drink infused with Muguk's inner energy was handed to him. The advisor replied that it was nothing. The man told him that our guy was trying to save face and added that probably Mevguk didn't even feel it. Then he explained to the cult leader that Mevguk used his inner energy because he used it first. Then he told Passo that he would be in an awkward position if Mevguk just poured the liqueur as usual, and also noted that our guy didn't even pour all his inner energy into the drink. Passo knew that his advisor was right. He directly exchanged inner energy with our guy, and he finally understood the situation. His advisor asked him not to lose faith. He assured him that he knew well who was in front of him. Hearing this, Passo was surprised. He said that because of these words, he felt even more painfully shrinking with shame, that he is usually much better than he shows himself now, and that he did not understand why he was making so many mistakes. After which the man directly told his cult leader that he fully understood him. While he was drinking his liqueur, Bloodhaven Sword Demon used the frequency whisper technique to ask Muguk why he did not humiliate Passo. The boy explained to him, if Passo's pride is hurt, the situation will only get worse. Kayampa raised his cup and told Muguk that he should have just crushed Passo while he had the chance. He added, a person's heart moves in simpler ways than they think. Muguk replied that he probably noticed something more important. Kayampa asked if the sage was exaggerating. Our boy told him that maybe he was right. He turned to Daryong and asked how his martial arts training was going these days. Daryong said it was exhausting, but he was working hard. Bloodhaven Sword Demon asked him if it was really that exhausting, and Daryong quickly denied, no, it is not exhausting. Kayampa told him that he would soon increase the training volume. Daryong shouted and told Kayampa that this exhaustion was enough to kill him. Muguk smiled and told the man that pleasing Kayampa would be as hard as trying to hit his father's pressure point. Daryong called Bloodhaven Sword Demon Master and said that learning from him was not exhausting at all. Just then Kayampa glanced at him sideways and reminded him that he was calling him master again. Daryong stood up and explained to Kayampa that he considered him his master, even if he had not formally accepted him as a student, and added that he would remember him as a master forever, even if he kicked him out tomorrow. Demon of the Sword of the Bloody Heavens fiercely looked at him and asked if he allowed him to remember himself. Muguk smiled and asked if he would not allow this man to remember what he wants. Someone said that Kayampa is exactly that type of person. The Sword of the Bloody Heavens confirmed this. The women and Muguk were stunned to hear this. They quickly turned to the one who was speaking. It turned out to be the Supreme of Swords. Kayampa asked Yeonrang if she knew him well enough to say that. Yes, the woman replied that she did. She said that it was actually she who did not want to remember some things. Two supreme demons glared viciously at each other. Muguk smiled gently. Jangho nervously looked at Kayampa. Daryong and even Leon felt something was wrong and the air became too tense. Passo could not fully comprehend what exactly was happening. He applied his frequency whispering technique and whispered to his advisor. Two demon supremes are sorting out their relationship right in his presence. He asked him to tell what exactly scheme they were trying to pull off. He reminded him that he already knew these two demon supremes do not get along with each other. The cult leader replied that he understood this, but still could not grasp why these two cunning foxes openly showed emotions and argued in front of him. He inquired his advisor what he knew about these people. The man told him that they were not fighting because they were standing in front of him. Passo did not expect to hear that. His advisor informed him that they were fighting precisely because they were standing in front of Muguk. The cult leader was stunned upon hearing this. He carefully glanced at everyone in the room and felt as if his presence was simply being ignored. When he looked at Muguk, Passo realized the advisor was right. He hated this situation. He was sure that these people were complete lunatics. He gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to push the table aside and order everyone to leave. He could not believe that they came to his home as a whole pack to behave so openly right before his eyes. Passo wanted to threaten this group by asking them if they wanted to start a war with the Outer Muram. But he understood well, this was not the place where he should behave like that. He pulled himself together and told Mugga that his cult would spare no support for him to become the next celestial demon. Muguk thanked him and assured that he would do everything possible for Sky Haven Cold to move to the Central Plains. Passo told him that thanks to him his disciple was able to become the supreme demon, and he added, he still wants to repay him even if he asked for no reward. Everyone turned to the cult leader as soon as they heard this. Passo tried to prove to his advisor that he was not narrow-minded and greedy at all. He stood up and asked Muguk to choose something in the room. He assured him that he would definitely give it to him. Our guy looked around and asked Paso if he would really give him something. Paso told him yes, definitely. Mugak turned to the advisor and he sharply pointed to his shackles and asked the cult leader to give them to him. Paso was surprised to hear this. The Demon Supremes did not expect Mugak to dare to make such a request. Darian and Jang Ho were also very impressed upon hearing Mugak's request. Even Leon flinched when he heard his master's request. In the end, the advisor did not say a word. Paso glanced at Mugak with a look full of rage. He could not believe that our guy allowed himself that, although he had just explained to him that this man is his right hand. Paso told Mugak that he would no longer give him his right hand. Mugak corrected him and stated, he is not asking for the right hand itself. He is asking for shackles forged from iron 10,000 years old. Paso suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. He asked our guy what he intended to use his shackles for. However, Mugak turned to Darian and said that he wanted to use the shackles to bind anyone who would not obey. Darian replied that shackles are needed to bind those who obey well and warned his master. Real troubles begin when he binds someone like him, someone who disobeys. Paso was shocked upon hearing this, so he stopped for a moment. He looked carefully and cautiously at his advisor. He remembered the moments when he removed the shackles from the man and let him wander in another dimension. He had never looked at the shackles that way. Mugak told Paso that he would have pleasure when he melted the 10,000-year-old iron and made something more valuable from it. He assured, a treasure of such kind is hard to find even among divine relics. He begged Paso to give him the shackles. The cult leader knew what Mugak really meant. He wanted to free his advisor. He could only guess what to do next. He wanted someone to advise him in the rhythm of that frequency whisper technique. However, it all came down to removing his advisor's shackles. Paso knew, in this situation, he would never advise him. To his surprise, his advisor used the frequency whisper technique to tell him to reject Mugak's request. Paso was shocked upon hearing this. The advisor explained to him that he should not accept this request for his own sake. The cult leader asked why he involved him in this. The advisor reminded, this is an important matter concerning the removal of his shackles. The man reminded the cult leader that he said, he wants everything to be fair. Paso was suddenly confused. He did not understand what Mugak and his advisor were thinking. He could not keep up with them because they were smarter than him. He said he would say it and would not back down from his promise. He pulled out the necklace to which the keychain was attached and carefully and cautiously examined it. Paso did not keep his promise out of pride and did not do it just to save face. He did it to show his advisor that he had truly changed and hoped that he would recognize these changes. He passed by Mugak and his comrades. He approached his advisor closer and pulled out the key to unlock his shackles. He gave Mugak the shackles. Our boy thanked him for that. As soon as the advisor sat down, Mugak turned to him and asked, is there something that the advisor would like to do after Mugak melts these shackles? Kayampa and Yanreng turned to him as soon as they heard these words. Jang Ho nervously looked at Mugak. He did not expect him to ask such a question. The cult leader could hardly believe it. Mugak had just given him shackles and now he was asking a subordinate as if nothing had happened. He had only one response left for such people, to overturn the drinking table. Immediately he grabbed the table, Kayampa pressed his palm against it and released some energy. Paso was stunned, feeling his energy move. He quickly turned to him. Kayampa used the frequency whisper technique to ask Paso to restrain himself. He told him that he would not see the table hit the floor if it was overturned. He informed the cult leader that it was his own body that would hit the floor. Paso did not expect to hear something like that. Ampa glared at him angrily. The cult leader stared at him and held the gaze for a long time. He carefully released the table. The advisor told Mugak that he only wanted one fan. Ergai asked if that was all. The man replied, yes, that's all. Mugak handed Django the shackles and ordered him to take them to Master Artisan Guak in the cult forge. He commanded to tell the master to make a fan from iron that is 10,000 years old and from what remains, 8 daggers. Django replied that he understood. Mugak said that they can honor this day. Let everyone take 1 dagger each. His comrades realized that our guy was also forging a dagger for the cult leader Sky Heaven and for his right hand. Darian stood up and said that he did not feel he could be allowed to accept such a precious dagger. Leon stood up and said that she too should not take it. Jang agreed with them. Mugak approved their behavior and asked them to repay him like this, to work themselves to death instead of wasting time on modesty. The 3 of them thanked him for his generosity. Paso asked him to explain why he was also giving him a dagger. Mugak smiled and said that he would like to celebrate this day. Paso said that he is not interested in any celebration today. His advisor used the technique of frequency whispering to ask him to take it. He told the cult leader that he understood. he flared up because of him and reminded that they still need to advance into the Central Plains. The cult leader could not believe that his advisor was truly giving his all, right up to the very end. He carefully, cautiously examined the man, and then it dawned on him he himself was to blame for not meeting the advisor's expectations. He exhaled and calmed down, telling Mugak that it was a joke. He also asked our guy to give him a dagger, and he added that the shackles were not just for show, they also had meaning. Our guy smiled and accepted his request. "Listen, Paso, you are truly incredible," said Last. He recalled that a dagger forged from 10,000 years of cold iron was hard to get even in the Central Plains. Paso could not believe that Mugak was handing them out to everyone indiscriminately. Then our guy explained, he does this because these gifts are extremely valuable to him. The cult leader asked if there was any guarantee that these valuable people would remain valuable in the future. Mugak informed him that he does not make investments. Paso was quite surprised to hear this. With a smile, our guy said that he gives this gift out of sincere gratitude for everything everyone has done for him up to this moment. Jangho Darien. Leon was touched when he heard this. Yaso quietly glanced at Mugak while he was speaking. During the work, he felt as if he was left aside. He saw Mugak flickering in the room. He gently closed his eyes, as if his own weakness annoyed him. While he was thinking, someone offered him a drink. As it turned out, it was Kayampa. The old man looked Paso straight in the eyes. The cult leader decided to accept his drink. The sword demon Bloody Sky reminded him that he said exactly that they cannot tame the ascending dragons. He told Paso that it was better to let go of his desires and set them free. Paso carefully looked at his liqueur. "And drink it." The night dragged on, and the company managed to down several bottles of liqueur. Darien filled his glass and poured another portion of liqueur down his throat. Leon noticed that he was already quite drunk, and she advised him to stop. She warned that if he kept drinking, he would grab his master's pant leg again, but Darien ignored her and said he was fine. Mugak told him that his tongue was already getting tangled. Darien asked him not to worry and assured him he was not drunk. Hearing this, Mugak turned to Ho Jing. The commander of the demonic army assured him that he would take care of Darien and Leon and asked our guy not to worry. Mugak asked him to hit them with his giant fist if they looked like they were about to start misbehaving. Jang Ho said that catching them when they start behaving, to put it mildly, inadequately, will not be easy at all, and that Leon and Darien have recently just become on the move. Paso insisted that it was as if the world had turned upside down. Now even a person like Mugak has to adjust to the whims of his subordinates. Mugak immediately understood that Paso was talking about his advisor, not Leon or Darien. The cult leader asked Mugak if he plans to monitor the moods of his subordinates while he leads the cult when he becomes the heavenly demon. Mugak asked the cult leader if he knew what all senseless people have in common, and Paso clarified whether it was their incompetence and laziness, that very commonality. Our guy said it was true, but they have something even more mundane. Paso, the cult leader, asked him what exactly. Mugak stated that incapable people have no tact. Paso even shuddered upon hearing this. Kayampa and Yanrang turned to Mugak as soon as they heard his words. Having spoken, the cult leader asked Mugak whether he meant that he should watch the mood of his subordinates, or if he believed that the cult could work properly that way, and what he would do if he was swallowed by a sect of orthodox freaks. Mugak told Paso that he would find out exactly what kind of people were under him and what was in their hearts by observing their mood. Our guy replied that he did not want any imposed loyalty. He heard this immediately. Paso flipped the table and ordered Mugak to shut up, and Yanrang used their powers so that no food would spill on them. Darien and Leon froze in shock, seeing what the cult leader had done. Paso raised his voice and declared that this was complete nonsense. He told his advisor that Mevguk was just pretending to suck up and get into his favor. He said that even if Mugak spoke like that, he would still drag his subordinate aside somewhere and kill him if he did not obey. He explained to his advisor that Mevguk was simply trying to make him understand. He would watch his mood. He said that our guy was just putting on a show because he wanted to take him away. Everyone silently stared at Paso. The cult leader froze, staring at his advisor. The man looked at him just as attentively. Paso did not know exactly what his mentor expected from him. That was how he was. He did not want to listen to Mugak's nonsense and did not know what to do. Even though they were staring intently at each other, neither of them said a word. Mugak said that he was probably rude. He stood up, apologized to Paso, and promised, Tomorrow he would come again and apologize properly because it was already late. Two demon supremes bowed their heads before the cult leader and left the room together with Muguk. Paso hated the situation. He knew he should not have done this in front of Muguk and the demon supremes. Most of all, he should not have done something like that in front of his advisor. While he was thinking, the man stood up. He was walking towards him. He picked up the bottle of alcohol and handed it to Paso. The cult leader took the bottle, took a sip, and wiped his lips. He looked at his advisor. A doubt crept in. Should they have sat down and drunk together with this man from the very beginning? He thought about what exactly the man was afraid of. He admitted he put the shackles on him because he was afraid that the man would kill him, and added, in fact, he himself is afraid that he will turn out to be the one who kills. The man objected, that is not true. Paso was shocked to hear this. The man told Paso that he had not thought about any of this when he put the shackles on him. He explained to him that the reasons he just mentioned are thoughts that have only recently started to appear in him. Before that, Paso lived his life without thinking about anything. At first, he simply tied the man up and never considered anything else because it became a habit. Paso knew that his advisor was right. He only realized how big the problem of the chains was when he got entangled with Muguk. The advisor told the cult leader that everything was fine. They say everyone lives like that. So Paso said that no, it was not okay. He replied to the man he would leave because of this mistake. The advisor admitted to him that he was not letting him go because he had bound him with chains. Paso asked why the man was leaving and inquired whether he thought that being with Muguk, he could change the world. The man said he had no dreams of changing the world. Paso raised his voice and asked him to explain why he was leaving. The advisor raised his head and declared that he was leaving because he could no longer predict anything further. Paso did not understand what the man was talking about. His advisor reminded him that he was leading the entire matter related to the situation in Muram, in Outer Muram, together with him. He said he could not predict a single thing about Muguk. Paso reminded him that he actually had predicted things. He reminded him what he said when Muguk would come, and even predicted that our guy would demand divine relics. The advisor replied that these things were trivial. He reported to his suzerain that he had heard so many reports about the divine cult in Outer Muram. Most of them were always about Muguk. Our guy slipped beyond his expectations. He did not know that Muguk would kill the commander of the demonic army, or that he would also kill the supreme demon who devours souls. The advisor admitted that he did not even know that Muguk would bring under his control the demon Blood Heavens who had flown up. He told Paso that he never thought Muguk would bring everyone under his control there and would also ask for his chains. With a face full of incomprehension, the man asked Paso how such a thing could have happened at all. The cult leader froze in shock. The man said that maybe he would become wiser if he went with Muguk. He assured that everything was fine with that, even if he would be treated coldly. To Paso he explained, he still needed to go and see everything with his own eyes, understand why he could not predict what Muguk would do, and see who the guy in question really was. And he directly told his cult leader that he was sincerely interested in Muguk. Hearing this, Paso became upset. He asked his advisor whether it might happen that everything between them would fall apart. The man turned to him and said that it was possible. He suggested going together to Muguk. Paso raised his voice and called him a crazy freak. He asked him what exactly he was trying to drag him into. The man ordered Paso to follow him and find out everything for himself. The cult leader inquired of his advisor what, in his opinion, his subordinates thought. He asked whether the advisor believed they would follow him if he went under someone's too young patronage. The man asked Paso to drop everything and come with him. The cult leader shuddered upon hearing this. The advisor asked him to hand over his position to his successor and follow him. He promised that they would live a new life. Paso froze in frozen shock. He could not believe what he was hearing. Paso asked the man to tell him how he could be useful if he gave up the title of leader of the Sky Haven cult. The man told him that he would be a more worthy person if he gave up his title, and explained to Paso he had spent his whole life tied to his own title, so he lived a rather mediocre life. The man said that he was not the only one who lived in chains. Paso was annoyed to hear this. He threw a bottle of liqueur at the wall and ordered the man to stop talking nonsense. He asked if the man was asking him to step down himself. Paso raised his voice and declared to his advisor that this place was such that with just one word he could kill anyone, eat anything, and call any beauty to himself. With a cold look in his eyes, the advisor asked Paso if any of that had made him happy. The cult leader did not expect to hear that question. He pulled himself together and said that he was happy, but immediately caught himself. No, he was not happy, but not unhappy either. He asked his advisor if he would become happy when he resigned from this position, or if that joy which he never had as a cult leader would simply come to him and stand beside him. The advisor replied that he did not know. and told Paso that he would have to search for it himself. Paso pointed at him and accused him of trying to destroy him. He replied that he was trying to make him suffer. The advisor told him that perhaps he was right. Paso had no idea that he would dare to say such a thing. He lowered his hand and screamed piercingly. Clenching his teeth, Paso raised his head. His advisor watched him as he did this. Paso silently watched. The cult leader was by no means satisfied with such a situation. He informed his advisor that he had lost. The man did not expect him to say such a thing. "This, Paso," he said, "happened because I lost to people who are so eloquent and intelligent." He asked the man to leave. The advisor was stunned upon hearing this news. Hear this, Paso turned to him and ordered him to go suffer in hell. He promised that he would regret his departure until the day of his death. He sharply waved his hand and drove the man away. "Your appearance now disgusts me," he said. Now the man shuddered upon hearing what his cult leader said. He felt a wave of energy as soon as Paso waved his hand. This energy made him feel as if he had woken up anew, refreshed, filled with strength. It seemed as if he was being given a new life. While Paso was looking the other way, he continued silently feeling how everything inside was changing. And suddenly he heard some sound. When he turned around, he saw a key on the floor. He asked the man why he needed the key, and the man replied that Mevguk had taken it with him. The man confessed to him that years ago he had forged it. Paso shuddered upon hearing this. He picked up the key from the floor and asked the man how he had managed to do such a thing. He also asked why he had not run away. He understood that the man had the opportunity to kill him. After all, he had managed to remove the shackles. Paso asked why then he had not done it. The man told him that this was probably the very reason why he did not kill him, even when he was constantly insulting him. Paso shuddered at what he heard. Smiling, the man reminded the cult leader. Once he himself said that the only person who truly understands him and knows him best is him. The man led further and told Paso that he felt the same about him. The cult leader was stunned. Gradually tears welled up in his eyes. He closed his eyes to keep from crying. Now he understood why this farewell was so painful, and why it left so many bitter reproaches within him. He could not believe that the man would give him the key at such a moment. The man said that he was a loser until the very end. The man fell to his knees and bowed his head before Paso. The cult leader was stunned to see that. The man told him he was wrong. He did not kill him and lets go so easily as if nothing happened. He said to Paso, "You are an amazing person." The cult leader did not know what to answer. Although the man could have escaped, although he himself wanted to die many times, but there was one reason why he chose to live like that. He told Paso that he lives exactly like that because he is attached to him. He assured the cult leader that he would never forget the mercy he showed today by freeing him. Paso still did not know what to say. The man bowed his head and told him that he was waiting for the day when they would meet again. The cult leader did not say a single word. He watched as his advisor stood up and left the room. All that was left for Paso was to stand silently. After the man left, Paso looked around the empty room. Home and despair overwhelmed him. The scene changes and takes us to the finale. We see Jang Ho drinking with Dariang and Leon. The commander of the demonic army told the other two that he sometimes feels frustrated. Leon asked why exactly. He replied, "Leon is the heart of Mu-guk and Dariang is his right hand, but he's still nothing." Leon told him that this is what makes him even more impressive. Jang Ho shuddered upon hearing this. He asked her what she meant. The woman replied, "He can still call Mu-guk his lord, even if he himself is no longer either the heart or the right hand." Jang Ho did not expect to hear that at all. So Leon agreed with him. Calling someone your right hand or your heart is by no means a trifle. She said that the young master's trust in him is still genuine. She added that it is enough for her just to look into Muguk's eyes. Jang Ho was surprised again upon hearing this. Yes, he asked her if she was serious, and Leon assured him that it really was so. Darian told her that she really knows how to uplift others very well. The woman asked him if it looked like that. Yes, Darian replied to her that it was so. After these words, he raised his cup. Likewise, the other two clinked their cups together with him. They smiled brightly as they enjoyed their alcohol together. Darian asked if they knew who Janeg Man was, and he said that the man did not look ordinary. Jang Ho clasped his hands together and declared that he would not allow anyone to do as they please, even if they were too important or outstanding. Darian thanked him for having substituted for him earlier. Jang Ho was surprised upon hearing this. He apologized to Darian and admitted that he did not intervene for his sake. When he said that he lined up as a candidate for the position of right hand, he was simply being sincere. Darian did not expect to hear these words. He said that Jang Ho is the commander of the demonic army. Jang Ho sharply cut him off and asked him not to speak as if he would give up his position to him. He replied that he did not believe it. The position of Mevguk's right hand could not be so easily transferred. Darian was stunned with surprise upon hearing this. He explained to the man that he meant to say he would not give up his position to him. Zhang He was surprised to hear this. He asked him why he claimed he would resign from the position in the cult leader's chambers. Darian revealed to him that he was lying. The flow of the moment created the impression that he was not fit to step forward, and he told the man that he would never give up this position to him. Leon smiled as soon as she heard this. Darian told the other two that his elder in the Nirvana Pavilion was killed by a former commander of the demonic army. He said that he was consumed only by thoughts of revenge. He even memorized all the personal details about the demonic army. But that was all. He did not dare even to suggest a reinvestigation. He just continued to burn with revenge inside. Darian for a drink liqueur, and by that allowed Jin Ho to fill his cup again. He told the other two that his actions were pathetic, but it was the only way to survive his own pain. Darian looked at his cup and said that if he had not appeared as a temporary investigator of Mangak, he would have lived his whole life drowning in self-blame, in darkness and depression. Darian asked Jang Ho if he knew that Mangak speaks to him the most today. He replied that Mangak always asks him why he suddenly became so cheerful, and also asks if he thinks he will so easily give up the position of right hand. He said that he would not give in to him, and reminded that with each day he is improving more and more in martial arts. Jang Ho and Leon smiled as soon as he heard it. The scene switches, and we see how Mangak meditates on a stone. He opened his eyes as soon as he felt someone's approach. That man was standing in front of him. Mangak stared intently straight into his eyes. Then he abruptly turned around as if he had felt a turn on his heels. He asked him how things were going with them. The advisor did not expect to hear that. He told Mangak that he continues to break his expectations until the very end. Our guy asked what he meant. The man explained. He did not expect that he would check his ankles even before they exchanged greetings. Our guy replied that his ankles are more important than greetings. The man said that his ankles were fine. He explained to Muguku that he still remains a martial arts master, even though he has no extraordinary fighting techniques. He added that he once mastered the legendary fist art up to the 7th star. Mangak asked him if he meant the secret martial art Yongsang, a master of fist fighting, who is among the top 19 strongest fighters of Outer Muram. Then the man asked Muguka how he knew about this martial art. Our boy replied that he was interested in the most diverse things, from all sorts of trifles to unusual things. So the advisor introduced himself as Gowol. Our boy told him that his name is Wonderful. The man thanked him for these words. He and Muguk looked intently into each other's eyes. Our guy asked him to become his advisor. Go explained to him that when he later becomes the Heavenly Demon, he will become the chief advisor of the entire cult of the Heavenly Divine Demon. And he asked Muguka if he was sure that such an important position could be entrusted to him. Our guy explained to Muguk that he would be entrusted with the position as soon as he played a decisive role in this and became Heaven Demon. And to Gowol he said he would not hand over any position to him, let him rise to it himself. Hearing this, Gowol knelt down and folded his hands. He told Muguk that he might be lacking something, but if he accepted him as his advisor, he would serve with utmost devotion. He swore by heaven and earth that he would stake both his life and honor for our boy. Mevguk descended from his stone and approached Gowol. He declared that he would now be his chief advisor. He asked the man to treat him well. Hearing this, the man stood up from his seat and raised his gaze to his new master. As he and Muguk looked each other in the eyes, the sun slowly rose above the horizon. In the next scene, we are taken to Muguk's office. There our guy explains to someone what was worth the last few days spent. He returned the body to form. The interlocutor turned out to be Gowol. The advisor smiled at the guy in his new outfit and said that he himself was able to become better only thanks to him. Muguk told him that he would have to start working now. Go asked him to explain exactly what he needs to do. Muguk said, "You must focus on creating an intelligence organization and taking control over all information on the Central Plains. Your goal is an organization that will surpass the Heavenly Insight Pavilion, the current cult intelligence network." Muguk laid 3 million miang on the table and told this man that he would need funds to build the organization. He ordered him to use this money. Gowol did not look too shocked when he saw the cash. He found it strange that Mevguk trusted him with such a ridiculous sum of money. He asked what he would do if he took the money and ran away. Our guy replied that he would send people to catch him. Then Ho asked again what he would do after that. Mugak said he would start by melting the fan and daggers he is currently forging to make shackles, and then he would show them to the person he hates the most. Mugak told him that by that time his mysterious aura would need to be brought to a state of readiness. Go smiled as soon as he heard it. Mugak stood up and suggested going to eat today. The scene changed, and we were immediately transported to a demonic village. We see Paso drinking alone in broad daylight. It seemed he was deeply lost in thought. Mugak and Go-Wool watched him from afar. Mugak told the advisor that the innkeeper said the cult leader had already come there alone twice. So he told Go-Wool that Paso probably wants to see him. He asked if he was interested in the meeting. Go-Wool replied that yes and added, he said he has actually long dreamed of seeing Paso. Mugak smiled when he heard this. In the next scene we see how Paso looks confused. He looked at Mugak and at his former advisor. Our guy asked him if they could join him. The cult leader asked him if he was already boasting about having found himself a new person. He watched as his former advisor sat down. The man sat down carefully and turned to face Paso. The cult leader told him that his new master seemed to treat him well. Go Whale said that he eats well and sleeps well. The cult leader asked if the man knew that Mugak planned to eat him on the day of the banquet. Govel replied that he hoped the banquet would be grand if that happened. Mugak did not say a word. He understood time would set everything straight in the relationship between these two men. He decided to change the subject and told Paso that he heard he met with his father. He asked if Paso told his father that he would raise a new soul-consuming supreme demon and make him even stronger. The cult leader informed him that he said exactly that. He told Mugak that the father seemed satisfied but at the same time looked as if he wanted him to return to his cult as soon as possible. Paso replied that the heavenly demon asked him how long he planned to keep up the pace with martial arts training. Mugak inquired of Paso what answer he gave his father. The cult leader said that Paso told the heavenly demon he still needed to find a divine relic and he had a lot left to teach his student. Mugak told Paso that he answered well. The cult leader asked our guy what their next step should be. Mugak told him he would find a way. Paso glanced at him with a look full of anger and asked if he was going to ask for another divine relic as his price. Our guy replied that he would discuss this matter with his advisor. Paso got angry upon hearing this and asked Mugak if he had something to say to him right now. Mugak explained to him that after he joined their sect, he lost one person but gained a new soul by absorbing the supreme demon, and warned Paso that he would also lose his disciple if he continued to live as if constantly looking back. Paso could not argue with me. Guk, our guy, told him that the young lady he took as his disciple was extremely ambitious, and he asked the cult leader to focus exactly on her. Paso did not like what he heard. He turned to his former advisor and explained to him, in the future, many people will gather around Mugak if he is truly the hero he claimed to be. He only makes one mistake. And he added that there will be plenty of people around our guy, so eventually he will become just another nobody among them. He pointed his finger at Go-Wool and said that he would become like the man with chains again. He assured him that he would turn back into the same figure. The man did not answer him. Mevguk realized that the cult leader truly cares about Go-Wool. He understood that everything just said was not for Go-Wool, it was for himself. It was a warning. Mevguk must not treat Go-Wool the same way he once treated him. Gok told his former master that Mugak had already given him millions of Niang. The boy was stunned to hear him say that. Go-Wool reminded Paso of his words that Mugak is a hypocrite, and added that a person must act on a grand scale even if they are playing a comedy. Mugak flinched at what his advisor said, and Paso got irritated upon hearing the reply. He sharply stood up and asked that his arrogant advisor be kept for the new master. Clenching his anger, he rushed out of the tavern. Mugak watched him as he went out. He asked Wool why he just did that. The man told Mevguk that he would like to make his first proposal as his advisor. He said he wants to recruit the cult leader Skyhaven. Mugak was stunned to hear this and asked the man if it was even possible. Go said that he was not sure, but still there is a chance. Mugak asked him why he angered Paso, and Gol replied that he had his reasons. Our guy realized that Go-Wool was already preparing everything in advance to drag the cult leader into the game. He asked the advisor why he wanted to recruit him. Go-Wool calmly said that he wanted to save Paso. Our guy did not expect to hear that. Go-Wool explained to him that the current heavenly demon is a person with a combat talent who is considered one of the greatest heavenly demons in history. His ambitions are also human. Eventually, the Skyhaven cult will be absorbed by the heavenly demon divine cult, and Paso will perish in this process. But if he sides with Mugak, he will be able to avoid this trouble. Mugak looked the man straight in the eyes. So he smiled and said that he would accept his offer as it was the first, and added they will bring Paso to their side. Go God stood up and thanked Muguk for his understanding. Muguk gently smiled as soon as he saw this. He was going to treat the man as a true advisor, just as his father treats Sima Mayan. In the next scene, we see how Muguk offers Paso a bag of herbs, and he said that it is tea from the Central Plains, which he himself likes. The cult leader looked irritably at our guy. He asked if he also came to brag about giving Go millions of Ning. Paso replied that probably having so much money is simply wonderful. Muguk told him that he had actually come specifically to him. He reminded the cult leader that he had 100 times more money. Paso asked him not to talk nonsense, and then Muguk corrected himself. He said he had 1,000 times more money. Muguk told him that he was poorer than him. He told Paso that he must not boast about money in his presence. Paso asked him why he came and what his reason was. Our guy replied that he wants to have a cup of tea with him in the chat. The cult leader did not believe it for a moment. He narrowed his eyes predatory and fixed his gaze on Muguk. Our guy decided not to drag the cat by the tail and immediately get to the point. He told Paso that he has a concern related to Go. The cult leader glanced at him again through anger and asked what exactly the concern was. Muguk reminded him that yesterday Ho so thoughtlessly boasted about money in front of him. The cult leader asked if he was disappointed because of this. Muguk said that he does not know Go very well. Paso asked him why he shows such devoted care if he hardly knows him. Our guy replied that he himself had been thinking about it. He said that Go was probably conceived as an intermediate link, something like a step meant to connect the two of them in a relationship. Paso glared fiercely at Muguk, his face full of disgust. He asked if Go realizes that he is now stabbing him in the back. Muguk stated that this is not slander or betrayal. He told Paso that this is simply the truth, and the cult leader asked our guy what exactly he was trying to say by this. Muguk told Paso that he is wondering whether Go can be trusted. The cult leader heard this and hated the very thought. Hoarsely and terrifyingly in his voice, he ordered Muguk to leave today while he is still behaving kindly. Muguk cautiously looked around the man. He told him that he would see him next time. In the next scene, Go is seen standing in front of Paso. The cult leader called him a freak and asked what he was doing here. Go asked him to show at least some politeness because he is a guest in that place. Paso ordered him to stop talking nonsense. The scene switches. We see how Go fills some cups with tea. Paso asks him if he is putting poison in the tea, and Go asks him why he is trying to win by poisoning him. Paso told him that he could live happily with Muguk in a world without him, but the advisor replied he needs to stay alive to later boast about his happy life, and he said it would be just like yesterday when he boasted about money. When the cult leader heard this, he called him a crazy freak. Go puts the tea on the table and asks Paso to drink it. He realized this is the first time he brewed tea for Paso. The cult leader understood that he had no choice but to taste the tea. He took the cup and carefully blew on it. Seeing this, Muguk smiled. He told Paso that before leaving, he would drink his own cup of tea. Paso asked him to do as he wished. Before he could sit down, Paso revealed to him that Muguk did not fully trust him. The advisor pretended to be surprised to hear this. He sat down and looked at me carefully and cautiously. Paso, the cult leader, usually would not tell Go about this. One part of him wanted Go to feel hell for abandoning him. But now, when he truly sees this person face to face, Paso could not bring himself to say a single word. Ho asks him if he is trying to sow discord between him and Nuguk. Paso shudders at these words. In the house, he turned to the man and said that he is actually trying to be kind. He quickly noticed that Goval was smiling. The man replied that he was touched that he dared to say something like that to him. Paso found it strange. God asked if he was just asking for no reason, like, is he trying to make them quarrel with Muguk? Go replied that he was not going to do that. Instead, he revealed to the cult leader, this is an operation. Paso did not understand what he meant, so he asked what kind of operation it was. Gol told him that it was an operation to lure him. He explained that he planned to make Muguku suspect him and corner him, and then our guy would use his soft heart to win him over to their side. But Paso shuddered when he heard what that man said. He quickly flared up with anger. He stood up and sharply raised his voice. Ask the man if he thinks he will fall for such a cheap trick. Gok will ask him if he will really just sit and watch as he is cornered. Paso said that is exactly what will happen. He reminded the advisor that he had already left him, asked to explain why he would help. Gok will later ask, tell me why you are so nervous. Paso shouted at him and declared that he does not care. Gok cautiously met his gaze. Paso calmed down and sat down as soon as he saw this. He asked the advisor to explain why he says this to him. He replied that he does not want to mislead him and drag him to their side. The cult leader did not know what to answer. Gol revealed to him what he is telling him, and this part is also part of the operation. He is doing everything so that he trusts him even more. Paso ground his teeth in anger upon hearing this. He was irritated by what the advisor said. He stood up again and began to ask the man what he meant. He replied that he is like a ghost that does not stop tormenting. Gol smiled and told him that he behaves as always. Hearing this, Paso became even angrier. He asked Gol if he is not one of those who only shouts to be teased like a puppet. Paso told him that he will shout until he has shouted enough and asked the advisor, let him continue to mock him. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Gol said nothing to the enraged sect leader. Paso exhaled, calmed down, and sat down again. He asked Gavel why he had come so far only to take him with him. Then Gavel admitted he fears that the heavenly demon will kill him. Paso waved off his words, saying that nothing would happen and that he would find a new advisor as soon as he returned to the cult. Gol told him that he already knows exactly which man will eventually take his place in the cult, and told Paso that this person will not be sufficient. Paso told him that he would simply find someone the same way he found him, and Go asked if Paso thinks he can be lucky twice. Paso flared up with anger when he heard this. He called the man a brazen bastard. Gol cut in, saying that he had already revealed all his cards and now it was his turn. The cult leader did not like this situation. He told Gavel that he already knows all the cards. He told him that ManhwaCapped intends to take everything from him. Govil advised to take back what you want every time ManhwaCapped takes it away. He added, if you lose one thing, gain another and close the gap. Paso said that he is not smart enough to do that. Govil assured him he will help him. Paso advised him to focus on his own help and do everything to not be left penniless and chained again. He explained, no matter how much people pretend to be good or do not pretend superiority, they are all the same. Govil agreed and said that it is better for them to go together because they are all the same. Paso stared intently at him, not averting his gaze. He asked the man if he could be trusted. Govil asked if he was nervous. Paso asked him if he would be nervous if he were himself. Hog called him a cult leader, and Paso froze in shock upon hearing this. Yes, he quickly glanced at the man. Gol asked him not to lie. He replied that in his entire life he had never been nervous because nothing ever threatened him. He asked Paso if he now claimed to be nervous only because of the thought of advancing into the Central Plains and asked Paso to stop lying. He explained, although Paso endlessly talked about advancing into the Central Plains, he himself had never truly thought about it, and Paso was shocked upon hearing this. Go will explain to him that he had never truly considered what it means to advance into the Central Plains and the consequences that come with it, because for him, it was all just a hassle. When he spoke, Paso felt tears welling up in his eyes. He knew he could not contradict Govil's words. The dream of advancing into the Central Plains was his grandfather's desire, and his father's will as well. Paso felt that if he gave up this dream, he would become a sinner in the cult because everyone wanted this. Everyone only desired to advance into the Central Plains. Go will explain to Paso that he lives a life where a single word from him can kill a person, where he can keep any beauty he desires, where he can eat rare delicacies every day. Such a life sounds good because it is the life everyone dreams of. And yet, Paso has already lived this life to the fullest, to the very heart. Go told the cult leader that there was no more stimulation left for him in this life, nor happiness either, so he explained to Paso that they need to live a completely different life. Such is life, tense and thrilling, such that the heart falls straight into the stomach. Gol told Paso that his martial arts are rusting in the sandstorms, and he asked, show the world what a real storm of blood can be. He wanted the cult leader to live a life in which, if everything goes awry, he can die with a deafening squawk. He told the cult leader that they were lucky, they have someone who will bring a single flower to another person's grave. The cult leader watched the man intently, without blinking. Go also looked him straight in the eyes. Paso gathered his thoughts and asked Gowul to bring Yuguk. Next we see ManhwaCapped in Paso's chambers. The cult leader carefully observed our bull. Boy, he asked, tell me, what will change if you join hands with him? ManhwaCapped told him that nothing will change. Paso shuddered upon hearing this. He asked him what exactly he meant. ManhwaCapped questioned him about what he thought could change. Whether he thought he could open a Skyhaven cult branch without his father's permission, whether he thought they would publicly announce that they held hands, and answered that it would only be a promise between the two of them. Paso was stunned upon hearing this. He asked ManhwaCapped if that was all. Our guy told him that there was actually one thing. He explained to Paso that if he truly considered him one of his people, he would immediately drop everything and run to save him as soon as he was ever in danger. Paso said that he had never been in danger, and that in life people do not often run into trouble. Niguk raised his hand and warned him, if he united with him, he would be in danger. He explained that as soon as they learned about this alliance, enemies would try to kill him first. And he added that there was no guarantee that those who wanted to disrupt their relationship would not appear. Here Paso asked Mugok to tell him why he needed such madness to unite with him. Mugok admitted to Paso that he himself did not want to unite with him either. He said that in fact he was a burden to him. He asked if Paso knew that his father treated him badly. Paso replied that he knew. Then Mugok said that he still chose this relationship despite his father's will. He said that the divine relics were the same. He looked at the piece of cloth on his hand and explained to Paso that no matter how precious this piece was, it was not worth losing his father's favor. Paso was irritated upon hearing this, but he knew that Mugok was right. As soon as our guy became a heavenly demon, he would have everything he desired. The cult leader asked him why he kept coming again and again to lure another opinion out of him. And Mugok reminded him that he said, this is not his idea. He turned to go to Vol and told Paso that it was his idea. Paso was shocked to hear this. Mugok asked Gavel to explain why he should accept the cult leader switching to his side, even if it means reconciling with conflict with his own father. Gol closed his eyes and told Mugok that making such a decision was not for him. He said it was up to his former master to decide. Paso froze upon hearing this. He did not think Gavel was capable of saying something like that. Gol told the cult leader that he wanted to give him a new life, and that he wanted to live this new life together with him. From these words, Paso was again struck. Paso asked Gavel what to do with the cult. He advised to pass his position to a successor and follow him, and when Paso clarified what exactly he meant, the man explained. Gavel explained to him that they do not need a cult. He said directly, they only need him. With a look of shock on his face, the cult leader asked Gavel if he was really asking him to leave his cult and follow him, and he answered yes. This Paso did not expect that he would be so serious. Yes, Mugok turned to his advisor and turned back to Paso. He knew that the cult leader was not the one suited to lead the group. He knew that Paso had neither narcissism nor greed that could deceive everyone. He became curious whether the cult leader would really give up his place and come to him just because of a connection with one single man. Our guy wondered if something like that really exists in the world. Relationships of that kind. Paso told the advisor that the cult would not be able to function properly if he was not nearby. Then that man assured him everything would be even better. He asked Paso not to worry and just follow him. The cult leader asked him to think about what he was saying. Our guy raised his hand and asked the cult leader if he could call someone for a moment. Paso asked whom exactly. It turned out to be Darian. The investigator asked our guy if he had called him. Muhuk asked the man to tell where exactly he made the decision that recently changed his life. Darian was surprised to hear the question. He told our guy that it happened in the bar. Mugok asked how much time it took him to make this decision. Darian replied, less than 15 minutes. Mugok asked if he regrets this choice. Darian said no. Mugok asked him if he could have made that decision if he had not made it in that bar. Darian replied that he would never have done it. Mugok asked him to tell what happened in detail. Darian nervously glanced at the men in front of him. He explained that decisions that change someone's life are made in an instant. Darian said he did not suffer long when he decided to live in the house and when he entered Nirvana Pavilion. And when it comes to buying clothes, he thinks about it for days. Yet the decision he made in less than 15 minutes changed his life. Darian added that if he had postponed, he would probably have become too uncertain, because every day he is a different person. Hearing this, Mugok turned to Pasa and asked what he thought. The cult leader lost his composure and directly told Mevguk that they were conspiring. He attacked our guy and asked if they all rehearsed this together and came to unbalance him, and also asked if he had been making up this treachery all along. Darian was shocked upon hearing this. He asked Paso if he could speak with him frankly. He told him that he felt 3 of them had planned this just to annoy him. Paso froze in surprise upon hearing this. Darian asked his master to explain why he was forcing him to answer something like this right in front of the cult leader. He asked Mugok if he was really doing this just to annoy him. He advised our guy not to trust his appearance. According to him, Mugok was the best among the Nirvana Pavilion participants, so he immediately sees that he is playing against him. Our guy smiled and said that this is exactly what belongs to his right hand. He replied that he likes everything about him. Then he explained to Darian why he is the right hand. He does not need to conspire or weave tricks against him. Darian smiled gently and said he was glad for the few points earned, adding, lately, more and more people have set their eyes on his place. Mugak turned to Paso and asked him to go ahead. Goval also turned to him. Paso got nervous and asked if they really wanted him to decide right now. Completely, he told them that they want him to give up the position of cult leader of Sky Haven in less than 15 minutes. Darian was shocked by this. He quickly asked Paso not to do this. He told the cult leader that if it were him, it would take him 100 years to think over something like this, and begged Paso not to make a decision now. Then the cult leader asked Darian if he really did not regret his decision. Darian ignored the question and stated that he, on the contrary, would regret his own decision. He begged him to return to his sect and suffer from it for at least a year or 100 days. Paso called him a cheeky kid and ordered him to simply answer the question asked. Darian trembled with fear from this. He fixed his gaze on Paso's eyes. So he calmed down and said that he did not regret his decision. That meeting with Mughuck could have shortened his life, but now he is incredibly happy. As soon as he heard this, Paso stood up and turned back to the thunder bell. He looked around and go to the bell. He approached the suspended bell striker. He grabbed the rope and struck the thunder bell with the bell striker. Paso hit it many times. He forced himself to calm down. He turned back to Mughuck and asked, would he give him the position of right hand if he went with him? Darian froze upon hearing this. He could not believe that Paso was really going to give up his position. Mughuck told the cult leader that he could not give him this position. He emphasized that Darian was his right hand and ordered Paso to stand behind Jang Ho and fight for this place. Hearing this, Darian was alarmed. Paso glanced at our guy in a way that sent chills down his spine. In the next scene, we see Paso and Gowol sitting in front of the thunder bell. Gowol asked the cult leader what exactly the evil spirit said. Paso replied that the evil spirit told him that he was crazy. Gowol said he agreed with the spirit and asked Paso if he was really going with me. The cult leader asked if he was not crazy at all and reminded him how much he had to go through to convince him. Then he asked why he was asking this question right now. Now Go admitted to him that he did not think Paso would really go with him. I did not expect you to say so confidently and maturely, with a cool head, that you would go together with Mughuck. Paso made him understand that his decision could change tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or even next year. And he told Gowol that he was the very man who from the very beginning did not have much conviction. He told him that he actually had a question for him. He asked the man to explain why he wanted him to join Guk. He asked him if it was because he was already used to it. Gowol turned to the bell as soon as he hears it. He confessed to Paso that he is a little afraid to go alone, and the cult leader froze in shock as soon as he heard it. Gowol explained to him what he thinks. His fear is that he will do something stupid if he goes alone. He will say that he is afraid to end up on Mughuck's side and that his people will despise him. He explained to the cult leader that next to him he feels capable of anything and reminded him, only with him is he always the smartest. Gowol could not believe that for such a reason he forced Paso to step down. He asked the cult leader if his reason was quite selfish. Paso smiled and said that in fact he even likes that reason more. Gowol was shocked to hear this. Paso told the man that as soon as he joins him, he will protect him. Gowol smiled upon hearing this and told the cult leader that he can still think it over well. He explained to him that Guk is doomed to raise storms, and they do not know exactly how their lives will be swept away from their place. He warned them that everything could end with shackles, thrown out in despair and complete isolation. They could lose everything and eventually sell medicine on the market. Paso replied to him, everything will be fine as long as they survive. He asked the man if they would sell those medicines together. He said, that's fine. Go will turn to the bell and smile. He called Paso and told him that they would be able to. The cult leader said that he was nervous, and Go was going to ask if there was something that Outer Muram Supreme could be nervous about. Paso admitted that he was nervous because he was afraid he would not succeed in becoming Mughuck's right hand. Gowol shuddered upon hearing this. He explained to him that he was exactly like that. As soon as he starts, he fully and unconditionally immerses himself in the matter, and added that he would definitely take this position. Gowol did not know what to answer. Paso reminded that man that he had said he would become more interesting if he stepped down from his position, and added that he wanted to check if he was right. Paso placed his hand on the thunder bell and declared that he would no longer have any need for it. He said this immediately. After that, Paso looked at the evil spirit. He shouted and demanded, "Be silent." Gowol felt quite embarrassed to see this. He began to laugh. Paso laughed out loud when he saw how Gowol was laughing. A few days later, the leader of the Sky Haven cult left the divine cult of the Jevenly demon along with all the men he had brought. After saying goodbye to the Heavenly Demon, he never met the Supreme Demon. After they finished discussing the next cult leader of the Sky Haven sect together with Go Wool, Paso set off with his people and decided to return as soon as he took care of his cult. The scene changes and we see Go Wool thanking Mugak for accepting his first request. Our guy told him that he should be the one to thank. He said that a warrior as skilled as the leader of the Sky Haven cult joined his side thanks to him. Mugak understood perfectly. The cult leader was the most powerful martial arts master in the Outer Walls. No supreme demon could guarantee them victory against him. With a smile on his face, Gol reminded Mugak that he had seen Paso grow fat from old age and laziness, and said that when he returned, he would have to properly start training Paso. Our guy smiled and told the advisor that it would be his job. He declared that no one else would dare to ask Paso to train others except him. Gol smiled and asked Mugak to leave it to his discretion. The scene changed and we saw a heavenly demon playing Go. He was completely focused on the moves with his stones. Someone asked him if he even plays Go. The heavenly demon ignored the interlocutor and pulled out a white stone. He placed the stone on the board and told Mugak that in his cult there are very few people who can defeat him. Mugak asked his father if he really does not run his hand over his own throat every time he starts losing, and also does not allow someone to appear behind his opponents and cut them. The heavenly demon moved to the stone and said that he does that sometimes. He stated that games are made for winning. He asked his son to sit down and play a game with him. Mugak told him that this was fine and asked his father not only to give a signal for his killing every time he starts losing. The two men calmly looked at the board and began moving their stones. They took stones out of a small wooden box and carefully laid them on the board. While his father moved his stones, Mugak watched him attentively. He remembered how they hunted and ate together and now played Go. Our boy realized that he likes the most diverse things he would never have imagined before his regression. Everything that happened boiled down to a simple game of Go between father and son. Mugak could not understand why they had never done anything like this before. He himself was eager to understand why he was so afraid of his father's gaze, but he calmly moved his stones again. In a few minutes, we see Heavenly Demon looking at the board heavily and intently. Mugak told his father that he truly loved to play aggressively and that this was exactly what he expected from someone like him. He added that he barely won. Heavenly Demon carefully and attentively looked at his son. He asked Mugak when he learned to play Go. Mugak replied that he learned it whenever he could find a moment. He told his father that he heard the father studied under strategist Sam and added he is always open to rematch games. Heavenly Demon ignored his own son and turned back to the board. He lifted the stones using his energy as if each was a separate link in a precise mechanism. Miyaguk froze at what he saw. He instantly understood this is the heavenly grain. He watched as his father sorted the white and black stones into their separate boxes. Mugak could not believe that the heavenly seas were capable of doing even such subtle and precise things. Heavenly Demon, with a grim look on his face, told his son that he could not just let him go, so he asked him to duel with him. Mugak told his father that, leaving the Heavenly Demon's hall, he would finally feel the sensation of victory. Heavenly Demon stood up, and using the Heavenly Seas, moved the board and boxes, moved them to another part of the room, and carefully placed them in place. Mugak trembled with shock. So he watched as his father raised his hand, and, using the Heavenly Seas, lifted the sword. He grabbed the board and pulled it towards himself. Mugak instantly drew his sword and jumped back. The Heavenly Demon told his son that he was well aware of what he had recently achieved, but if there was stagnation in his martial arts, he would not leave the pavilion. He drew the sword and released terrible energy. Mugak quickly drew his sword and activated the Heavenly Demon protective technique to defend himself. The golden energy enveloping him became a shield. It protected him from his father's energy. Mguk quickly realized the pressure of this energy was increasing. The father's energy filled the entire hall. The energy of our boy was barely holding him back. He decided to stop repelling the energy of the Heavenly Demons and just let it slide over him without touching. Heavenly Demon noticed it. He asked his son if his skills had really reached such a caliber. Heavenly Demon and Mevguk withdrew their energy. They both looked carefully at each other. Heavenly Demon stepped forward and activated the death step from the 4 steps of the Wind Abyss. God, immediately he saw that his father was coming straight at him. Muguk also rushed at him with the Des step technique, and the heavenly demon froze in surprise. He and Manga clashed swords in a duel. Once, as soon as their blades collided, a bright spark flew out from them. They passed by each other. Before he could turn around, Manga noticed that his sword was trembling. He turned to his father and saw that the heavenly demon's sword was also trembling, as if it were not his own. Heavenly demon told his son that there was nothing wrong with it, and that he seemed to be wasting time playing politics. Manga stated that martial arts training and dating should be private. He said he trains very hard. Then Heavenly Demon said he wanted to see how he would handle his next attack. Stepping back, he activated the shadow step of the 4 steps of the God of Wind. Manga did the same. He and his father disappeared into the room. As if out of thin air, they suddenly reappeared and spun against each other, swinging their blades. When the swords met, a spark ignited upon impact. Manhwa quickly realized the father was enjoying this. It was, although only for a moment, the Heavenly Demon enjoyed meeting a worthy opponent. And as soon as the boy thought this, the father sharply thrust his sword straight at him. Manhwa barely managed to dodge the blow. He understood the loneliness of being the strongest person, yet still hoped that his father would not forget he was his son, not an enemy. The heavenly demons flew up and destroyed the wall behind Manhwa. Our boy shuddered with fear. He and his father gathered energy, gripping their swords tightly. The heavenly demon activated the first form of the art of the soaring sword, known as Heavenly Balance. He swung his sword at Manhwa, unleashing a large burst of energy. Our boy also used Heavenly Balance and blocked the attack. He pushed his father's sword back. The heavenly demon thrust his sword forward and activated the second form of the art of the soaring sword, known as Shifting Slash. He released numerous slashes toward Manhwa. Our guy also used Shifting Slash and intercepted the attack. When they recoiled backward, a gust of wind burst into the room, and the heavenly demon cautiously looked at his son. Again, our guy focused on his father. He was sweating profusely. He realized his father accepted his challenge to respond directly, move for move. He and his father dragged their swords along the ground, and at that very moment, they swung them simultaneously. They both unleashed the fourth form of the art of soaring swords. This technique is called Burning Heavens. When their energies collided, a huge flash erupted from them. The flames burned and destroyed part of the hall. A small explosion rose in the hall. The heavenly demon told his son that they would stop here for today. While our guy tried to catch his breath, his father informed him that his skills had grown significantly. The heavenly demon approached his son and quietly assured him everything is fine. Manhwa knew that today his father intended to punish him harshly if he slacked off in martial arts training. His father intended to punish him severely today if he neglected his martial arts practice. Manhwa knew that a fight where his father used the same techniques as he did was priceless. Manhwa knew that a fight in which his father used the same techniques as he did was priceless. He smiled as soon as he understood in which direction he needed to move to master the 12 stars of the sword's soaring art. He asked his father if he was hungry. He said he would treat today and suggested they go eat in the demonic village. Heavenly Demon passed by his son and asked, "Lead the way." Manhwa was stunned upon hearing this. He asked his father if he was serious. Heavenly Demon asked him if his words were untrue. Manhwa smiled and replied that it was true. Then he asked his father to follow him. He and his father left the hall together. Later at night, we see Manhwa and his father in the demon village. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon was in a black robe and hat to conceal his identity. Manhwa was completely happy to walk beside his father. He never even thought that a day would come when he would stroll down the street with him. He asked his father how much time had passed since he came to the demon village. Heavenly Demon replied that quite a lot of time had already passed. His way of speaking was heard, and Manhwa guessed his father had not been here for a very long time. He wondered what this street meant to his father. He only had to think about it, and the thought sparked like a flame. Seeing the shop, he turned to his father and suggested taking matching martial robes since they were left without them. And besides, it was just a memorable day. Heavenly Demon told his son that he already had dozens and dozens of martial robes prepared, sewn by master tailors. Manhwa told him that he did not have a single martial cloak that fit him. He begged his father to get him one set along with him. He entered the shop. Heavenly Demon watched his son as soon as he entered the shop. At first, he followed him inside. As soon as the boy entered, our boy pointed to a cloak and asked what he thought about it. Heavenly Demons. I noticed a black and red marshal's cloak with a dragon emblem. The marshal's cloak with the emblem of the Heavenly Demon, symbolizing their cult, is a pattern that cannot be copied thoughtlessly. but if production of this item is stopped, it could affect sales, so at some point the cult decided to allow it as a souvenir. The heavenly demon turned aside and asked Muguk what he thought about the specific design. Our guy heard this and immediately turned around. He noticed a green and white cloak decorated with flowers and a red and white one with a different flower pattern. Muguk asked his father if he really wanted to buy this cloak, and the heavenly demon reminded him that he once said they would go together to the Central Plains. He asked if they could set out wearing the red cloak. Muguk smiled as soon as he heard this. Yes, he asked the train clerk to give him 2 martial row. Before he could pay, his father handed the woman several gold coins, and Muguk did not expect this at all. So the father reminded him he himself promised to pay for the dinner, and also that he would buy clothes. Our guy smiled and thanked his father. In the next scene, we see how Muguk leads his father to the tavern, and he tells him that this is his usual place. The host came out to greet him and said that Muguk came today not alone, with a guest he had never seen before. Muguk told him that this person is his family. The man assured this is the first time he brings his family here. Immediately he said so. He asked Muguk what he meant by the word family. He carefully looked over the cloak of the heavenly demon, slowly raised his head to see his face. The man was scared. He did not know what to do. He slowly turned to Muguk. He saw how our boy smiled at him sincerely, brightly. While he and his father were climbing the stairs, Muguk asked the owner to make the food tasty. The owner nervously replied that he understood everything. Muguk noticed that his hands were trembling. He applied the frequency whisper technique to ask the man to cook calmly. The man exclaimed in surprise. After all, the voice of our boys was ringing in his head. Muguk raised his thumb up and asked if his father would kill someone just because the food tastes bad. When they went upstairs, our boy asked his father when was the last time he drank in such a tavern. Heavenly Demon said he had been there when he was young. Muguk asked him if he had been there since he became the Heavenly Demon. His father took off his hat and told him that he was right. Muguk asked if he felt suffocated, and Heavenly Demon replied that everything was fine. Muguk understood if he went outside, his father might feel even worse. He told them that the enemies he wanted to kill were scattered everywhere, but he could not defeat them all at once. Hearing this, the heavenly demon smiled gently. The scene switched, and we see how Muguk pours a drink for his father. Heavenly Demon took the bottle from his son and also poured him a drink. He told his son that his inner energy had grown quite strong and asked him where he got it from. Muguk told his father that he received the blood god pill from the leader of the Sky Haven cult. The heavenly demon was shocked by what he heard. He could not believe that such a greedy man as Paso would give anything to his son at all. Muguk explained to his father that everyone should pity him. As soon as they see him, they immediately treat him with elixirs. The heavenly demon told him that this was normal. He drank his liquor and placed his cup on the table. He told his son that everything was fine as long as no one dared to take what belonged to him. Muguk asked him not to worry, and he told his father that in martial arts he was as greedy as Muguk. As soon as he said this, the master slowly approached them, carrying a tray with food in his hands. Muguk looked at him and said what he thought. It was the killer who had come. The man became even more frightened as soon as he heard these words. He did not understand why Mevguk was joking at such a time. He nervously placed the food on the table. Bowing his head, he asked Muguk and his father to call him if they needed anything else. The heavenly demon ate a shrimp. He told his son that the taste was by no means bad. Muguk asked him to pass this directly to the owner. The heavenly demon demanded that he stop talking nonsense. Muguk smiled and told his father that this foolish act would become someone's lifelong memory and pride, and that a person would never find out about it unless he himself spoke out. But the heavenly demon asked his son, explain why he shook Paso so hard. Mevguk did not expect to hear that at all. He admitted to his father that he was trying to separate Paso from the 8 supreme demons. The heavenly demon asked him what he promised to give Paso in return. Our guy replied that he wanted to open a branch of the Skyhaven cult on the Central Plains, even if it would be very small. The heavenly demon put the sticks on the table and told his son he would not allow it. Muguk asked him to explain the reason. His father inquired whether he understood why he would not allow the cult to enter the Central Plains. Muguk asked his father if it was because there was already a long history between the blood cult and their cult. The heavenly demon told him that the past had nothing to do with his decision. Muguk asked his father if the reason was that the Skyhaven cult had merged into one with the 8 demonic supremes. Heavenly demon revealed to his son that he deliberately allowed them to unite. Muguk shuddered upon hearing these words. He knew the demonic overlords would also be surprised if they heard the same. The heavenly demon explained to Muguk that regardless of whether they strike the Sky Haven cult or the Supreme Demon, It would be easier for them to invent a pretext if these two sides turned out to be entangled with each other. Mugak realized that his father was not afraid of either the Skyhaven cult or the Demon Supremes at all. He asked him why he opposed the advancement of the Skyhaven cult. The heavenly demon told his son that it was not yet time for them to move forward, and told Mugak that this was enough for him to know. No, Mugak decided not to question him further. He told his father that he understood everything and promised to take care of his affairs. The father asked how exactly he would do that. Mugak revealed to him he knows the leader of the cult on a personal level, so he will resolve everything personally. The heavenly demon instructed his son that this was the most difficult way to handle things. Mugak smiled and replied that this was also the most effective option. He asked not to worry and assured that he was not so confident as to think he understood other people's hearts. He added that he would not be greedy to try to conquer someone's feelings, and he would not trust them blindly either. The heavenly demon did not say a word to his son upon hearing this. While he was eating, Mugak was thinking whether there was any meaning in all this. To become a heavenly demon, doubting everyone, he knew he could not know the heart of every person but decided to do everything to understand them. Even if he could not win all hearts, Mugak planned to gain enough so that no one would have to look at each other with lies and hypocrisy. He was going to trust the people who were near him. While he was thinking about this, Mugak drank with his father. He put the cup on the table and asked his father to leave the cult leader to him, saying that he would take care of it. The heavenly demon decided not to question his son. The cult leader was no longer there. He stood up and said that the meal was excellent, then asked Mugak to come next month to play Go. Mevguk replied that he would come. The heavenly demons extended their hand and used the heavenly seas to snatch one of the marshals from the lava. Hope Nugyuk smiled as he watched him walk away. It was not important that his father bought identical robes and paid for them. Mugak was more touched by something else. His father silently took that robe with him, although he did not say a word. As soon as Heavenly Demon reached the door, the owner bowed his head and said that serving him was an honor. Heavenly Demon passed by the man. He froze and told the owner that the taste was quite decent. Hearing this, the man was shocked and confused. So he bowed his head again and thanked the Heavenly Demon for the compliment, asking him to come again. The scene switches. In the forest, two people are running wildly forward. It later turns out that these are Yanrang and Mugak. They seem to have arranged a duel. Running through the bamboo forest, Yanrang turned sideways to look at Mugak. Our guy looked at her too. Before Sword Supreme could do anything, Mugak was already beside her. He swung his sword straight at her head. Yanrang managed to dodge the blow. She quickly jumped back and landed on a tree. She sharply thrust the sword into Mugak's side, and our guy managed to block the attack. But still, he was pushed back. He and Yanrang sharply turned to each other. Both simultaneously swung their swords and stopped the opponent's strikes. Yanrang was not finished yet. She accelerated her attacks, and her strikes were knocking down trees around. Mevguk managed to block her attacks. He swiftly struck her in the neck with the sword. Yanrang effortlessly dodged. Like she quickly glanced at our guy, and Mevguk turned to her and smiled. The Supreme Sword smiled when he saw the expression on his face. Yes, she struck Muguk with the sword right in the stomach. Our guy barely managed to dodge in time. But later, as the night went on, their attacks became faster and more precise. New Gut matched the rhythm of Sword Supreme's tempo, and it looks like both are enjoying their duels. After some time, we see Yanrang breathing heavily. She told Muguk that he had become even stronger after their last clash, and is still gasping for air. Muguk thought about his father and replied to the woman that since their last fight, he had learned a few things. Sword Supreme told him that he was truly impressive. She sheathed her sword and told Muguk that she would no longer be his opponent if he continued to grow at this pace. Nuguk told her that he would continue to do his best, even in their next sparring. Yanrang did not expect him to say that. Then she asked him if he meant that he wanted an old woman like her to grow to that level. Muguk folded his arms and told her she was right. He explained that he wanted them to become lifelong sparring partners. Yanrang froze at what she heard. She smiled. He told Mevguk that she would meet his expectations. Our guy slipped his hand into the clothing and took out a small box from there. He addressed the Supreme Sword and assured that it was a token of gratitude for all the help she had given him. Yanrang could not believe that he was giving her a gift, and then Muguk explained. It was just a sign of his sincerity. He begged her to accept the gift. When Yanrang opened the box, something bright shimmered inside. She realized it was a phosphorescent pearl. It was clear. The pearl was of the highest quality. Muguk confirmed she was right and added, even if a person has money, getting such a pearl is not so easy. The Supreme Sword told Muguk that this item was worth the words it was praised with. Our guy replied to her, still, it could not compare to her beauty. The Supreme Sword smiled and said that, well, such flattery for a woman was already a bit too much, wow. Aha, Muguk smiled upon hearing this. He thought about how much had changed in Yan Rang, but she still melted from compliments about her appearance. The Supreme Sword told Muguk that he had the potential to become a real charmer. Our guy declared that was exactly how he planned to live. He told Yan Rang that he would have fun, travel the Central Plains, and meet all the beauties. Yan Rang advised him to joke and have fun right now. She warned, later it would be difficult for him to do so. Muguk smiled and told her that he understood. In the next scene, someone asks Muguk why he wanders so often at night, and Muguk was a little surprised to see who it was. It turned out to be Kayampa, an old man who asked our guy if he was hiding a woman somewhere. After the meeting with Sword Supreme, Muguk actually went to see Kayampa, but he was not in his office. Our guy did not expect the old man to be on the territory of his complex. He told Kayampa that he should have waited inside, asked him why he was outside, and added that his advisor was also inside. Then Kayampa asked Mevguk to just forget about it. Our guy reminded him now they are a family together with Gowol. He asked Blood Heaven's sword demon if he would still keep his distance. Kayampa told Muguk that family is a person's worst enemy. Muguk sat on a huge stone and asked Kayampa why he had come. Blood Heaven's sword demon revealed to Muguk that the demonic Buddha had gone for his older brother. Our guy was not too surprised to hear this. He knew that the demon supremes supporting his brother must have already heard that Go would come to his side, and he believed that the demon supremes had decided they could no longer just sit and watch. Muguk smiled and said that the demonic Buddha is always at work. It was the demonic Buddha who brought the leader of the Sky Heaven cult and now had gone for his brother. The demon sword noted that this tiny man is incredibly hardworking. He asked Muguk what his brother was doing at the border. Muguk replied that he did not know. But in fact, he knew his brother was undergoing a trial that was supposed to change his life. This could only be understood after the brother returned from the border, and then he could fully secure the position of heir for himself. Muguk asked Kayampa if he would be all right. The old man replied by clarifying what exactly he meant. Once Muguk reminded him that he came to his side after supporting his older brother. He told the sword demon the brother might hold a grudge against him for that. Kayampa said that it is completely normal. He explained to Muguku if a person sees a better option, they should choose it. And anyone who tries to tie someone down with relationships and also condemns this choice gives absolutely no benefit in life. Muguk told the sword demon that he was right, and Kayampa raised his voice and declared, if he ever decides to leave him, he will act according to the same logic. He calmed down and asked Muguk what he would do if the day came when he had to kill his brother. Our guy replied that he would kill his brother if he did something for which death is deserved. Kayampa asked him if he was trying to act tough. Mevguk smiled upon hearing this. He really was holding it cool. Killing a blood brother was not so easy. He told Kayampi that he was right. He said it was completely natural if he was not okay. And he added, he was not a cold-blooded monster. He told the sword demon that he would never feel normal after killing his own brother. And he emphasized that his brother was not one to die easily. He shouted Gowol and asked him to come outside. In a few minutes, we see how Gowol greets his master. He noticed that there was the Bloodhaven sword demon there. He greeted him too. Muguk informed him that the demonic Buddha had gone after his brother and asked what he thought about it. The advisor explained to him that the life and death of his brother is not something he decides. It is something the first younger lord himself determines. Muguk understood what Gowol meant. His brother's fate would depend on how he chose to act. Kayampa stood up and told Muguk that he helped him because he wanted to recruit Gowol. He looked the advisor straight in the eyes and asked our guy, is there any guarantee that the advisor will not betray them? Muguk smiled as soon as he heard Kayampa say that. The same man who once threatened him by poking his side, leaving a bruise, now called them a team. Gowol asked the sword demon if there is any guarantee that he will not betray Muguk. Ampa replied that there are no guarantees. He told the advisor that he would betray our guy whenever he wanted. Then Go told him that is exactly why he is here, to stop him. Hempa asked the man who exactly would stop him. Gowol assured him that he would not betray Muguk. The sword demon asked, say why he should believe this. The advisor answered, it is enough for him to believe in Muguk. Kayampa looked him straight in the eyes when he said this, and asked Ghoul not to forget that he was watching him. Muga smiled as soon as he heard this. Kayampa told our guy that the heavenly demon would not want to fight either him or the first younger lord, and added that the heavenly demon does not intend for either of them to die. Muguk knew the Bloodhaven sword demon knows his father well. He told him that he feels the same. The sword demon looked at the moon and said, "Their cult leader is a man who never looks back, and the only thing he thinks about is exactly that." Kayampa told Mevguk that everything is fine as long as he knows the heart of the cult leader. Muguk recalled how his father once said that everything is fine. These were the very words he spoke after their sparring. Kayampa asked him if there was anything worth preparing. Muguk clasped his hands together and told the Blood Heaven Sword Demon that he had only one thing to ask of him. He asked him to reconcile with Sword Supreme. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon shuddered at such a request. He could not believe that this was exactly what Mevguk was talking about when his brother returned. He told our guy that he was truly crazy. He turned to leave and on the way said to him that his master was crazy. The man said that he was not normal either. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon called them a pair of madmen. Muguk stood up and declared that the Supreme Demons would start acting for real once his brother returned. He told Kayampa that you cannot fight with only one wing. Kayampa said that he also wanted to reconcile with Yan Reng. He asked Muguk if he had not seen what happens when they meet, and said that Sword Supreme fiercely grabs him every time. Muguk assured Blood Gavin's Sword Demon that he had seen their interaction. He explained that Sword Supreme becomes less fierce over time and told Kayampi that her views were gradually softening. The old man raised his sword, secured it on his back, and said to Muguk, reconciliation between them is harder than uniting Muram. After that, he announced that he was leaving. But as soon as he tried to step beyond the gates, Muguk stopped him with words. He does not need to unite Muram but must reconcile with Supreme from Sword. Saying this, he noticed that Gowul was intently watching the demon Blood Gavin's sword. Muguk asked not to worry too much and assured, Kayampa by nature is a gentle old man. Gowul replied that one still needs to worry about this because Kayampa is his left wing. He asked Muguk not to fret about him and added that he himself also had a hard life. Our guy knew even such people are not immune to pain. In the next scene, several daggers and a fan lie on the table. Muguk and his entire team carefully examined the items on the table. Our guy took a dagger, lifted it, and examined it in detail. He gave his advisor the fan he had requested and the dagger he had promised. Muguk will say thank you for the gift. Muguk smiled and told him that throwing daggers would not exist if it were not for him. He asked him to imagine the situation as if Ho were giving gifts to everyone. Gol objected, it is not true. He said that it was the cult leader Sky Heaven who handed him the shackles. Gol thanked Mevguk again for the gifts and assured he will never forget them. Muguk carefully examined the things. He knew they were extremely valuable. A 10,000-year-old iron-throwing dagger, incredibly sharp and absolutely unbreakable. It is considered priceless. If Mevguk sells even one such dagger, he will be able to earn enough to provide for himself for generations. Our guy pulled out the supreme heavenly silk, wrapped it around the sword hilt, and told Gowul that the fan would become a wonderful weapon if he attached the silk to it. Gowul accepted the gift and told Muguku that he would definitely repay this kindness, even if he had to give his life for it. Mevguk told him that it was not necessary to do this. He explained to Gowul that he gave him these things because he believed he deserved exactly that. He assured that these were not gifts in exchange for future life or loyalty. Although these words were said directly to Gowul, they were equally addressed to his other comrades. Kayampa took the dagger and thanked Muguk. Sword Supreme assured him that she would use this dagger well. Leon thanked her master for the gift. Jangho also thanked our guy. Darian nervously glanced at the dagger. He said he was afraid of losing it. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon told him that they already have a skinny-looking rascal master from the scholarly market people. He asked why Darian was so worried. Everyone who just heard this had their hair stand on end. Someone told Kayampa that his student looked even weaker than that scientist. Everyone turned to the door as soon as they heard this. They saw the leader of the Sky Haven cult. Mevguk asked him if he had already returned. Paso stepped forward and said that he had always been naturally intolerant. He turned aside to look at his friend. Paso glanced at the table and said that he was not the kind to stay hungry no matter where he went. He also added, he came on the very day they were doomed to receive their daggers. Mevguk offered Paso a dagger. Paso smiled and thanked him for the gift. He said the thing was made simply wonderfully, to the point that it could be perceived as a divine relic. Muguk thought that the cult leader would need at least 6 months to return, so he did not expect to see him so soon. Now he was beginning to gradually understand the temperament of the cult leader. As he was thinking this, someone asked him if he had been here all this time. Muguk and everyone in the room sharply turned to the door. That man calmly entered the room. The cult leader and Govul did not look surprised upon seeing this person. Leon was a little surprised. Zhang Hao and Sword Demon remained calm. Only Darian seemed nervous upon seeing this person. This tall man with light blue hair. This is Muyang, he is the first young master Muyang, and the elder brother of Muguk. The demonic Buddha and 2 other men entered the room together with Muyan. Muguk cautiously glanced at the other 2 men. Muguk carefully observed them from afar. When they were nearby, he seemed to react irritably to their presence, and apparently he did not like seeing them. Muyang raised his hands and asked his younger brother if he had already been wiped. Muguk instantly recalled his brother's character. Muyang was always full of confidence, a person who clearly knew he stood above others. Muguk threw himself into his brother's arms and held him tightly. He said that he was fine and that it had been going on for some time. Muyang looked stunned. It turned out that his younger brother had taken and hugged him. Muguk hoped that his brother would not do anything that would make him have to hold his own corpse. He said he would regret it and did not want to go down the same path his father once took. Muyang put his hands on his brother's shoulders and smiled at him. He told Muguk that he had heard. While he was away, he had managed to make a name for himself. Mugha said that the fox became king because there was no longer a tiger in the valley. Muyang raised his voice and asked his younger brother why he should be a fox if he was a tiger, and told Muguk that he did not need to pretend to be modest in his presence. Muguk looked at him carefully as soon as he heard those words. At first glance, Muyun really looked like a caring older brother who nurtures his younger one, but in a past life, Muguk was the one who mercilessly tormented him. Since Muguk was still little, Muyang tried in every way to instill very bad impressions in him about Murim and about power. He told our boy stories about how martial masters kill each other, stories about how people go insane from inner demons, and stories about how supreme demons betray the heavenly demon. Mostly what Muyun told Muguk was cruel and entirely negative. Whenever our boy tried to open his conception vessels and ruler vessels, Muyang would start scaring him with stories about how his blood vessels would burst and he would die. Then Muguk still did not understand that his brother was systematically mocking him. The demonic Buddha told our boy that he must take good care of his older brother since he had just returned, and asked who would look after them in this dangerous world. He looked carefully at Kayampa and said that people betray as easily as they eat. After that, he informed Muguk that there was no one he could trust. Blood Heaven Sword Demon ignored him. Muang greeted him and asked if he was alright, and Ampa said yes. Then he asked Muang if he had just arrived, and Muang replied that he had just arrived. He also said that his father had gone to rest in his chamber, and that tomorrow morning he would greet the heavenly demon. Kayampa said that the heavenly demon would be pleased. Muyang told him that he had heard. He helps his younger brother a lot. The sword demon noted that old people are naturally too changeable, and asked if he understood that. Muyang replied that everything was fine. He explained, Muguk's affairs are also his affairs and the affairs of the cult as well. And to Kayampa he said that he was sincerely grateful as Muguk's older brother. He turned back to Yanrang and told her that she was still as beautiful as before. Yanrang smiled and assured him he and Muguk are definitely brothers, and she also said that he was generally also a gambler. That is, a flirt. Moyang pulled something out of his pocket with his hands, and he brought it to Sword Supreme. He explained to her that it was cosmetics he had obtained with considerable difficulty in the outer wall. He assured Yanrang that these products were much better than what women used in the Central Plains and begged her to try them. Sword Supreme accepted his gifts and thanked him. Muguk watched his brother closely. He knew he had brought a whole bunch of things to suit the moods of the Supreme Demons. Even from this brief greeting, Muguk could understand why his brother was ahead of him at this time. Back then, our guy did not even know that he cared so meticulously about the Supreme Demon. Muyang turned to Jang Ho and congratulated him on becoming the commander of the demonic army. Jang Ho bowed his head and thanked him. Muyang turned aside. To see Muguk's subordinates, Darian and Leon, they were too shy to look him in the eyes. Muyang ignored them and turned back to his brother. Muguk noticed this. The demonic Buddha asked Paso if someone had smeared honey on the pillars of their cult, and inquired why he kept wandering there again and again. Paso replied that he had gone for a big one, and before leaving had not cleaned up anything. With a smile on his face, he added, supposedly it was a little golden mess. The demonic Buddha did not like this. He grimaced irritably and fixed his gaze on the cult leader. Mian noticed that both men were angry at each other. He turned to the demonic Buddha and said that the other two still had to greet each other. The demonic Buddha smiled and turned to the men as soon as he heard these words. The younger man stepped forward and introduced himself as Suit from Shanxi. He admitted that he had long admired the divine cult and told everyone the connection with demons supreme arose purely by chance. He added that it was a great honor for him to be here and introduced the elder as his master. The man folded his hands and introduced himself as Zhang Mak from Shanxi. He said that he was pleased to meet so many heroes of the cult. Mangak smiled upon hearing these names. He had waited decades for this moment. In Shanxi, there is no master-apprentice pair named Hatai and Zhangmak. There never was and never will be. These men are actually gun and twin free. They are masters of disguise who regularly lie about their age, sometimes hiding as a slender man, sometimes as a stout one, sometimes appearing as a merchant, sometimes as a monk, and sometimes even as a woman. They deceive people by disguising themselves as anyone and in the process commit countless crimes. They rob merchants' property, seize and maim and kill strangers just because they look annoying. Their lust is disgusting. If they see a beautiful woman, they will take her by force, and those who try to stop or restrain them are simply killed. These beasts are the ones who ruined Mangak's life. Blizniuk, playing the role of Sot, said that it would be the glory of his clan if Mangak could teach him one technique. Something similar happened in Mangak's past life, only in a different place. It was a banquet where demonic practitioners of the cult gathered, and the demonic Buddha introduced the twin monsters from Yunnan and stirred up the hall so that Mangak could not refuse their challenge. The demonic Buddha asked the man why he requested a sparring match with someone so highly respected. He replied that interfering was not his business and explained he would not be able to save his life if Mangak got injured because of him. When he said this, Mangak suddenly realized this was the same thing the demonic Buddha said in the past. Meanwhile, Mangak was 20 years old. After the defeat in the new demon skirmish, his eyes burned and he desperately tried to compensate for the loss, which led him to fall for the provocation. The result of the duel was terrible. He was overconfident because he believed he could not lose to someone his age. But unfortunately, that creature was not his equal from the very beginning. The Anamphrics fled the same day, and Mangak did not even manage to find out who they were then. Our guy could not believe it. Those freaks were in front of him again. He wondered whether his brother even knew what kind of people the demonic Buddha associated with and whether he knew or pretended not to know. And in any case, that was one problem. Mangak declared that he could not allow his precious body to suffer even the slightest harm. He told this man refusing would be indecent because he begged so sincerely. Finally, this weirdo folded his hands and thanked him for agreeing to the sparring. He said that this was exactly what he expected from the famous second junior master. Hearing this, Mangak glanced at him with such anger that sparks flew. He told that man that for some time now he had been praising him too much and asked if he had heard anything about his reputation. The man was surprised to hear this. Mangak asked him to name one thing he knew about what he had done recently. The freak immediately became embarrassed. He replied that he was not very clever, so he could not remember well. He added that he was uneducated, so he supposedly had no manners, and he asked Mangak for understanding. Our guy said that he expected this. He explained, from the very beginning he knew that the man was ill-mannered, even when they just met and our guy asked him for sparring. Our guy told that man that it was strange how he could not understand why he reacted that way, despite not knowing his temperament or his skills. And he said directly, "You are just stupid." He said that it was good because he knew himself so well. Hearing this, the weirdo glared fiercely at Mangak. He informed our guy that they should just enjoy the duel because his head was not right. The scene shifts and we see everyone outside. Mangak stood facing the man. He asked if he used fist and palm strike techniques. The weirdo replied that he was right. Mangak said that he used sword techniques and asked to be careful so that his sword would not cut both hands. The weirdo also warned our guy, saying that in the end it might happen that he would have to hold the sword with his left hand. Kayampa announced that he would go first. He said he was getting old and warned everyone. Lately in the evening he was getting sleepy. Mu Yun and the demonic Buddha did not expect this at all. Yanrang declared that she would go next, saying that if she did not sleep, her skin would dry out. The demonic Buddha reproachfully said that they behaved as if they did not care at all about the second younger master. The demon of the blood, Heavenly Blade, just replied that no. Jang Ho bowed low to the demonic Buddha and said he had matters to settle. He said goodbye and left. Leon also bowed her head and declared that she was staying. Mu Guk was stunned upon hearing this. So he asked Leon if she was also going to go, and the woman replied that she still needed to practice. Mevguk told her that she had changed, and also that he hoped she would pretend to be worried and stay by his side. Leon told him that she had changed and reminded him it was he who constantly insisted to her that she needed to change. She turned to Daryong and asked if he was not going to leave. Daryong smiled and replied that he wanted to watch the fight. He felt it would help him in martial arts training. The sword demon Blood Heaven raised his voice and told Daryan that it would not help him at all. He advised just going to sleep. Daryong turned to Mangak and stated that his master had already spoken. he intends to leave. The leader of the Sky Heaven sect was sure that if he stayed, he would look like he had too much free time. He decided to leave. Mangak told them that they were all worrying too much. He turned around to go down the street and told him that he was truly his loyal servant. The advisor acknowledged ManhwaCapped. He was just about to say that he wanted to go inside and lie down to sleep. He added that he did not like watching the fight. ManhwaCapped replied to him that only one person should stay to watch the fight. Gok will advise him to finish the skirmish quickly. ManhwaCapped smiled and accepted his request. Eventually, the bastard got outraged seeing how everyone behaved. He said the mood faded because the spectators are. He was no longer there, but the power of the fist remained. He asked our guy to go with him. ManhwaCapped said that he had been waiting for this fight for quite a long time. He waited longer than that man could imagine. ManhwaCapped believed that this man and his double were exactly the kind of people who treat other lives like flies, but their own, on the contrary, they hold onto desperately as if it were priceless. After that, the freak told ManhwaCapped that he would not spare him just because he was the second young master, and ordered our boy to be careful. Beautiful, that's exactly what he said right away. He gathered all his energy and with insane speed threw a fist towards ManhwaCapped. The fist appeared for a moment right in front of our guy's face. The man smiled. He was confident that his attack would reach our guy. Just as quickly, he stopped smiling as soon as he noticed something wrong. His hand no longer held onto the body. ManhwaCapped cut it off. Seeing what had happened, the man turned to stone from shock and screamed in pain. While he was trying to pull himself together, ManhwaCapped swung his sword and cut off his arm with one strike. With a clean move, he cut off the other arm. The man screamed in pain. Blood splattered from his body. His blood filled the air. It covered ManhwaCapped and our guy stared intently into his brother's eyes. ManhwaCapped also stared at him. He saw another bastard approach ManhwaCapped from behind and was about to swing his sword at our guy. ManhwaCapped calmly reached for the sword and slashed it past ManhwaCapped. His attack passed through empty space. He tore this freak to pieces with one blow. Blood splattered from the man's body as he fell to the ground. ManhwaCapped seemed not at all disturbed by the brother's attack and stubbornly kept staring at him. ManhwaCapped also did not look away. The two brothers silently looked at each other, as if the death of the twin freaks from Yunnan was a trifle. ManhwaCapped sharply turned to the demon Buddha and asked what exactly he expected. He grabbed the younger man by the hair and tore off his mask. ManhwaCapped said that these men actually only know how to skillfully disguise themselves. As soon as he said this, the man's head began to swell. It exploded right in front of ManhwaCapped. Our guy turned to the demonic Buddha. He immediately understood. It was the same man who used his energy to blow the head off that man. Rabin asked ManhwaCapped if he had already asked him what he expected. He replied that he wanted to show Mu Yang the true essence of things. He wanted ManhwaCapped to realize, the one who can mow down the Yunnanese twin freaks with one blow is his opponent. He added that he strives to bring about a moment on stage where the heavenly demon will not give up the black demonic sword until some freaks have already been turned into a sieve. He told ManhwaCapped that he wanted someone to understand. This is reality. ManhwaCapped understood that these words were addressed to his brother, not to him. He cautiously looked his brother straight in the eyes. Why then? Wuyang glared at him just as fiercely. Mu Yang told his younger brother that he was glad to see his martial arts had really improved. He stated that this was good for their cult. ManhwaCapped told his brother that he had become better at pretending. Mayang asked him what exactly he meant. Our guy asked if he was one of those people who just take anyone with them. Yang asked ManhwaCapped if he was asking as if he knew that these two were Yunnan twin freaks. ManhwaCapped replied that he did not know. He hid the sword and told his brother that tomorrow, when they go to greet their father, he would see him. He headed to the exit together with the demonic Buddha. ManhwaCapped hid the sword and looked carefully and cautiously at his brother. He did not expect Mayang to be able to keep his composure even in such a situation. Now he understood why Blood Heaven's sword demon once supported Mayang. Late at night, we were brought to the Muang building. We see him in night clothes pouring tea into a cup. Muang asked Rabin what exactly was troubling him. The demonic Buddha said that ManhwaCapped's ability was a problem, but the fact that someone cunning like Blood Heaven's sword demon chose him meant he had something else. Mayan stared sharply at the demonic Buddha as soon as he heard this. He explained to him that the reason Kayampa supports ManhwaCapped is their father. Rabin asked what exactly he meant. Mu Yan explained to him that his father sided with the younger brother while he was absent. He said that the heavenly demon handed ManhwaCapped a black demonic sword and appointed him as the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. Mu Yan believed that the father was trying to test how he would now cope with ManhwaCapped having just gained power, and decided that this was the final trial to become the successor. Rabin was stunned upon hearing what he said. He didn't even think about it. He reminded Mu Yang that the soul-devouring supreme demon died in the process of ManhwaCapped's rise. Even though people said the cause of death was energy deviation, the rabbits still believe it was Mu Guk's doing. He explained to Mu Young that the heavenly demon valued the soul-devouring supreme demon as one of the main forces of the sect. It seemed strange to him that the heavenly demon would help Mu Guk kill the soul-devouring supreme demon. Mu Young also found it strange. He told the demonic Buddha that his father probably did not expect things to go this far. He said that Mu Guk showed abilities that exceeded his father's expectations. Rabin was shocked to hear this. He asked Mu Young if he believed that his brother killed the soul-devouring supreme demon. Mu Young addressed the demonic Buddha and asked if he could kill the soul-devouring supreme demon. Rabin did not expect to hear such a question. He answered that for him, it might be possible. Mu Yang drank his tea and said that it definitely would not be easy for him personally. He said that neither he nor Mu Guk could kill the soul-devouring supreme demon at their current level of martial arts. The demonic Buddha agreed with him. Mayang told him that there is actually another way for his brother to kill that soul-devouring supreme demon. Rabin was impressed to hear this. Mayang revealed that Mu Guk could do it if he received help from just one person. Rabin did not expect to hear that. He asked Mayang if this was the leader of the Sky Haven sect. The first junior master said that the sect leader was probably helped by Muguk so that he could break through to the central plains. He reminded that Paso even took a disciple of the soul-devouring supreme demons as his own. Robin asked Mayang what he planned to do next and asked directly if he was just going to leave Muguk alone. Mu Yang said that he would not kill our guy and asked Rabin if he knew how his father would feel about an older brother who kills the younger. Rabin did not expect that the reason Mu Yang had not yet killed Mu Guk was that the heavenly demon was watching everything. Mu Yang told him that he would win over everyone who sided with Muguk. He reminded him that everyone left without even looking at Muguk's duel. With a smile on his face, Mu Young told the demonic Buddha that he would make these people truly reject Mu Guk. He wanted to see if his brother could still smile and joke once everything was done. The scene changes abruptly. We are transported to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. We see Mu Guk and Mu Young standing face to face just outside the building. The two brothers calmly moved toward the door. Mu Young carefully watched his older brother. Inside the building, Mu Guk and Mu Young bow their heads before their father. Mu Young asks if he was feeling well. Heavenly Demon welcomes his son home. Mu Guk tells his father that he seems quite happy about the return of his eldest son. Heavenly Demon did not say a word in response. Our guy could understand that his joke was not taken well. He realized that his father was switching to Kurt again. Even if he managed to shake his father's heart, his brother was the first to take root in it. The Heavenly Demon asked Mu Young how his mission went. Mu Young replied that he cleared everything up to the last trial. Hearing this, the Heavenly Demon looked carefully at his son. Young greeted Mu Young. He told him that he did not expect him to pass through the demonic walls of Path 9. He added, blood does not lie. Like the cave of Little Jevon, the demonic Path 9 walls is a secret training ground of the demonic cult. It is hidden on the border, and one can enter only with the permission of the Heavenly Demon. This trial is one level higher than the cave of Little Jevon, which Mu Guk overcame. Although he knew what kind of place it was, Mevguk decided to ask the senior advisor about what his brother had passed. Through, Young informed him that Mu Young passed the demonic path through 9 walls. Muguk turned to his brother and said that he was incredible. Mayang did not expect the reaction to be exactly like that. Even the Heavenly Demon and his chief advisor were a bit stunned by our guy's reaction. Mu Young thanked Mu Guk for his praise. Our guy asked him if he had also mastered the art of the flying sword. Hearing this, all of us cast looks at him filled with dissatisfaction. If he were only from Mugu, he wouldn't have said a word, but their father was beside them, so Mu Yang decided to be honest. He turned to the Heavenly Demon and said that he mastered the art of the sword by passing the K-Demon path of 9 walls. The Heavenly Demon congratulated him on this and offered words of praise. Mu Yang thanked his father for the approval, said that everything happened only thanks to his instructions. The Heavenly Demon did not answer him. Mu Guk wondered what exactly the father was thinking. He told the Heavenly Demon that he wanted to say something to him in this warm and friendly atmosphere. The Heavenly Demon and his advisor turned to Muguk. Our guy said that this was for both him and his brother. The moment the umbilical cord was cut became the signal that the fight for the successor had begun. Muguk said that this was the life they had lived and the life they would have to continue to hold. He told his father that he would like to compete honorably with his brother. Hearing this, the Heavenly Demon flared up with fierce anger at his son. Muguk turned to Mu Young and asked what he thought about it. Mu Young looked carefully at his brother. He turned to his father and smiled. He said that he never imagined, while he was gone, Muguk had grown so much. and added that our guy had truly fully grown, matured. The heavenly devil did not say a word to Myung. Mugok looked cautiously at his father. He thought about the honorable competition and knew well, if he told his father about it when they were alone, it would be taken as cheap sentimentality, the kind that could easily drive someone to death. Although he understood this, our guy still raised this topic because he had already informed his father he would try to work with Myung. The heavenly demon told Mu Yang that enough had been done and asked him to return and rest. While they were leaving the building, Mugok asked his brother to explain why he wanted to become a heavenly demon. Mu Yang said he would die if he did not become a heavenly demon. Mugok asked if he would really die if he lost the struggle for succession. Myung replied to him that all their predecessors died exactly that way. Mugok asked if it was possible to simply avoid killing each other. Then he addressed his brother. Can't they show brotherhood that will remain in the history of the demonic cult for a long time? Mu Yang asked our guy if he believed that other brothers never had similar thoughts. He said that people eventually betray each other. Mugok stepped forward and told him that they just need to never betray each other. Mu Yang smiled upon hearing this. He also moved forward. Mugok assured that he had a sincere intention to conduct an honest, fair struggle. Mu Yang froze and turning to his brother said to Mugok that he needed to ask whether there was even a drop of good in his heart. Mu Yang asked, "Our boy, is there good in your own heart?" Mugok said that there would be. Mu Yang explained to him he would start this clash with an advantage. Mugok glanced at his brother as he was leaving. He already knew it would not be so easy. Even if someone who is favorably disposed towards you manages to pull him to their side, and that is extremely difficult. Yet Mugok had no choice but to try. He knew that the dagger that would stab them in the back was not their brotherly loyalty, but to Vam Mugi. In the next scene, Lee, as if in a dance, swings her sword. Her movements are precise, and her gaze is fully focused on the art of combat. While she was training, time seemed to stop. Mugok entered the room. Seeing that he was standing nearby, Lee flinched and asked her mentor when he had arrived. Mugok told her that he had entered some time ago and explained that if he were an assassin, she would have long since died 20 times over. The woman was impressed by what she heard. Mugok grabbed the hilt of his sword and asked her to watch carefully. He said they needed to reduce her 20 deaths to 19. He drew his sword, took a stance, and decided to show her the technique without lowering his level. He released his energy and moved into motion. Lian quickly got lost in his performance. She closely watched every strike of Mugok. Her eyes were completely fixed on the techniques of his sword. She focused precisely on how he worked with them. Immediately, he stopped performing his techniques. Mugok stood still, motionless, and as soon as he turned back to the woman, he saw that she had completely disappeared. Her thoughts were no longer in this room beside him. Mugok cautiously approached her to see what had happened to her. He realized that Leon had entered a state of transcendence trance. Later that night, we see Lee. She opens her eyes. She looked around and wondered what had happened. Mugok greeted her. The guard there was shocked to see him lying on the ground. Our guy slowly got up and asked her how she felt when she first entered the state of transcendental trance. Leon was shocked to hear this. She asked her master if she had really entered the state of transcendental trance. Mugok assured her that she had. He said she had been there for 12 hours. Leon was stunned to learn that 12 hours had already passed. Mugok asked her to immediately apply the rising sword technique. Leon followed her master's order and drew the sword. She made a clean strike and several striking, beautiful thrusts. She made a crazy swing and just a beautiful strike. She was barely catching her breath, having just applied these techniques. While she was breathing heavily, Mugok congratulated her on achieving the 8th star of the art of the flying sword. With a smile on his face, he told her that now she would die only twice instead of 20 times. Mugok was very happy that the woman continued to improve her martial arts. He understood that the time to apply the sacred poison cleansing technique on her was about to come. He turned around and went to the door. Leon lowered her head and thanked him for the help. The scene switches and we see Mevgok. He asks Blood Heaven's sword demon why he ended up in his house. Kayampa told him that it reminded him of the day when he first met him here. Mugok stepped closer and asked if he wanted everything to return to how it was before, since his older brother had already returned. Kayampa explained that he just wanted him to know he was not attached to anyone. He raised the sword and drew a line on the ground with it. He drew a vertical line on it and told Mugok that he was the one who was nearby when he first met him. He drew another vertical line and declared to our guy that now he was here too. Mevgok noticed that the second line was half-crossed. Kayampa gritted his teeth and replied that he barely crossed it. He asked if that was really a reason to be happy. Mugok said that for him, that was enough. The sword demon Blood Heavens asked if he was serious. Our guy explained to him if the question is friend or foe, he chooses friend, and if the question is life or death, he chooses life. He told the sword demon Blood Heavens that when someone comes too close, it becomes a burden for him. He added that he was not sure if he could take care of this person until the very end, but this person repeatedly crosses the line and comes straight to him. Mugak raised his sword behind the second line and explained to Kayampa, if someone has reached this far, then at least they must be his own child. Mugak drew a line between the two lines and told Kayampa that he was probably somewhere there for the sake of his father. Blood Heaven Sword Demon sighed when he heard it. He asked Mugak how he was so skillful with words, whether he stays up all night preparing them, or if he just memorizes what he plans to say during the damp night hours, and exactly how he would say it. Mugak explained to him, this trick only works on the days when he goes to him, but it doesn't work if one day he suddenly comes to look for him. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon could not argue with Mugak. He revealed to him that his brother would probably go to the evil smiling demon first, and advised Mugak to prepare for exactly that. Mugak smiled and said that the evil smiling demon was the closest person to his brother after the demonic Buddha. Kayampa told him that it used to be himself. He stated that the evil smiling demon would take his place and explained to Mugak he expects his brother to meet all the other supreme demons except him. He added that he simply does not know in what order Muyin will part ways with them. Mugak did not say a word to the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. Kayampa decided to warn him. He said that the evil smiling demon was not an ordinary person. Mugak assured him that he knows it. The Sword Demon Blood Heaven told him that he must prepare. He asked if Mugak plans to stay that way. Mugak replied that he does. Kayampa told him that he is right about the need to prepare. He quickly realized Mugak did not say a word about preparing anything. He sharply raised his voice and asked Mugak if he would just leave Mu Young and the evil smiling demon face to face. He clarified what exactly he meant. Mugak replied to the Blood Heaven Blade Demon, everything is fine as long as he has him and the supreme being of the flower blade. The Blood Heaven Blade Demon did not expect our guy to say that. He stared intently into his eyes. He quickly understood that Mevguk was not joking. Gathering his thoughts, he explained to our guy that it would be very difficult for them to deal with Mu Yang if the 5 supreme demons sided with him. Mugak asked why there are exactly 5 of them, the supreme demons, and not 6. The Sword Blood Heaven's Demon reminded him that the leader of the Sky Heaven cult is on their side, and he asked Mugak if his disciple had not naturally joined them. Niguk told him that they cannot be sure because Chong Xian is still very young and ambitious, and that in fact she would be the easiest person for his older brother to recruit. Kayampa did not expect Mugak to think that way. Smiling, our guy told him it doesn't matter whose side the new soul-collecting supreme demon is on. He assured that at a critical moment they could even use her to their advantage. The Blood Hell Saber Demon asked Mugak if he had really calculated everything up to this moment. Our guy replied that he had. He added that he still plans to do everything to prevent the events from reaching this point. It's not because of Chong Xian, it's all because of the cult leader. Mugha wanted to see the soul-collecting supreme demon, to become his disciple without any problems and grow well. Kayampa told our guy that they have 6 opponents, and warned it will be difficult for him regardless of how smart he is. Mugak replied that it would not be difficult for him. He assured that he would definitely bring at least one of the demon supremes to their side. Kayampa asked Mugak which demon supreme he wants. He looked at him attentively and turned to the side. He told him that he can make this decision independently because he is smart. Mugak knew the Blood Heaven Sword Demon has someone in mind whom, in his opinion, should be on their side. However, Kayampa seems to think that mentioning this himself is wrong, and that means he trusts Mugak's judgment. Blood Heaven's Sword Demon advised Mugak to act quickly before his brother managed to recruit all the demon supremes. Mugak explained to him that his brother would meet someone else before seeing the evil demon with a smile. Then the Sword Demon asked who it was. You were pierced by his gaze. Kayampa was impressed to see this, so he asked our guy if he was talking about him. Our guy assured him that his brother would come first. The Sword Demon Blood Heaven's Sword asked him to say why Mu Yang would do this. He replied that the first junior master must already know that he had become his ally. He told Mugak that his brother would not come to him, that Mu Yang would definitely turn to the other demonic supremes, and that Mugak did not agree with this. He insisted Mu Yang would definitely come to him first, and then go after the leader of the Sky Heaven cult. Kayampa asked our guide to explain why he thought so. Mugak revealed to him that Mu Yang wanted to show their father that the reason he sided with him was because the father was not around at that time. Instead of recruiting all the demon supremes, taking back Blood Heaven's Sword Demon would bring Mu Yang a greater credit with the heavenly demon than anything else. Kayampa asked our guy if he was not worried. He told him that he could return to Mu Yang. Mugak explained to him that he felt anxious. He asked if he had seen what Mu Yang did that day when he returned. He replied that his brother gave Paso's sword supreme a gift. By itself, it was nothing extraordinary. What was extraordinary was his meticulousness. He said to Bloodhaven's sword demon that his brother would probably try to offer him something even more unusual. He told him that he hopes he will not leave, and also asked to name any good offer that his brother brings him. He assured Kayampa that he will hold him back if he offers something even better. Kayampa asked if he is not going to ask him to stay, out of loyalty. Mugak asked if it is true that they are children of 20 years. Kayampa froze in shock upon hearing this. He reminded him that he is actually 20 years old. Old man, Mugak could not believe what he heard. He forgot that he is actually already 20 years old. Old man, he nervously told Kayampa that he has too early an adult soul. He explained to him that Muyang will not be able to take him with him. Bloodhaven's sword demon asked him why Muyang will not do this. Mugak explained to him that he will make him an even more advantageous offer, even if he has to put everything on the line. Kayampa glanced at him with anger when he heard this. Mugak told him that he must inform him if someone threatens him with leverage or compromising material. That is his duty. When Bloodhaven's sword demon heard this, he asked why Mugak should do this at all. With a cold look in his eyes, Mugak assured him that he would definitely help him solve the problem. He said that he had already shown him that he was capable of handling something like that. Kayampa could not argue with him. He raised his sword and told Mugak that they needed to wait and see if Muyan would come to him first. He also noted that it is worth watching where exactly this line will shift. Having said this, Kayampa left Mugyuka's house. When he arrived in his chambers, he saw a strange man there. He asked why she was here, and it turned out that it was Muijin. The first junior lord pulled out a bottle of potion and addressed Bloodhaven's sword demon. He wants to drink together with him because he remembers that he likes this potion. Kayampa could not believe that Muyun remembers. Sitting down, Mayang immediately poured the drink sword demon. While he was pouring into the glass, Kayampa watched him closely. He saw how the energy radiated by Mu Yang was leaving his body. Kayampa told him that he heard. He crossed the demonic path with 9 walls. Mayang replied that he passed thanks to his care. Mu Yang raised his glass and greeted him. Mu Yang also raised his glass and thanked him. The two of them drank their liquors to the bottom. The sword demon told Mu Yang that he knew he did not come here for nothing. He had something to say. He asked him to speak. The first younger lord decided to be frank with the sword demon. He asked why he chose Mugak. He thought there must be a certain explanation or circumstance that led to this. Kayampa replied that yes, there was. He explained to Mu Yang, his younger brother has the power to pull human hearts. Yang smiled and said that he had never felt such power from his brother, then explained to Blood Heavens, or the demon, that he did not intend to belittle Mugak. He was just curious how exactly that feeling is experienced. Kayampa told Mu Yang that it was quite natural if he did not feel it, because Mu Guk had no reason to dry out his heart. He reminded him that he himself had left no chance to accept Mu Guk's heart. Mu Yang told him that he was right. The sword demon raised the bottle and told Mu Yang that he was a wonderful warrior. He assured him that he had all the traits to become a heavenly demon. Kayampa carefully filled Mu Yang's cup. He truly believed what he said. He knew, if Mu Guk had not tried to lure him like a madman, he would have sided with Mu Yang. The first young lord asked him if he had already chosen his younger brother. The sword demon Lord Blood Heavens told him that people are sometimes swept away by winds that suddenly rise in light. Mu Yang told him that he wants this wind to lead him back to him and explained. He desires to follow the same path as him. Kayampa looked cautiously. Youth was felt in his eyes as soon as he heard this. He reminded him that besides him there are many other demon supremes. Mayang told him that he wants specifically him. Kayampa asked him to state his reason. Mu Yang placed his hand on his chest and told Kayampa that he is the one without whom he simply cannot manage. Blood Heaven's sword demon glared at him angrily as soon as he heard this. While he poured himself another glass, Mayang promised. When he becomes a heavenly demon, he will place him in the position of the first demon supreme. Blood Heaven's sword demon was shocked upon hearing this. So he asked Mayang what he meant. The first young master explained to him that he will create the highest position among the demon supremes, which even the heavenly demon hall will recognize. He said that he will also expand the Southern Sword House threefold from its current scale, promised Kayampa to remove numerical limits for sword demons and significantly increase support for the Southern Sword House. He told him that he would open the archives of the Heavenly Demon, and from then on he could come and view them at any moment he wished. Blood Heaven's sword demon did not expect to hear such an offer. He told Mu Yang that the demon Buddha would be angry if he found out what he said and assured him Rabin would be sure to become the first supreme demon. Mu Yang explained to Blood Heaven's sword demon that he respects the demonic Buddha, but believes that he himself is better suited for this position. He told Kayampa that he could freely tell the demonic Buddha about their conversation. Blood Heaven Sword Demon told Mu Young that he would consider his offer, and Mu Young sincerely thanked him for it. After finishing the liquor, Mu Yang headed to the exit, but before leaving, he called out to Kayampa. He told him that he would definitely become a heavenly demon. Blood Heaven Sword Demon said nothing. He simply watched Mu Young as he walked away. As soon as the first younger lord left, Kayampa took something out of his mouth. It was a red pill. The demon Blood Heaven Sword said that he himself once felt the same as Mu Young. Supposedly, he too must become a heavenly demon. The scene abruptly changes, and we see Mu Yang returning to his cell. He saw the demonic Buddha in his room. Rabin asked if he had visited the demon Blood Heaven Sword. Mu Young smiled and replied that there really are no secrets in their cult. Rabin inquired why he went to visit Kayampa. Muang revealed to him that he is trying to lure the blade demon Blood Heavens. He told the demon Buddha that Kayampa said he would think over his proposal. But the demon Buddha told the first young lord that Kayampa is a traitor and asked if he does not know that a person's heart easily changes again if it has once been broken and reprogrammed. Mu Yang passed by the demonic Buddha and informed him that during the drinking party, the blade demon Blood Heaven held a blood poisonous pearl in his hands. Hearing this, Rabin was surprised. So he returned to the first young lord and asked him if Kayampa had not gone mad. Weong told him that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon did not even bother to hide the pill. He said that Kayampa is trying to make it clear that he does not trust him. The demonic Buddha advised Mu Yang not to try to contact the demon of the frozen heaven again. Muan informed him that he had given the first place among demons to Kayampa. Rabin did not expect to hear that. He could not believe that Muyan offered this position to the demon of the bloody sky sword. Muan looked carefully into the crow's eyes. The demonic Buddha understood. Muyan was not just offering this to convince Kayampa, he was actually going to give him the position. He did not understand why Mu Young shared this information with him and wondered whether the first young master made a mistake or was simply acting recklessly. He also wondered whether Mu Yun deliberately shared this information with him. Robin and the first young master sat in silence, and no one said a word. Robin wondered whether Mu Yang was punishing him for involving the twins of eccentrics in the Yunnan affair. He recalled that he had once encountered similar manners before. At such moments, Rabin was most frightened by the fact that the first young master was smarter and sharper than anyone. Because of this, Rabin was constantly confused and could not understand whether there was some plan behind Mu Yang's actions or if they were just random miscalculations. The worst thing in this situation was that the demonic Buddha could not voice his feelings. He understood why Mu Yang was behaving with him exactly like that, and he thought that the reason was that the first young lord was still too young. He said to Mu Yang he must also take care of his own, and he added that everything Mu Yang does is being closely watched. Hearing this, Mu Yang glared fiercely at Rabin. Rabin confessed to him that he feels very little attachment to the other demon supremes. He reminded him that only he and Blood Heaven Sword Demon openly declare whom they support. Rabin explained the rest of the demon supremes are just watching. Wherever profit appears, there they will stand. Moyang was frankly impressed and found it pathetic. Rabin replied dryly, however, the other demon supremes are still indispensable. Mu Yun smiled and said, that is why he trusts only him. Raven did not expect to hear this. He smiled at Mayang and wondered to whom the first young master would give the position of the first demon supreme. The scene switches and we see Muguk meditating in his room. He opened his eyes as soon as he felt something outside. When Mevguk went outside, he was met by the silence before the strike. And then he saw Blood Heaven Sword Demon. The old man told him that he was right. Guy asked him what he meant. The demon of the Sword of Blood Heaven revealed to him that his brother had indeed come to see him. He inquired of Muguk how he knew that Mayang would do such a thing. Muguk smiled as soon as he heard the question. He crept closer and whispered that he was going to share a secret with him. He told Kayampi that he had the ability to see the future. The future, the demon of the Sword of Blood Heaven did not expect Muguk to joke at that very moment. He told our guy that he could be sure no one had stolen his mind with the art that consumes the soul because he was still capable of carrying nonsense. Our guy told him that his brother had always been like that. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon told him that tonight he again discovered something extraordinary deep inside. Muguk did not expect him to say that. He asked what exactly that meant. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon informed Muguk that he had seen what kind of person he was to him. Our guy was surprised to hear this. He turned to the old man and asked what he meant. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon showed Muguk that none of the things Mayan had offered him had touched him. He told our guy that his brother had made a very bold proposal, but it did not impress him at all. Mugak was stunned to hear this. After this, Kiampa cautiously looked at me. Our guy smiled and drew out his sword. He drew a horizontal line on the ground with it. Then he drew a vertical mark on the line and told Kiampa that his loyalty had already reached that limit. Blood Heaven's sword demon asked him if he knew what would happen if he became overconfident. Mugak asked him to tell him exactly what would happen. Kiampa replied that a terrible price would have to be paid. Overconfidence is always the first among all, and it is paid for anyway. Mugak smiled and said he would remember that. Kian let out a heavy sigh. Our boy looked carefully at the man. He was happy that the old man told him the truth. It seemed good to him that Kiampa openly shared his feelings with him. Most people behave as if they already know what is going on in the hearts of others, but in reality, they understand something only when it is spoken. Blood Heaven's sword demon reminded Mugak about what he said. Next, Mu Young will visit the leader of the Sky Heaven cult, and he asked if they should leave Paso alone with him. Mugak replied yes. Blood Heaven's sword demon asked our boy if the cult leader would be as determined as he was. Mugak assured him that everything was fine and said that his brother would have to convince 2 people. Kiampa asked him if the other person was Gowol. Mugak told him that he was right. He explained to him that the cult leader would discuss this issue with Gowol. Blood Heaven's sword demon asked Mugak if he trusted Gaul. Our guy answered yes. Kiampa advised him not to trust people so easily. Mugak agreed that he needed to be careful and asked Kiampa to be vigilant as well. Blood Heaven's sword demon pressed on Mugak again. Will he really just sit idly by while his brother rampages around? Our guy explained to him that he wanted to give the first move to his brother since he had just returned after a long absence. He said he wanted to see how his brother would perform. Mugak actually wanted his brother to test all of them. He told the demon sword that it was necessary to find out whether the earth hardens after the rain, or else they would have to lie naked in the mud. From the land of Demon Sword Blood Heavens, he looked at him attentively as soon as he heard these words. The scene changes abruptly, and we're taken to Paso's chambers. We see how Mu Yang bows his head and tells Paso that he wants to meet him. He apologized to the cult leader for not warning in advance. In the next episode, we see Mu Yang next to the cult leader. He told him that he became extremely close with Mugak. Paso informed him that there were many twists and surprises in their relationship. Mu Yang said that his brother probably had a great opportunity. Paso replied that it was not quite so and explained that Mugak was so smart that one could learn a lot from him. Mu Yang did not expect the cult leader to speak so highly of Mugak. He drank his tea and said that his brother was really very clever. Paso told him that Mugak was the smartest person he had ever met. Mu Yang recalled how the sword demon Blood Heavens said that Mugak was capable of moving hearts. And now, the cult leader claimed that he was the smartest of all he had ever met. From now on, Mugak was seen as a smart person with the charm to move hearts. Mayang thought such praise did not suit Mugak. Paso asked Mu Yang to explain why he, such a busy person, ended up here, and asked if he was not the busiest in the cult itself. Mu Yang placed his cup on the table. He told the cult leader that he could get 2 things he desired most if he sided with him. Paso shuddered upon hearing these words. The scene switches, we see the cult leader bursting into Mugak's office. He orders someone to report where our guy is. He will enter the room and inform him that Mugak still has not returned. Paso looked worried when he saw this man. He told Gowol that he was left alone in the office in complete solitude and asked, "How is this different from being shackled in chains?" Gowol told him that he says this only because he has never been in chains. He turned to the cult leader, asking if he wanted to try, and Paso declined his offer. He told Gowol that he had a request, and the advisor asked him to just voice it. Paso asked the man to speak more simply when they meet in person. Gowol will calmly call him a cult leader. Paso did not expect to hear this, so he smiled gently. Gowol reminded him that he had renounced the prestigious position of cult leader for his sake, and added that it was not so difficult for him to allow himself a small favor. He told the cult leader that this situation is actually causing concern, and Paso asked him to explain exactly what it is. Gowol assured him now he has great respect for him, but later he might even hate him. He explained to Paso that addressing him in a colloquial manner would get on his nerves if he really started to hate him. Paso. He told him that then it would no longer matter, because by that time their dynamic would be completely destroyed, and he told Gowol that he would have already lost him. The advisor was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that he had actually hated this person for so long. He knew few regarded him as highly as his former leader did. He smiled. He told Paso that it was not worth regretting what was said later. The cult leader replied that pangs of conscience were his own burden and asked not to worry. Gogo will ask him why he came here. He knew that Paso did not come for their petty taunts. He asked the cult leader if the first young master had visited him. Paso was stunned by what he heard. He immediately turned to the advisor with the question of how he knew that. Gowol replied that he had a premonition. Then he asked the cult leader to tell what exactly Mu Yang had promised him. Paso did not expect him to ask such a question. He told the advisor that Mu Yang promised to support expansion in the Central Plains if he became his ally. The cult leader stated that Mu Yang promised to build him a whole division, not just a unit, just as Muguk once promised. Gowol told Paso that these promises could not be fulfilled. It was pure lies. The cult leader asked him why he was so sure. Go explained to him that Mu Yang is a person who unconditionally obeys the will of his father. He is in no way like Muguk, who tends to go beyond the norm. Mu Yang definitely will not allow the Sky Haven cult to expand into the Central Plains, because that would contradict his father's will. Gowol explained to Paso that as long as Mu Yang does not become the heavenly demon, the cult will not be able to reach even a small plaque the size of a palm in the Central Plains. The cult leader asked Gowol if he was judging impartially, since he was on Yuguk's side. Gog will ask him about other things that Muang offered him. Paso replied that there were no other proposals. Gowol glanced at him with threatening displeasure. He told him that he always gives that away when he lies. Paso asked him to explain exactly how he gives it away. Gowol asked him if Mu Yang offered him anything. Paso froze in shock upon hearing this question. Then the advisor asked if Mu Yang promised to return him back. Go decided that this was the only proposal capable of unbalancing the cult leader. Paso nervously stated that the first junior master is surprisingly smart. Gowol disagreed with this. He said that a truly clever person would not fight with Mevgu. The cult leader told this man that he was too infatuated with Mughuk. Gowol asked him about what he told Mughuk. The cult leader asked not to worry and assured he rejected Mu Yang's proposal. Gowol ordered Paso not to lie. He knew that Paso was weaving a scheme to get him back by using the quarrel between the two brothers. Paso told the cult leader who came to him to check if there was a way to carry out his plans. Paso knew Gowol had already caught him. He asked the man if it was really visible how he behaves when he lies. Then Go will go to the cult leader and ask why he repeatedly forgets that he once spoke about this with his own mouth. He reminded him that he said he cannot compare to these smart people, and Go will ask the cult leader why he constantly tries to be more cunning. Paso nervously told him that it was his fault. Go told him that doing something like that would only make his determination stronger. The cult leader stared at him as soon as he heard this. He immediately realized Gowol is serious. He apologized to the mentor and said that he acted foolishly, although he knew how he should. Gowol explained to Paso that one must fight with different forces. Against those who rely on intellect, he must use various spells as weapons. Paso asked Gowol if he even had any spells at all. The man replied that he would still be sitting in chains if he did not have spells. The cult leader told the man that only he dares to speak to him in such a tone. Gokul explained to him he cannot let go of what he lost because he once sat in a position of power and looked down on others arrogantly. Now that he has truly gone outside, he will be able to find many people who will say such things to him if he shows who he really is. The advisor smiled and told Paso that he might be able to speak about him in the same way when the time comes, and he also added that he himself would be curious whether the chains of the past are still in good condition. The cult leader exhaled through his teeth and replied to the advisor that his words made no sense. Gowol smiled upon hearing this. He asked the cult leader to see him as a bonfire, to stay a little aside and warm up. He explained that if you get too close, it will burn you, so he will cover the leader completely. Paso told the man that he should not remember him as the cult leader from the past. Gowol did not expect to hear that. Paso and the advisor gently smiled at each other. Gowol told the cult leader that from now on before sleep he should say certain words, and Paso asked him which ones exactly. Gowol will ask him to say that he will hold on to the second junior master until the very end. The cult leader was shocked to hear this. Gowol asked him to repeat what he said. He tore out his teeth in rage when he heard this, but the advisor still asked him to repeat it. Paso forced himself to say it twice. Gowol said that now he needs to say it 3 times. The cult leader was twisted by having to hear it again. He forced himself to repeat the phrase. He truly envied Gold Muguk. When he said it for the last time, he called our guy a freak in his thoughts. In the next scene, we see Muguk returning to his home. He saw Paso waiting for him outside. He asked the cult leader when he arrived. Paso said he came to meet his respected military advisor and assured him not to worry about making him wait so long. Muguk asked if the meeting with the advisor was pleasant. Paso replied that in the end he only heard a reprimand. Mugak said that this is unacceptable and promised the cult leader he will personally punish Gowul. Paso asked him not to say what he really did not mean, and said that his words only made him dislike him even more. Mugak smiled as soon as he heard this. The cult leader told Mugak that his elder brother came to him and told our guy he was waiting for him because he wanted to personally say that he was not discouraged. Mugak smiled and said that he was Mu. Paso told him that he needed to be taken aside and revealed that he had rejected the favorable terms that his brother had offered him. Mugak thanked him for that. The cult leader turned around and said he was leaving. He instructively told our guy, wandering like this at such moments spoils the moment and the impression of what he is doing weakens. Mugak replied that he was right. He explained, the moment would have been perfect if he had left without saying anything. Paso immediately realized that he had made a mistake. Mugak believed that this was exactly how the connection between him and the cult leader was established. He was sure their relationship would become even deeper. As soon as this thought flashed in his head, Mugak snapped his fingers and pulled Paso into a field overgrown with trees and grass. The cult leader was shocked to see what Mugak had done. He immediately quickly turned to him. He looked around at the trees and said that this was already a completed illusory art of space-time movement. Paso could not believe his eyes. He once again carefully examined the trees. He noticed how everything was worked out down to the smallest details. He told Mugak that it was perfect, and our guy replied to him that he was able to do this only because he was taught such a wonderful martial art. Paso told our guy that he must become the first person to master this martial art and do it as quickly as possible as soon as it appeared. He added that he could not understand how many years he had spent cultivating to create his own space. Mugak said that he was just lucky. Paso asked him not to be modest. He stated that there was no need for humility. Paso approached our guy closer and sincerely congratulated him. Mugak did not expect to hear such words. He clasped his hands together and bowed his head to the cult leader. He thanked Paso and said that he was his mentor within this space. Paso was impressed upon hearing this. He did not expect Mugak to say that. He told him that he was truly incredible. He and Nugyuk carefully, without looking away, examined each other. Our guy told the teacher that he had one question. Paso asked him to continue speaking. Mugak addressed the cult leader and asked if it was possible to make time flow differently inside the space-time transfer in the very illusion of this transformational technique than in reality. He clarified whether he could slow down time in this space. Paso told Mugak that many previous cult leaders and even he himself had already tried to do this, but they failed. It turned out to be impossible. Mugak raised his hand and thanked him for the information. Before Paso could snap his fingers, he asked him to wait. He asked if Mugak was sincere about what he said earlier and clarified what exactly he meant. Our guy asked him what he meant by that. The cult leader reminded him. He himself said that he considered him his teacher in this place. Mugak assured him that he was speaking sincerely. Paso asked him to occasionally open this space for him. This is the only opportunity he has to be his teacher. Mugak smiled and assured that he would open the space for him. He snapped his fingers and returned Paso to reality. The cult leader told him that he would see him next time, and Nugyuk bowed his head before him. And immediately he turned around. He heard Paso say that he would always choose his own side. Our guy quickly turned back to him. He noticed that the cult leader looked shy. The scene changes, and we see Robin asking Mu Yang if he had met with the cult leader. Mu Yang told them that he went to Paso to sway him to his side. The diabolical Buddha did not like that answer, so he understood why Mu Yang went to the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. He knew that the first young master still had unfinished business with Kayampa, and did not expect Mu Yang to visit the cult leader even after seeing him argue with him in the cult. Mu Yang explained to the demonic Buddha that the all-powerful demon who devours souls would naturally become their ally if they managed to turn Paso to their side. That is why he met with the cult leader. Robin asked him what exactly Paso said. Mu Yang told him that the cult leader said he would consider it. When he heard this, the demonic Buddha glared at him fiercely. He reproached Mu Yang. He made a mistake by calling two strange freaks from Yunnan. The first young lord asked him what he meant by that. Robin said that his decision was incomplete and explained to Mu Yang, in his affairs, he should not involve such trash as they are. Mu Yan assured the man that he understood. He did it out of care for him. Robin said that he was pleased to hear how he viewed things. He addressed the first young master and assured him he truly has a magnanimous spirit. Mu Yan, however, said that there was one thing that needed to be put in its place. Robin asked, "Then tell me." Weong reminded him that he had said he brought the Yunnan twins freaks into his affairs. Then Mu Yang replied to the demonic Buddha that those were his own affairs. Robin did not expect to hear that. He mentally repeated, Mu Yang is walking the path to become a successor. He added that the first young lord would not want to have even a thread of connection with such trash as the Yunnan twin freaks. The demonic Buddha smiled and told Mayan that he had just expressed himself incorrectly. He explained that the matter of the Yunnan twin freaks was purely his personal concern. Mu Yan replied that he understood. He called them for his sake and asked the demonic Buddha not to worry about this topic. Hearing this, the man calmly smiled in response. In the next scene, Rabin leaves Mu Yan's residence, his face full of rage. It seemed he did not like that Mu Yang divided their affairs into different directions. On the way to his home, he came across something truly shocking. He saw him T-Guk. Our guy told Robin that he was already waiting because he wanted to see him. The demonic Buddha was surprised to hear this and asked Muguk why he wanted to see him. He quickly assumed that our guy was trying to recruit him. Muguk asked Rabin if he wanted to join him for a drink at the tavern. Robin asked if he really wanted to drink with him. Nuguk said he did. Robin did not understand what was going on at all. He remembered how the first young lord met the demon swordsman Blood Heavens and the cult leader Sky Heaven. He convinced himself he was also allowed to meet Muguk as he pleased. He accepted our guy's offer. In the next scene, we see Muguk and the demonic Buddha sitting together in a tavern. A bottle of strong liquor and several snacks were placed before them. They looked intently at each other. Muguk told Rabin that this was the first time they sat together like this. The demonic Buddha asked him not to pretend as if he was too close to him. Muguk told him that the opportunity to drink together like this would not happen often. He asked him to say when he would again have the chance to act freely, and begged Rabin to forgive him for his disobedient behavior just today. The demonic Buddha asked him if that was exactly how he lured the demon sword of bloody heaven. Nuguk said yes, he declared. He knocked on the door incessantly. Rabin clarified which door exactly he meant, and Muguk replied that he was talking about the door in the heart of Kayampa. But the demonic Buddha decided that Muguk was joking with him. He quickly began to ponder. I wonder if Mu Yon ever knocked on his own door. Please send the English original and the Ukrainian draft one line of text so that I can clean them and return exactly one line in clean Ukrainian. Guys, we have reached the end of our video. Do you want Rabin to join your team of Guks? Write in the comments what you think. And don't forget to like and press the subscribe button to get more reviews. See you later.